The Disaster Management Directorate of Saripul Province, with the financial support of the ACTED organization, distributed cash assistance to 800 poor, homeless, returnees and deserving families. In this series, after the survey in the presence of representatives of the provincial government, the Disaster Management Directorate, the Economy Department and the organization, 22,560 Afghanis were allocated for each family, where a total of 804,800 Afghanis in cash distributed to these families. And the final one is that a water supply network in the Kogiani district of Nangarhar province was completed and put into use at a cost of over 6 million Afghanis. According to the statements of the local officials, with the implementation of this project, hundreds of jobs have been created for local people and the problems of the residents of the area in terms of water supply have been resolved. That's all for tonight. Stay with us for the latest updates of RTA News. Thank you so much for watching. Have a good night.
We are not that call. We are not that call.
Good evening. Today is Friday, December 20, 2024. I'm Suleiman Talash and you are watching RTA News. The Ministry of Mines and Petroleum says that Engineer Wahidullah Halimi, Deputy Minister of the Ministry, has announced the start of several gas networks for the exploitation of the Topi project during his visit to Herat province. The Deputy Minister of the Mines and Petroleum inspected the work process of iron ore mines, coal mines and cement project and emphasized the mining should be carried out in a standard manner. He added that the cement project has been contracted with the Gulbahar company and its activities will begin soon.
We are not that call.
The Ministry of Public Works says that the construction of 14 mosques on the Kabul-Herat highway has begun at a cost of approximately 500 million Afghanis. The spokesperson for the ministry adds that according to the decree of the leader of the Islamic Emirate, 75 mosques are being built along the
country's
highways.
The tactical asset system is active.
In this report.
The efforts of the Islamic Emirate to build mosques along the country's highways. Recently, the Ministry of Public Works said that the construction of 14 mosques has begun along the Kabul-Kandahar highway.
In this series, 6 mosques along the Kabul-Kandahar highway and 8 along the Kandahar-Herat highway have been contracted with various construction companies.
It is not bloody here at my current vector.
467.7 million Afghanis, and their work is
the truck
practically
is fine
underway.
And has an unknown location and destination.
According to the decree of the Islamic Emirates leader, a mosque will be built every 70 kilometers of the country's highways.
The Ministry of Public Works plan includes 75 mosques in all cities of Afghanistan. Each mosque has an area of 3 acres and can accommodate 300 male and female worshippers. Separate places are provided for males and females to take ablution and pray.
On the other hand, several residents of the country welcome this action of the Islamic Emirate.
We praise the Islamic Emirate's action, which is worth appreciating. It is good news for all passengers, women, patients, and other passengers because
that radio program is not in our area.
There were no such facilities for worshippers. Today, they build mosques in a location that is a reason of convenience and a training place for our future generation.
This is why, with the Adventist Islamic Emirate, special attention has been paid to the construction of mosques in various parts of the country.
The Afghan Red Crescent Society reports providing health services to more than 8,000 people in Kapisa province. According to the society, these services have been provided in the fields of dressings, distribution of medicines to patients, treatment of children with malnutrition, and health treatment over the past month in different parts of the province. Officials of the Ministry of Information and Culture say that since the establishment of the Book Evaluation Commission, they have collected dozens of books that are against Sharia and Islamic values. And in addition, they have prevented the publication of dozens of books
that are against radio on that bus.
and national values. Let's see more in this report.
Books train thoughts, and thoughts change the world. But such books are decorated with the beauty of printing
the
and
location
have a long life
coordinates
in society.
is something
the Ministry of
you
Information
will
and
have
Culture
to
says
pay
that
for.
They have collected dozens of books from bookstores that were against Islamic values and hurt the intellectual stability of the people.
The Book Commission operates under the Deputy of Broadcasting for the Ministry of Information and Culture in the country. The basic duty of this commission is
We
to
are
collect
not
and
dispatch
prevent printing
radio
books
traffic.
that are against the faith of the people of Afghanistan, against the military policies of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan, and so on. Whether
We are
it is
not
against
that
the
call.
minds of the people or the national interest of Afghanistan, make it clear and listen to it.
On the other hand, officials of the academic institutions and local people praise this action of the Ministry of Information and Culture and believe that
That
the
radio
development of
program
society
is
is linked
not
to
in.
education and books.
You are not Johnny.
A society can progress when there are books and readers of the books. And the books should be in such a forum that is devoted
We
to
may
the
have to
existing
make a
realities
telephone
of the
call.
society. That is to write to the people, so that it is interesting and people study it. The Islamic Emirate has worked to prevent the publication of books that are very harmful and collect them from the bookstores. The books are harmful and mislead the youth of the country and the students.
The Book Evaluation Commission operates under the Ministry of Information and Culture with the aim of enriching culture and preventing the publication of inappropriate books in society.
The Ministry of National Defense announced the graduation of 1,000 young officers from the 215th Corps Training Center. The ministry said that these forces have received military training in various sectors. They will do their best to protect Islamic and national values, independence, and the borders of the country.
We are not that call.
11 suspects have been arrested in connection with the sale and transportation of drugs from different provinces of the country. The Deputy Minister for Counter-Narcotics of the Ministry of Interior Affairs said that the suspects were arrested by anti-narcotics forces from Laghman, Kapisa, Parwan, Coast, and Farah provinces. According to the deputy, some drugs
Corpus
such as
Christi
hashish,
Fire Department,
methamphetamine,
EMS to
and drug
South Paul.
tablets were also recovered from the detainees. More than 2,000 farmers in Kandahar province were provided with improved wheat seeds and chemical fertilizers.
You are not
According
Heath.
to the officials of the Agriculture Department of the province,
We are
the
clear
aid was
from the
distributed
cops.
by the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations in cooperation with the Agriculture Department to the farmers of the Spin Boldak district of the province. The Ministry of National Defense announced that 11 Russian combat and artillery tanks were repaired and prepared to use by the technical and professional teams of the 207th Al-Farouk Corps. According to the ministry, 59 Russian tanks have been repaired by the technical management in the past 3 years.
We are not the fire department. We are
The Ministry
clear
of
from
Interior
radio
Affairs
units.
announced the arrest of 11 suspects in connection with various criminal offenses from different provinces of the country. According to the ministry, these suspects were arrested in connection with the robbery, murder, and other criminal offenses from Rose, Farah, and Herat
The temperature
provinces.
is different.
The Ministry of Transport and Civil Aviation has suspended the activities of 2 transport
We are not
companies on the
dispatch.
Kabul-Kandahar highway. The
A
ministry
real shooting
said
took
in a
place.
statement that the
We
decision
are
was
not
taken
that
following
call.
the traffic accident on the Kabul-Kandahar highway in Ghazni province, where more than 100 people were killed and injured in 2 deadly road accidents on the Kabul-Kandahar highway. And the final one is that the National Disaster Management Authority has announced the distribution of nearly 2 million Afghans to almost 100 families in Saripol province. According to them, this assistance has been distributed to 80 needy families, orphans, and returnees in cooperation with the acted organization.
We are not medics or EMS1.
Afghans. That's all for tonight. Stay with us to stay updated. Thank you so much for watching. Have a good night.
That radio program is not in our area. I am the location coordinates is something you will have to pay for. That radio program is not in our area.
December 19, 2024. I'm Suleiman Talash and you are watching RTA News. Hamid Karzai has visited Paktia province to express his condolences to the family of martyred Khalilur Rahman Haqqani. During this visit, he met with Khalifa Sirajuddin Haqqani, the Minister of Interior Affairs, and expressed his condolences over the martyrdom of Khalilur Rahman Haqqani. Maulavi Sardar Ahmad Shakib, the ambassador of the Islamic Emirate to Pakistan, met with Asad Qaisar, the former member of the National Assembly of Pakistan and the leading member of the Tehreek-e-Insaf party. The Afghan embassy in Islamabad says in this meeting bilateral relations between Afghanistan and Pakistan, the movement of people between the two countries, trade, and several other issues were discussed. An emphasis was placed on resolving the existing problems. According to the embassy, in this meeting, Mr. Qaisar also offered condolences to the Afghan ambassador of the martyrdom of Khalilur Rahman
PD dispatch call.
Najibullah Ahmadi, the ambassador of the Islamic Emirate to Malaysia, met with Dr. Muhammad Saleh Jafar, the director of Al-Bukhari International University, and discussed the problems and suggestions of Afghan students and providing them with more facilities. The Ministry of Justice says that this month it has recovered 20,000 acres of Emirate land from the usurpers in Kandahar, Kunduz, Jawzjan, Gaur, Khost, and Panjshir provinces and handed it over to the relevant agencies. In addition, officials of the ministry added that it has also seized over 375,742 acres of land in 31 provinces, and serious efforts are underway to return it. Let's see more details in this report.
CCRTA.
We are not the regional transit buses.
Acres of land in different provinces this month. I handed them over to the relevant agencies, most of which are in Kandahar province.
During
the month of Jamadul Awal 1446 AH, the technical committees for preventing land grabbing have recovered more than 20,376 acres of Emirate land in Kandahar, Kunduz, Jawzjan, Gaur, Khost, and Panjshir provinces after verification and have handed it over to the relevant departments. The largest amount of land recovered in the entire month is located in Kandahar province, which includes 9,610 acres of land.
In addition, technical committees for preventing land grabbing have secured over 300 acres of Emirati land in 25 provinces of Afghanistan, which will be freed from the clutches of usurpers and violent individuals and handed over to relevant agencies.
During the month of
A real shooting took place behind Lucerno's. No cops showed up in person.
316,813 acres of Emirate land in 25 provinces of Afghanistan and have taken more than 375,742 acres of land under verification in 31 provinces. The process of collecting and refunding Emirate land continues in all provinces.
The Ministry of Justice adds that the process of reviving, securing, and returning Emirati land
LPD,
continues in all
Portland
provinces,
PD dispatch
and the
call.
files of
I
thousands of
am
acres of
attack a
preserved Emirati
tactical
land are
asset
under review by
computer
technical
system.
authorities.
Maulavi Muhammad Yunus Rashid, Deputy Minister of Youth Affairs of the Ministry of Information and Culture, met with Stefan Radix, head of the United Nations Development Program for Afghanistan. During the meeting, the two sides discussed the launch of
We are
capacity
not
building
dis-
programs
PD
for youth,
We are
creating
not
job
that
and
call.
educational opportunities for them. The Ministry of Information and Culture says that a 7-day capacity building seminar organized by the Ministry's Deputy Department of Finance, Administration and Tourism
Hello, how
for
are
central
you?
and provincial directors has concluded. According to the Ministry, the seminar was attended
We are
by
not
Mullah
that
Khairullah
call.
Khairkhwa, the Minister of Information and Culture, Maulavi Qudratullah Jamal, the Deputy Minister of Tourism, Finance and Administration, Maulavi Atiqullah Azizi, the Deputy Minister of Arts and Culture, Maulavi Muhammad Yunus Rashid, the Deputy Minister of Youth Affairs, Qari Said Khoste, the legal advisor to the Ministry, and the central and provincial directors of the Ministry of Information and
Yes,
Culture.
we have many wheels.
The Ministry of Labor and Social Affairs says that 10,000 youth are currently engaged in technical and vocational training in 50 of the ministry's centers. The ministry spokesman said that they are trying to expand vocational education across the country to reduce unemployment among the youth. More details in the report. The efforts of the Ministry of Labor and Social Affairs to provide more vocational training for the youth in the country. The Ministry of Labor and Social Affairs says that about 10,000 young people are currently engaged in
CCPD
vocational
info to
training
call.
in 70 sectors across the country.
We are not that call.
The Ministry of Labor and Social Affairs has activated approximately 50 technical and vocational training centers in all ministries, in which approximately 10,000 compatriots, especially young people, are engaged in technical and vocational training programs. Efforts are being made to increase these programs so that through this we can reduce the problem of unemployment because those who have skills in the labor market can find work.
On the other hand, several citizens praised the vocational training programs of the Ministry of Labor and Social Affairs, saying that the young people can serve the country and society by learning these sectors, along with providing a livelihood for their families.
My request to the Ministry of Labor and Social Affairs is to increase the number of vocational and technical training centers in all provinces so that young people can learn vocational and technical skills and enter the market. Provide technical and vocational training so that our youth can earn a living and advance their lives.
Every year, the Ministry of Labor and Social Affairs graduates thousands of youth after learning vocational training and presents them to society. Sheikh Muhammad Qasim Khalid, Nimro's governor,
We are
met
clear
with
from
Musa
radio
Adam,
units.
director of the World Food
LPD,
Program,
Portland.
and the accompanying delegation in that province. In this meeting, Mr. Khaled discussed the problems
You
of
cannot
the province
control.
residents, especially
A
the
real
returning
shooting took
refugees,
place
with the
behind
United
Lucerno's.
Nations
No
representatives
cops
and
showed.
asked them to increase the level of their assistance
I am
in
attack
this
a
province.
tactical asset
On the other
computer
hand, the
system.
World Food
LPD,
Program
I
officials
am
stated
attack
that
a
they are
tactical
ready
asset.
to cooperate with the local
I am
administration
attack a
officials
tactical.
and distributing
We
aid
are
to
not
needy
that call.
families. The Rural Rehabilitation and Development Department of Kandahar Province has launched 2 development projects of the Afghanistan
LPD,
Social Support
Portland.
and Livelihood Program in the Maiwan district
I am
of the
attack a
province at
tactical
cost of
asset
over
computer
4.5
system.
million Afghanis. These projects include
LPD,
paving
That radio program is
1,700
not
meters
in
of
our
rural
area.
roads, cleaning 2,250 meters of canals, and constructing 3 bridges and 3 water
LPD.
gates.
We are not.
During the
PD
work of these
dispatch
projects,
You are
hundreds
not
of
John.
workers will be provided with employment
We are not
opportunities,
that
and
call.
upon their completion, the problems of the
We are
residents
not
of the
that
district
call.
will be resolved in
Yes.
related areas.
We are not that call.
The process of reconstruction of
A real
8-kilometer
shooting
road
took
by
place
rural
behind
rehabilitation
Lucerno's.
development
No
department
cops
of
showed
Strong
up in
Province,
person.
with the financial support of the World Food Program, has started in the Nurgram district of the province. According to local administration officials, hundreds of jobs have been created during the project, and once completed, the problems of residents will be solved.
PLPD,
In the
Portland.
final
We are
one is
not the
that 44
microwave
passengers
radio
were
on
killed
that
and
bus.
76 others injured in two separate road accidents on the Kabul-Kandahar highway.
We are not the microwave radio on that bus.
The head of the Information and Culture of Ghazani province said that the accident occurred last night when two 580 passenger vehicles collided with an oil tanker and a truck.
Yes, I am a computer.
And that's all for tonight.
LPD,
Thank you so
Portland
much for
PD
watching. Have a
dispatch
good
call.
night.
ساتوی پسروینو داد شهیدانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور ساتوی پسروینو داد شهیدانو کور داد کور داد باتورانو کور
LPD, Portland.
ساتوی پسروینو داد شهیدانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور ساتوی پسروینو داد شهیدانو کور داد کور داد باتورانو کور.
Good evening. Today is Wednesday, December 18, 2024. I'm Suleiman Talash and you are watching RTA News.
We
The
may
bill
have to make a
approved by the
telephone
Russian
call.
Parliament to remove the Islamic Emirate from the list
I
of
am
banned groups
a tactical
will be
asset
submitted
computer
to Russian
system.
President for ratification after the Senate vote on Friday.
I am
Analysts say that this step by
We are
Russia
not that
opens
call.
the way for other countries to interact with the Islamic Emirate in addition to mutual benefits. Let's see more in this
LPD,
report.
Portland PD
The
dispatch
Russian
call.
parliament last week approved the bill to remove the Islamic Emirate from Moscow's list of banned groups in the first step of the voting process. It completed two more rounds
The
of voting
temperature-
yesterday and will be submitted to
We are
Vladimir
not
Putin,
that
the Russian
call.
president, for ratification after the Senate vote next Friday.
اولین پیامدش برای افغانستان این است که فشارهای
The first consequence is that the political pressure exerted on Afghanistan by the international community and international actors can be reduced. The second consequence is that it can provide international assistance for the reconstruction of Afghanistan, for the growth of Afghanistan, for the growth and economic development of Afghanistan.
A few days ago, the Islamic Emirate welcomed Russia's recent steps to
LPD,
strengthen
Portland
relations
PD
and also called
dispatch call.
You
on
are
other
not
countries to remove
Heath.
obstacles to relations with Islamic Emirate.
We are not that call.
This will enable to move the relations between Russia and Afghanistan in a positive direction, and it will help in recognition of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan in the region and the world. And it will give Afghanistan further progress in political field, and it will help in strengthening economic relations with Russia.
This comes at a time when Russia has recently stepped up efforts to develop relations between Kabul and Moscow. A few days ago, a high-ranking delegation from the country visited Kabul, and Dmitry Peskov, Kremlin spokesman, said that Moscow wants strong relations with Islamic Emirate.
Shir Muhammad Abbas Tanakzai, Deputy Minister for Political Affairs of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, participated in the seminar on the role of the media in strengthening the Islamic government and called the role of the media important in strengthening the Islamic government. In this program, Shir Muhammad Abbas Tanakzai called on all domestic media to portray the positive developments of the Islamic Emirate to the world and to fight against the negative propaganda
Whatever
of the
thanks
biased
for nothing.
media. Maulavi Sardar Ahmad Shakib, the ambassador of Afghanistan to Islamabad, met with Dr. Mukhtar Ahmad, the chairman of the Higher Education Commission of Pakistan. The Afghan embassy in Islamabad said that in this meeting, both sides discussed the provision of educational scholarship to Afghan students by Pakistan, study visas, dormitory problems, short-term courses, and the registration of new students. Maulavi Fazl Muhammad Haqqani, the ambassador of the Islamic Emirate in Tehran, met with the ambassador of Nicaragua to Iran. In this meeting, the two sides discussed the expansion of relations between the two countries, the opening of embassies in Kabul and Managua, and bilateral cooperations. Maulavi Muhammad Ali Jan Ahmad, the Deputy Minister for Coordination of Jirgaz and Tribal Affairs of the Ministry of Borders, Tribes and Tribal Affairs, met with tribal leaders of Mohammadabad district of Lagar province. In this meeting, which was attended by dozens of tribal leaders from the district, they presented their problems and difficulties.
The temperature
they requested
is
assistance
different.
and cooperation regarding the ownership of agricultural lands in the Shtak
We are
district
not
area.
people on bikes.
The Deputy Minister for Coordination of Jirgaz and Tribal Affairs of the Ministry of Borders, Tribes and Tribal Affairs assured them that their problems would be
Whatever,
addressed.
thanks
He added
for
that
nothing.
they are trying to address the people's problems promptly. Several Turkish investors have expressed their interest in agriculture, construction materials, and resin exports from Afghanistan in a meeting with Maulavi
A real
Abdullah
shooting took place
Zayed.
behind
The Deputy
Luciano's.
Minister
No
of
cops
Industry and
showed
Commerce
up in
and have
person.
requested information about investing in Afghanistan. The Ministry of Industry and Commerce says to attract foreign investment
A
in the
real
country,
shooting
a
took
special
place
department
behind
has been
Luciano's.
established
No
within
cops
the
showed
framework
up
of this
in person.
ministry, where foreign investors can obtain information about visas and investments in Afghanistan online. Let's see more in this report.
It is
The
not
Deputy
bloody
Minister
here
of
at my
Industry and
current
Commerce
vector.
met with Turkish investors on December 17. During this meeting, Turkish investors expressed their interest in investing in Afghanistan's agriculture and special construction materials production, as well
Currently
as discussing
refueling for
resin
sustenance.
exports from Afghanistan.
در این ملاقات سرمایه‌گذاران ترکی علاقمندیشان را
During the meeting, Turkish investors expressed their interest in investing in agricultural sector, exporting Afghan raisins to Turkey, and requested information about Afghanistan's investment needs.
At the same time, the Turkish investors have also requested information about investing in Afghanistan during this meeting. The Ministry of Industry and Commerce says that it has established a special department to attract foreign investment, where foreign investors can
are not
obtain
Delta
information
Vector
about
units.
investing in Afghanistan online.
وزارت صنعت تجارت جهت ایجاد
The Ministry of Industry and Commerce has established an independent department to provide the necessary facilities to investors and attract more investment, and investors can receive visas and information online.
Furthermore, economic analysts consider the investment in
LPD,
Afghanistan's
Portland,
agriculture
PD,
and
dispatch
industry
call.
by Turkish investors
I
a
am
good
a-
step, saying that this will strengthen Afghanistan's relations
We
with
are
the
not
region
that
and
call.
the world.
A
Whenever
real
we can
shooting
attract
took place
investments in the
behind
agriculture sector,
Luciano's. No
it can
cops
undoubtedly
showed
bring
up
out
in
an
person.
agricultural revolution, because by transferring technology and equipment, seeds,
Okay,
and
are you
creating new
coming
technology,
over later?
it can create widespread changes in the agricultural sector. Foreign investors, especially Turkish investors, know that they are effective in promoting economic growth and developing regional relations in Afghanistan. On the other hand, there is a need to ensure investment security in Afghanistan so that it can attract more foreign investment into Afghanistan.
Meanwhile, the Ministry of Industry and Commerce has also expressed
See
the
you later,
readiness of the ministry
104
to distribute land to
Okay,
investors
are you coming
under the
over
law
later?
on industrial zones of the Islamic Emirate.
A real shooting took place behind
The
Luciano's.
Ministry of
No
Justice
cops
says that
showed
the
up
Commission
in
for
person.
the Prevention of Grab Lands has recovered 20,376 acres of Emirate land from usurpation in Kandahar, Kunduz, Jawzjan, Ghor,
I am
Khost,
a
and Panjshir
tactical
provinces
asset
in the
computer
past
system.
month, according to the
LPD,
ministry.
Portland.
In addition, during this period, 316,813
I am a
acres of
tactical
Emirate
asset
land have
computer
been
system.
confirmed in 25 provinces, and
LPD,
375,742 acres of land have been reviewed in 31 provinces.
We are not
The
dispatch
Ministry of
radio
Higher
traffic.
Education says that 5 development
LPD,
projects worth
Portland,
47 million Afghans have been commissioned at the Oregon Institute of Higher Education. According to the ministry, these projects include the
LPD,
construction of a
Portland,
General Assembly Hall, a
Yes,
solar
we have
power
many
system,
wheels.
a water supply network, a computer lab, and a parking lot.
LPD, Portland,
The delegation to Uzbekistan, led by Dr. Abdulbari Omar, the General Executive Director of the Afghanistan Electricity Company, and including representatives of the Ministries of Foreign
Portland PD
Affairs
dispatch
and
call.
Finance, also held joint meetings with the
Hello,
Minister
how
of
are
Energy
you?
of Uzbekistan, the heads of the National Energy
A real sh-
Administration of Uzbekistan, and the Electricity
am-
Sales and Purchase
We are not
Agency.
that call.
During these meetings, comprehensive discussions were held on the 500 kilowatt power transmission line from Uzbekistan to Afghanistan. It has been decided that after a thorough technical discussion, the work on
We
the
are not
500
that
kilowatt
call.
power transmission line from Uzbekistan will also begin. Dr. Abdulbari Omar, the General Executive Director of the Afghanistan Electricity Company, signed a power purchase agreement for 2025 with the leadership of the Uzbekistan National Electricity Company. It's worth mentioning that power purchase agreements have also been renewed with Turkmenistan and Tajikistan for 2025. The High Commission for Refugees says that more than 100 refugees have returned to the country from Pakistan. According to Kandahar Information and Culture Department, the refugees returned to the country
is
yesterday
fine.
via the province's
We are not
Bolgar
strikes
port.
calls.
And the final one is that the Deputy Minister for Counter-Narcotics of the Ministry of Interior Affairs announced the arrest of 8 suspects in connection with the sale, use, and transportation
A
of
real
drugs
shooting
from 3
took place
provinces of
behind
the
Lucerno's.
country.
No
According to
cops
the Deputy
showed up in
Minister,
person.
The suspects were arrested by the
LPD,
anti-narcotics police from
Portland PD
Kapisa,
We are not
Balkh,
Charlie
and
Vetter
Nimruz
units.
provinces. The deputy added that some drugs such as hashish, drug tablets, and other types of drugs were also recovered from the detainees.
We are
That's all
not
for
that
tonight.
call.
Thank you so much for watching. Have a good night.
ساتوی پسروینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور
A real shooting took place behind Lucerno's. No, you are not. We are not that call.
پسروینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور ساتوی پسروینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا کور دا د باتورانو.
Good evening. Today is Tuesday, December 17, 2024. I'm Suleiman Talash and you are watching RTA News.
LPD,
Maulavi Abdul
Portland
Kabir,
PD
the
dispatch
political
call.
deputy of the Prime Minister, met with the heads of the jihadi madrasas of Panjshir and
A
Paktia
real
provinces.
shooting took place
Sheikh
behind
Masihullah,
Lucerno's.
the head
No
of
cops
Panjshir Jihadi
showed up in
Madrasa,
person.
and Sheikh Talib Jan Adib, the head of Paktia Jihadi Madrasa, informed the political deputy of the Prime Minister about their affairs and developments, and noted that the jihadi madrasas are in an excellent position in terms of attracting students
Yes, we
and
have
providing
many
excellent
wheels.
teaching. The head of Paktia Madrasa said that due to the
Whatever,
cooperation
thanks
of
for
the people
nothing.
and the support of the Islamic Emirate, all educational centers in the province along with the jihadi madrasa are functioning well. The head of the Panjshir Jihadi Madrasa also expressed his happiness over the resolution of several problems in the jihadi madrasas in the province, and the level of attraction of Panjshir Jihadi Madrasa will
We are
increase
not
in the
dispatch
future.
radio
Maulavi Abdul
traffic.
Kabir praised the activities of the jihadi madrasas and said that the Islamic Emirate supports all educational centers for the better future of the country, and efforts are underway
The
to
location
develop
coordinates
them.
is something you will have to pay for.
Qaridin Muhammad Hanif, the Minister of Economy, met with the
I
Director of
am-
the Oman Chamber of Commerce
We are-
and Investment and discussed
We are
strengthening
not that
economic
call.
and trade relations between the two countries. In this meeting, Mr. Hanif stated that considering the economic-oriented policy of the Islamic Emirate, it has created the necessary opportunities and facilities to attract domestic and foreign investments in various sectors. On the other hand, the Director of Oman Chamber of Commerce and Investment shared his
LPD,
information with the
Portland
leadership
PD
of the
dispatch
ministry
call.
about the solar energy production plan and expressed
are not
his
that
interest
call-
in investing in this
I am
sector.
a tactical asset computer
Maulavi
system.
Sadr Azam Osmani, Deputy Minister of Agriculture, Irrigation and Livestock, met with officials of Afghan aid Tilo concerned and action-aid organizations. Mr. Osmani stressed the need to implement projects in coordination
We
with
don't
the
care
ministry's
about your units.
officials. Meanwhile, Charles
Currently
David, head of the
refueling
Afghan
for
Aid
sustenance.
organization, stressed the importance of development projects, adding that
I am
partner
a
organizations
tactical
will
asset
implement
computer
various
system.
programs more effectively for farmers in Afghanistan. The Ministry of Energy and Water says that the first phase of the maintenance and monitoring of the
PLPD,
Kharwar Dam
Port 1
in Logar
PD
province
dispatch
has been
call.
completed for 30,999,992 Afghanis. According to the ministry, the dam can store 11.1 million cubic meters
We
of
are
water,
not that
generate
call.
362 kilowatts of electricity, and irrigate 2,155 hectares
Okay,
of
we
land.
need fuel for sustenance.
During his visit to Kandahar province, Abdul Qahir Haji Idris, the Director General of the National Statistics and Information Authority, and his accompanying delegation visited various departments of the Provincial Statistics and Information Authority. During this visit, recommendations were made to Maulavi
We are
Nur
not-
Ahmad Saeed, the new
We are
Director of
not that
Statistics
call.
and Information of Kandahar province, and other officials to be honest in their work and treat people well. Discussions were also held on creating more facilities for the residents of the province and resolving the problems of the people in the field of population
We are not
registration.
Stripes
A
calls.
cooperation agreement worth $698,547 was signed between the National
We are not
Disaster
the
Management
microwave
Authority
radio
and the
on that
Norwegian Committee for
whatever
Afghanistan.
thanks for
Mr.
nothing.
Tarabi, the director of the National Disaster Management Authority, welcomed the delegation and said that the institutions should speed up their work so that the needy can benefit from assistance promptly. Insan Fakiri, the acting director of the Norwegian Committee, said that they will continue their work and assistance without delay. He added that they are working on ongoing projects in 12 provinces. It's worth mentioning that
Okay,
according
are you
to the
coming
agreement,
over later?
1,630 needy families in Parwan, Panjshir, and Badakhshan provinces will
PLPD, Port
receive
1
A real shooting took
assistance
place
after
behind
a
Lucerno's.
survey.
No cops showed up
In
in
a
person.
statement, the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development said that the topographic
LPD,
study
Port 1
process
PD
for a
dispatch
residential
call.
Okay.
township to be built for foreign diplomats
I
in
am
the
a
Dar al Aman
tactical
area of Kabul city
We
has
are
been
not that
completed.
call.
The statement added that this township is being
LPD,
built for
Port 1
foreign
PD
diplomats
dispatch
at the
call.
request of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. This township is planned to be built on 371.5 acres of land in Dar al Aman
police-
area.
We are
The
not.
Food and Agriculture Organization of
We
the
are
United
not-
Nations says that it will
We are
dig
not
2
that
million
call.
trenches in Afghanistan by 2024. The organization said in a statement on its X page that the trenches aim to control floods and snow, conserve water
Whatever,
resources,
thanks for
prevent
nothing.
soil erosion, and ecological
clear from the
reconstruction in Afghanistan.
We are
have
not
more
Charlie
details in the report.
We are not Radio High
The
now.
United
You are
Nations
on
Food
point.
and Agriculture
LPD,
Organization to
Port 1.
dig about 2 million trenches in Afghanistan by 2024.
I am a
These trenches
tactical
are dug
asset
for the
computer
purpose of
system.
controlling floods and snow,
LPD,
conserving
Port 1
water
PD
resources,
dispatch call.
preventing soil erosion,
I am a
and ecological
tactical
restoration.
We
The
are
purpose
not
of digging
that
these
call.
trenches is to control floods and snow, preserve water resources, prevent soil erosion, restore the environment, and create short-term employment, which has changed the landscape and improved groundwater management.
Meanwhile, officials from the Ministry of Agriculture, Irrigation and Livestock say that in cooperation with aid organizations and the Ministry Development Fund, they have been able to dig ditches and trenches in different provinces to prevent floods and strengthen groundwater.
The Ministry of Agriculture, in coordination and cooperation with the development budget of the donor organizations, has taken necessary steps to build dams in various provinces for the purpose of managing seasonal water and to dig up land to prevent floods and soil erosion.
The United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization has already dug more than 8 million trenches in various parts of Afghanistan. An agreement worth 1.8 million US dollars has been signed between the Technical and Vocational Education Authority and 20 domestic institutions. According to officials, according to the agreements, these institutions will implement and operate projects in the country through short-term programs to improve food security. Let's see more. The Technical and Vocational Education Authority and 20 domestic institutions have signed a cooperation
Okay, we
agreement
need
worth
fuel for
1.8
sustenance.
million US dollars. According to
LPD,
officials of the
Portland
Technical
PD
and
dispatch
Vocational
call.
Education Authority, the Islamic Emirate is committed to training qualified personnel youth in the country in various fields for the society.
We are not that call.
The total cost of this project is $1.5 million, of which contracts worth $1.8 million is signed with 20 national institutions today. The project will be completed within the next 5 months.
I am listening to voice comments right now.
Officials say that according to these agreements, the
We are
cooperating
not Delta
institutions
Vetter
will
units.
implement and operate projects in poverty reduction and providing employment through short-term educational programs.
Food and families and communities. Second, economic growth through skills and employment creation for youth. Third, improved nutrition for vulnerable groups. Fourth, creating sustainable employment opportunities for youth.
LPD, Portland PD dispatch call.
Officials from the relevant
We are
institutions
not
say that
dispatch
they
radio.
will implement the
We are
projects
not
in the
that
country
call.
as promised.
The goal of
LPD,
this
Portland
agreement is to
PD
increase
You
dispatch
are
call.
not Heath.
of the houses so that there are people
We
in
are
them
not
who can
that
educate
call.
them and introduce them to the community and do good things in the community.
It's worth mentioning that since the Islamic Emirate regained power,
See you later,
the Technical and
HEB.
Vocational Education Authority has provided thousands of young people with vocational
Okay,
and
we need
professional
fuel
education in
for
various
sustenance.
fields and presented them to the society after training. And the final one is that the Afghan Red Crescent Society says that they have provided health services to more than 20,000 people in Kabul province over the past month. According to the society, these services have included vaccinations, providing health services to children, nutrition, dressing the wounded, and various other services in the province for children, men, and women. That's all for tonight. Thank you so much for watching. Stay with us to stay updated. Have a good night.
See you later 104 radio program. We are clear from radio units.
Good evening. Today is Monday, December 16, 2024. I'm Suleiman Talash and you are watching RTA News. Maulavi Amir Khan Muttaqi, Foreign Minister, his Turkmen counterpart Rashid Muradov, and a delegation visited Tapi pipeline on the Afghan-Turkmen border. During the meeting, the two sides discussed the extension of the railway along Tapi, the construction of railway depots in Torgunday, the transmission of optical fiber, and visa and transportation facilities for Afghans. Economic analysts say that with the implementation of the Tapi project, Afghanistan will receive an annual revenue of $400 million as well as a large amount of gas, and completion of this project will strengthen regional security. Let's see more in this report. Maulavi Amir Khan Muttaqi, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Islamic Emirate, met with the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Turkmenistan on the Afghanistan-Turkmenistan border on December 15. In addition to visiting the Tapi pipeline project in Afghanistan, they discussed the development of railways, fiber optics, electricity, and visa and transport facilities for Afghans.
In addition to reviewing the operational aspect of the TOPI project, the meeting also discussed the extension of the current railway, the construction of railway station in Turkmenistan, the transmission of the optical fiber, and the transportation sectors between Turkmenistan and Afghanistan, as well as visa and consular facilities.
We are not that
Economic
call.
analysts say that the completion of the TOPI project will ensure regional security and Afghanistan will receive millions of dollars in annual revenue in addition to gas.
Afghanistan can earn 400 million annually in transit rights through the implementation of the TOPI project through Afghanistan to Pakistan and India. In the first 10 years, it will earn 0.5 billion cubic meters of gas. In the next 10 years, it will earn 1 billion cubic meters of gas. And in the third 10 years, it will earn 1.5 billion cubic meters of gas. The TOPI project is considered one of the largest national projects in Afghanistan. Upon completion,
A real
this
shooting
project can
took
help
place
improve the
behind
economic situation and
Lucerno's. No
employment.
cops
In
showed
addition,
up in
if
person.
this project is carried out in a favorable and correct manner, it will also be effective in
In this meeting, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of
LPD,
Turkmenistan
Portland PD
informed
dispatch
Afghan
call.
side about the progress, acceleration, and plans of the TOPI project in Afghanistan. Both
We are
sides
not
agreed
that call.
their technical teams will continue their
LPD,
meetings to accelerate
Portland.
the TOPI project, develop the railway, simplify visa and transport processes.
You
and
cannot
promote
control
economic
Heath with
cooperation.
hashtags that activate
LPD,
radio
Portland
recording
PD dispatch
transmissions.
call.
According to a report by the China Daily newspaper,
We are
China's
not
deputy
dispatch
permanent
radio.
representative to the
We
United
are not
Nations,
that call.
Yang Shuang, called the freezing of Afghanistan's assets an illegal and unilateral measure and called for the unconditional release of these assets. Mr. Shuang also called on relevant countries to support the efforts of the Islamic Emirate to improve the economic situation and the lives of the people of Afghanistan. Nuruddin Azizi, the Minister of Industry and Commerce, met with Gaziz Agbasov, the new Kazakh ambassador to Kabul, to discuss the visit of a high-level delegation from that country to Afghanistan. During the meeting, the Ministry of Industry and Commerce said that the Kazakh ambassador expressed his country's interest in investing in Afghanistan's mining and transport sectors. On the other hand, Mr. Azizi emphasized the implementation of commitments made between the two countries and assigned a technical team to prepare for the Kazakh delegation's visit. And also, Nuruddin Azizi, the Minister of Industry and Commerce, met with the Deputy Chairman of Oman Chamber of Commerce and Industry to discuss increasing trade between Afghanistan and Oman. The Ministry of Industry and Commerce said that during the meeting, discussions were held on Oman's investment in Afghanistan mines, the establishment of an international laboratory company related to minerals, and the establishment of a joint chamber of commerce between the two countries. The Afghan Electricity Company announced the reconnection of electricity imported from Uzbekistan and Turkmenistan to the country. According to the company, the imported electricity from Uzbekistan has been cut off in Balkh, Samangan, Parwan, Panjshir, Kapisa, Kabul, Nangarhar, Laghman, Paktia, Logar, Khost, Maidan Wardak, Ghazni, and Baghlan provinces due to
We are not
storm,
the
but it was
microwave radio
successfully
on that bus.
reconnected. Mullah Nuruddin Torabi, head of the National Disaster Management Authority, met with representatives of DRC and Darman institutions to assign memorandums of understanding on joint cooperation.
We are
with
not the fire
them.
department.
In these meetings, Mr. Torabi, while appreciating the activities of the partner institutions in the country, added that partner institutions should increase their level of assistance to people in need, considering the arrival of the cold season. After the completion of the basic parts and testing of the construction materials in the laboratory, the asphalting work of the new road from the airport avenue to customs area began. According to the head of the infrastructure project supervision of the Kabul municipalities programs and projects management department, this road, which is 2,794 meters long and 60 meters wide, is currently asphalting on line of 2 kilometers
Corpus, Christi
long.
Fire
This
Department,
road is
EM,
under
Esther
construction,
Driscoll, Paul.
including curbs, canals, sidewalks, flower beds, bicycle lanes, lights, road markings, traffic signs, and other parts of the standard road, which will provide many facilities. The Disaster Management Directorate of Nangarhar Province, in coordination with the International Organization for Migration, has begun distributing cash and non-food assistance to 1,817 refugees from various districts of the province and the capital Jalalabad who have been affected by the disasters. On the first day of the distribution, 394 families were assisted in the Garikhel district, and it is expected that this series will be completed by December 19. The reconstruction of 15 schools and madrasas at a cost of more than 10 million Afghanis in 12 districts of Paktia province was completed and put into use. The Ministry of Education says the construction of these educational centers began 3 months ago from the ministry's budget. The Kabul Provincial Disaster Management Directorate distributed food and non-food items to 209 affected and needy families in Istalif district. In this aid, each family was provided with flour and rice as well as a number of other essential items. The ones who received the assistance thanked the officials from the service, prayed for their well-being, and requested more assistance. Mullah Nuruddin Torabi, Director of the National Disaster Management Authority, met with the Director of the International Islamic Welfare Foundation and signed a Memorandum of Understanding on the joint cooperation with him. Based on the Memorandum of Understanding, the aforementioned foundation plans to implement 60 small and medium-sized risk reduction projects, including retaining walls and check dams in Laghman and Kunar provinces. The General Directorate of the Municipal Affairs Reform says that a new building for 11 districts of municipality in Mazar-e-Sharif city has been constructed and put into use for 8.5 million Afghanis. The construction cost of this two-story and basic building was paid from the development budget of the Mazar-e-Sharif municipality. Naseeb Khan, the Executive Director of the Afghanistan Cricket Board, met with the Secretary General of the Abu Dhabi Sports Council UAE. During the meeting, the two sides discussed bilateral cooperations in the field of cricket, further development of cricket in the region, and implementation of construction affairs for Afghanistan cricket. As a result of the rescue team's efforts, 22 workers who were trapped under rubble in a coal mine in the Raisov Payan district of Samangan province have been rescued. According to the spokesman for Samangan Provincial Office, all the workers who were trapped under the rubble after the mine collapsed in the province since yesterday evening were rescued after 24 hours of efforts by the rescue team. And the final one is that officials from Helmand province said that 6 people, including women and children, were killed in a road accident in Babaji district of the province. On the other hand, 1 person was killed and 1 more was injured in a road accident in Yakaulang district of Bamiyan province. That's all for tonight. Stay with us to stay updated. Thank you so much for watching. Have a good night.
ساتوی پسروینو داد شهیدانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور ساتوی پسروینو داد شهیدانو کور داد کور داد باتورانو کور.
What? We are not the fire department.
ساتوی پسروینو داد شهیدانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور ساتوی پسروینو داد شهیدانو کور داد کور داد باتورانو.
Good evening. Today is Sunday, December 15, 2024. I'm Suleiman Talash and you are watching RTN News. Mullah Abdul Ghani Baradar Khan, the Economic Deputy of the Prime Minister, met with Sheikh Ziaur Rahman Madani, the Governor of Logar Province, and Maulavi Muhammad Anwar Din Parwar, the Deputy Governor, during his visit to the province. The media office of the Logar Province said that during this meeting,
A
Mr.
real
Madani
shooting
shared
took
the
place
problems
behind
of the residents
Lucharno's.
of
No
province
cops
in
showed up
water
in person.
management, implementation of infrastructure projects, agriculture, and construction of cold storage facilities with the Economic Deputy of the Prime Minister. According to the office, the Economic Deputy of the Prime Minister in this meeting said that the Islamic Emirate is meeting the legitimate demands of all segments of the society by considering the basic and primary needs of the people. The Ministry of Industry and Commerce says that Afghanistan is currently self-sufficient in iron production. In addition to meeting the needs of the domestic market, it exported 60,000 tons of iron to Pakistan last year and 150,000 tons of round bars to Turkmenistan this year. In addition, the Iron and Steel Association says that after the Islamic Emirate regained power for the second time, corruption and smuggling of raw materials have been prevented in customs, due to which 50% of the factories that were stalled have now started working again. More details.
Hello, how are you?
Afghan industry has made significant progress in the past 20 years. And now,
We are
Afghanistan is
not that
self-sufficient in
call.
almost 140 sectors, one of which is the iron production sector. The Ministry of Industry and Commerce says that the Islamic Emirate is committed to the development of the industry, which has started operating 4 new factories in the iron sector in the past year. And Afghanistan has now turned from an importing country to an exporting country in this sector.
Afghanistan and the countries of the region are in the trade with each other. Last year, we exported 60,000 tons of round skewers to Pakistan, and this year we have contracts to export 150,000 tons to Turkmenistan.
In addition, the Iron and Steel Union says that Afghanistan used to import iron worth $1 billion annually, which now not only meets its own needs, but also exports iron to regional countries.
In the past 3 years, the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan's serious attention to production and investment has enabled Afghanistan to produce all its needs through raw materials in the country and export abroad. A country that used to import $1 billion of iron ore annually from abroad, fortunately, it has become an exporting country today.
At the same time, several industrialists also admit that with the advent of the Islamic Emirate, special attention has been paid to the iron and steel sector, and most of its problems have been resolved. But they are seeking more support from the government to further strengthen this sector.
After the political changes in the country, the steel industry in Afghanistan has developed well. This industry was able to have widespread products in this regard, along with importing to foreign countries. This caused to increase in investment opportunities along with employment opportunities. The government should cooperate with us. We want them to help us with the electricity, making new factories and taxes, and to find us an international market.
This is why 43 iron production factories are currently operating across the country, employing 4,000 people.
Muhammad Halim Rafi, spokesman for the National Statistics and Information Agency, said that by the order of the Islamic Emirates leader, Maulavi Nur Ahmad Said was officially introduced as the new director of the Provincial Statistics and Information Agency and began his duties. Maulavi Nur Ahmad Said previously served as the accountant editor of Kandahar. The Ministry of Labor and Social Affairs reports that since the beginning of this year, work licenses have been distributed to nearly 80,000 people, of which about 3,000 were foreign citizens. The spokesperson for the ministry says that these people have been employed in government departments, the private sector, national and international institutions, and companies. Let's see more in this report. Efforts of the Ministry of Labor and Social Affairs to provide work opportunities for citizens in the country.
PD dispatch
Recently,
call.
the spokesperson of the Ministry of Labor and Social Affairs said that
We
since
are
the
not
beginning
that
of
call.
this year, work licenses have been distributed to nearly 80,000 foreign citizens and nationals in the country, and these people are working in government departments, the private sector, and the national and
I
international
am a
institutions.
tactical aspect. We are not stripes calls.
Of this number, There are nearly 3,000 foreigners. Of course, in those sectors where there is a need for work and if there is no technical workers in the country in these sectors, with the approval of the Ministry of Labour and Social Affairs, employees from abroad will be brought to Afghanistan in the private sector and employ them based on the principle of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan and obtain work permits from the Ministry of Labour and Social Affairs.
The spokesperson for the ministry urged that they are trying to provide work opportunities to more people in the country next year.
With the implementation of the programs of the Ministry of Labour and Social Affairs, I can say that this number will increase even more next year. And with the implementation of the commitments made at the National Labour Conference, more countrymen, especially young people, will be provided with employment opportunities in emergency offices, private sector and institutions.
On the other hand, a number of citizens
You
of
are
the
not
country
Johnny.
are calling on the Islamic Emirate to provide employment opportunities for young people in various sectors.
Yes, the tactical asset system is
There is
active.
work in Afghanistan. The youth should not live here because Afghanistan needs the youth and youth should work in Afghanistan and develop the country. Our hope as the Ministry of Labour and Social Affairs is to provide employment opportunities to the people, and we also hope that the youth will do it honestly because this is our country.
According to the spokesperson for the Ministry of Labour and Social Affairs, the number of work licenses distributed to citizens and foreign nationals will reach about 100,000 by the end of this year. Mullah Bakhtur Rahman Sharafat, Deputy Minister of Finance and Administration of the Ministry of Public Health, visited Ghazni province to inspect the provision of health services at the regional hospital and the progress of the construction work of the new regional hospital in that province. In this meeting, Mr. Sharafat stated that with the completion of this hospital, many of health problems of the local people in neighboring provinces will be solved and patients will be treated in a standard manner. Maulavi Ataullah Umari, Minister of Agriculture, Irrigation and Livestock, met with a number of farmers, livestock breeders and
Solar
traders
is
from
great
different
for power
provinces
production.
of the country. According to the ministry, during the meeting they shared their problems with the Minister of Agriculture, Irrigation and Livestock, who assured them that their problems would be addressed.
We are not the fire.
The Kandahar Provincial
We are
Government's
not
Media
that
Office
call.
said that the United Nations Under Secretary General for Political Affairs met with Muhammad Sadiq Inqilabi, the Kandahar Deputy Governor, during her visit to
See you
province.
later
According to the
104
affairs,
radio
it expressed
program.
confidence in the meeting that the alternative
We are
poppy
not that
cultivation
call.
project in the province by
You are
several
not
UN
Heath.
organizations will be successfully implemented in 2025. Meanwhile, the Kandahar Deputy Governor has called for an increase in infrastructure and employment projects.
Solar
in
is
the
great
province.
for power. A real shooting took place
The Afghan
behind
Red Crescent
Lucharno's.
Society
No
reports
cops showed
providing
up
health
in
services to
person.
nearly 7,000 people in Maidan Wardak province.
We are not
According
that
to the
call.
Red Crescent Society, these services have been provided by the Afghan Red Crescent Society in various sectors for women
We
and
are
men
not Adam
in different
Vector
parts of the
units.
province over the past month. The Nuristan Public Health Department has taken an exam from 104 positions for 600 candidates. Dr. Khanagha Hanafi,
What?
the Deputy Director
are
of the
not
Nuristan
people on
Provincial
bikes.
Public Health Department, said that 600 candidates were examined transparently for 104 professional, managerial, and service positions for the provincial 100-bed hospital, the Public Health Department hospital, the 20-bed hospital for drug addicts, and the Intermediate Medical Institute. The Deputy Governor of Nuristan, Maulavi Faisal Mukhtar, assured that test participants that the right would be given to the rightful holder, and the winner of the highest score would be declared successful for these positions so that qualified and talented people could be appointed.
I am a tactical asset computer system.
With various criminal offenses in different provinces of the country. According to the ministry, the arrested individuals were from Nimroz, Saripol, Takhar, Badakhshan, and Laghman provinces and were arrested by the ministry's personnel on charges of criminal offenses, robbery, and murder.
I am a tactical asset
And the final
computer
one is that
system.
the Meteorological Department of the Ministry of Transport and Civil Aviation has forecast heavy snowfall and rain in Herat, Farah, Badghis, Faryab, Ghor, Saripol, Jawzjan, Balkh, Samangan, Bamiyan, and Daikundi provinces today, Sunday, December 15. The department has also forecast strong winds in Farah, Herat, and Balkh provinces, including the Salang. And that's all for tonight. Thank you so much for watching. Stay with us to stay updated. Have a good night.
Whatever thanks for nothing.
شهیدانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور ساتوي پسرو وینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا
Good evening. Today is Saturday, December 14, 2024. I'm Suleiman Talash and you are watching RTA News.
A real shooting took place behind Lucerno's. No cops showed up in person.
Nabi Association Sheikh Dr. Muhammad Al-Saghir has sent a message of condolences to Amir al-Mu'minin Sheikh Hibbatullah Khunzada Hafazahullah on the martyrdom of Khalilur Rahman Haqqani, the Minister of Refugees and Returnees Affairs. The great religious scholar of Egypt called the martyrdom of the great Mujahid Khalilur Rahman Haqqani a great loss and prayed to God to grant him a high position. Mullah Abdul Ghani Baradar Akhund, the economic deputy of the Prime Minister, said that the unity and mutual respect among the officials of the Islamic Emirate is a strong step on the face of the enemy. According to him, no matter how much negative propaganda the enemy uses, it cannot create distance and
Radio High now. You are
between the
on point.
officials of the Islamic Emirate and the people. We have more in the report. Mullah Abdul Ghani Baradar Akhund, the economic deputy of the Prime Minister of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan, while participating in the
A real
funeral
shooting
ceremony
took
of
place
Khalilur
behind
Rahman Haqqani,
Lucerno's.
said,
No
"Stay
cops
alert
showed
and do
up
not
in
fall
person."
for the enemy's negative propaganda and maintain your unity against this enemy's effort as in the past and work together for the development and sustainability of the government.
He was a fortunate and a certainly very wise man. May God grant us all such martyrdom. All of his family members who are martyred, we
See
are proud
you
of
later.
such bravery and
104
martyrdom.
radio
The economic
program.
deputy of the Prime Minister said that Khalilur Rahman Haqqani was a strong mujahid and a true servant of the people, and called his martyrdom an irreparable loss for the Islamic Emirate.
We are not people on bikes.
Inshallah, we will not believe whatever the world says. I swear to God, I have said this before. When I see a leader, I'm very happy. This means that there's love and
We
respect
are
between
not
us and our
Charlie
leaders.
Vector
Don't
units.
listen to anyone's words. Don't spoil your thoughts.
It's worth mentioning that since yesterday, in addition to many leaders of the Islamic Emirate, thousands of people from all over the country and from different tribes have traveled to Paktia province for the funeral ceremony of martyr Al-Haji Khalilur Rahman Haqqani. The Ministry of Justice of the Islamic Emirate announced the signing of 7 laws after the Islamic Emirate regained power in the country. According to the ministry, these laws, which include the law of the General Presidency of Decrees, the law on the restitution of Emirate lands, the law on hearing complaints, the law on the collecting of beggars, the law on currency exchange, the propagation of virtue and prevention of vice, and the law on industrial and commercial places have been published in official gazette after being signed by the leader of the Islamic Emirate. Maulavi Abdul Manan Haqqani, the head of the Urban Violation Prevention Department of the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, said that his technical team traveled to Saripol province. Mr. Haqqani said that the team met with Maulavi Khal Muhammad Haqqani, the Deputy Governor of Saripol Province, the Mayor of the province, and officials of the districts. During the meeting, the relevant team discussed the purpose of their visit, including familiarizing themselves with the Urban Violations Department, monitoring projects, implementing the plan, and establishing greater coordination and cooperation between the Housing and Urban Development Department and other relevant departments and institutions.
Solar is
The
great
Ministry
for
of
power
Energy and Water
production.
says that the officials from a Turkish company called Magma expressed their interest in investing in energy production in Afghanistan during a meeting with Mullah Abdul Latif Mansour, the Minister of Energy and Water. According to the ministry, Mr. Mansour welcomed the company's readiness to invest in energy production in Afghanistan and assured them
A
of all
real
kinds
shooting
of
took place
cooperation.
behind
The
Lucerno's.
United
No
Nations
cops
Development
showed
Fund
up in
has
person.
announced the Swedish International Development Cooperation Agency has donated $9 million to the people of Afghanistan. Meanwhile, the Ministry of
LPD,
Economy of the Islamic
Portland
Emirate
PD
welcomed
dispatch call.
the Swedish aid, saying that the aid will be used in humanitarian sectors and meeting the needs of the Afghan people. More details.
We are not that call.
The United Nations Development Fund said in a statement on its X page that the Swedish International Development Corporation
You
Agency
are
has
not
provided
Heath.
$9 million in aid to the people of Afghanistan.
That radio
This
program
important
is
support will
not
help
in our
Afghan
area.
social groups find sustainable solutions to existing challenges with strength and hope for the future.
Meanwhile, the Ministry of Economy of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan, while appreciating the aid of Sweden, said that the aid will be used in the humanitarian sectors
I am
and meeting the
a
needs of
tactical
Afghans.
asset computer system.
This aid will be used in humanitarian sectors and to meet the needs of the Afghan people. Our demand is that the aid to the Afghan people be increased.
Meanwhile, the National Disaster Management Authority says that it has provided assistance to more than 130,000 families in different provinces this year in cooperation with donor
We are not
organizations.
Delta Vector units.
So far, we have reached approximately 130,000 compatriots since the month of Hamel with the cooperation of organizations, and we had a plan to reach all provinces before the arrival of winter. And according to the plan, we have delivered food, tents, and clothing to them.
LPD,
Recently,
Portland PD
Sweden and Bulgaria
dispatch call.
assisted several citizens through aid organizations on Thursday.
Engineer Gulbuddin Hekmatyar attended the funeral of Khalilur Rahman Haqqani in Paktia
We are not
province.
that
Mufti
call.
Abdul Mateen Khane, Interior Ministry spokesman, said in a statement that Engineer Gulbuddin Hekmatyar prayed for the martyrs and expressed his condolences to Khalifa Sirajuddin Haqqani, Interior Minister of the Islamic Emirate. The Ministry of Education says that the construction work has begun on 2 schools worth 12 million Afghanis in Tarway district of Paktika province. According to the ministry, the school buildings will have 8 classrooms, a perimeter wall, a clean drinking water system, and other necessary facilities. Based on the agreement signed by the National Disaster Management Authority of Badghis province with the IRC organization, the Badghis Disaster Management Department, in coordination with the Provincial Disaster Management Department, distributed cash assistance for food items to 485 affected families. In this series, 5,400 Afghanis were distributed to each family. And the final one is that the High Commission for Refugees and Returnees reports that more than 100 families have returned to Afghanistan from Pakistan and Iran. According to the Commission, the families returned to the country via Spin Boldak Port in Kandahar, Islam Qala in Herat, and Nimroz. The Commission also added that the cash and non-cash assistance has been provided to the returnees. And that's all for tonight. Thank you so much for being with us. Have a good night.
توی پسرو وینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور ساتوي پسرو وینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا کور دا د باتورانو کور.
Good evening. Today is Friday, December 13, 2024. I'm Suleiman Talash and you are watching RTA News. Dr. Muhammad Naeem, the ambassador of the Islamic Emirate to Qatar, participated in the Darbul Sai cultural exhibition at the official invitation of the Ministry of Information and Culture of that country. The Afghan embassy in Doha says that various types of historical and cultural artifacts from Qatar are displayed in this exhibition. The Hamas Islamic movement in Palestine has expressed its condolences to the Afghan government over the martyrdom of Khalilur Rahman Haqqani, the Minister of Refugees and Returnees Affairs in Kabul. The Hamas movement called the explosion on Khalilur Rahman Haqqani a terrorist attack and strongly condemned it. The movement expressed its solidarity with the Afghan people in this grief and offered
we are not people on bike.
And sympathy
a
to the
real
Islamic
shooting
Emirate,
took place behind Lucerno's.
and the
No
relatives
cops
of the
showed
victims.
up in person.
Previously, Qatar, Iran, Pakistan, Turkmenistan, Turkey, the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, the European Union, and the United Nations Assistance Mission in Afghanistan, or UNAMA, also condemned the attack and expressed their condolences to the Afghan government. And also, the Japanese embassy in Kabul has called the attack on the martyred Khalilur Rahman Haqqani, the Minister of Refugees and Returnees Affairs, a heinous attack, and strongly condemned it. The embassy, while expressing its sympathy with the families of the martyrs, has emphasized the need to stop such terrorist attacks. And several residents of the capital have complained about the old worn-out Afghan banknotes, saying that worn-out money has slowed down their daily activities. But Afghanistan bank officials say that the process of collecting bad money from the market continues. Let's see more in the report.
Worn-out banknotes in the country's markets have caused problems for citizens. Several residents of the capital have complained about the excessive value of Afghan currency, saying that the worn-out currency has slowed down their daily activities. According to them, if the old banknotes are not collected, the problem will not be solved among the people.
The money they give us to exchange for trade, if there is 10,000 Afghani, so the 1,000 is new banknotes and all the rest are old banknotes. There are many old banknotes in Kabul city. If old banknotes are exchanged during buying and selling, customers do not take them, and sometimes even sale is not done.
The spokesman of the Afghanistan Bank said that the process of collecting old currency from the markets is ongoing, and in the past year, nearly 7 billion Afghanis of old currency has been collected from the market.
We are not Charlie
and
Vector
banknotes
units.
are distributed instead.
In
the past year, the Afghanistan Bank has been able to collect over 7 billion Afghanis worth of old banknotes, including all Afghani banknotes, and we ask our dear compatriots to pay full attention to the protection of banknotes in addition to using Afghanis during transaction.
This is why the Afghanistan Bank has conducted dozens of awareness programs through various media outlets in the past 3 years to promote and use the Afghan currency properly.
General hospitals are being built in 318
Cheers.
districts of the country. The Ministry of Public Health says that more than 6 billion Afghanis will be spent on these projects by
We
the
are
decree
not
of Amir
Radio
al-Mu'minin
High now, you are
Hafazahullah,
on point.
the leader of the Islamic Emirate. According to the Ministry of Public Health, the procurement process for these hospitals has begun. 5 hospitals in Logar, Ghazni, and Farah
We are
provinces
not
have
that
been
call.
completed, and their construction will begin soon. The Ministry of Public Health said in a statement that the construction of these
police
hospitals
are
will
not me,
provide
are they
equal
around
and
right
quality
now?
health services to the countrymen.
Whatever, thanks for nothing.
The construction and
The temperature
reconstruction
is
of 15
different.
projects in Khurram and Sarbagh districts of Samangan province worth more than 25 million Afghanis have started with the financial assistance of the United Nations Development Program, or UNDP. through the Rural Rehabilitation and Development Department
We are not the microwave radio
According to
on
the
that
department's
bus.
officials, these projects have created jobs for dozens of people, and with their completion, the environmental problems of hundreds of local families will be solved.
We may have to make a telephone call.
Several businessmen in Coast Province welcome the construction of basic roads by the provincial municipality, saying that the reconstruction of these roads would facilitate investment in the province. They also demand the reconstruction of roads in the province's districts. More details in a report.
The construction and reconstruction of important basic roads in Coast Province by the provincial municipality has been welcomed by businessmen and investors in Coast Province. According to them, the construction and reconstruction of roads will lead to more investment and activities in the province. They add that the security and efforts of the authorities have created a favorable investment environment in the province, so businessmen are more interested in investing in the country.
We are very grateful to the municipality for basically constructing the big and small roads inside and outside the city, and there has been a positive
See you
change
later,
of 70 to
HEB.
80% in our business. We also want more such roads
Whatever,
to be built.
thanks for nothing.
However, several residents of the province ask local officials to pay attention to the
That-
construction and reconstruction of connecting roads.
See you
between the
later,
districts of the province.
104 radio program.
All the roads inside the city
I
were
am
in bad
listening to
condition.
voice
And now
comments
that they
right
have
now.
been reconstructed, it has also prevented diseases and has become a good solution to many other problems. We want such roads that have been constructed in the city to be constructed in remote areas as well, and all the closed roads to be opened. We are happy that every street and every road has become beautiful. May God grant that these construction works will expand further and Afghanistan will develop.
It's worth mentioning that the construction and reconstruction of roads in some districts of the provincial capital worth 93 million Afghans has been started by host municipality and is
A real-
scheduled to be completed within the next 8 months.
A real shooting took
The final
place
meeting
behind
on the
Lucerno's.
1403
No cops
development
showed
plan
up
was
in
held
person.
under the chairmanship of Maulavi Abdul Rashid, the mayor of Kabul. According to the Kabul municipality, the construction of main and secondary roads, sidewalks, canals, bridges, culverts, parks, green areas, street lightnings, purchase of machinery and equipment, design of projects, reconstruction of urban facilities, and new public utility projects are included in the 1403-year development plan. The United Nations Office for Coordination
are
of
not your
Humanitarian
car's
Affairs
radio
or OCHA
traffic.
said that Bulgaria has donated 30,000 euros to the Afghanistan Humanitarian Fund. According to the institution, the assistance of countries in providing a life-saving emergency response in Afghanistan is
A real
vital.
shooting took place behind Lucerno's. No cops
And the
showed
final
up
one
in
is
person.
that the Afghan Electricity Company has announced an increase in power generation at its 3 power plants, Naghlu, Sarubi, and Mahipar. According to the company, these power plants, which operate under the supervision of the Electricity Generation Directorate, have generated about 1,700 megawatts of electricity in 24 hours. And that's all for tonight. Thank you so much for watching. Stay with us to stay updated. Have a good night.
That radio program is not in our area. We are clear from the cops.
شهیدانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور ساتوي پسرو وینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا
Good evening. Today is Thursday, December 12, 2024. I'm Suleiman Talash and you are watching RTN News. Turkish charity foundations have expressed their readiness to implement projects in Afghanistan in the fields
It is
of
not
educational
bloody here
institutions,
at my
clean
current
water
vector.
supply, and assistance to poor people. Representatives of the country's charity foundation said in a meeting with the political deputy of the Prime Minister
a
that the
tactical
Turkish
asset
government
computer
and people
system.
are eager to assist Afghans in various fields. More details in report.
Maulavi Abdul Kabir,
Yes,
the
we have
political
many
deputy to Prime
wheels.
Minister of Islamic Emirate, in a meeting with representatives of Turkish charitable foundations, called the relations between Kabul and Ankara beneficial, and added that the Islamic Emirate is ready to cooperate with Turkish charitable foundations in carrying out its affairs.
The Honorable Political Deputy of the Prime Minister, Maulavi Abdul Kabir, described the relations between Kabul and Ankara as beneficial and important, and called Turkey a friendly country of Afghanistan. The Honorable Political Deputy thanked Turkey for its assistance to Afghans and said that the Islamic Emirate will provide assistance to Turkish charitable institutions in Afghanistan at any level so that they can carry out their works effectively.
In this meeting, representatives of Turkish charitable foundations said that the Turkish people
We
and
are
government
not
are ready
radio
to
high
implement
now,
projects in
you are on
Afghanistan in
point.
the areas of building educational institutions and mosques, providing clean water and helping the poor.
It is not bloody here at my
Turkey
current
is one of the
vector.
countries that has had good economic, political, and military relations with the governments in Afghanistan for decades. In the past 3.5 years, when Afghanistan has been facing economic and political pressures, it has sought cooperation. The fact that they want to cooperate in infrastructure in Afghanistan is a positive step.
Turkey is one of the countries that has provided assistance to Afghanistan in various fields in the past 3 years and has good bilateral political relations with Islamic countries.
The National Hajj Committee held a meeting under the
See you
chairmanship
later,
of Maulavi
100.
Abdul Salam Hanafi, the
A
administrative
real
deputy
shooting
of the
took
Prime
place
Minister.
behind
In this
Lucerno's.
meeting, a
No cops
comprehensive
showed
discussion
up in
was held
person.
on the methods of transporting pilgrims and visitors to the Kaaba, determining the timing of flights, and organizing transportations and banking affairs, and necessary decisions were taken in this regard. The Ministry of Public Works says that Maulavi Muhammad Ishaq Sahibzada, the Deputy Minister of Railways, visited the reconstruction works of Haratan Port and the railway station of this port during his visit to Balkh province. According
Hello,
to the
how
ministry,
are you?
Mr. Sahibzada emphasized the rapid processing of documents and the increase in exports and imports, in addition to the unloading and loading of commercial goods. Mullah Nuruddin Turabi, the director of
The
the
wind
National
is
Disaster
good for
Management
power
Authority,
generation.
met with Muhammad Asif Fulat, the director of the Muslim Hands International Foundation, and his delegation in his office. Mr. Turabi, while welcoming the director of the Muslim Hands International Foundation and his delegation, said that we have always cooperated with organizations so that timely assistance can be provided to needy individuals. He asked all international organizations to assist them in natural and unnatural disasters. Mr. Fulat said that this organization serves people in various fields such as education, health, and various other
We are
projects.
not Charlie Vector units.
In a statement, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Qatar strongly condemned the
Yes, we
attack
have
on
many
Khalilur
wheels.
Rahman Haqqani, the Minister of Refugees and Returnees of the Islamic Emirate, and a number of his associates, and expressed its condolences to the families of the victims and the Islamic Emirate over their martyrdom. The statement said that Qatar is opposed to all forms of violence, terrorism, crime, and political assassination in Afghanistan. In addition to Qatar, the Iranian Foreign Minister and the Organization of Islamic Cooperation also strongly condemned the attack on Khalilur Rahman Haqqani. The United Nations Development Fund says that Norway has donated more than $896 million to help the Afghans. Meanwhile, the Ministry of Economy of the Islamic Emirate welcomes the Norwegian aid, saying that it will be used in humanitarian sector and meeting the needs of the Afghan people. We have more in this report. The United Nations Development Fund,
You are
or
not
UNDP,
Heath.
has announced an additional $896,300 in aid from Norway to Afghanistan.
This assistance supports projects and programs that are helping to improve the lives of people in Afghanistan, especially in the areas of humanitarian assistance, economic stability, and meeting the needs of the people. And this assistance is of great importance in providing vital services to the people.
Meanwhile, the Ministry of Economy of the Islamic Emirate praises Norway's aid and says that the aid will be used in humanitarian sectors and meet the needs of the Afghan people.
The aid will be used in humanitarian sectors and to meet the needs of Afghan people. Our demand is that aid to Afghan people should be increased.
Economic experts believe that donor countries should establish a fund in cooperation with the Islamic Emirate so that it can be spent on infrastructure.
We are not the microwave radio on
Afghanistan
that bus.
can play an important and fundamental role in improving economic infrastructure such as health, agriculture, education, and in addition to various sectors. I think that if this aid is provided in Afghanistan by creating an aid fund that is spent under the guidance of the Afghan government, it can help Afghanistan carrying out reconstruction projects on the one hand, and on the other hand, people will be employed in sustainable work.
In the latest move, Bulgaria has also donated 30,000 euros to the United Nations Humanitarian Affairs Coordinator for Afghanistan. Sardar Ahmad Shakib, the ambassador of the Islamic Emirate to Islamabad, met with Junaid Makdar,
We are not
head
that
of
call.
the Pakistan-Afghanistan Joint Chamber of Commerce and members of the Federation of Pakistan Chambers of Commerce and Industry. The Embassy of the Islamic Emirate in Islamabad said that the meeting discussed trade between Afghanistan and Pakistan, problems in this field, solutions, and other related issues. The Embassy of the Islamic Emirate in Ashgabat says that the Vice President of Turkmenistan and Minister of Foreign Affairs Rashid Mirdaf has awarded the honorary Medal of Makhdum Quli to the Charge d'Affaires of the Islamic Emirate Fazl Muhammad Saber. According to the embassy, this honorary medal was awarded to Mr. Saber during a ceremony in Ashgabat to mark the 300th anniversary of the birth of the famous Turkmen poet Makhdum Quli Faraghi. The Afghan Red Crescent Society reports providing health services to more than 5,000 people in Paktia province over the past month. According to the Afghan Red Crescent Society, these services, which include examinations, giving medicine, dressing the wounded, providing vaccines, and other health services, have been provided in different parts
We are
of
not
the province
that call.
over the last month. And the final one is that an awareness program to prevent air and environmental pollution was held with the participation of representatives from Kabul municipality, religious scholars, the public, youth, and other relevant officials. In this program, officials spoke about the effects of air and environmental pollution and stated that the environmental health and environmental staff of Kabul municipality have been monitoring the installation and operation of smoke purification filters in the central heating and cooling systems of residential and commercial places and will deal legally with violators. And that's all for tonight. Thank you so much for watching. Have a good night.
Solar is great for power production.
Good evening. Today is Wednesday, December 11, 2024. I'm Suleiman Talash and you are watching RTN News. The European Union has emphasized the development of relations with Afghanistan and continued assistance in various fields. The European Union's Special Representative for Afghanistan, in a meeting with the political deputy of the Prime Minister, said that the European Union is trying to provide 45 million euros worth of assistance to Afghan farmers in the field future.
We are clear from radio units.
LPD, Portland PD dispatch call.
The European Union says that it is providing 45 million euros in
We are
assistance
not
to
that
farmers
call.
in Afghanistan in the field of alternative cultivation. The deputy spokesperson for the Islamic Emirate says that the European Union Special Representative for Afghanistan praised
We are
the
not
fight
that
against
call.
drugs and corruption by the Islamic Emirate and promised cooperation in the field of alternative cultivation and treatment of addicts.
The European Union is planning to provide up to 45 million euros in assistance for Afghan farmers to create alternative livelihoods and alternative crops. Mr. Nicholson also emphasized the access of European Union aid teams to all parts of Afghanistan and called on neighboring countries to stop the forced expulsion of Afghan refugees.
During his meeting with the political deputy of the Prime Minister of the Islamic Emirate, this European Union Special Representative praised the progress made in Afghanistan and assured the continuation of the European Union's relations with the Islamic
Hello,
Emirate.
how are you?
The European Union's aid is very important for Afghanistan and it should be spent properly. And at the end, the evaluation report of all of this aid should be shared with people of Afghanistan and international community. So it can be a source of satisfaction and pave the way for more aid. Afghanistan should be helped so that our farmers can benefit from it. And other facilities should be created so that Afghanistan can become more self-sufficient in the agricultural sector.
This is when the Deputy Minister of Agriculture also met with the European Union Special Representative for Afghanistan yesterday and emphasized transparency in the provision of aid in Afghanistan. Dr. Mullah Abdul Wasi, Director General of the Prime Minister's Office, met with the lawyers of the 22nd District of Kabul. In this meeting, the participants appreciating the efforts of the Islamic Emirate in the areas of construction and development
Hello,
shared their
how
problems
are you?
and suggestions in the areas of permission to start construction works in the areas by the municipality, construction of hospitals and clinics, lack
We
of
are not
schools
the
and
fire
teachers,
department.
employment for the people, and creation of security zone in this area.
We are
The
clear
Director
from
General of
radio
the Prime
units.
Minister's Office, on the other hand, the Director General
We are
of the
not
Prime
the
Minister's
microwave
Office
radio
stated
on that
the doors
bus.
of the Islamic Emirates officials are open to
We
all
are not the
Afghans, and
microwave
the
radio
officials do
on
not
that
spare
bus.
any effort in serving the people. Maulavi Nur Jalal Jalali, Minister of Public Health, met with Joe Singh, the Chinese ambassador to Kabul. In this meeting, Mr. Jalali called
A
for
real shooting
China's
took
cooperation
place
in the
behind
field of
Lucerno's.
capacity building
No
of health
cops
workers,
showed up in
equipping
person.
hospitals,
PD,
providing
Portland
training
PD
for
dispatch
capacity
call.
building of internal medicine workers, modernization of Mirwais District Hospital in Kandahar, reform
Hello,
of
how
Mirwais
are you?
Hospital, and treatment of children with heart diseases. On the other hand, the Chinese ambassador said that his country wants to send a team of
Cheers.
doctors to Afghanistan to treat patients with heart problems. Sohail Shaheen, head of the political office of the Islamic Emirate in Qatar, met with the charge d'affaires of the French embassy to Afghanistan. The head of the political office of the Islamic
That
Emirate
radio
called
program
the meeting
is not
productive
in
and
our
added that
area.
the meeting discussed the current situation
Okay,
in
are you
Afghanistan,
coming
the
over
health
later?
sector, NGOs, and the technical needs of Kabul airport. The Ministry of
You
Public
are not
Works says
Heath.
that a delegation led by Maulavi
We may
Muhammad
have to make
Ishaq
a telephone
Sahibzada,
call.
the Deputy Minister of Railways, met with officials from Sogdiana Trans Company regarding the speed of unloading and loading Haratan port. During this meeting, discussions and necessary discussions were made regarding resolving
The
issue
location
of railway
coordinates
wagon
is something you will
congestion
have to
from this
pay
port,
for.
maintaining the operational status of the railway lines,
A real shooting
utilizing
took
the full
place
capacity
behind
of the
Lucerno's.
station,
No
and
cops
speeding
showed
up
up in
unloading
person.
and loading operations. Sogdiana Trans is an Uzbek company responsible for transporting commercial goods through Haratan port under an agreement concluded several years ago. Zabihullah Mujahid, the spokesperson for the Islamic Emirates, said that the National Development Company produced the truck in Afghanistan. On the other hand, economic experts consider the manufacture of vehicles in Afghanistan important, saying that the car industry can create jobs for the youth along with economic growth. Let's see more in the report. The Islamic Emirates steady steps towards self-sufficiency and progress in the country. The second Afghan-made vehicle was unveiled by the National Development Company. Zabihullah Mujahid, the spokesperson of the Islamic Emirates of Afghanistan, said in a statement on his X page that the National Development Company has produced volumetric...
We may have to make a telephone call.
Another example of vehicles was also produced by the National Development Company, which will soon be used inside the country for transportation and cargo. The National Development Company also has other products that will be exhibited soon.
We may have to make a telephone call.
Consider the production of vehicles in the country important and say that the car industry in Afghanistan can create jobs for the youth along with
I
economic
am listening to voice comments right now.
Mainly, before the issue of car manufacturing is raised, the issue of encourage and a motivation for a move towards the machine manufacturing industry is a very strong step.
See,
If the raw materials for this
we
car
are not
manufactured
people
by
on
the National
bikes.
Development Company are sourced from within Afghanistan, it will certainly be considered a good achievement for the automobile industry in Afghanistan. And if this industry is further strengthened than in the past,
Whatever,
and the
thanks
necessary
for
technological
nothing.
facilities are available in the automobile industry in Afghanistan, it could, of course, be a valuable step in terms of economic progress.
On the other hand, citizens welcome the production of cars in Afghanistan and demand the construction of new factories in various sectors to provide jobs for citizens.
It is a matter of pride that, Alhamdulillah, today we are able to build cars and buses, and this is a matter of pride for us. If Afghanistan progresses and develops, ultimately the success of all Afghan people lies in this. Today, they build a car and tomorrow they build other things.
This is when some time ago, the first bus produced in Afghanistan was unveiled by the Islamic Emirate. The Ministry of Communications and Information Technology says that 9 new telecommunication sites have been activated in Herat province, of which 7 are in the center and 2 others are in the districts. The ministry adds that they have considered 550 sites for remote areas of the country, of which practical work is currently underway. Maulavi Matiul Haq Khalais, the Director General of the National Environmental Protection Agency, met with the Deputy Director of the World Food Programme to discuss the organization's plans and the impacts of climate change in Afghanistan. The National Environmental Protection Agency says that it was agreed in the meeting that a joint technical team will develop useful programs to reduce the impacts of climate change. The Ministry of Mothers and Disabled Affairs distributed clothes and blankets to 1,000 widows, disabled and needy people in the districts and sub-districts of Kabul province with the financial support of a welfare foundation. The aid was distributed to the needy people in the presence of Sheikh Abdul Hakim Haqqani, Deputy Minister of Mothers and Disabled Affairs, and a number of other officials. 6 suspects were arrested in connection with the sale, use, and transportation of drugs in Herat province. The Deputy Minister for Counter-Narcotics of the Ministry of Interior Affairs said that these suspects were arrested by the anti-narcotics police from different parts of the province. They added that some drugs such as methamphetamine, hashish, and alcoholic beverages were also recovered. That's all for tonight.
We are not that call.
Good night.
We are not that call. Whatever. A real shooting took place behind Lucerno's. No cops showed up in person.
د شهیدانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور ساتو یې پسرو وینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا کور دا د باتورانو.
Good evening. Today is Tuesday, December 10, 2024. I'm Suleiman Talash and you are watching RTA News. Foreign Minister Maulavi Amir Khan Muttaqi held an introductory meeting with Ali Reza Bigdali, the new Iranian ambassador to Kabul. In this meeting, the Foreign Minister wished Mr. Bigdali success in his work and assured that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs would assist him in effectively implementing relevant matters. Also, in this meeting, the Iranian ambassador said that he intends to conduct high-level delegation visits between the two countries shortly to develop bilateral relations further. The political deputy of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs calls on the citizens of the country to support the current Afghan government. Sher Mohammad Abbas Tanakzai says that ethnic and linguistic prejudice have now disappeared in the country and urged Afghan investors to invest inside the country. Mr. Tanakzai added that several years of war have left Afghanistan behind in progress and stressed that the country must be developed without foreign expectations.
That radio program is not in our area.
Sher Mohammad Abbas Tanakzai, the political deputy of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, says that ethnic and linguistic prejudice has disappeared in the country and urged citizens to support the current government. While speaking at the inauguration of the first phase of the new Kabul project, Mr. Tanakzai also pointed to the fall of the Syrian government, saying that authoritarian regimes would face the stand of the nation.
The result of governments of pressure and force will be the same and they will finally fall. But they will fall in a way that they will be remembered in history with a bad name. The governments of justice and Sharia will always be written in golden letters in history. So let's write our system and government in history of Afghanistan in such a way that future generations will pray for us.
The political deputy of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs urged Afghan investors living abroad to take advantage of the opportunity and invest inside Afghanistan.
I call on Afghans who have capital abroad. It is their duty to bring their capital back to Afghanistan and invest in Afghanistan.
In another part of his speech, he said that we should no longer expect foreigners to develop our country, but Afghans themselves should make the country self-sufficient in political, economic, and security sectors.
Today, in an atmosphere of peace and security, we need to use our arms and brains to build this country.
This is when the Islamic Emirate has implemented major projects in the country without foreign support over the past 3 years. Maulavi Sardar Ahmad Shakib, the ambassador of the Islamic Emirate in Islamabad, met with the Deputy Prime Minister and Foreign Minister of Pakistan, Ishaq Dar, and Muhammad Sadiq Khan, the country's special representative for Afghanistan. The Afghan embassy in Islamabad says that bilateral relations, trade, regional connectivity, the problems of Afghan refugees and students, and various other issues were discussed in this meeting. Nuruddin Azizi, the Minister of Industry and Commerce, met with Aybek Osmanov, Uzbek ambassador in Kabul. In this meeting, both sides discussed the allocation of land for the construction of a cement factory in Samangan province, obtaining licenses for the transfer of necessary machinery and equipment for the implementation of land surveying projects in the northern regions, the development of the Termez International Trade Center, the construction of hospitals and residential facilities, and the expansion of this market towards Afghanistan, as well as the establishment of an international halal exhibition in Termez.
We are not that called.
Nuruddin Azizi, the Minister of Industry and Commerce, met with Uzbek Ambassador Aybek Osmanov.
We are not Charlie Vector units.
In this meeting, the two sides discussed the allocation of land for the construction of cement factory in Samangan province, The acceleration of the
Whatever
implementation of the
thanks
power
for
transmission
nothing.
line, Sarham Al-Khumri project, and its extension to Jalalabad city in Nangarhar province, the development of the
Whatever
Hormuz
thanks
International
for
Trade Center,
nothing.
and several other issues.
دو طرف برامون تخصیص زمین جهته.
The two sides discussed the allocation
A
of
real
land
shooting
for the
took place
construction
behind
of a cement
Lucerno's.
factory
No
in Samarkand
cops
province,
showed up in
obtaining
person.
relevant licenses for machinery and equipment from Uzbekistan to Afghanistan to facilitate geological exploration projects in the northern regions of the country, obtaining Afghanistan's standard certificate for synthetic diesel of Uzbekistan. The arranging of the International Halal Exhibition in Termez was also discussed.
Economic analysts say that the development of economic relations between Afghanistan and Uzbekistan will pave the way for Afghanistan to become a trade bridge between South and Central Asia and strengthen its economic
I
relations
am
with
a
other countries in the
tactical
region.
asset computer system.
Afghanistan can connect to European markets through Uzbekistan. It is also a convenient transit from Uzbekistan to South Asian countries. Therefore,
A real
meetings and
shooting took place
negotiations can
behind
be the
Lucerno's.
interest
No
of
cops
both
showed up
countries.
in person.
This can be good and more important for improving conditions that improve infrastructure projects such as railways, agriculture, and cultural issues.
In this meeting, the Uzbek ambassador invited the Minister of Industry and Commerce to visit Uzbekistan, and it was also agreed that the Prime Minister of Uzbekistan would also visit Afghanistan.
Mullah Nuruddin Turabi, head of the National Disaster Management Authority, met with the head of the ACRO organization and signed a memorandum of understanding for cooperation with this organization. According to the National Disaster Management Authority, in this meeting, Mr. Turabi called on other aid organizations to provide more assistance to this authority in assisting needy and orphaned people in remote and disaster-stricken areas. Maulavi Atiqullah Azizi, Deputy Minister of Culture and Arts of the Ministry of Information and Culture, along with Ajmal Mewandi, Director of the Aga Khan Foundation, visited Chilsatun
Whatever
Garden.
thanks for
During the
nothing.
meeting, Mr. Azizi described Chilsatun Garden as an important part of the country's historical values and assured full cooperation for its preservation. The Minister of Education announced the start of a capacity building workshop for more than 500 academic members of the Northeast Zone Teacher Training and Professional Development in Kunduz Province. The ministry said that the 4-day workshop was held to explain the duties and responsibilities of the academic members of the professional development of teachers in Badakhshan, Takhar, Baghlan, and Kunduz provinces. The construction of 4 analog scales at the customs offices of Balkh, Aqina, and Kunduz provinces was completed and put into use by the General Directorate of Customs of the Ministry of Finance. The Ministry of Finance says that these scales were built for 15 million Afghanis to determine the weight of imported and exported goods. Qari Zainuddin Abed, Nuristan governor, referring to the order of the Prime Minister, tasked the security forces with arresting all those who are engaged in deforestation. Mr. Abed shared the concerns of the people of Kardar and Kamdesh with the participants, stating that several people in the mentioned areas are engaged in deforestation. The governor said that the security forces should prevent this activity sooner and has given full assurance by them. A 100-megawatt solar power generation system is being built in Laghman for the Eastern Zone for $80 million. The delegation for the Ministry of Energy and Water sent to the province said that the first survey of the project has been conducted and a site has been selected in the Mehtarlam Baba Desert for the installation of the system. And the final one is that 11 people were arrested in the connection with the use, sale, and transportation of drugs from 4 provinces of the country. The Deputy Minister for Counter-Narcotics of the Ministry of Interior Affairs said that the suspects were arrested by the anti-narcotics forces from Herat, Kapisa, Nimroz, and Parwan provinces. The deputy said that heroin, drug tablets, and alcoholic beverages were also recovered from the detainees.
We are
And
not
that's all
Charlie
for
Vetter
tonight.
units.
Stay with us to stay updated. Have a good night.
A real shooting took place behind blue journals. No cops showed up in person. We are not Charlie Vector units.
Good evening. Today is Monday, December 9, 2024.
The
I'm
location
Suleiman Talash and
coordinates
you are watching
is something
RTN
you
News.
will have to
The Ministry
pay
of
for.
Foreign Affairs of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan congratulates the leadership and people of the movement on the recent development in Syria, which saw the capital fall into the hands
location
of the Syrian
coordinates
people
is
under
something
the
you will
leadership
have
of
to
the
pay
Hayat
for.
Tahrir al-Sham group.
The Ministry of
We
Foreign
are
Affairs
cleared
Islamic
from
Emirate of
radio
Afghanistan calls
units.
on all parties involved in Syria to adopt a policy of positive interaction and cooperation among themselves and with the current rulers so that Syria can begin its journey towards good governance, security and stability. By adopting a general
The
amnesty
police are
policy
not
without
me,
any
are they
discrimination
around
or
right
retaliation,
now?
they can unite the entire Syrian people and move forward with all countries of the world by adopting a policy that protects Syria from the threat of negative competition from foreign parties. We hope that the process of transferring power will proceed in such a way that, as a result, the foundation stone of an independent and serving Islamic government will be laid by all aspirations of the Syrian people. We hope that the remaining stages of the revolution will be managed in such a way that they will have a peaceful, united and stable government.
We are not under radio
Sohail
controls.
Shaheen, the head of the political office of the Islamic Emirate, has called on
We
the
are not
international
people on
community to
bikes.
help Afghanistan in combating climate change. In a meeting with the German Charge d'Affaires and the Dutch ambassador to Afghanistan in Doha, Mr. Shaheen said that the Afghan people are facing financial and human losses due to climate change. We have more in the report. Sohail Shaheen, head of the political office of the Islamic Emirate in Doha, met with senior diplomats from Germany
are you coming
and the
over
Netherlands
later?
for Afghanistan and discussed humanitarian aid, education, and climate change in Afghanistan. Mr. Shaheen said that the diplomats of the mentioned countries promised him that they would share their demands with their governments in combating climate change.
Every year, the people of Afghanistan face many human and financial losses because of the climate change. While Afghanistan has no role in causing climate change, it is the responsibility of the international community to help Afghanistan prevent or at least minimize its impact.
Meanwhile, environmental experts say that Afghanistan has been affected by climate change, adding that the world, especially industrialized countries, should help Afghanistan in combating climate change.
Climate change should document the effects it has had on Afghanistan so that we can present them to the international community. Climate issues should not be politicized because these issues affect every segment of society. So we are optimistic and want the world not to confuse political issues with climate issues.
This is when it was decided at the 29th United Nations Conference on Climate Change in Azerbaijan that the world's rich and developed countries will allocate $300 billion annually by 2035 to mitigate the effects of climate change in poor countries. Mullah Abdul Latif Mansour, Minister of Energy and Water, introduced Mullah Abdul Hadi Yaqub as the Deputy Minister of Energy of the Ministry to the employees based on the order of the leader of the Islamic Emirate. During the introduction, Mullah Abdul Latif Mansour spoke comprehensively about the importance of the energy sector and emphasized that although activities have been carried out by this ministry in order to develop energy, given the vital importance of energy in the country, more work needs to be done on the development of this sector. Maulavi Nur Jalal Jalali, the Minister of Public Health, met with the head of the World Health Organization in Afghanistan, the representative of the World Bank, the head of the UNFPA, and UNICEF officials in the field of health. The meeting discussed ways to solve the problems in the health sector in Afghanistan, strengthen the health system, attract international assistance in this field, and address the problems of patients.
We may have to make
Education
a
Minister
telephone
Maulavi
call.
Habibullah Agha visited Helmand province to review the education situation. The Minister of Education says that Maulavi Habibullah Agha, while meeting with the teachers and local officials, assured them of building new schools, repairing damaged schools, and solving the problems of shortage of professional teachers in the province. Mullah Nuruddin Turabi, the director of the National Disaster Management Authority, met with the deputy head of UNAMA Economic and Development Affairs in Afghanistan in his office. While welcoming the visiting delegation, Mr. Turabi said that UNAMA has always cooperated with Afghans in humanitarian and technical assistance, for which we are especially grateful and emphasize cooperation in the future. In addition, bilateral cooperations in the field of humanitarian assistance, management in the field of disasters, public awareness of dangers of mines, and mine clearance were discussed. The deputy head of UNAMA Economic and Development Affairs in Afghanistan, while thanking the director of the National Disaster Management Authority, said that the authority has always cooperated with them in natural and unnatural disasters, and what are we doing to remain a partner with this agency. December 9th is the International Anti-Corruption Day. The Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan says that they have fought hard against corruption in the past 3 years and have prevented bribery and corruption in Emirate institutions and contracts. And according to them, efforts are being made to prevent any cases of corruption at the lowest level in order to reduce the level of corruption to zero. Let's see more in the report. December 9th coincides with the International Anti-Corruption Day. Maulavi Hamdullah Fitrat, the deputy spokesperson of the Islamic Emirate, says that the Islamic Emirate has fought against corruption extensively in the past 3 years, and the level of corruption in Emirate institutions has decreased, and they are trying to reduce the level of corruption to zero.
The Islamic Emirate is determined to eradicate the phenomenon of corruption, and a comprehensive fight against corruption is underway until we reduce the level of corruption to zero. Theft and the plunder of the state, and on the other hand, the distribution of positions in exchange for money and corruption in contracts. All of these were the bad legacies of the previous government that are now being reviewed.
Several traders and industrialists say that with the arrival of the Islamic Emirate, the level of corruption in Emirate institutions and customs has decreased to zero, which has prevented investors from fleeing the country and has led many Afghans to repatriate their capital from
We may have to make a telephone call.
With the arrival of the Islamic Emirate and a serious fight against corruption in the administrations and the major reforms that took place in the customs,
We are
50%
not
of our
that
factories
call.
that have been stopped in the Republic due to the corruption and customs problems were deactivated in the Islamic Emirate. With the advent of Islamic Emirate, administrative
We are
corruption
not
has
Charlie
become
Vetter
zero.
units.
The problems that exist in the institutions have been resolved, and we have entered in a new phase.
At the same time, a
See you
resident
later,
of Kabul
Walmart.
also says that with the arrival of the Islamic Emirate, corruption in Emirate institutions have been eliminated, saying that the government should
It
intensify
is not bloody
its
here
fight
at my
against
current
it.
vector.
With the advent of Islamic Emirate, corruption was prevented. Alhamdulillah, administrative corruption
We are
has
not
decreased
that
a
call.
lot since then, but we still ask the authorities to try harder.
This is when the United Nations, in its statement issued on the occasion of
Whatever
International
thing-
Anti-Corruption Day, said that
We
the
are
world
not
is
that
facing
call.
numerous challenges, tragedies, and injustices, many of which stem from corruption, and has encouraged countries to implement anti-corruption
I
laws
attack
and
a
policies
tactical
to
asset
address
computer
these
system.
problems. Majid Sadiqi Dawlatabadi, the head of the Iranian consulate in the Eastern Zone, Maulavi Fazl Hadi Ahmad, the head of the International Relations for Eastern Zone, and a number of other representatives of the consulate discussed a number of issues with Laghman Governor Sheikh Sher Ahmad Haqqani. Mr. Dawlatabadi said that Laghman has produced good results in the agricultural sector due to its abundant water and favorable climate in the Eastern Zone. Therefore, they want to provide their services in the development of agriculture in Laghman. Meanwhile, the Laghman governor expressed his satisfaction with the head of the Iranian consulate in the Eastern Zone, who has plans to serve the people of Laghman in trade, agriculture, and other fields.
Portland PD dispatch call.
And the final one is that the Afghanistan Electricity Company says that the technical problem with imported electricity from Iran on the previous day has been solved and the electricity supply has been restored. According to the company, these problems were resolved through the efforts of the employees of the Afghan and Iranian electricity companies. And that's all for tonight. Thank you so much for watching. Have a good night.
Yes, the tactical asset system. We are not that call. We are not the microwave radio on that bus. We are not that call.
Good evening. Today is Sunday, December 8, 2024. I'm Suleiman Talash.
We are not that call.
Maulavi Abdul Kabir, the political deputy of the Prime Minister, met and discussed with a number of tribal leaders and religious scholars of Logar province. In this meeting, the participants, while declaring their readiness and full cooperation with the Islamic Emirate, called on the Islamic Emirate's leadership to solve the problems in the fields of construction of roads, clinics, dams, and electricity. On the other hand, Mr. Kabir, while recalling the efforts and bravery of the people of Logar province during the years of jihad and resistance, added that the problems and suggestions presented will be addressed. The economic deputy of the Prime Minister of the Islamic Emirate issued a statement saying that many of the findings published by the World Bank on the economic situation in Afghanistan are far from reality and reject them. In this statement, it is said that with the rule of the Islamic Emirate, various projects have been launched in different sectors of the country. The Deputy Prime Minister of Economic Affairs also stressed that the international community should interact positively with Afghanistan with a real understanding of the facts, which will result in further progress. The regular meeting of the economic deputy was held under the chairmanship of Mullah Abdul Ghani Baradar Akhan, the economic deputy of the Prime Minister. The meeting discussed the conditions of DP Worth Company, the visit of the Islamic Emirate delegation to the United Arab Emirates, the report of the electricity company of the Casa 1000 project, and the report of the Ministry of Public Works on the Afghan Trains project, the report of electricity company on Mangay Dam, the electronic driving licenses project, and other important economic issues. According to the economic deputy of the Prime Minister, in addition to taking important decisions, the report of the Afghan Trans project was also sent to the relevant departments for
real shooting took place behind Lucerno's no cop.
The military deputy minister of the Ministry of Propagation of Virtue, Prevention of Voice and Hearing Complaints met with a number of religious scholars from Britain. In this meeting, the religious scholars from Britain said that for years,
took place
Muslims
behind
believed that
Lucerno's
the Islamic
no cops
Ummah was
showed
an
up
orphan.
in person.
But with the advent of the Islamic Emirate, we have gained the assurance that the Islamic Ummah now has a benefactor and they are confident in it. We have more details in the report.
The Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Propagation of Virtue, Prevention of Voice and Hearing Complaints.
I am a tactical asset.
Met the 10-member delegation of the religious scholars.
Yes, I am a computer.
According to the spokesman of the ministry, in this meeting, Sheikh Sayyid Ahmad Shahid Khil welcomed the delegation and said that it was with the help of Almighty Allah in defeating the infidel invasion and the prayers of the spiritual support of the entire Islamic Ummah that Islamic Emirate has completely defeated the infidels in Afghanistan today.
Yesterday, a delegation from Britain met with the Deputy Minister of Military Affairs of the Ministry of Propagation of Virtue, Prevention of Voice and Hearing Complaints. As there was no specific agenda for the meeting, they had several questions about the approved law of the mentioned ministry. Their questions were answered. They expressed great satisfaction with the current situation in Afghanistan, security, and especially the actions of the Ministry of Propagation of Virtue, Prevention of Voice and Hearing Complaints.
Religious scholars from UK said that for years Muslims believed that Islamic Ummah was orphan, but with the advent of Islamic Emirate, they were assured that Islamic
We are
Ummah
not
now
under
has a
radio
protector and
controls.
they are confident in it.
We are
LPD.
They
okay.
promised to explain to the people negative rumors,
We are not that
propaganda,
repeaters
and
radio
reports about
traffic.
approved law of the mentioned ministry outside Afghanistan.
LPD.
And added that
Portland
they
PD
would
dispatch
fulfill
call.
their
I don't think
responsibility
that
in the
program
relevant
is
matter.
appropriate.
They will explain the approved law of the ministry to the people, raise public awareness, and aware the people about the positivity of the mentioned ministry.
Experts consider such meetings and visits to be effective in terms of positive interaction with countries.
The words of scholars from Islamic countries are very effective. What they say about Afghanistan and Muslims in their own countries confirm their words.
According to religious scholars from UK, Islamic Emirate has come through the sacrifices
See you.
and they also have promised the
We
officials
are
of the Islamic
not
Emirate
dispatch
that
radio
they will present the
traffic.
true picture of the Islamic Emirate to the world and inform them of realities of Afghanistan.
Dr. Muhammad Naeem, ambassador of the Islamic Emirate in Doha, participated in the 22nd Doha Forum meeting at the official invitation of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of that country.
Okay,
the meeting was
we
held
need-
in the presence of the leader of Qatar,
I
a
am
number
a
of high-ranking
tactical
officials,
asset
foreign
computer
ministers
system.
of various countries, diplomats, and representatives of different countries. Muhammad Ashraf Haqqanas, spokesperson for the Ministry of Public Works, says that the work underway
We
to
are not that
rebuild
call.
14 mosques along the Kabul-Herat highway at a cost of over
That radio
467.7 million
program is
Afghanis
not
based
in
on
our
the
area.
decree of Amir al-Mu'minin Hafazahullah, the leader of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan. Mr. Haqqanas adds that 6 of these mosques are being built along the Kabul-Kandahar highway and the remaining 8 are along the Kandahar-Herat highway. A coordination meeting with a group of religious scholars on awareness of harms of drugs was held by the Deputy Minister of Counter-Narcotics of the Ministry of Interior Affairs was held. The meeting emphasized comprehensive cooperation in eradicating this evil phenomenon. Let's see more in the report. In a meeting, the Deputy Minister of
We are
Counter-Narcotics
not
of the
stripes
Ministry
calls.
of Interior Affairs considered the importance of raising awareness among the people about the harms of drugs and the role of religious scholars in this.
LPD. Portland.
We are not that. We are not that
The
call.
Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Responsibility also lies in the government.
We are not
We
that
have tried
call.
our best in our duty, and may God give power to all our departments to try even more. We have collected approximately 130,000 addicts. They were treated here and put in
LPD. Portland.
I am
The Director General of Public Relations of the Ministry of
A real
Interior
shooting
Affairs
took place
found
behind
religious
Lucerno's.
scholars
No
considers
cops
the
showed
role
up
of
in
national
person.
media to be very important in the fight against drugs.
How can we have a positive impact on people
LPD,
who are
Portland.
addicted to drugs in our national media and force them to avoid this evil and unpleasant phenomenon?
LPD.
In this
Portland
meeting,
PD
religious
dispatch
scholars,
call.
while calling the existence of this phenomenon a serious challenge for all members of society, emphasized their continued cooperation to eliminate it.
Alhamdulillah. Whatever is the principle and the foundation of the
A
A
Sharia,
real shooting
and the religion
took
of
place
Islam,
behind
or whatever
Lucerno's.
is
No
prohibited
cops
in it,
showed
or
up
whatever
in
is
person.
commanded, we can happily explain.
A real shooting took place behind Lucerno's. No
The fight
cops
against
showed
drugs
up
and
in
anything
person.
that destroys regions has external roots. So this issue should be addressed at international
See
level.
you
The
later,
second solution is
HEB.
what points should be considered at the national level to fight this evil phenomenon.
چی نکاتی را باید ما در نظر بگیریم تا با این پدیده شوم مبارزه کنیم.
In this meeting, participants shared their views,
LPD,
suggestions,
Port 1
and
PD
plans
I
with the
am
leadership
a
of the
tactical
Deputy
asset.
Minister for Counter-Narcotics to seriously
We
fight
are
against
not that call.
drugs. The Mine Action Coordination Department,
You
in
are not
collaboration with
John.
the FA organization,
You are.
conducted a capacity test of
We
the
are
large
not
loop
that
type
call.
ammunition retrieval machine
LPD,
at
Port
the
1
Miss Ainak
PD
project in
dispatch
Logar
call.
province. The results of this test showed
We are
that
not
the machine
dispatch
can
radio
clear an area of about
I am
15,600
a tactical
square meters
asset
in a day.
computer system.
And in areas with fewer
LPD,
obstacles,
Port 1
this
PD.
capacity can be further increased. Police officials of Coast Province headquarters said that they seized several weapons
are
and
not that
ammunition
call.
in the
PD
province.
dispatch
According to the
call.
Ministry of Interior Affairs, the seized weapons and ammunition
We are
include
not
6
that call.
AKM rifles, 9 shotguns, 10 grenades, 300 rounds of
CCPD,
ammunition,
traffic
and
division
other
call.
military weapons.
A real shooting took.
And the final one
We
is
are
that the
not that
Afghanistan
call.
Bank has announced that it will auction $16
We are
million on Monday, December 9.
are not
The bank
that
has
traffic.
invited eligible private bank and exchange companies
are
to
not
participate in the auction.
We have a single
And that's
story
all for
resident
tonight. Thank you so much for being with
A
us.
real
Stay
shooting
with us.
took
Stay
place
updated.
behind the.
Have a good night.
exposures of trees, power lines,
I am a tactical asset computer system.
ساتوی پسروینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور ساتوی پسروینو
That
دا د
radio program is
شهیدانو
not
کور
in
دا
order.
Good evening. Today is Saturday, December 7, 2024. I'm Suleiman Talash and you are watching RTN News. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs, in response to Norway's decision to downgrade diplomatic relations with Afghanistan, says that such decisions should not be linked to the internal affairs of countries. The spokesperson for the ministry emphasizes that
We are
access
not
to
that
consular
call.
services is a fundamental right of every individual and has called on all sides
are
to
not that
prioritize
call.
this principle based on the spirit of international cooperation. On the other hand, some political experts say that instead of reducing
not
diplomatic
that repeaters
relations,
radio
countries
traffic.
should increase their interactions with Afghanistan. Let's see more in the report.
You are not Heath.
The deputy spokesperson for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Islamic Emirates, in response to Norway's decision to downgrade diplomatic relations with Afghanistan, says that such decisions should not be linked to the internal affairs of countries. Hafiz Ahmad Takal adds that access to the consular services is a fundamental right of every individual and has called on all parties to prioritize this principle based on the spirit of international cooperation. The Norwegian Foreign Ministry had previously announced that it would limit its relations with Afghanistan and would not accept the new ambassador of the Islamic Emirate.
The Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan expresses its dissatisfaction with the decision of the royal government of Norway to reduce the level of diplomatic relations. We hope that such decisions will not be related to the internal affairs of countries.
On the other hand, some political experts say that instead of reducing diplomatic relations, countries should increase their interaction with Afghanistan.
Sanctions and severance of relations do not solve problems. Rather, they complicate problems. Countries should use diplomatic methods to resolve problems. I hope that the country of Norway will establish relations with us based on the national interests of both sides, not by continuing systematic pressure. to implement
A
political
real shooting
and
took
trust.
place behind the
This
journals.
is why
No
the
cops
officials
showed
of
up
the
in
Islamic
person.
Emirate have always said that they want positive interaction with all countries of the world. Based on
We
the
are
mutual
not the
respect.
microwave radio on
Maulavi
that
Nida
bus.
Muhammad Nadeem, Minister of Higher Education, and Maulavi Habibullah Agha, Minister of
LPD,
Education,
Portland
addressed a
PD,
large
dispatch
gathering
call.
of teachers and
That
students
radio
during their
program
visit
is
to
not in our
Jamia
area.
Darul Uloom Al Hakimiyya in Kandahar province. The ministers praised the services and efforts of the teachers in their speeches
We are
and
not the fire
recommendations
department.
during this large gathering, and emphasized on the quality and improvement of knowledge. They also provided good and important
The
instructions
temperature
and
is different.
recommendations to the teachers and students. During the meeting, both ministers reminded the teachers and students of their duties and responsibilities in adhering to the implementing the curriculum approved by Amir al-Mu'minin Hafazahullah,
not
the leader
dispatch
of the
radio
Islamic Emirate
traffic.
of Afghanistan. During his visit to Turkmenistan, Dr. Abdul Bari Omar, General Executive Director of the Afghanistan Electricity Company, and his accompanying delegation signed an energy import agreement for 2025. Under this
We don't
agreement,
care about
electricity
your
will
unit's
be
radio
imported
traffic.
from
We don't
Turkmenistan
want
to
to hear
Afghanistan through 4 routes: Andkhui, Aqina, Badghis, and Torgonde Herat.
I am.
Maulavi Sardar Ahmad
The
Shakib,
location
ambassador of the
coordinates
Islamic
is
Emirate
something
of
you
Afghanistan
will
in
have to
Islamabad,
pay
met
for.
with the member of the Senate of Pakistan and former Minister of
You are
Religious
not
Affairs,
Johnny.
Muhammad Talha Mahmood, and discussed the trade relations and investment between the two countries. Meanwhile, the Council of the Islamic Emirate in Karachi, Pakistan, Abdul Jabbar Takhari, discussed
It
with
is
the
not
officials
bloody
of the
here
Chamber
at
of
my
Commerce
current
and
vetter.
investment of that country about further strengthening the trade relations between the two countries and eliminating the existing problems. We have more details in the report. Maulavi Sardar Ahmad Shakib, the ambassador of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan in Islamabad, met with a member of the Senate of Pakistan and former Minister of Religious Affairs, Muhammad Talha Mahmood, and discussed the strengthening of the trade relations between the two countries.
That
Discussions
radio
were held on
program
how
is
a
not in our
mechanism
area.
should be created for this, what advice should be shared, how to strengthen relations between the two sides, and especially progress in trade.
We are not
the
the
trade volume
microwave
between
radio
the
on
two countries
that
has
bus.
decreased due to several sanctions, security
We are
problems,
not
and
that call.
others. At the same time, Abdul Jabbar Takhari, the consul of the Islamic Emirate in Karachi, Pakistan, discussed with the officials of the Chamber of Commerce and Investment of that country about further
real
strengthening
shooting
the
took
trade
place
relations
behind
between the two
Lucerno's
countries and eliminating the existing
You are
problems.
not. We are not that call.
Efforts have been made to eliminate the deflects
You are
in
not
the trade
here.
sector of both sides, so that
We are
trade can
not that
return
call.
to its previous level. There should be a continuity of trade flows, so that trade and non-trade problems
are
can
not
be
Radio
resolved,
High.
and
Now you are
efforts
on
should be
point.
made to separate trade from political
LPD,
affairs.
Portland PD,
On the other
dispatch
hand,
call.
officials of the Pakistan-Afghanistan Joint Chamber of Commerce
are not
and
that
Industry
call.
said that the level of exports from Afghanistan has decreased
We are
this year,
clear from the
and
cops.
asked the relevant officials not to politicize the trade issue. In total, exports have decreased by 16
We
to
are not that
17%
call.
this year. The figures for their imports, which were compiled by the Central Census 6 months ago, have increased by about 10 or 20%. But our exports to them have
Yes,
decreased
strange
compared
is
to
as
last
strange
year
does.
because they imposed restrictions on us. It would be great if we could determine the policy and strategy
not
on
bloody
average
here at my
1 to
current
5
vetter.
years in advance. They should be reviewed annually. According to officials of the Pakistan-Afghanistan Joint Chamber of Commerce and Industries, although
Okay,
exports
we
from
need
Pakistan
fuel
to
for
other
sustenance.
countries benefit both countries, due to some problems, they do not have access to them and are using alternative ways to maintain the value of Afghanistan's exports. The Ministry of Higher Education has announced the creation of 36 new master's degree programs and 11 new doctoral degrees programs in the country's universities this year. According to the spokesperson for the ministry, 26 of the master's degree programs have been created in Emirati universities and 10 in private universities. Maulana Islam Jar, the governor of Herat province, supervised the practical work of the TAPI project in the border area of Afghanistan and Turkmenistan and stressed accelerating the work of the project. According to local officials, the governor of Herat met with the director general of the TAPI project and called it a decisive project for the economic growth of Afghanistan and Turkmenistan. And the final one is that Coast Municipality announces the burning of 3 tons of expired and poor quality food and hygiene products in the province. According to Coast Municipality, these food and hygiene products were collected from the city's markets over the past 3 months and were burned in the presence of a delegation of relevant departments. That's all for tonight. Stay with us to stay updated. Thank you so much. Have a good night.
We are not the microwave radio on that bus.
Good evening. Today is Friday, December 6, 2024. I'm Suleiman Talash and you are watching RTA News. Maulavi Nur Jalal Jalali, the Minister of Public Health, has visited a hospital in Beijing, the capital of China, during his official visit to that country. According to the Ministry of Public Health, this hospital provides traditional and modern health services in an integrated manner in different departments for patients. The ministry added that Mr. Jalali met with several officials from the Ministry of Health of China and also visited some other hospitals. Awazbek Atakhanov, the ambassador of Kyrgyzstan to Pakistan, met with Sardar Ahmad Shakib, ambassador of the Islamic Emirate to Islamabad. The two sides discussed Afghanistan's bilateral relations, historical relations, and commonalities with Central Asian countries, especially with Kyrgyzstan, about opportunities and challenges. The National Statistics and Information Authority says that they are trying to increase the number of electronic ID card distribution centers in the districts. The authority's spokesperson added that currently 79 electronic ID card centers are active in the country, of which 13 are in the districts. On the other hand, some demanding an increase the number of electronic ID card distribution centers in these areas. Let's see more in the report. Some residents of remote areas and districts of the country are demanding the establishment of electronic ID card distribution centers in their areas. They say that if electronic ID card distribution centers are activated in their areas, they will easily obtain ID cards. There are no electronic ID card distribution centers in the remote provinces and areas of Afghanistan, so they should establish these centers there. Perhaps the majority of people will urgently need electronic ID cards. Electronic ID card distribution centers in the districts should be established so that the problems of the people can be solved easily and quickly. On the other hand, the National Statistics and Information Authority says that they are trying to activate electronic ID card centers in remote areas of the country. Currently, electronic ID card centers have been activated in 13 districts. We are trying to start this process in the districts at the country level. Fortunately, in the past few months, we have been able to activate new centers in 13 districts across the country. The countrymen are demanding the electronic ID card distribution centers to be opened for them in remote areas. So, for now, we have established these centers in 13 other districts of the country, and this process is still going on. The spokesperson adds that 10,000 electronic ID cards are distributed to citizens across the country every day. The National Statistic and Information Authority has 79 active branches in 34 provinces across the country. Fortunately, we have also activated a branch outside the country in the United Arab Emirates. Currently, we are able to distribute electronic ID cards to up to 10,000 citizens across the country on a daily basis. According to this authority, the Islamic Emirate has distributed 8.6 million electronic ID cards since the Islamic Emirate regained power for the second time. The Ministry of Communications and Information Technology has mentioned the work process of establishing new telecommunication sites in many areas of the country in the past week. Illegal telecommunication services have been prevented in several regions. In addition, Maulavi Najibullah Hayat Haqqani, the Minister of Communications and Information Technology, held meetings with telecommunications companies to resolve their problems, improve telecommunication services, and register SIM cards in the country. The Ministry of Communications and Information Technology has graduated many students from the educational centers of the provincial departments of Communications and Information Technology in many provinces of the country in the past week and presented them to serve the community. During his visit to Turkmenistan, Dr. Abdul Bari Umar, the General Executive Director of the Afghanistan Electricity Company, and his accompanying delegation visited various parts and equipment of the country's electrical equipment production factory named Aydin Gejalar. During this visit, Mr. Omar praised the efforts of the officials and workers of the factory and added that the factory, which produces various electrical equipment such as poles, wires, bulbs, and other electrical equipment, fully cooperated in this field of purchase and sale. The officials of the factory thanked him and the accompanying delegation for their visit and efforts and assured them of all-round cooperation. Several residents of the capital have complained about the increase in electricity shortages during the cold season, saying that the lack of electricity has caused them many problems. At the same time, officials of the electricity company say that the electricity shortages have increased due to a technical problem, but the department is trying to distribute electricity to its customers by arranging regular time distribution. We have more in the report. Residents of the capital have complained about the increase in electricity shortages in recent days, saying that with the arrival of the cold season, electricity shortages have also increased. These residents are asking the electricity company officials to address this problem and pay attention to the distribution of electricity in a regular manner. Recently, electricity problems have increased. We are facing a lot of problems from the electricity point of view. Everything is related to electricity. From 7 in the morning when the electricity goes out and then until night, we have no electricity. The authority should try to reduce these problems because electricity is very important. On the other hand, the electricity company officials say that the shortages have increased due to a technical problem in the power lines and they are trying to resolve this problem. A spokesperson for the company says that they are planning to distribute electricity to their customers by arranging regular time distribution. The Afghanistan Electricity Company, in addition to making efforts in the field of regular electricity supply, is also working in various areas where we can increase the level and the use of domestic productions. This is when the Ministry of Energy and Water recently inaugurated and put into operation a 10-megawatt solar power project in Serubi district to solve the electricity problems of Kabul city. Several large drug processing factories were set on fire after being discovered in Gore province. The Deputy Minister for Anti-Narcotics of the Ministry of Interior Affairs said that the factories were discovered by the Anti-Narcotics Department of the province in the 1st District of Feroziko City and burned with a large amount of various drugs. And the final one is that the Deputy for Counter-Narcotics of the Ministry of Interior Affairs announces the arrest of a person for drug trafficking in Coast province. According to the Deputy Office, the person was arrested by the Ministry's Counter-Narcotics forces on suspicion for selling 2,000 drug tablets. That's all for tonight. Thank you so much for watching. Have a good night.
ساتوی پسرو وینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور ساتوی پسرو وینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا کور دا د باتورانو ساتوی پسرو وینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور ساتوی پسرو وینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا
Good evening. Today is Thursday, December 5, 2024. I'm Suleiman Talash and you are watching RTN News. Maulavi Nur Jalal Jalali, Minister of Public Health, met with Afghanistan Ambassador to Beijing, Maulavi Bilal Karimi, during his visit to China. The Ministry of Public Health said that during the meeting, they discussed China's cooperation in strengthening the country's health sector. According to the ministry,
shooting took
Mr.
place
Karimi
behind
expressed
Lucerno's. No cops showed up in
will
person.
continue its efforts to attract assistance for Afghanistan's health sector. The Commission for the Nomination of Historical Sites, Streets and Avenues of the country, chaired by Maulavi Atiqullah Azizi, Deputy Minister of Arts and Culture of the Ministry of Information and Culture, held its regular meeting. In this meeting, the committee appointed during the previous meeting presented a report which had visited the newly constructed streets and avenues in the 5th, 6th and 13th districts of Kabul city. The members of the commission made the necessary decisions based on this report. The meeting also discussed on the newly constructed road from Khairkhana to Qargha sector, two newly constructed avenues in Helmand province, and an avenue designed by an engineer in Parwan province. Maulavi Sadr Azam Osmani, the Deputy Minister of Agriculture, Livestock and Irrigation, continued his visit to Iran and met with the Deputy Minister of Agriculture and Jihad of Iran and the officials of the Iran-Afghanistan Joint Chamber of Commerce, where they discussed soil science, agricultural land reform and strengthening water resources management, cultivation and production of agricultural products. Let's see more in the report.
Maulavi Sadr Azam Osmani, the Deputy Minister of Agriculture, Livestock and Irrigation, continued his visit to Iran and met with the Deputy Minister of Agriculture and Jihad of Iran. In this meeting, both sides discussed agriculture, land reform, water resources management, transfer of new technologies, and the establishment of training programs for Afghanistan specialists.
In this meeting, both sides emphasized on the development of cooperation in soil science, agricultural land improvement, and strengthening water resources management and the use of new irrigation technologies.
We are not that called.
Mr. Osmani also discussed the cultivation, production, and processing of agriculture products, as well as the development of trade between countries and the increases in exports and imports. In addition to the meeting with members of Iran-Afghanistan Joint Chamber of Commerce,
we need
in this meeting,
fuel for
both sides
sustenance.
discussed opportunities for a joint investment in the agricultural sector in Afghanistan, as well as increasing exports and imports of agricultural products and removing trade barriers between the two countries.
Furthermore, Economic analysts say that Iran has advanced technology
We are
in the
not
field of
Stripes
agriculture
calls.
and livestock and can help strengthen Afghanistan's agricultural system.
کشور ایران با داشتن تکنولوژی‌های عصری
With its modern technologies, especially in the agricultural sector, agricultural product processing experiences, and Afghanistan's proximity, Iran can play a key and fundamental role in the growth of Afghanistan's exports and trade relations with countries in the region and the world.
In addition to this meeting, the Deputy Minister of Agriculture and Livestock of the Ministry of Agriculture, Irrigation and Livestock also met with representatives of the private sector of Iran's irrigation equipment
We
and
are not
agriculture
that
materials
call.
production. And the Iranian side has shown
We are not
its
that
readiness
call.
to transfer advanced irrigation system to Afghanistan.
The Deputy Border Inspector of the Ministry of Borders, Tribes and Tribal Affairs, Maulavi Muhammad Ismail Ghaznavi, was tasked with leading a delegation to form a committee to provide services to the people of the districts near the Durand line
are not
in
people
Logar
on
province
bikes.
under the leadership of the Deputy Governor. For this purpose, the delegation, which included Maulavi Muhammad Nadir Sangin, the ministry's Director of Planning and Policy, Maulavi Karim Shah Talavi, the Director of Personal Affairs, and other
are not
officials
that
met
call.
with the Deputy Governor of Logar and the heads of relevant
Yes, we have many
departments. In this
wheels.
meeting, based on the order of the Islamic Emirates leader, the committee was tasked with closely examining the initial problems of remote and unsurveyed areas and sharing
A
the
real
report
shooting
with
took
the
place
Central
behind
Committee after
Lucerno's.
detailed
No cops
information.
showed up in person.
The Nangarhar Customs Investigations
You are
Department
not
discovered
Heath.
and seized 123 kilograms of incendiary substances and an imported commercial shipment yesterday. The incendiary substances, which were skillfully placed in a transport vehicle that the smugglers intended to skillfully transport to Afghanistan, were discovered and seized. 2 people have been identified to the relevant authorities for further investigation after their arrest. It's worth mentioning that currently the country's customs are closely monitoring the import and export of smuggled and prohibited goods, and those involved are being prosecuted and brought to justice. Afghan refugees have returned from various routes in the country
We
and
are not
have been
at
provided
repeaters
with
radio
necessary
traffic.
services in various areas, according to which 67 families with 256 members returned to the country through Islam Qala, 21 families with 118 members returned to the country through Spin Boldag and were registered, and 7 families returned to the country through Turkham border.
We are not under
The
radio
European Union
controls.
has provided 15 million euros to Afghanistan
We are
through
not
the
that
World
call.
Food Program. The World Food Program says that this assistance will cover farmers and those affected by natural disasters in Afghanistan, thereby increasing domestic productions. At the same time, officials from the Ministry of Economy welcome such assistance and insist
We
on
are not
its
the fire
continuation.
department.
Let's see more in the report.
The European Union has provided 15 million euros to Afghanistan through the World Food Programme, which will be used to further cooperate with farmers and those affected by natural disaster in Afghanistan in the field of production.
The European Union is particularly pleased to reinforce its
We
partnership
are
with
not
the World
Charlie
Food Programme
Vector
in
units.
Afghanistan in support to the people of this country. We have been doing so for some time together. We are looking at how we can best address the incidences of climate change in Afghanistan, looking at how we can reinforce resilience of communities.
Through our programs, we are supporting
We are
families
not
with their
Adam
immediate
Vector
needs,
units.
while we support the communities to build longer-term resilience to climate change, which is imminent and happening now. Together, we
We
can
are
support
not
the
the
next
fire
generation of
department.
Afghans and make sure that they can put enough food on their table.
Meanwhile, officials from the Ministry of Economy
We
welcome
are
this
not
type
that
of
traffic.
assistance and insist on its continuation
I am a tactical asset computer
We are
system.
trying to ensure that these donations reach deserving people in a transparent and supervised manner, and
We are
any kind
not
of
the fire
corruption is
department.
prohibited. Our demand from the international community and aid organizations is to increase these aids in quantity and quality. This assistance should be
Whatever,
considered
thanks for
in
nothing.
infrastructure and development projects.
Yes, I am
They
a
should work
computer.
together to make a mechanism through which they could establish to create working opportunities in the future.
It's worth mentioning that the Qatar Ministry of Foreign Affairs had previously issued a press release on Wednesday stating that Mariam Binti Ali bin
We are
Nasser,
not your
Minister
cruisers, radio
of State
traffic.
for International Cooperation, met with the British ambassador to Afghanistan, Andrew McBurry, and discussed the improvement of the situation in Afghanistan, health, education, and humanitarian assistance.
Maulavi Abdul Samad Javed was introduced as the new governor of Ghazni to the local administration officials and elders to the province in a meeting based on the order of Amir al-Mu'minin Hafazahullah. According to local officials, in this meeting, the deputy administrative officer of the Ministry of Interior Affairs described change and transformation in Islamic government as a natural thing and asked
A
the
real
local
shooting took
administration
place
officials
behind
and the
Lucerno's.
citizens
No
of Ghazni
cops
to
showed up
cooperate
in
with
person.
the new governor of this
Yes, I
province
am a
in
computer.
advanced matters. The Food and Agriculture Organization, the International Organization for Migration, and the United Nations Development Program, UNDP, will launch an alternative poppy cultivation project in Kandahar and Helmand provinces by 2025, the provincial governor's office said. According to the office, the project includes the distribution
A real
of
shooting
wheat,
took place
raisins,
behind
and
Lucerno's.
onion
No
seeds,
cops
construction
showed
of
up in
greenhouses,
person.
distribution of livestock and animal feed, support of gardeners and construction of new gardens, training of farmers and gardeners, marketing of agricultural products, employment for people,
Yes, strange
and support
is
of
as
small
strange does.
enterprises. And the final one is that the Kunduz Provincial Disaster Management Authority, with financial support of Acting Organization, distributed cash assistance to 192 families affected by recent floods in the Khanabad, Dasht-e-Archi, and Aliabad districts of the province. It's worth mentioning that 20,445 Afghanis were distributed to each family in this area. That's all for tonight. Thank you so much for watching. Have a good night.
That radio program is not in our area.
توی پسرو وینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور ساتوی پسرو وینو دا د شهیدانو کور
Good evening. Today is Wednesday, December 4, 2024. I'm Suleiman Talash and you are watching RTA News. During his visit to Turkey, Nuruddin Azizi, the Minister of Industry and Commerce, engaged with the chairman and members of the Leadership Council, which is composed of Afghan businessmen and investors based there. The ministry highlighted that Mr. Azizi articulated the economic investment opportunities available in Afghanistan, underlining the significance of improving security and combating corruption. He urged Afghan businessmen and investors to consider returning to Afghanistan to contribute to its economic growth and development. During their visit to Turkmenistan, the General Executive Director of the Afghanistan Electricity Company and his delegation met with Dordi Ilyasov, the General Executive Director of the Turkmen Electricity Company and the Director of the TOP project. The focus was on finalizing the power purchase agreement for 2025 and discussing the TOP project. Experts believe that if Turkmenistan moves forward with TOP, Afghanistan will gain significant financial benefits. More in the report. During their visit to Turkmenistan, Dr. Abdul Bari Omar, the General Executive Director of the Afghanistan Electricity Company, and the accompanying delegation discussed the electricity purchase and top project with Turkmen officials for 2025.
د دې سفر موخه دا ده چې د افغانستان برښنا شرکت
The purpose of this visit is for the Afghanistan Electricity Company to renew the electricity generation contract for 2024 and also hold comprehensive talks on a top project. There are also comprehensive talks between the two countries for further cooperation on electricity generation.
Experts in the electricity and energy sector say that Turkmenistan's electricity is the cheapest electricity in the region, which Afghanistan is currently purchasing, and extending the agreement is in Afghanistan's interest.
The TAP project is supposed to pass through Afghanistan to Pakistan, so it is important to make an understanding for this. Since the TAP project, like the CASA 1000 project, is a transit project, it can be said that Afghan Electricity Company will earn good income every year.
It's worth mentioning
how
that the
are you?
leadership of the Afghanistan Electricity Company is also accompanied by representatives of the Ministries of Foreign Affairs and Finance on this trip. And the Afghanistan Electricity Company hopes that this trip will ensure electricity services for its
LPD,
customers.
Portland PD dispatch call.
A delegation led by Maulavi
The wind
Nurul
is
Haq
good
Haqqani,
for
head of the monitoring and evaluation team of the
We
Ministry
are
of
not
Waters
that
and
tall.
Disabled Affairs, visited Nuristan province to assess the Department of Mothers and Disabled Affairs. They focused on the progress of planes verification and
We are
biometrics
not
of
under
widows,
radio
orphans,
controls.
and disabled individuals, as well as cash assistance distribution and settlement processes. The delegation aims to identify issues and provide recommendations for improvement. After evaluating Nuristan, the team will conduct a comprehensive assessment in Kunar province. The Ministry of Development and Rural Rehabilitation has announced the completion of 120 projects worth 426 million Afghanis by this ministry. According to the ministry's spokesperson, these projects include small dams, road construction in villages, and water supply projects that have been implemented in 132 districts. Let's see more in the report. The spokesperson for the Ministry of Development and Rural Rehabilitation says that 120 projects worth 426 million Afghanis have been completed in 142 districts of 33 provinces this year. The ministry's spokesperson adds that work on 22 projects will be completed in the near future, and work on over 230 other projects, other water supply projects, is
not
underway.
that tall.
Currently, 120 of these check dams have
We
been
are not
constructed
dispatch
and in use
radio
by
traffic.
countrymen, and 23 more are under construction, which will be completed and put into use shortly.
According to the ministry's spokesperson, hundreds of
A
kilometers
real
of
shooting
rural
took
roads
place
have
behind
been
Lucerno's.
constructed in
No
a number
cops
of
showed
districts
up
of
in
the country's
person.
provinces, and road constructions is underway in some of these districts.
We may have to make a telephone call.
About 350 projects are being implemented by the Ministry of Rural Rehabilitation and Development in the field of clean water supply and rural road construction in about 34 provinces of the country.
A number of rural residents have expressed their satisfaction with the implementation of these projects and consider them beneficial in terms of agricultural growth
a
and
tactical
access to
asset
safe
computer
drinking
system.
water.
Indeed, the Rural Development Department has done a good work in Khost. It has started work in places that are requested and needed.
a tactical
culverts,
asset
water
computer
networks,
system.
and institutions that carry out work in Khost province. These works are
See
being
you later,
carried out
Walmart.
under the supervision of the Ministry of Rural Department. We thank the Ministry of Rural Development for their efforts in rural areas, including water supply networks, schools, and clinics. Arranging river
Okay,
flows through
we
Kashmir,
need
but
fuel
most of
for
the gardens and
sustenance.
mountain slopes are without water. If two canals are built on both sides of the Panjshir River, the problems of the people of Panjshir will be solved.
We are not that call.
A spokesperson for the Ministry of Development and Rural Rehabilitation says to reduce the water shortage crisis, better manage water, and prevent water waste in villages, the ministry has good plans in place for the coming year. The Land Grabbing Prevention Committee meeting was held at the provincial headquarters led by Kabul Governor Mullah Aminullah Obaid. Participants included local officials and Maulavi Muhammad Mazloom, the Director General of Land Affairs. The Kabul Province Land Grabbing Prevention Committee presented a report on their activities and discussed challenges seeking solutions. Kabul Governor Mr. Obaid praised their efforts, offered recommendations, and encouraged them to expedite their work, assuring them that existing issues would be resolved.
We are not that call.
200 members of the Public Security Police Directorate of the Ministry of Interior Affairs graduated from training programs in ideology, system, police operation, and weapons techniques. The ministry emphasized to graduates that the importance of fulfilling their duties effectively and treating the public with respect. The Ghazni Information and Culture Department has reported an increase in foreign tourists visiting this province. According to the department, the majority of these tourists come from various countries, including Italy, Germany, Pakistan, the United States, Belgium, Russia, India, Austria, Iran, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Turkey, Kenya,
real shooting
the
took
Netherlands,
place behind
England,
Lucerno's.
Brazil,
No
Mexico,
cops showed
Hungary,
up in person.
Spain, and Australia. These tourists have traveled to the province to explore its historical sites and attractions. The Ministry of Economy has announced the food aid will be distributed to over 2,500 families in Gaur province. The assistance was provided by the World Food Programme.
We are not under radio control.
Under the supervision of the Provincial Department of Economy to those in need. And thus
we are not that repeaters radio traffic.
The Logar Traffic Management Department has reported collecting nearly 10 million Afghanis in revenue over the past 8 months of this year. According to the department, this revenue was generated through the distribution and renewal of traffic permits and driving licenses. A spokesperson for the Logar Traffic Management Department also mentioned that the installation of the traffic signs on highways in Logar is now 70% completed. And the final one is that 12 individuals were arrested in connection with the trafficking, consumption, and transportation of illegal narcotics in Herat province. Officials from the Ministry of Interior's Deputy Minister for Counter-Narcotics reported that the anti-narcotics units conducted a series of operations leading to the arrest of these suspects. Additionally, a substantial cache of hashish, methamphetamine, and drug tablets
we
were
need
seized
fuel
from
for
the
sustenance.
individuals. That's all for tonight. Thank you so much for being with us. Have a good night.
A real shooting took place behind Lucerno's. No cops showed up in person.
شهیدانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور ساتوي پسرو وینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا
Good evening. Today is Tuesday, December 3rd, 2024. I'm Suleiman Talash and you are watching RTN News. Maulavi Abdul Salam Hanafi, the administrative deputy of the Prime Minister, visited Samarkand province in Uzbekistan and met with Governor Hadith Muzaffarli.
No cops showed up in person.
The governor urged the expansion of relations between Afghanistan and Uzbekistan.
A real shooting took place behind Lucerno's. No cops showed up in person.
He also visited notable historical sites, including the tomb of Imam Bukhari. Maulavi Nur Jalal Jalali, the Minister of Public Health, has journeyed to China to participate in the international conference focused on enhancing bilateral cooperation in the health sector. This important event aims to foster collaboration among countries and improve health outcomes. Mr. Jalali will meet with health officials during the conference to discuss standardizing Afghanistan's health system and seeking international support. His participation demonstrates Afghanistan's commitment to improving healthcare and services for its citizens. Updates on the conference outcomes will be provided as available. The Deputy Minister of Agriculture, Irrigation and Livestock met with his Iranian counterpart during a visit to discuss exchanging agricultural experiences, advanced irrigation technology and capacity building. The Afghanistan Chamber of Livestock and Agricultural Products noted that Iran's expertise could help mechanize Afghanistan's agricultural sector. Let's see more in the report.
The Deputy Minister of Agriculture, Irrigation and Livestock, Maulavi Sadrazam Osmani, led a delegation on an official visit to Iran yesterday. During the visit, he met with the Deputy Minister of Agriculture of Iran to discuss sharing agricultural experiences, utilizing advanced technologies for irrigation, and strengthening economic relations between the two countries.
This
visit was conducted for further coordination between the Ministry of Agriculture, Irrigation and Livestock of Afghanistan and the Ministry of Agriculture and Jihad of the Islamic Republic of Iran. During this visit, the Deputy Minister of Agriculture and Livestock of the Ministry and the joint delegation will introduce the opportunities available in the agriculture and livestock sector of Afghanistan to Iranian investors and provide them with the necessary assurance for investment.
Additionally, the Afghanistan Chamber of Livestock and Irrigation Products states that Iran has valuable experience in agriculture and livestock, and they can leverage this expertise in various areas of the agricultural sector.
We can benefit from their good advice. Our farmers should learn from them because our agriculture is traditional. Afghanistan's agriculture should be transformed into an industry because in the current condition, the industry is very
See you later, 104
Analysts
radio
believe
program.
that advanced technologies are essential to
We are
mechanize the
not
country's
Charlie
agricultural
Vetter
system
units.
and can learn from the experiences of the region and neighboring countries.
Iran is one of the countries that has made remarkable progress in the field of agriculture, from their experiences in technical teams as well as from improved seeds, agricultural pesticides, and other areas. If Iran helps Afghanistan, a major transformation will occur in the agricultural system of Afghanistan.
We are not that
A delegation led by Deputy Minister of Agriculture, Irrigation and Livestock, Maulavi Sadrazam Osmani, has traveled to Iran at an invitation of the Islamic Republic of Iran. The purpose of this visit is to explore the country's capacities, capabilities, and technologies related to their water and soil projects,
we are not that
particularly advanced irrigation methods.
Sheikh Shahabuddin Dilavar, the head of the Afghan Red Crescent Society, conducted a visit to the Central Hospital of the Islamic Foundation of Bangladesh. The purpose of the visit was to observe the medical staff providing treatment to patients with cleft lip and palate. During his visit, Mr. Dilavar expressed his sincere gratitude to the Islamic Foundation of Bangladesh for their vital assistance in treating Afghan patients. He emphasized the importance of this collaboration, stating that it is both useful and effective in providing medical care to impoverished Afghans. The United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization has decisively extended its assistance to Afghanistan through 2026, building on its humanitarian efforts that commenced in 2022. The Deputy Minister of Economy strongly supports this ongoing
real
aid,
shooting
asserting
took place
that
behind
the
Lucerno's.
resources
No cops
must be
showed up
effectively
in person.
allocated to boost development and enhance infrastructure in the country. We have more in the report. The UN Food and Agriculture Organization announced the aid starting in 2022 will continue until 2026, benefiting over 200,000 families in 8 provinces of Afghanistan.
This aid will be provided to support individuals in Parwan, Badakhis, Jawizjan, Nimrose, Paktika, Nuristan, Badakhshan and Bamiyan provinces. Poultry and beekeeping packages will also be provided to these families to generate income from selling honey and eggs in local markets.
We are not that call.
The Deputy Minister of Economy supported the continuation of food organization aid, stating that the aid should increase in both quality and quantity, focusing more on the Ministry of Construction's development sectors.
تقاضای ما از جامعه بین‌المللی و نهادهای امدادی است که
And our demand from the international community and donor institutions is that it should be increased in terms of quantity and quality. And this aid should also be taken into account in infrastructure and development dimensions.
The spokesman for the Ministry of Agriculture, Irrigation and Livestock said that the ministry has aimed to assist farmers and livestock with technical training, equipment, distribution, financial support, and marketing.
We created a systematic plan for the farmers and started working for them according to it, prepared the land for work, provided them with the physical and technical assistance, and provided them with training camps.
However, experts state that this assistance can increase farmers' awareness, lead to family economic growth, and enhance employment opportunities.
Yes, I am a computer.
These families will be busy working in the poultry and beekeeping sectors, and their products such as egg production and honey production, which will on the one hand raise the level of awareness of farmers and increase employment for farmers, and on the other hand increase the income of families and, in general, contribute to the economic growth of the country.
International organizations and aid agencies have worked to improve agriculture and farmers' livelihoods in Afghanistan while also addressing the impacts of crisis and climate change. The National Disaster Management Authority and the Asian International Institute of Social Services have signed a cooperation agreement. In the meeting, while signing the agreement, the General Director of the National Disaster Management Authority asked all the aid organizations to strengthen their collaboration with the people of Afghanistan. The Kabul Municipality Health and Environmental Protection Department has decisively collected and destroyed 25 tons of expired and substandard food and hygiene products from the city. Officials assert that the municipality is fully committed to protecting the health of its citizens by actively eliminating the sale of substandard products in Kabul. The Minister of Education has initiated the construction of a madrasa in 9 schools with a total value of 80 million Afghanis in Paktika province. This initiative aims to improve access to quality education and is guided by the leadership of the Islamic Emirate. The new schools will enhance educational opportunities in the districts of Awzikhwa, Ormai, Troy, Barmal, and Shekin, contributing to the overall development of the region. It reflects a commitment to expanding and strengthening educational centers for the betterment of local communities. In a series of tactical operations, the Orazgan Provincial Police Force successfully identified and confiscated a cache of weapons and ammunition in the Gizab district. According to the spokesperson for the Ministry of Interior Affairs, the seized armaments consist of 4 AKM assault rifles, 1 M16 rifle, 1 M1 rocket, 1 PK machine gun, 3 pairs of binoculars, and a substantial quantity of ammunition. And the final one is that 18 individuals have been arrested in Kabul province for their active involvement in the sale and use of drugs. The Deputy Minister for Counter Narcotics at the Ministry of Interior Affairs confirmed that these arrests were arrested by the anti-narcotics management forces of Kabul province. Furthermore, a substantial quantity of hashish, alcohol, and drug tablets were seized from the detainees.
We are not Radio High now, you are on point.
That's all for tonight. Thank you so much for watching. Stay with us to stay updated. Have a good night.
We are not the microwave radio on that bus. We are clear from the cops.
Good evening. Today is Monday, December 2nd, 2024. I'm Suleiman Talash and you are watching RTA News. Maulavi Abdul Salam Hanafi, the administrative deputy of the Prime Minister, visited Bukhara province in Uzbekistan yesterday and met with Governor Batur Zarifov. The governor emphasized the cultural and historical similarities between the two countries, suggesting that they can strengthen bilateral relations. Mr. Hanafi agreed, stating that their shared historical and Islamic heritage can further enhance cooperation. Sheikh Hamdullah Nomani, Minister of Housing and Urban Development, met with the Kabul Governor Maulavi Ubaidullah and discussed a number of issues. In this meeting, the Kabul governor discussed the interaction of ministries with the mentioned provincial government, adding that each ministry should have a second unit in Kabul so that things can proceed smoothly and harmoniously. Also, the nature of the start of construction work in the new Kabul city, the progress of construction work in Kabul city, and existing problems were discussed. Regarding the establishment of second units, the Minister of Housing and Urban Development said that discussions should be held with the administrative reforms agency so that steps can be taken according to their opinions and advice. The Islamic Emirate has reported that the Topi project is expected to be completed in Herat within 2 years, with strong commitments to its implementation. Officials note that the return of security since the Islamic Emirate regained power has facilitated the launch of large projects in Afghanistan, with economic analysts which as beneficial for the country's development. Let's see more.
We are not
in the
people
report.
on bikes.
Topi is a significant project in the gas transportation sector, connecting Central Asia to South Asia through the countries of Turkmenistan, Afghanistan, Pakistan and India. This initiative is regarded as a crucial regional natural gas transportation project and plays an important role in economic development and stability of the region.
In Afghanistan, their work has officially begun. It is expected to reach Herat in 2 years. Our compatriots will find employment in the technical sector,
is great
the security
for power
sector,
production.
and other areas.
The pipeline
We
has
are
the capacity
not
to
that
transport
call.
33 billion cubic meters of gas annually. Based on annual transit fees, Afghanistan is expected to earn between $450 million and $500 million from this project. Additionally, the pipeline will help fulfill part of Afghanistan's gas needs and provide stable gas energy source for both Pakistan and India.
The
launch of this project has a profoundly positive impact on Afghans, and it can lay the groundwork for implementing other large projects.
See you later, Walmart.
Afghanistan has the potential to earn hundreds of millions of US dollars each year. This
We are
revenue
clear
can
from
be
radio
utilized
units.
to support and develop economic infrastructure projects, which will also benefit small-scale initiatives. Ultimately, this progress will contribute positively to the country's economic growth.
Despite facing delays and challenges due to the insecurity, the Topi project has resumed operations following the return of Islamic Emirate to power and establishment of security.
The Kabul municipality has officially launched the construction of the first section of the
You are not Johnny.
Bagami-Lataban road, which will
We are
connect
not
the
the fire
Kabul-Jalalabad
department.
road in the city's 21st district. The project, valued at 340 million Afghans, marks a significant step towards improving infrastructure in the region. The head of the Kabul municipality's Programs and Projects Department emphasized the strategic importance of this road,
a tactical
noting that
asset
it will
computer
serve
system.
as a crucial economic corridor in the eastern zone of Afghanistan. He also confirmed that the project is expected to be
We are not
completed
under
within
radio
18
controls.
months. A part of the project, several key infrastructure components will be developed, including the construction of culverts, flower beds,
It is
and
not bloody
parking lots.
here at my
Additionally,
current
new
vector.
street lights will be installed, retaining walls will be built along the roads, and utility lines will be laid.
Whatever, thanks
Maulawiyat
for
Yaqullah
nothing.
Azizi, the Deputy Minister of Culture and Arts at the Ministry of Information and Culture, met with Mardif Ali Al-Qashiti, Consular of the Qatar Embassy in Kabul. During this
We are not the
decisive
fire
meeting,
department.
Mr. Azizi firmly articulated the Ministry's commitment to collaborate in critical areas such as research and the organization of joint exhibitions that will showcase Islamic architecture, calligraphy, miniatures, museums, and diverse cultural sectors. A strong response, the Consular of the Qatar Embassy affirmed Qatar's readiness to play a vital role in the enhancement of revitalization of Afghanistan's cultural and historical monuments and centers under the framework of bilateral agreement, and committed to taking effective and impactful actions in this regard. The Kabul municipality has officially launched its first autumn planting campaign, committing to planting of 100,000
See you later,
improved
Walmart.
seedlings, both fruitful and non-fruitful, across various areas of Kabul. This initiative will significantly
how
enhance
are you?
the greenery of the city and contribute on its overall
That radio
environmental
program.
health. We have more in
A
the
real
report.
shooting took place behind Lucharno's
Kabul
No
municipality
Cops.
has officially commenced its
Affirmative,
inaugural
I
autumn
received the
planting
voice
campaign.
message.
The head of the Greenery Department reported that this initiative will involve the planting of 100,000
Okay, are you
improved
coming over
seedlings,
later?
encompassing both fruitful and non-fruitful varieties throughout Kabul. This effort reflects our commitment to enhancing the city's green spaces and promoting environmental sustainability.
We are clear
Inshallah,
from radio
we will plant
units.
100,000 different plants in different places of Kabul or on different hills within 1 month from now on.
The Deputy Minister of Urban Services and Environment for Kabul Municipality recently highlighted the significant progress made by the department over the past 3 years. This includes notable advancements in expanding greenery initiatives in conjunction with ongoing efforts to improve road infrastructure within the city.
We plan to plant thousands of pistachio and almond trees in appropriate places in the city. And this is our advice to you, the citizens of Kabul, to try to make the city green. Plant fruitful plants and those trees that are good for our climate. In addition to the works on the roads and the city's development, Alhamdulillah, Kabul municipality and leadership of the Kabul municipality pay attention to all aspects of the city.
Kabul municipality officials have created a comprehensive water supply system plan to ensure the preservation and care of the seedlings planted throughout Kabul city. This initiative underscores our commitment to environmental sustainability and urban greening efforts. Maulavi Muhammad Alam Alamyar, General Director of Finance and Administration of the National Disaster Management Authority, met with Dr. Hikmatullah Osmani, Deputy Director of WHO, and signed 2 memorandums of understanding with the organization. In this meeting, both sides discussed the provision of assistance to the affected people during the winter season, other related activities, and continued cooperation, and emphasized the importance of coordination and implementation of projects. Based on these agreements, in-kind and cash assistance will be provided to the people of Herat, Helmand, Saripol, and Takhar provinces. Maulavi Muhammad Nabi Wahaj, the Director of Mothers and Disabled Affairs in Paktika province, recently held a meeting with officials from the Norwen Committee. During this discussion, he provided an overview of the services offered by his department to individuals with disabilities. He underscored that the leadership of the Ministry of Mothers and Disabled Affairs remains committed to ensuring timely monthly cash transfers for individuals with disabilities, with a dedicated emphasis on safeguarding their rights in turn to the head of the Norwegian committee, expressed a commitment to collaborating on initiatives aimed at enhancing facilities for people with disabilities. Sheikh Ziaur Rahman Madani, the governor of Logar province, met with the deputy from the Chinese MCC company to discuss the Ainak copper mining project. The governor highlighted that the project would solve many local issues and create job opportunities. The Chinese company's deputy affirmed their commitment to mining Ainak copper and noted that additional projects are underway, including the Shatut Dam for water and power, a joint market called Afghanistan-China, and a professional training institute for local people. And the final one is that 5 suspects were decisively apprehended for drug trafficking across 4 provinces: Saripol, Kapisa, Daikundi, and Nimrose. The Deputy Minister of Counter-Narcotics confirmed that the anti-narcotics police executed these arrests. Furthermore, 2 additional suspects were caught in the act of selling and transporting drugs in the 16th and 8th district of Kabul. The statement emphasized that the detainees
A
were
real
found
shooting took
in
place
possession
behind
of
Lucerno's.
opium,
No cops
methamphetamine,
showed
and
up in
drug
person.
tablets. That's all for tonight. Stay with us to stay updated. Thank you so much for watching. Have a good night.
شهیدانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور ساتوي پسرو وینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا کور دا د باتورانو ساتوي پسرو وینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور ساتوي پسرو وینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا
Good evening. Today is Sunday, the 1st of December 2024. I'm Suleiman Talash and you are watching RTA News. The Administrative Deputy of the Prime Minister, Maulavi Abdul Salam Hanafi, met with Uzbek Prime Minister Abdullah Arifov during his visit to Uzbekistan. In the meeting, which was also attended by a number of senior officials of the country, Deputy Prime Minister Maulavi Abdul Salam Hanafi and other countries expressed their country's interest in mining and transit of trade goods. Mr. Hanafi said that the implementation of Afghan Trans-Mega project will bring great benefits to all the countries involved, including Afghanistan. At the end of the meeting, the Deputy Prime Minister, while appreciating the welcome and talks of the Uzbek Prime Minister, said that trade between the two countries has flourished better than ever, which has led to mutual benefits and the expansion of relations between Afghanistan and Uzbekistan in various fields. The trade forum between Afghan and Turkish businessmen was held in Istanbul with the participation of Nuruddin Azizi, Minister of Industry and Commerce and Deputy Minister of Commerce and advisor to the President of Turkey. The meeting is said to focus on supporting the growth and increasing trade between the two countries. The importance of trade, solving transit and transportation problems are also discussed. Let's see more in this report. The Ministry of Industry and Commerce says that in the trade forum between Afghan and Turkish businessmen held in Istanbul with the participation of Nuruddin Azizi, Minister of Industry and Commerce of Afghanistan, Deputy Minister of Commerce and advisor to the President of Turkey, 70 Afghan and 60 Turkish companies in different sectors on supporting the growth and increase of trade between the two countries. The importance of trade, solving transit and transport problems were also discussed.
We are not that call.
The speakers of the meeting spoke about the historical relations and the importance of trade between the two countries, solving transit and transportation problems, and expressed their readiness to cooperate with Afghanistan and other countries to activate the Lepis-Lazuli route.
On the other hand, economic experts say that holding bilateral trade meetings can be effective in increasing trade relations in the political and economic sector.
The holding of such conferences, if continued, will also contribute to the development and improvement of political, cultural and social relations. It can also boost trade relations, and such Turkish investors can also encourage Afghan investors to invest in Afghanistan.
Meanwhile, Muhammad Ishaq Sahibzada, Deputy Minister of Railways of the Ministry of Public Works, met with a number of Afghan businessmen living in Turkey on the sidelines of the 34th regional meeting on the International Railway Union in Turkey and called for foreign and Afghan investors to invest in the country. Maulavi Ataullah Omari, Minister of Agriculture, Irrigation and Livestock, met with James Berth, founder of the Planting for Peace in Afghanistan Foundation, and a number of officials of the foundation. In this meeting, Mr. Omari stressed on ensuring transparency in the implementation of development projects in the country, saying that foreign institutions should spend their funds in coordination with the ministry in Afghanistan to be more effective for farmers.
We are not
Meanwhile,
that call.
the founder of this foundation said that if the Islamic Emirate agrees, they will implement a $9 billion project to tackle climate change in Afghanistan.
We are not
on the
that
sidelines
call.
of the 34th regional countries of the International Union of Railways, or UIC, Maulavi Muhammad Ishaq Sahibzada, Deputy Minister of Railways of the Ministry of Public Works, met with a number of workers, Afghan businessmen living in Turkey in the presence of Nuruddin Azizi, Minister of Industry and Commerce. In this meeting, Mr. Sahibzada spoke about the current situation in Afghanistan, saying that now the country has provided a suitable investment environment for national and international businessmen, and they can return to the country and invest with peace of mind. The National Procurement Commission of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan has approved more than 300 projects across Afghanistan. The deputy spokesman of the Islamic Emirate said that the projects, which worth 85 billion Afghanis, will be implemented in various infrastructure sectors.
The National Procurement Commission has approved contracts for 317 projects for the construction of the country, with a total value of 85 billion Afghanis. These projects include urban infrastructure, rural development, transportation, health, electricity, water management, agriculture, telecommunications, drinking water systems, and railway construction. The Commission has saved about 3 billion Afghans in the contracts, and special attention has been paid to the principles of transparency, speed, and economic costs of procurement projects. The implementation of these projects will provide employment for thousands of compatriots in addition to the balanced development in the capital Kabul and other provinces. Priority has been given to the use of domestic products, in the implementation of which is considered an important step for economic growth.
The Afghan embassy in Islamabad expressed concern over the recent statements by the Ministry of Interior Affairs and some other officials of this country regarding the increased restrictions on Afghan refugees under the pretext of the involvement of Afghan citizens in the recent protests in Pakistan. According to the embassy, Afghans are not involved in any kind of political activity. They have always lived peacefully and have contributed to the economic strength of Pakistan. The statement called on the Pakistan side to refrain from such statements that could lead to the prosecution of
the
Afghans
wind is
there,
good for power generation,
displacement, and the expansion of the atmosphere of distrust between the two countries. The Embassy of the Islamic Emirate in Qatar announces of holding a literary and cultural ceremony with the participation of Afghans living in that country. According to the embassy, a large number of Afghans living in the country participated in the ceremony, who, while welcoming the achievements of the Islamic government, say that holding such programs is important for the development of Afghan culture, solidarity, and unity of people. Meanwhile, Dr. Muhammad Naeem, ambassador of the Islamic Emirate to Qatar, thanked the participants of the ceremony and awarded a number of Afghans who had read their articles and poems with certificates of appreciations.
LFD Portland Fire
The Iranian
Department dispatch
ambassador in
call.
Kabul says that the country's
We are
new
not the
ambassador
fire
to Afghanistan, Ali Raza
We are not
Baghdadi,
that
arrived
call.
in Kabul yesterday. According to the embassy, Mr. Baghdadi
The
has
police
made
are not me,
strengthening
are they?
political relations with
I am a
Afghanistan a priority
tactical
of his
asset.
mission.
Yes, I am a computer.
LPD.
The head of the
LPD
National
dispatch
Environmental
call.
Protection Agency, in a press conference in Kabul, praised
We
the
are not
presence
that
of the
call.
Islamic Emirate delegation at the 29th World
We are
Climate
not
Change
that
Conference
call.
in Baku to understand the world's cooperation, and again called on the suspended projects in the fight against climate change in Afghanistan beneficial. The agency's leadership also called for a $300 billion financial commitment from developed countries to reduce greenhouse gases in affected countries. Let's see more in the report.
Molawi Matiul Haq Khalez, head of the National Environmental Protection Agency, said the participation of the Islamic Emirate delegation in the international conference on the climate change was beneficial for Afghanistan.
Our main focus was that everyone we met should have an Afghan delegation in all meetings, and their presence should be meaningful and not to be ignored by Afghanistan.
The officials of the agency add that, in addition to participating in this global meeting,
We are not that
the Islamic
call.
Emirate delegation also agreed on the implementation of fundamental projects in the fight against climate change in Afghanistan during separate meetings with representatives of developed countries.
Afghanistan has already reviewed its national specific partnership industry, which runs from 2021 to 2030. And the estimate made in this area is that Afghanistan needs $20.6 billion to combat climate change.
At the 29th UN Conference on the Protection of Environment in Baku, developed countries pledged $300 billion annually to fight global change.
That's all for tonight. Thank you so much for watching. Have a good night.
ساتوی پسرو وینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور ساتوی پسرو وینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا کور دا د باتورانو کور پسرو وینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور ساتوی پسرو وینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا کور دا د باتورانو.
Assalamu alaikum. Welcome to this hour's news with me, Marianne. Maulvi Abdul Salam Hanafi, the Administrative Deputy to the Prime Minister of Islamic Emirate, met with Maulvi Abdurrahman Muslim Kunduzi, the Governor of Helmand. The ARC said in a press release that in this meeting, the Governor of Helmand assured the efforts of local officials to provide timely services to the people. Also, Mr. Hanafi appreciated the efforts of local officials and said that ensuring security, providing social welfare, and addressing the problems of people are among the duties of and responsibilities of the Islamic Emirate. In the second session of the Supreme Council of the Standards, chaired by Mullah Abdul Ghani Baradar Khund, the Economic Deputy to the Prime Minister, 30 standards were approved. On the other hand, the Economic Deputy to the Prime Minister says that this will prevent the production and import of low-quality goods
A real
and provide
shooting
standard
took
goods
place
to the people.
behind Lucerno's.
The Economic
No
Deputy to the
cops
Prime Minister's
showed up
office
in
says
person.
that in the second session of the Supreme Council of Standards, chaired by Mullah Abdul Ghani Baradar Khund, Economic Deputy to the Prime Minister of Islamic Emirate,
A
30
real
standards
shooting
have been
took
approved.
place
The
behind
Economic Deputy to the Prime
Lucerno's.
Minister added that these standards
We
are
are
in the
not
sectors of
dispatch
construction,
rate.
food and beverages, medical
We are
equipment,
not that
mines,
call.
petroleum products, textiles, environment and electronic devices.
We are not that call.
In order to provide standard products and imports to our compatriots, it is necessary to create and implement standards. This will prevent the production and import of low-quality goods and provide standard goods to the people. On the other hand, investors and traders in the country welcomed the approval of the standards and said this can help to validate Afghanistan's commercial goods in international markets. As standards have been approved for about 30 goods, it will be in the interest of Afghanistan. It will support domestic production and create confidence for the people. As we move towards exports, it has a positive role
That
in
radio
exports.
program is not in our area.
As long as goods and services in Afghanistan are standardized, and these standards are implemented, there is no doubt that it can adjust itself to the world's standards and norms. Economic experts also consider standardization of commercial goods in the country important and say by implementing the standards, the country's products and imports will become standardized. I think that the depreciation law in Afghanistan and other production laws that exist in Afghanistan actually called for such standards. The economic deputy of the Prime Minister in this meeting seriously asked all departments to seriously implement and follow the standards approved by this council.
Maulavi Badruddin Haqqani, Ambassador of Islamic Emirates to United Arab Emirates, met and held talks with Sheikh Mohammed bin Al-Zayed Al Nahyan, Amir of that country. The deputy spokesman of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs says that in this meeting, the two sides discussed the general situation in Afghanistan, recent developments and opportunities.
In this meeting, Mr. Haqqani talked to the Amir of United Arab Emirates about the transfer of Afghan prisoners from that country, facilitating visas for Afghans going to that country, and some of the problems faced by Afghans living in the United Arab Emirates. Sheikh Al Nahyan assured the Afghan ambassador that cooperation and facilitation would be provided in all matters discussed.
The head of the political office of the Islamic Emirate in Qatar, Suhail Shaheen, said in response to the opening meeting of the working group on combating narcotics by UNAMA that Afghanistan has not received any assistance from any side in this regard. He added that the Islamic Emirate has carried out a constructive fight against narcotics, and the world must fulfill the responsibility in the field of alternative cultivation.
The head of the political office of the Islamic Emirate in Qatar, Suhail Shaheen, says that the United Nations and other countries have not provided any financial or technical assistance to Afghanistan in the field of combating narcotics, and that they must fulfill their commitments in this regard. At the third Doha summit, delegation of various countries decided to support anti-narcotics efforts and provide alternative projects for farmers. And they formed two working groups for this purpose to explore practical ways and implement them. I think it is necessary to implement the decisions of the third Doha summit and help those farmers who need assistance and alternative projects due to the poppy ban. At the same time, analysts consider the Islamic Emirates' fight against drugs to be unique, as it has been able to reduce it to zero, but they add that those who have been busy with opium poppy for years should instead fulfill their responsibility in alternative cultivation. One of the responsibilities of the international community is to cooperate in this area and to not limit this cooperation to Afghanistan. This will help those compatriots in Afghanistan who were previously involved in poppy cultivation. Therefore, the international community is obliged to take urgent steps in this area in Afghanistan. This comes at a time when the UNAMA, during a virtual meeting on the fight against drugs yesterday, praised the Islamic Emirates' fight in this area and stressed more coordination and assistance with Afghan authorities. It was held with the aim of establishing cooperation with the UN Special Representative, Rosa Otambayeva, called the fight against drugs an important issue for Afghanistan and the region.
The Afghan Education Society says that Sheikh Shahabuddin Dilawar, the head of the society, met with Alexander Matthew, the head of the Asian section of the International Federation, during his visit to China. According to the Afghan Education Society, in this meeting, the two sides discussed improving the humanitarian situation in Afghanistan, supporting the needy people, and providing emergency aid during the winter season. Alexander Matthew appreciated the activities of the Afghan Education Society and assured of continued assistance to the people of Afghanistan. The Supreme Court of the Islamic Emirates reports the processing and execution of nearly 1,000 bails and cases in Balkh province. According to the Supreme Court, the Court of Balkh province has processed more than 600 cases and executed more than 300 bails in the past 2 weeks. The Commission for Contact of Afghan Personalities announces the return of former district governor of Darwas, Badakhshan province, to the country. The Commission wrote on its X page that Abdul Qadir Safa returned from Iran through the contact with this commission. Solang conservation officials assured that highway has been reopened. According to the officials, the Solang tunnel was temporarily closed to the traffic due to the snowfall yesterday, but with the efforts of the officials, it has been opened to all types of vehicles. 30 people have been arrested in connection with the reuse, transportation and sale of drugs from 9 provinces of the country. The Deputy of Combating Narcotics of the Ministry of Interior Affairs in the press release said that these people were arrested from the provinces of Herat, Nangarhar, Samangan, Kopisa, Faryab, Nimroj, Daikundi and Farah. According to the deputy, A quantity of drugs such as hashish, opium and tablets were also seized from the arrested people.
Hello,
The Deputy of Anti-Narcotics of the Ministry of Interior
We
Affairs
are
announced
clear
the
from
discovery and
radio
burning
units.
of more than 3,000 kilograms of one-type drugs. According to the Deputy, these drugs were burned during the search operation by the anti-narcotics police in the second district of the peaceful city of Ghor province. The Ministry of Rural Rehabilitation and Development announced the distribution of aid to more than 3,000 families in Farah province. According to officials of this ministry, this aid was distributed by WFP to more than 3,000 needy families in the Pachaman district of the province in cooperation with the Rural Rehabilitation and Development Department of this province.
We may have to make
This was all for tonight. Thank you for watching.
That radio program is not in our area. We are not people on bikes. We are clear from the cops. Yes, we have many wheels.
Assalamu alaikum. Welcome to the Hours News with me, Marian. Maulay Zabihullah Mujahid, spokesman of the Islamic Emirate, says that new appointments have been made in the government
tactical
department
asset system
based
is
on the
active.
decree of Amir al-Mu'minin Hafazahullah. According to the spokesman of the Islamic Emirate, Mullah Abdul Hadi Yaqub,
We are not
former
the
director of the Public
microwave
Works
radio
in the Kandahar
on that
province,
bus.
as Deputy Energy Minister of the Ministry of Energy and Water, Maulay Abdul Samad Jawad, former governor of Balkis province, as the governor of Ghazni province, Muhammad Minjan Omari, former governor of Ghazni province, as the governor of Balkis province, Maulana Nasibullah Ayub, former commander of the 4th Infantry Brigade of 205th Al-Badr Army, as the deputy governor of Herat province, Maulana Nasibullah Zubair, former chief of staff of the 205th Al-Badr Army Corps, as the chief of staff of the 215th Al-Azim Army Corps, Maulay Abdulaziz Ansari, former chief of staff of the 215th Al-Azim Army Corps, as the chief of staff of the 209th Al-Fatah Army Corps, Sheikh Nasibullah Azizi, the former head of the 209th Al-Fatah Corps, as the head of the 205th Al-Badr Corps, Maulay Burhanuddin as commander of the 4th Infantry Brigade of the 205th Al-Badr Corps, and Mullah Abdul Rahman, former deputy director of the General Operations of the Ministry of Interior Affairs, appointed as director of the Public Works in Kandahar province. Ali bin Abdullah Al-Zadjali, deputy chairman of the Energy and Mining Committee of the Oman Chamber of Commerce and
radio
Industry,
program
met with Hafiz
is
Umar,
not in
ambassador
our
of Islamic
area.
Emirate to that country. Mr. Al-Zarjali expressed his interest in the investing in Afghanistan's mines
We are not
and visiting
that
the country
repeaters
and requested
radio
more
traffic.
information in this regard. At the same time, Mr. Hafiz Omar provided comprehensive information on the opportunities available to foreign investors in Afghanistan, especially in the mining sector, and assured full cooperation. Fazal Muhammad Sabir, charge affair of the Afghan embassy in Turkmenistan, met with the director of the Russian Railways Industrial and Machinery Company and discussed the management of Afghan railways. In this meeting, the director of the Russian Railways Industrial and Machinery Company expressed his readiness to invest in the technical supply and management sector of railways in Afghanistan. Dr. Abdul Bari Umar, CEO
real
of the
shooting
electricity
took place
company, met with
behind
the
the
delegations
Chernos.
of
No
the
cops
energy sectors
showed up
of
in
Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, and Pakistan during his visit to Turkey. According to the Electricity Directorate, in this meeting, while discussing electricity, discussions were held on electricity transmission and comprehensive cooperation between these countries. Officials of the Industrialist Union say that domestic shoes production currently meets 60% of the citizens' needs. At the same time, a number of citizens, in addition to the supporting domestic production,
We
are
are
asking
clear
people
from the
to use
cops.
domestic products and instead of the foreign ones. On the other hand, the Ministry of Industry and Commerce has emphasized the growth of industry and assured support for factory owners in the country.
Officials of the Industrialist Union say that the nationwide peace and security in the country has made a number of investors interested in investing more in the country. According to officials, currently, shoes production factories in the country directly and indirectly provide work for a number of citizens, and shoes produced in these factories meet 60% of the needs of the domestic market. Millions of dollars have been invested in Herat, Mazar Sharif, Kandahar, Jalalabad and Kabul in factories. Also, handicrafts, where hundreds of factories operate in each province, are very important, and we can meet almost 60% of Afghanistan's needs. A number of shoes makers are optimistic about the activities of shoes production factories in the country and say that this has provided them with work opportunities. The ground has been prepared. I'm responsible of my own house and we are all here. We work, mashallah, there are many people here. We're happy that we have been provided with employment opportunities here, and we ask the government to support our businessmen to invest in Afghanistan and provide such employment opportunities for our youth. A number of shoe sellers say that although shoes are imported from foreign countries in large quantities, the quality of domestic shoes is better, and they ask people to use domestic products to support them. We make these shoes for our customers. We even give a warranty, which means if you find any problem for 6 months or 1 year, we are at your service. They are excellent in terms of quality compared to the Chinese shoes. Chinese shoes are cheap, but not of good quality. For example, they last for a month or 2 or 3 months, while domestic shoes last for 2 or 3 years. On the other hand, officials in the Ministry of Industry and Commerce assured the Islamic Emirate of its commitment to the growth of industry and factory owners in the country. The Ministry of Industry and Commerce supports traders and investors in all sectors and has always announced its full support in the industrial sector so that domestic manufacturing factories can grow. Regarding the shoes industry and all industries, we must remind them to pay more attention to the quality of their industry than the domestic needs so that they can capture the domestic market. It's worth mentioning that the Islamic Emirate has emphasized supporting domestic products in every sector and has similarly asked industrialists and manufacturers to offer their products to the market with better standards and quality.
The second export center of the northern zone of the country was opened at a Sherkhan Port Customs in the Kunduz province. The Ministry of Industry and Commerce says that the purpose of establishing this center is to simplify the process of exporting documents and expedite export-related matters. The United Nations Children's Fund, UNICEF, has announced a $1.5 million donation for China to provide health and sanitation services to children and families in areas affected by natural disaster and outbreak of diarrhea in Afghanistan. The money will be used to provide water purification tablets and hygiene kits for more than 28,000 families, the agency said. A number of Kabul citizens have complained about the lack of regular transportation system and are asking officials to activate the national city bus system in all areas of the city. On the other hand, officials of the state-owned national bus company say
the
that
location
this department is trying to
something
activate all
you will
the
have
city
to
buses,
pay for.
And currently 220 buses are active in this city.
We are clear from the cops.
A number of Kabul residents have complained about the lack of regular transportation system and say during the autumn and winter seasons, people have more problems traveling from one area to another. Nasratullah and Abdul Sabur, two residents of the capital, are waiting at the Afghanan bus station to go home. But they say that the shortage of city buses, especially national buses, has caused them problems. You can practically see the crowd of people. We request officials of the national bus company to address the problems of the people during the evening because the people are suffering a lot and the drivers are taking advantage of the lack of vehicles and the crowd of passengers and are charging 30 and more Afghanis for the fare of 20, which is injustice.
Okay, we need fuel for sustenance.
There are a lot of problems, especially when the employees and shopkeepers come from a job. There is a lot of crowding. We're asking the government to make things easier for the people. Meanwhile, officials of the national bus company say that during the past 3 years, they have reactivated 220 of the 186 inactive city buses, which are currently operating in the capital. Emirati National Bus Company currently has 186 buses, of which 220 are active and serving the people. Our repairing process is ongoing, and we are preparing to expand our services to our fellow citizens. This is why all citizens currently do not have access to international bus services, not only in Kabul, but also in other provinces of the country.
The reconstruction of the National Archive has begun at a cost of more than 4 million Afghans from the development budget of the Ministry of Information and Culture. Molawi Atiqullah Azizi, Deputy of Culture and Arts of the Ministry, says that with the completion of this project, historical documents and repositories will be preserved in the basement of the National Archives. The Martyrs' Heirs and Disabled Care Center, in coordination with the HRD charity organization, distributed food items including flour, rice, oil, and other food items to 154 technical and vocational education students in a transparent manner. At the same time, 8 students were also given 7,000 Afghans as 2-month transportation fare. The Department of Martyrs and Disabled Affairs of Nangarhar Province, in coordination with the charity organizations, distributed winter aid packages to 800 orphans, widows, disabled people, and needy families. In this program, the director of the Martyrs and Disabled Affairs of the Nangarhar Province called on other relief organizations to provide more assistance to needy people in this province. This was our tonight's news package. Thank you for watching.
شهیدانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور ساتوي پسرو وینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا کور دا د ساتوي پسرو وینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د
A real shooting took place behind Lucerno's. No cops showed up in person.
ساتوي پسرو وینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا
Good evening. Today is Wednesday, November 27, 2024. I'm Suleiman Talash and you are watching RTN News. Hassan Kazmi Qumi, Iranian President's special envoy for Afghanistan and ambassador to Kabul, held a preliminary meeting with Foreign Minister Maulavi Amir Khan Muttaqi. The Foreign Minister praised Kazmi Qumi's efforts during his mission and said that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is ready to work with the new Iranian ambassador to develop bilateral relations.
The Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Islamic Emirate praised the efforts of the special delegation of the President and Ambassador of the Islamic Republic of Iran during their mission. The Foreign Minister also said that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is ready to work with the new Ambassador of the Islamic Republic of Iran to expand bilateral relations.
Maulavi Muhammad Ishaq Sahibzada, Deputy Minister of Railways of the Ministry of Public Works, traveled to Turkey to participate in the 34th regional meeting of the International Union of Railways, UIC. In this meeting, after presenting the annual report of this union, there will be a discussion and exchange of views on improving railway and transportation activities, attracting investment and recent achievements of regional countries. It's worth mentioning that the Islamic Emirate delegation will deliver a speech at this meeting on activities, achievements, ongoing railway projects in Afghanistan, connecting regional lines, progress, and future plans for the railway network in Afghanistan. A meeting was held under the chairmanship of Maulavi Atiqullah Azizi, the Deputy Minister of Arts and Culture of the Ministry of Information and Culture, to discuss the upcoming seminar on the 20-year occupation of Afghanistan and the near nature of the articles. In this meeting, Mr. Azizi called it necessary to write about the jihad and holy struggles of the Afghans, saying that by holding such seminars, he wants to preserve jihad's values. He added that the sacrifices, courage, and incidents of the Afghans against the occupation, the sacrifices of various groups, will be preserved in a documentary book. Mullah Nuruddin Turabi, the director of the National Disaster Management Authority, signed an agreement worth $863,521 with Handicap International Organization. During the signing of the agreement, Mr. Turabi welcomed the delegation and thanked them for always cooperating with him in various fields and assured them of all kinds of cooperation. The director of the Handicap Organization thanked the National Disaster Management Authority for always cooperating with them. And it's worth mentioning that the agreement includes providing warehouses for humanitarian organizations in all districts of Herat province and in the centers of Badghis, Gor, and Nimroz provinces. The International Halal Exhibition 2024 was opened in Istanbul, Turkey, with the presence of officials from about 100 countries for 4 days. Nuruddin Azizi, Minister of Industry and Commerce of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan, was also participated in the opening ceremony of the exhibition, said that in his speech that the purpose of the Afghan delegation's participation is to strengthen trade relations in introducing Afghan products to global markets. Let's see more in this report.
The International Halal Exhibition 2024 will be held in Istanbul, Turkey, with the presence of delegations and traders from more than 100 countries. The Afghan delegation, led by Nuruddin Azizi, Minister of Industry and Commerce of the Islamic Emirate, participated in this exhibition. The Minister of Industry and Commerce, speaking at the opening ceremony of the exhibition, said that the purpose of Afghan delegation's participation is to strengthen trade relations, introduce Afghan products, and attract investment in the country. Afghanistan and Turkey, as two Muslim and brother countries, have good relations between the two countries in all economic, cultural, and social fields. And Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan undoubtedly wants to strengthen and develop relations through the trade and investment in various sectors and new areas. On the other hand, delegations of a number of companies and exhibitors who have exhibited Afghan products at this international exhibition consider holding such exhibitions important for marketing the country's products. We brought various rags from Afghanistan to this exhibition. Almost 80 countries participated in this exhibition. We would like to thank the Ministry of Industry and Commerce of Afghanistan for their cooperation. The International Halal Exhibition 2024 has been held for 4 days in Istanbul, Turkey. In this exhibition, Afghan traders and investors representing Afghanistan have displayed their products in more than 30 booths.
Kabul Governor Mullah Aminullah Obaid met with the tribal elders of the Shia community of the province. At the beginning of the meeting, the tribal elders of the Shia community of Kabul thanked the governor of Kabul and expressed their satisfaction with the open
shooting
doors
took
of
place
government
behind
agencies
Lucerno's.
to them
No
in
cops
sought to
showed
resolve
up
a
in
number of
person.
problems. The governor of Kabul, Mullah Aminullah Obaid, welcomed them and assured them of all kinds of cooperation. Mullah Muhammad Yunus Akhundzada, the Minister of Rural Rehabilitation and Development,
we
met
need
with
fuel
Maulavi
for
Fazl Muhammad
sustenance.
Haqqani, the Ambassador of the Islamic Emirate to Iran, and his accompanying delegation. Mr. Haqqani shared his information about the situation of Afghan refugees in neighboring countries and Iran and mentioned their problems. He also spoke about the situation of Afghan prisoners in Iran, adding that all the employees of our embassy are busy reserving their countrymen. The leadership of the Chamber of Commerce and Investment has discussed with Rolf Renard, the German ambassador to Afghanistan, the strengthening of economic and trade relations between the two countries and the creation of facilities for Afghan businessmen. In this meeting, the German ambassador to Afghanistan assured that efforts will be made to improve trade relations between the Afghan private sector and the German government. Let's see more in this report.
It is not bloody
The
here
leadership of
at
the
my
Afghanistan
current
Chamber of
vector.
Commerce and Investment has met with the German ambassador to Afghanistan in Kabul on Tuesday, November 26. In this meeting, both sides discussed the development of trade relations between Afghanistan and Germany, the creation of facilities for Afghan businessmen, and attracting investment in the country. Afghan fruits now have a good market in Germany and all of Europe. We want to see an increase in these exports. The visa problem is that the visa problem must be solved with the European
We are
Union,
not
especially
Charlie Vetter
Germany.
units.
The third issue is that one of our delegation offices in Munich, which has good relations with Afghanistan. We want 2 other delegation offices, which are in Berlin and Bonn, to also start their relations with Afghanistan. The Chamber of Commerce and Investment says that it currently has a trade volume of more than $100 million with Germany and hopes to increase the trade volume to $1 billion.
We are not Delta
in which
Vector
regard,
units.
it has asked the German ambassador to facilitate visa issuance for Afghan businessmen and to start consular services for Afghans in the cities of Bonn and Berlin. We used to have a lot of exports. Then there was a pause. And with a pause, our exports are about 100 million to 150 million. We want to increase this number to about 1 billion. According to the Chamber of Commerce and Investment, in this meeting, the German ambassador to Afghanistan assured that, in addition to facilitating the visa issuance process for Afghan businessmen, efforts will be made to develop trade relations between the Afghan private sector and the German government, support small and medium-sized enterprise in Afghanistan, and continue Germany's assistance to Afghans.
The Customs Department of the Ministry of Finance has launched a project to build archive at Aqina Customs in Faryab province worth 10 million Afghanis. The cost of this will be covered by the Ministry of Finance development budget, and its construction will be completed within the next 8 months. With the implementation of this project, many facilities will be created in the field of security of customs documents in Aqina Customs. According to the officials from the Ministry of Finance, they are trying to implement development projects in the country's customs and equip it with modern and advanced equipment in order to create more facilities for traders at customs and further develop trade in the country. The United Nations Children's Fund, or UNICEF, provided winter supplies to mothers of inmates of the Polichirki Central Prison and children of the Children's Correction and Education Center in Kabul. The supplies included winter clothes, jumpers, boots, socks, stockings, and other necessary items, which were distributed to children in the prison and center in the presence of UNICEF representatives. The Department of Prisons Affairs, in addition to thanking UNICEF for this assistance, once again calls on the other domestic and international partner institutions to continue and expand their assistance in cooperation with the department in various aspects. The construction of 5 water reservoirs in Jawzjan province worth more than 22 million Afghanis was
a real shooting took place behind Luciano's. No cops showed up in
through the
person.
Rural Rehabilitation and Development Department of the province. According to local officials, the project has created jobs for dozens of people, and with its completion, 750 local families will have access to
a tactical asset computer
system. That's all
system.
for tonight. Thank you so much for watching. Have a good night.
A real shooting took place behind Luciano's. No cops showed up in person. Whatever, thanks for nothing. We are not dispatch radio traffic. We are clear from the cops.
Good evening. Today is Tuesday, November 26, 2024. I'm Suleiman Talash and you are watching RTA News. Mullah Abdul Ghani Baradar Akhun, the economic deputy of the Prime Minister, said in a meeting with the Secretary of the Russian National Security Council that Afghanistan is interested in playing an effective role in strengthening the North-South economic corridor and implementing economic connectivity in the region. The Secretary of the Russian National Security Council also assured that Russian investors are ready to invest in Afghanistan. Let's see more in this report.
Meeting of the Secretary of the National Security Council of Russia with the Economic Deputy of the Prime Minister. Afghanistan is interested in playing an effective role in strengthening the North-South economic corridor. Mullah Abdul Ghani Baradar Akhund, the Economic Deputy of the Prime Minister, said in a meeting with Russian National Security Council Secretary Sergei Shoigu.
After the return of security and stability to Afghanistan,
yes,
Afghanistan
will
become a center of economy, cooperation, trade and transit in the region. And this is not only in the interest of Afghanistan, but also for the entire region.
Russia is ready to implement the promises of cooperation at St. Petersburg Economic Forum in Russia, and Russian investors and state-owned companies are also interested in investing in Afghanistan in the fields of mining, transport and agriculture. The professional Deputy Minister of Economy considers the role of the countries of the region, especially Russia, effective in the economic sectors.
Russian investors can invest in various sectors including in the infrastructure sector in Afghanistan, and investment can be useful in the economic growth of Afghanistan.
Economists also believe that Russian investors can contribute to the country's economy with their investments.
Russia can play important role in Afghanistan's economy with the development of underwater investment and in the energy sector, as well as Afghanistan's economic connectivity with the region. Russia government, investors, and the commercial sector through good relations can connect Afghanistan with the Eastern Europe besides the Central Asia and can get Afghanistan out of transit, economic and transport problems.
During the meeting, the Secretary of the National Security Council of Russia met with the Deputy Prime Minister of Economic Affairs, where both sides stressed the need to establish a joint government commission to establish extensive cooperation in the fields of trade, transit and investment.
Maulavi Muhammad Yaqub Mujahid, the Minister of National Defense, met and held talks with higher-ranking delegation from Russia in his affairs. The delegation, which was led by the Secretary General of the Russian Security Council, was also attended by the Deputy Prime Minister Alexei Averchuk, Special Representative of the Russian President for Afghanistan Zamir Kabulov, Ambassador of Russia to Afghanistan Dmitry Zhirnov, and many other members. While welcoming the visiting delegation, Mr. Mujahid praised Russia's efforts to remove the Islamic Emirates' names from the blacklist and strengthen bilateral relations. The Russian delegation praised the efforts of the Islamic Emirate, especially the Ministry of National Defense, in strengthening the security and stability of Afghanistan. During the meeting, both sides emphasized the development of economic and trade cooperation and exchanged views on various issues. Meanwhile, Interior Minister Khalifa Sirajuddin Haqqani met with the Secretary General of the Security Council of the Russian Federation and his accompanying delegation. The meeting was attended by the Secretary General of the Security Council of the Russian Federation, Sergei Shoigu, Deputy Prime Minister of Russia for Economic Affairs, Alexei Averchuk, a Russian Special Representative for Afghanistan, Zamir Kabulov, Russian Ambassador to Afghanistan, Dmitry Zhirnov, and a number of other officials. During the meeting, the two sides held comprehensive discussions on political, security, and economic issues. Mr. Shoigu assured that the Russian government has reached the final stages of the process of removing the Taliban movement, previously known as the Islamic Emirate, from the list of banned groups. He expressed the hope that his stage will be completed in a short time, which will expand relations between the two countries in various fields. Mullah Khairullah Khairkhwa, the Minister of Information and Culture, met with the directors of the MCCT and MJAM companies and their delegations. During the meeting, Mr. Liu Jing, director of the MCCT
A real
company,
shooting took
said
place behind
that upon his
Lucerno's.
arrival
No
in
cops
Afghanistan,
showed
he
up
saw
in
the
person.
changed appearance of Afghanistan and found the population and situation very positive, which is the result of the good governance of the Islamic Emirate. Mr. Liu Jun praised the professional activities of the Ministry of Information and Culture in the protection of historical heritage and cultural affairs, and thanked the ministry for its cooperation with the technical delegation sent by China, saying that during the copper extraction
A
process,
real shooting
the
took
joint
place
delegation of the
behind
Ministry of
Lucerno's.
Information
No
and Culture
cops
and the
showed
Ministry
up
of
in
Mines and
person.
Petroleum should work closely with them to accelerate the activities during the extraction process. Mr. Khairkhwa said that Afghanistan and China have common cultural similarities, and it is important for both countries to protect historical monuments in the Mes Ainak area. He added that the Ministry of Information and Culture, through its technical team, is carrying out work in the Mes Ainak area in coordination with relevant organizations. A coordination meeting of the district heads of the 14 districts of the province was held at the provincial headquarters under the chairmanship of Mullah Aminullah Obaid, Kabul governor. Mr. Obaid welcomed them and praised their actions and activities and made important recommendations to them in some areas. He said that they should carry out their work with complete honesty and integrity, as always, treat the people well and address their problems in a timely manner. The Kabul government
Cheers.
added that they should establish healthy coordination in their institutions and assure that they would always cooperate with them in implementing the principles and laws. Officials of the Ministry of Justice say that they have recovered over 23 acres of Emirate land in the sanitarium area of 6th district of Kabul province and have freed it from the clutches of the usurpers. The officials add that the land is registered in the cadastre under the name of Emirate Real Estate and plot number 56 and was identified as Emirate during the Technical Committee for the Determination and Assignment of Emirate Grablands of Kabul province. Let's see more in this report.
The Ministry of Justice says that the Technical Committee for the Determination and Assessment of Emirate Used Lands of Kabul province has determined the ownership of approximately 24 acres of land in the 6th district of Kabul city and is investigating the remaining grabbed lands.
The
Special Court for Handling Cases of the Usurped Emirati Lands has examined 23,798 acres of land in a sanatorium area of the 6th district of the Kabul province and confirmed its ownership. The land is registered in the 56th part of the cadastre as Emirati real estate and was confirmed as Emirati during the examination of the Technical Committee after the establishment and assessment of usurped Emirati lands in Kabul province.
Similarly, Mr. Rasuli adds that the Land Usurpation Prevention Commission has returned more than 66,000 acres of Emirate land in different areas of Kabul province over the past 2 years.
The Land Usurpation Prevention and Land Institution Commission has restituted approximately 66,135 acres of Emirati land in Kabul province since its inception until the end of Rabi Thani 1446. These lands located in various districts of Kabul province.
Furthermore, a number of compatriots welcome the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan's move to return the usurped lands in the country and urge the Islamic Emirate to deliver the rightful owners.
It is a good action.
We are not the
with Islamic
microwave.
rule, no one can encroach on it, and land has been taken back from the usurpers and work is underway to develop the country. We are happy with Islamic Emirate because they took thousands of acres of land from the usurpers and returned to its owners.
The Ministry of Justice says that the Land Usurpation Prevention Commission is responsible for returning the usurped lands of the Emirate in public from the usurpers and power brokers, and this process is continuing rapidly in all provinces of Afghanistan.
Mullah Nuruddin Turabi, head of the National Disaster Management Authority, met with the head of the Reconstruction Development Organization and signed a memorandum of understanding for joint cooperation worth more than $37,000. In this meeting, Mr. Turabi, while praising the functions of this organization, called on the other relief organizations to deliver their assistance to the needy individuals in a timely manner. Afghan and Turkmen officials discussed the establishment of a temporary port in the border area of Slim Chashma to transport equipment to Afghanistan. The Ministry of Mines and Petroleum says that Afghan officials at the meeting expressed their full readiness to establish the port. Hafiz Umar, the ambassador of the Islamic Emirate to Oman, met with the executive director of the Sultanate charity organization of that country. During the meeting, Mr. Omar appreciated the organization's assistance to Afghanistan and asked for more cooperation with Afghanistan. The press office of the 207th Al-Faruq Army Corps announced the discovery and recovering of some weapons and ammunition and the destruction of a drug factory in Ghor province. The Army Corps wrote on its X page that the operation was carried out by the consignment and intelligence forces of the 3rd Battalion in the village of Jergak, Taiwan district of the province. As a result
a
of
real
which
shooting
drug
took
factory
place
was
behind
destroyed and some
Lucernos.
weapons
No
and
cops
ammunition
showed
were
up
also
in person.
seized by the security forces. The Takhar Provincial Disaster Management Directorate, in collaboration with the Islamic Relief Organization, distributed essential items to 174 needy families in Chal district. In this assistance, each family was given a kit containing 15 essential items, including various tools. The assistance was provided transparently in the presence of representatives of the Disaster Management Directorate, the Economy Department, and the District Administration. That's all for tonight. Thank you so much for watching. Have a good night.
ساتوی پسروینو داد شهیدانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور ساتوی پسروینو داد شهیدانو کور داد کور داد باتورانو کور ساتوی پسروینو داد شهیدانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو
We are clear from the cops.
Good evening, everyone. Today is Monday, November 25, 2024. I'm Suleiman Talash and you are watching RTA News. Yu Xiaoyang, Chinese Special Representative for Afghanistan, met with Maulavi Amir Khan Muttaqi, Foreign Minister of the Islamic Emirate. In this meeting, the two sides discussed bilateral relations between Afghanistan and China, economic cooperation, and regional affairs. The foreign minister considered the relations between the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan and the People's Republic of China to be positive and praised the progress in the trade between the two countries.
The
Chinese special envoy described the developments in bilateral relations between the two countries as positive, adding that his country respects the values and choices of Afghan people. He also stressed that the Afghan foreign minister should participate in the meeting of foreign ministers of neighboring countries.
The Ministry of Public Health says that a 3-day anti-polio campaign will begin in 11 provinces of the country today, November 25. According to the spokesman for the ministry, it is planned to vaccinate more than 5 million children under the age of 5 during this campaign.
That radio program is not in our area.
Today, Monday, the 5th of Qaws 1403, which is similar to 25 of November, the anti-polio vaccination campaign begins in 11 provinces of the country. The 3-day campaign will vaccinate 5.3 million children under the age of 5. We ask the tribal leaders, scholars, and family elders to help our vaccinators in the region so that we can prevent polio through effective implementation of the polio vaccine.
Khalilur Rahman Haqqani, the Minister of Refugees and Returnees Affairs, met with Maulavi Fazl Muhammad Haqqani, Ambassador of the Islamic Emirate to Iran, and discussed the problems of Afghan refugees living in that country.
The wind is
in this
good
meeting,
for
Khalilur
power
Rahman
generation.
Haqqani said the Islamic Emirate has tried its best to find a solution to the problems of Afghan refugees and intends to hold a meeting with the Iranian government to discuss the resolve these issues. Khalilur Rahman Haqqani also stressed that the Islamic Emirate called for the dignified return of Afghan refugees to the country and asked the Iranian government not to confiscate the property of Afghan refugees and refrain from bothering them. Nuruddin Azizi, Minister of Industry and Commerce, met with Cenk Onal, Turkish ambassador to Kabul. The Minister of Industry and Commerce said that during the meeting, Mr. Azizi's visit to Turkey, his participation in the opening ceremony of the Istanbul International Halal 2024 exhibition, and his meetings with Turkish officials were discussed. According to the ministry, Mr. Azizi will participate in the Istanbul Halal 2024 exhibition from November 27 to 30 at the official invitation of Turkey. Sheikh Hamdullah Nomani, Minister of Housing and Urban Development, met with a number of provincial heads in the presence of the Deputy Minister of Urban Affairs of the mentioned
Yes, the
ministry.
tactical asset
The Ministry
system.
of Housing and Urban
We may
Development
have to make a
says that
telephone
in this
call.
meeting, discussions and exchanges were held on existing urban problems, plans, violations, adjustments, maps, organizations, lack of administrative buildings for some departments, orderly urban growth,
are not
and
that
development, and other related issues. The Afghan embassy in Islamabad has issued a press release stating that the embassy is closed today, Monday, November 25, due to the current situation in Islamabad. For the past 2 days, protests have been going on in Pakistan by supporters of Imran Khan, the former Prime Minister, demanding his release from prison, with all roads leading to the capital Islamabad closed, and internet and telephone services have also been suspended. The Iranian Ministry of Foreign Affairs has appointed Ali Reza Begdel as the country's new special envoy to Afghanistan, replacing Hassan Kazmi Qumi. According to the Iranian Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Begdel previously served as Deputy Consular Officer of the Iranian Ministry of Foreign Affairs.
We may have to make a telephone
The Ministry
call.
of Mines and Petroleum has put out a tender for 10,000 tons of lead and zinc from the Gandekotal area of Yakaulang district in Bamiyan province.
We are clear
Ministry
from
officials
radio
say
units.
that 41 companies participated in the tender, of which one private company was declared to be the winner. Let's see more in this report.
In a series of mining tenders by the Ministry of Mines and Petroleum, this time an estimated 10,000 tons of lead and zinc from the Gandakotal area of Yakaulang district of Bamiyan province were put up for tender. The Deputy Minister of Finance and Administration of the Ministry of Mines and Petroleum says that the aim of the mining tender is to ensure transparency, attract investment in the mining sector, and create jobs for citizens.
A real shooting took place behind Lucerno's. No
I assure
cops
you of
showed up in
transparency.
person.
Everything will be done in your presence. We could have given all of this for the announcement, which is 35 tons. But our goal is that the national capitalist and everyone will be part of it.
Among the 41 companies participating in this tender, one of the private companies won, which was awarded a contract worth 28,900 Afghanis per ton of lead and zinc.
We conducted today's auction in a very transparent manner. I won it for 28,995 Afghanis. Inshallah, we'll resume our normal work soon.
This is while the Ministry of Mines and Petroleum recently sold 6,009 carats of emeralds from
I
Panjshir
am
province
Attack,
for
a tactical asset computer system.
and $910 after a tender.
A power purchase agreement for 2025 was signed between Dr. Abdul Bari Umar, the Chief Executive Director of Afghanistan Electricity Company, and Mr. Muhammad Umar Akhtarzada, the Chief Executive Director of that country. The power purchase agreement with Tajikistan was signed in Turkey between Mr. Umar and Muhammad Umar Akhtarzada. The European Union has sent its fourth shipment of humanitarian aid to Kabul. According to the European Union, this organization has sent 390 tons of humanitarian aid to Afghanistan during the current year. The technical team of the Ministry of Energy and Water, together with the Economic Council of the Chinese Embassy, met with Qari Ihsanullah Baryal, the governor of Kapisa, to visit Baghdara Dam. According to the Ministry of Energy and Water, the team also visited Baghdara Dam to enforce the cooperation agreement between the contracting companies and the Ministry of Energy and Water. The ministry added that a cooperation agreement is to be signed between the Ministry of Energy and Water and contractors.
We are not that call.
Geotechnical, geophysical, and hydrological studies of the Baghdara Dam in Kapisa province. The National Disaster Preparedness Agency issued a statement saying that, unfortunately, floods have occurred in the 6 northern provinces of Balkh, Faryab, Saripol, Baghlan, Kunduz, and Takhar, causing heavy losses to our compatriots in some districts. The director of the National Disaster Preparedness Agency has instructed the Disaster Management Directorates of the mentioned provinces to reach the affected families in flood-affected areas sooner and take urgent measures for the victims in the cooperation with
We are not small time.
Department and
Yes,
partner
we have many
institutions.
wheels.
In this statement, all government and foreign institutions are invited to provide any kind of assistance to the victims, either on
Yes.
their own or through the National
A real
Disaster
shooting took
Preparedness
place behind
Department.
Lucerno's. No cops showed up in person.
That's all for tonight. Thank you so much for watching. Stay with us to stay updated. Have a good night.
دوی پسرو وینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور ساتوي پسرو وینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا کور دا د باتورانو کور.
Good evening. Today is Sunday, 24 of November 2024. I'm Suleiman Talash and you are watching RTA News. The Chinese special representative for Afghanistan met with officials of the Islamic Emirate after his visit to Pakistan and Turkmenistan and discussed various issues. The deputy spokesman of the Islamic Emirate said that the meetings focused on improving relations and understanding between Afghanistan, Pakistan and China. Meanwhile, the Chinese special representative said that his country is working to strengthen the economy, expand relations and increase cooperation with Afghanistan. We have more in this report. The Chinese special representative for Afghanistan met with Maulavi Abdul Kabir, the political deputy of the Prime Minister. We briefed him on his visit to Pakistan and Turkmenistan and stressed on improving relations and understanding between Afghanistan, Pakistan and China. The deputy spokesman of the Islamic Emirate said that during the meeting, the political deputy of the Prime Minister considered economic cooperation with China as developing and said that Afghanistan is working to revive the national economy and develop regional cooperation.
The political deputy to Prime Minister, Honorable Maulavi Abdul Kabir, thanked China for its assistance and said that Afghanistan is expanding its diplomatic and economic relations with China and is striving for regional stability and cooperation. Honorable Maulavi Abdul Kabir noted that the Islamic Emirate has assured the world that no threat will come from Afghanistan and has fulfilled its commitment in the last 3 years.
Meanwhile, the Chinese special representative in Kabul met with Defense Minister Maulavi Muhammad Yaqub Mujahid to discuss economic cooperation, strengthening bilateral relations, borders and investment.
The acting Minister of the National Defense considered China to be a neighboring country and an important partner for the people of Afghanistan and emphasized the commitments of the Ministry of National Defense and cooperation in common areas.
China's special envoy to Afghanistan said that this country is working to strengthen the economy, expand relations and increase cooperation with Afghanistan.
No cops. Cheers.
This is said which paves the way for the development of relations, so it's beneficial for everyone, whether China or other countries.
I
hope that the Afghan government, by utilizing the good relations and interactions it has with China, will make maximum use of the country's reconstruction, trade and economy with senior Chinese officials.
Chinese special representative for Afghanistan, Yu Xiaoyang, had earlier visited Pakistan and Turkmenistan to discuss the fifth meeting of foreign ministers of Afghanistan's neighboring countries and other issues. Maulavi Nur Jalal Jalali, the Minister of Public Health, met with Maher Al-Shun, General Director of Intrasas International Organization. The Ministry of Public Health says that during this meeting they discussed the priorities of the health sector in Afghanistan, the treatment of drug addicts and malnourished patients, the standardization of health services and the provision of health services to remote areas. During this meeting, Mr. Jalali urged the officials of the organization to provide standard health services in remote areas, in addition to paying attention to mother and child health. Mullah Hidayatullah Badri, Minister of Mines and Petroleum, met with tribal leaders and influential people of Yakaulang district of Bamiyan province. In this meeting, the head of the public works of that province talked about mineral resources, work and activities of mining contractors, environmental problems, employment of local people in projects, and provision of social services for the people, and called for the implementation of more contracts in this province. On the other hand, the Minister of Mines and Petroleum stated that considering the existing facilities, the implementation of projects in that province and the problems of people will be addressed. 55 containers of commercial goods from China arrived in Heraton port town after 20 days of transiting through Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan. In the ceremony of handing over these commercial goods, which was attended by the Afghan Minister of Industries and Commerce and the diplomatic representatives of Uzbekistan, each emphasized the expansion of trade between Afghanistan and neighboring countries and called the protection of this land corridor a necessity in terms of trade with these countries. Let's see more in this report.
55 containers of national traders arrived to Heraton port by train. This train moved from China to Afghanistan 20 days ago and reached this country via Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan. The country's Minister of Industry and Commerce, Nuruddin Azizi, who came to Balkh province for this purpose, says that the Islamic Emirate is determined to keep this transit corridor active.
The shipment, which arrived in Afghanistan from China, traveled from eastern China and arrived in Afghanistan within 20 days. The largest of the goods in this shipment are the fabric that Afghans always use, as well as electrical appliances, dishes, spare parts, and some other things that we usually import from China.
Also, the Deputy Governor of Balkh Province and the General Council of Uzbekistan in Mazar-e-Sharif called this corridor a sign of development in the relations between Afghanistan, Uzbekistan and China and emphasized the strengthening of these relations.
When the Islamic Emirate came to power in Afghanistan, from the first day until today, they have been cooperating with the Islamic Emirate, and whenever any kind of cooperation was necessary, they were standing with the Islamic Emirate. May Allah reward them. Neighbor has right over neighbor. We are always with you. We are at your service, and that's the beauty of neighborhood. We will always cooperate with you.
On the other hand, the head of the Balkh Chamber of Commerce and Investment considers the use of this route important in increasing trade transactions, adding that this corridor, in addition to increasing exports, also helps in reduction of transportation costs.
In addition, it strengthens our economic position and determines our strategic position and leads to more economic growth and relations and lower costs. And the train that you and I saw, in addition to exporting, can also import such goods.
This transit corridor between Afghanistan, Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan and China is considered one of the fastest land import and exports routes, and transportation of goods between Afghanistan and China through this corridor takes 15 to 20 days.
The Ministry of Refugees and Returnees Affairs says that a meeting was held between Afghan and Pakistani officials in Turkam. According to the ministry, in this meeting, the problems of Afghan refugees were discussed, and the Pakistan side was asked to pay attention to the problems of Afghan refugees and patients. Mufti Abdul Mateen Qane, spokesman of the Ministry of Interior Affairs, says that 120 police officers graduated from the Nangarhar Police Training Center after completing professional and religious training. According to Mr. Qane, these police officers have received training in patrolling, searching, checkpoints, security tactics, and skills. The Ministry of Interior Affairs has arrested 20 people in connection with the sale, transportation and use of drugs in Kabul province. According to the ministry, the suspects were arrested by the anti-narcotics forces of the Ministry of Interior Affairs from different parts of Kabul. The ministry added that a quantity of opium, methamphetamine and drug tablets were also recovered from the detainees. According to another report, a man was arrested in connection with the smuggling of nearly 80 kilograms of methamphetamine from Zaranj city of Nimroz province. Mullah Nuruddin Turabi, head of the National Disaster Preparedness Agency, signed a memorandum of understanding worth $6.5 million in a meeting with the representative of the German Help Organization. In this meeting, Mr. Turabi, while appreciating the activities of this organization, added that this agency is trying to provide more facilities for aid organizations in the country. The Minister of Interior Affairs has arrested 26 people in connection with robbery, murder, smuggling, gambling, and forgery of documents from different provinces of the country. According to the ministry, 6 of the arrested were from Samangan province, 9 were gamblers in Baghlan, and 3 were from Takhar. 8 others were arrested in connection with smuggling, illegal weapons, and forgery of documents from Herat, Helmand, and Ghazni provinces. The ministry also added that 25,000 tons of wood were also seized from Nangarhar province. That's all for tonight. Thank you so much for watching. Stay with us to stay updated. Have a good night.
In person.
It is not bloody here Dada Baturanu Kur, Dada Baturanu Kur, Dada Baturanu Kur, Dada Baturanu Kur, Sato I Pasruinu, Dada Shahidanu Kur,
Good evening. Today is Friday, November 22nd, 2024. I'm Suleiman Talash and you are watching RTA News.
Okay, we need fuel for sustenance.
The Minister of Higher Education attended the Academic Council of Kandahar University during his official visit to Kandahar province. He listened to the problems and suggestions of the university officials and the academic council and assured them of solving the problems. Also, the Minister of Higher Education in separate meetings met with the professors of the Faculty of Islamic Culture and Sharia and asked them to pay attention to the intellectual, religious, and moral education, worship, and character of the students. Kabul Governor Mullah Aminullah Obaid met with several creative youth of technical and vocational education and their teachers at the provincial headquarters. At the beginning of the meeting, these creative youth informed the governor of Kabul about the devices they had made and asked for cooperation of the Islamic Emirates in this regard. Mr. Obaid welcomed them and praised the devices they have made and made some important recommendations in this regard. He added that the Islamic Emirate fully supports those youth who make innovations and devices in technical fields.
We are not Bravo Vector units.
For the first time, the process of licenses, audit bodies, and vocational training institutions in the country has begun. The ministry added that by gathering standard licenses to audit bodies, administrative affairs will become more professional. National revenue evasion will be prevented. The revenues of Emirate and private companies
real shooting took place behind Lucerno's. No cops showed up in person.
Financial and tax processes, and companies will be further strengthened in the field of system building. Sardar Ahmad Shakib, ambassador of the Islamic Emirate to Islamabad, met with Emal Wali Khan, Senate member of Pakistan. The two sides discussed bilateral relations, trade, and the
real shooting took place behind Lucerno's. No cops showed up in person.
Pakistan to solve the problems of the people on the both sides. The Chamber of Commerce and Investment says that in the past 3 years, dozens of Russian and Chinese companies, as well as joint companies with Afghans, have invested in various sectors in Afghanistan. Economic experts consider foreign investment to be effective in economic growth, infrastructure development, and poverty reduction. We have more details in this report.
Officials of the Chamber of Commerce and Investment say that the level of investment by foreign companies and investors in Afghanistan has increased in the past 3 years. According to these officials, dozens of Russian, Chinese and other foreign investors have invested in Afghanistan together with Afghans.
Practically dozens of companies have already received operating licenses from the Ministry of Industry and Commerce, which are either independent licenses or joint licenses, which have been made between Afghans and Russians or Afghans and Chinese. Many promises have been made in this regard, and Russia have practically invested in oil and other mines in the north of the country.
According to economic experts, foreign investment in Afghanistan is considered effective in economic growth, infrastructure development, job creation and poverty reduction.
A real shooting took place behind Lucerno's. No
Attracting
cops
foreign
showed up
investors,
in person.
governments, and traders to invest in Afghanistan can
A
lead
real
to the
shooting took
country's
place
economic
behind Lucerno's.
self-sufficiency
No
in a
cops
very
showed
short
up
time.
in person.
As you can see, the United Arab Emirates, where up to 50% of foreign investors have invested there and have put it on its feet in every section.
This is why the Islamic Emirate has always said that overall security has been ensured in Afghanistan and has called on domestic and foreign investors to invest in various sectors.
A meeting was held with the officials of the Association of Tourism Companies under the chairmanship of Maulavi Qudratullah Jamal, Deputy Minister of Tourism, Finance and Administrative Affairs of the Ministry of Information and Culture, to create facilities and coordination. During the meeting, the officials of the association shared their problems and suggestions with the officials.
We are not
Similarly,
Charlie
Mr.
Vector
Jamal
units.
said that they want to develop the tourism industry throughout the country, standardize and digitalize this industry, and create facilities for tourism companies. He added that tourism companies can play an important role in attracting foreign tourists. Officials of the Mine Action and Coordination Directorate say that since 2024, around 232 incidents have occurred due to unexploded mines, resulting in 465 deaths and injuries. Officials added that since the past year, 156 kilometers of area in a number of provinces of the country have been cleared of unexploded mines. Let's see more in this report.
After severe wars and unrest, the land of Afghanistan is still under the threat of mines, and every year, many citizens lose their lives or become disabled. Officials of the Mine Action and Coordination Directorate of the National Disaster Preparedness Agency say that mines have been in the territory of Afghanistan since past wars and still threaten the lives of Afghans.
Since the beginning of 2024, there have been 232 incidents across Afghanistan, with a total of 465 casualties over the past year. Approximately 146 square kilometers of land in 26 provinces across the country have been cleared of mines and unexploded ordnance.
According to him, as a result of continuous surveys and investigation of this department, since 2022, about 79 kilometers of land has been contaminated with mines.
Since 2022, approximately 65 square kilometers of land have been surveyed, and there are still handmade unexploded ordnance in this area. We have more such areas registered in our database. It might be approximately 79 square kilometers of land that contains handmade mines. Since the beginning of 2024, we have cleared approximately 34 square kilometers of this area.
At the same time, a number of citizens say that the country is currently in a state of complete security and are calling on the officials of the Islamic Emirate to increase efforts to eliminate the remaining mines.
In the past few years, there has been a lot of war in Kunduz city, and there are many mines in our villages and many other areas, which are a threat to the lives of children and others.
We are not that call.
We want the government to take action in this regard, to clear these areas from mines and unexploded ordnance.
According to officials, Most of the remaining mines are
We are
located
not
in
the
Maidan
fire
Wardak,
department.
Ghazni, Zabul, Kandahar, Helmand, Bakhtiar, Khous, Logar and eastern provinces. And this department is trying to increase its surveys to prevent and neutralize them. And for this purpose, it has great achievements in the field of public awareness in the country.
60 Mujahideen graduated from the Abdullah bin Omar 1st Infantry Brigade of the 201st Khalid bin Walid Corps in a series of ceremonies. The ceremony was attended by the commander of the 5th Battalion, Maulavi Abdul Latif Haqqani, as well as many officials, Mujahideen and personnel. While addressing the graduates, the officials said, "You are the main defenders and guardians of the Islamic government, and it is necessary for you to try, study and improve yourselves in various professional fields in addition to the computer and telecommunication fields." Meanwhile, the new graduates assured the officials that they will make good use of the professional education they have received during their duties and will make more rapid efforts in these fields. Several tons of food and non-food items were sent to Nimroz province to provide assistance to potential disaster victims. On the instruction of the director of the National Disaster Preparedness Agency, several tons of food and non-food
A
items
real shooting
were
took
sent
place
to
behind
Nimroz province to
Lucharno's.
provide
No
assistance
cops
and
showed up
sympathy
in
to
person.
potential disaster victims. This assistance includes 450 bags of flour, 450 bags of rice and 500 packs of winter clothes. It is plain that this assistance will be distributed to the deserving people by the Nimroz Provincial Disaster Preparedness Agency. And the final one is that 10 people have been arrested in connection with drug trafficking from different provinces of the country. The Deputy Minister of Anti-Narcotics of the Ministry of Interior
See you
Affairs
later,
said
Walmart.
in a statement that suspects were arrested by the Anti-Narcotics Police from Daikundi, Coast, Paktika and Parwan provinces. According to the deputy, a quantity of opium, drug tablets and other narcotic substances were also recovered from the detainees. That's all for tonight. We will be back with more news updates. Thank you so much for watching. Have a good night.
شهیدانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور ساتوي پسرو وینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا کور دا د باتورانو ساتوي پسرو وینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور ساتوي پسرو وینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا
Good evening. Today is Thursday, November 21st, 2024. I'm Suleiman Talash and you are watching RTA News. Maulavi Muhammad Yaqub Mujahid, Minister of National Defense, met with Hassan Kazemi Qawmi, Iranian ambassador to Kabul and his accompanying delegation. The Ministry of National Defense says that in this meeting, the two sides discussed strengthening friendly relations, good neighbor lines, trade, border cooperation, and issues of Afghan refugees, and emphasized the readiness of the two countries to expand bilateral cooperation in various sectors. Sheikh al-Hadith Nur Muhammad Saqib, Minister of Guidance, Hajj and Endowments, met with Maulavi Naqibullah Ahmadi, Ambassador of the Islamic Emirate to Malaysia. In this meeting, Mr. Saqib said that the Islamic Emirate has taken effective steps to serve Afghans and wants friendly diplomatic relations with all countries. On the other hand, Maulavi Naqibullah Ahmadi said that the Malaysian government is interested in strengthening bilateral relations, especially religious, cultural, and social cooperation with Afghanistan. The Minister of Interior Affairs laid the foundation stone of the new police headquarters building in Coast. In a meeting held in this regard, Khalifa Sirajuddin Haqqani, the Minister of Interior Affairs, expressed his satisfaction with the rapid progress of construction and reconstruction work added that the development of the country is not limited to physical buildings, but also has a fundamental and special value in building the hearts of the people and creating an atmosphere of trust and sincerity among them. According to this ministry, the work of this building will be completed within 15 months at a cost of 71 million Afghanis. Maulavi Fazl Muhammad Haqqani, the ambassador of the Islamic Emirate to Iran, met with Nuruddin Azizi, the Minister of Industry and Commerce. The Minister of Industry and Commerce said that in this meeting, the two sides discussed trade transactions, the activities of the Afghan businessmen in Iran, and various other issues.
We are clear from the cops.
The head of the Norwegian Refugee Committee for Afghanistan met with Mullah Muhammad Saqib Inqilabi, the Deputy Governor of Kandahar Province. The Provincial Information and Culture Department posted on its X page saying that the two sides discussed addressing the urgent problems of returnees from Pakistan. During the meeting, the representative of the Norwegian Committee also assured of cooperation with the urgent problems of migrants. The Chamber of Commerce and Investment says that
we are clear from the
80%
cops.
of Afghan trade through Pakistan's Karachi port has decreased and has been diverted to Bandar Abbas and Central Asian countries instead. However, the Ministry of Industry and Commerce says that in
a
the
real
first
shooting
10 months
took
of
place
this year,
behind
the trade
Lucerno's.
volume
No cops
with
showed
Pakistan
up in
was
person.
approximately $2 billion, of which $637 million were exports and the rest were imports. We have more details in this report.
Afghanistan and Pakistan are two neighboring countries that have had bilateral trade for years. But in the last 2 years, the Pakistan government has adopted a policy against Afghan traders that goes against international principles and trade laws and has increased taxes on Afghan goods, which has led to a decline in the trade between the two countries.
They have made some decisions against the international and commercial laws, like taxing our transit and imposing tariffs and imposing regional taxes on our exports, all of which led to decrease the commercial and transit relations between Afghanistan and Pakistan.
At the same time, Afghan traders call Pakistan's recent policy against Afghanistan detrimental to the two countries and say that trade should not be linked to politics and that both sides should work together to promote trade.
In order to strengthen this relationship or this trade, both countries need to hire a special representative and should evaluate this issue step by step. Because our trade is not done without them and their trade is not done without us. We have a lot of common relations and a long shared border.
Furthermore, the Ministry of Industry and Commerce says that in the first 10 months of 2024, trade between Pakistan and Afghanistan amounted to nearly $2 billion.
A real shooting took place behind Lucerno's. No cops showed up in person.
Until 2024 was $1,938 million, of which $637 million were exports and $1,301 million were imports. The main export items were cotton, coal, raisins, onions, carpets, and others.
This is why the Islamic Emirate has always said that its foreign policy with the region and the world is economy-oriented and seek good economic and political relations with all.
Muhammad Ashraf Haqqshanas, the spokesperson of the Ministry of Public Works, says that a bridge on the Qalat-Shinke route in Shinke district of Zabul province, which was damaged by floods, has been reconstructed and put into use at a cost of about 41 million Afghanis. According to Mr. Haqqshanas, the bridge, which is 56.15 meters long, connects the Shamalzo, Atghar and Shinke districts of Zabul province with the capital Qalat. Cooperation agreements worth more than $3 million have been signed between the Ministry of Industry and Commerce and a number of national and international organizations. Economic experts say that signing memorandums of understanding with organizations can create employment for thousands of people along with the growth of small businesses. Let's see more in this report.
The Ministry of Industry and Commerce in a press release on its page said
We are
that
not that tall.
the this ministry has signed 6 contracts with 5 domestic and 1 international organization. According to the ministry, the value of the signed contracts reaches more than $3 million.
The purpose of signing these memorandums is to economically empower families, develop the business of entrepreneurial youth, support small businesses, and teach the basics of trade and proficiency in the provinces of Kabul, Herat, Bal, Faryab, Nangarhar, Khost, Dakhar,
We are not the microwave radio
on the other hand,
that bus.
economic affairs experts say that signing memorandums of understanding with organizations can create employment opportunities for thousands, along with the growth of small businesses.
We are not the
To
fire
support and structure
department.
Afghanistan's microeconomy, thousands of people can be trained and empowered to re-professionalize based on
We are
Afghanistan's
not the
conditions.
fire department.
One of the reasons could be that, due to the opportunities provided, investments, especially in the private sector, have turned to Afghanistan again.
This is while the Ministry of Industry and Commerce has signed several project cooperation agreements with domestic and foreign organizations this year, which have provided direct and indirect employment opportunities for a number of citizens.
Kandahar media outlets quoted officials from the Khirqash Sharifa as saying that our 4 foreign tourists have accepted Islam in the past few months in the province through invitation. According to officials, 2 of them were Buddhists from Thailand and 2 were Christians from Slovakia and Slovenia. And the final one is that the Deputy Minister of Counter-Narcotics of the Ministry of Interior Affairs has arrested a man on
A real
suspicion
shooting
of smuggling
took
more
place
than
behind
70
Lucerno's.
kilograms of
No cops
methamphetamine
showed up in
Nimrud
person.
province. According to the deputy, the man who had 79 kilograms of methamphetamine in a car was arrested by the anti-narcotics police of the Ministry of Interior Affairs. And that's all for tonight. Thank you so much for watching. Stay with us to stay updated. Have a good night.
ساتوی پسروینو داد شهیدانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور ساتوی پسروینو داد شهیدانو کور
Good evening. Today is Wednesday, November 20, 2024. I'm Suleiman Talash and you are watching RTA News. Maulavi Nida Muhammad Nadeem, Minister of Higher Education, during a visit to Zabul province, delivered a speech at a large gathering held at the Mirwais Khan Nika Higher Education Institute in that province. In this meeting, the head of the Mirwais Khan Nika Higher Education Institute provided information about the achievements and activities of this educational institution and also shared their problems with the minister. On the other hand, the Minister of Higher Education spoke about the position of religious and modern sciences in the country, adding that the leadership of the Islamic Emirate has provided all the necessary facilities in the higher education sector for the youth and spare no efforts in this sector. A meeting was held under the leadership of Sheikh Hamdullah Nomani, Minister of Housing and Urban Development, and in the presence of the Minister of Agriculture, Irrigation and Livestock, the Mayor of Kabul, Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, and a number of other officials regarding the distribution of building permit letters. The Ministry of Housing and Urban Development says that the meeting discussed and reviewed the creation of necessary facilities for citizens, reducing the level of human traffic abroad, creating employment opportunities for the young generation, creating investment opportunities in the country, improving the economic situation, and a number of other important issues. Cenk Onal, Turkish ambassador in Kabul, in a meeting with the Minister of Transport and Civil Aviation, Mullah Hamdullah Akhundzada, said that he is trying to pave the way for land transport activities between Afghanistan and Turkey. The two sides discussed the development of bilateral transit and transport relations, bringing facilities in this regard, strengthening the aviation sector, and a number of other issues. The ambassador of the Islamic Emirate to Iran, Maulavi Fazl Muhammad Haqqani, met with Maulavi Muhammad Nabi, Deputy Director of Population Registration and the National Statistics and Information Agency in Kabul. The Statistics and Information Agency said that the meeting discussed the establishment of electronic ID card distribution branches for Afghan refugees living in Iran, resolving identity problems and facilitating the process of distributing citizenship ID cards to Afghan students. The Deputy Director of the National Statistics and Information Agency has pledged comprehensive cooperation in this regard.
The location coordinates is something
the
you
Ministry
will
of
have
Mothers
to
and
pay
Disabled
for.
Affairs provided food assistance worth more than 3 million Afghans to 200 orphans in Kabul. According to officials, the assistance was distributed to deserving orphans with the support of a partner organization that had previously been surveyed. Let's see more in this report.
The Ministry of Mothers and Disabled Affairs provided food assistance to 200 orphans in Kabul with support of a partner organization.
In coordination with the Ministry of Mothers and Disabled Affairs, a charity organization is distributing food items, including 6 sacks of flour,
I
6
am a
bottles of
tactical
cooking oil,
asset computer
and 50
system.
kilos of rice to 200 deserving orphans.
The spokesperson of the ministry said that although the Ministry of Mothers and Disabled Affairs welcomes such assistance from the partner organizations, it calls on international community and donor organizations to increase assistance to deserving people.
We are not your cruisers, radio traffic.
We also call on other charity organizations to help and support this community, which is the oppressed and needy segment of society. Means
I am
the
a
orphans,
tactical
with the arrival
asset
of
computer
winter,
system.
and to provide them with more assistance.
Meanwhile, the officials of the cooperating organization assured that, in coordination with the Ministry of Mothers and Disabled Affairs, they want to provide assistance to
We are
deserving
not
people
under
for
radio
society in
controls.
various fields.
This assistance, which includes 6 sacks of flour, 6 bottles of 5 liters of cooking oil, and 50 kilos of rice, which is worth about 3,020,000 Afghans, is being distributed to the orphans today in cooperation with the Ministry of Mothers and Disabled Affairs.
On the other hand, the family members of the orphans welcome such assistance and call for its increase.
We ask the ministry and the charity organization to help us with 7 or 8 more food and non-food items, clothing, winter assistance, and other necessary items.
It's worth mentioning that, previously, the mentioned ministry, in cooperation with aid organizations, has provided food and non-food assistance to a number of deserving families during the winter days and nights.
The Ministry of Education says that the building of Abdul Rahman Ghafurzai School in the 8th district of Kabul city has been put into use after being renovated at the cost of 2,582,000 Afghans. The ministry adds that the renovation costs were paid by a person who supports education. Mullah Nuruddin Torabi, the General Director of the National Disaster Preparedness Agency, met with the officials of international and domestic mine clearance organizations. Mr. Torabi said that many mines have been buried during past bloody wars and foreign aggressions, and according to him, now it is the time to clear and collect them. He added that there is a better opportunity than ever for these organizations to accelerate their work and save humans and animals from the potential dangers of these risks as soon as possible. Officials from mine clearance organizations said that they have cleared a large amount of land from mines and are still trying to completely clear the areas covered with mines from unexploded ordnance. Officials of the support brigade of the Chief of Staff of the Ministry of National Defense handed over more than 195 ancient artifacts to the National Museum. Officials of the National Museum during the handover of ancient artifacts said that these artifacts are over 100 years old. We have more details in the report. Officials of the support brigade of the Chief of Staff in the Ministry of National Defense say that more than 195 ancient artifacts were discovered and collected by the ministry's personnel over several years and handed over to the National Museum.
A number of artifacts from the former containers that were there were found in the NATO camp. Since the artifacts belong to the National Museum, we transferred them to the National Museum.
On the other hand, the officials of the National Museum say that these ancient artifacts, which are more than 100 years old, are made of various objects that belong to the Islamic period.
These historical artifacts belong to the Islamic period, which is more than 100 years old and made of various materials such as stone, wood, and iron, which have now been transferred to the National Museum. There are more than 195 artifacts, of which the majority are textiles. This collection is entirely related to the ethnographic section of the museum and has particular value.
On the other hand, officials of the National Museum say that the current location of the museum is not enough to display ancient artifacts and want to expand the National Museum to display ancient artifacts. The National Statistics and Information Agency says that the country's exports and imports have increased in the month of Mizan this year compared to the month of Sanbola. According to this agency, the total value of the country's exports in the month of Mizan was $234.9 million and in Sanbola was $173.9 million, which is an increase of $61 million in the country's exports compared to the month of Sanbola. Mufti Abdul Mateen Qane, spokesman for the Ministry of Interior Affairs, says that 3,842 border police officers from air and land force have graduated from a round of professional trainings. According to him, these officers have been trained in literacy, faith, computers, healthcare, detection, and crime. The Ministry of Finance announces the discovery of a number of smuggled items and materials from various ports of the country. According to the ministry, these items, which include salt, chocolate, medicine, tobacco, some other food items, and 35 motorbikes, were discovered and seized by employees of the General Directorate of Customs in the provinces of Farah, Kandahar, Nimroz, Helmand, Herat, and Nangarhar. And that's all for tonight. Thank you so much for watching. Have a good night.
شهیدانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور ساتو یې پسرو وینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا
Good evening. Today is Tuesday, November 19, 2024. I'm Suleiman Talash and you are watching RTA News. Maulavi Nur Jalal Jalali, Minister of Public Health, met with Ms. Hanan Hassan Al-Balkhi, Director General of the WHO Eastern Region, UNICEF Eastern Region, Bill Gates
That
Foundation,
radio program is
WHO
not
and
in our
UNICEF
area.
officials for Afghanistan and a number of other representatives of these organizations in the field of health. During this meeting, discussions were held on the development of health services in Afghanistan, strengthening efforts related to polio vaccination and prevention of this disease, construction of health centers along highways, treatment of malnourished patients, control of infectious diseases, and attracting international assistance in the field of health. Mr. Jalali called the cooperation of the World Health Organization, UNICEF, and Bill Gates Foundation essential for strengthening the Afghan health system and requested the officials of these organizations to work in coordination with the Ministry of Health in areas that are our priorities and needs. Maulavi Said Razam Osmani, Deputy Minister of Agriculture, Irrigation and Livestock, met with the head of the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations. The Minister of Agriculture says that Maulavi Said Razam Osmani stressed that the organization should implement development projects in Afghanistan alongside emergency projects. On the other hand, the head of the UN Food and Agriculture Organization said that the main objective of the organization in Afghanistan is to help the country's farmers, and the organization plans to implement up to 42% of development projects in Afghanistan next year. Mullah Nuruddin Torabi, head of the National Disaster Preparedness Agency, met with Mia Park, the new head of the International Organization for Migration, or IOM, for Afghanistan, and her delegation. In this meeting, Mullah Nuruddin Torabi appreciated the activities of the organization in Afghanistan, adding that the center has always provided widespread cooperation to the people of Afghanistan in the field of humanitarian and technical assistance. He added that the organization's representative's office in the Disaster Management Department was active, but it is currently inactive. And if the organization intends to inactivate its representation in this department, the Disaster Preparedness Agency is ready to cooperate fully. The Ministry of Mines and Petroleum signed an agreement with the Administrative Forums and Civil Services Authority to implement simplified processes. The Ministry of Mines and Petroleum says that under this agreement, the steps in the extraction process of large and small mines have been reduced from 228 to 95, and the steps in small mines from 178 to 67. The General Director of the Overseas Affairs Authority says that simplifying processes prevents corruption, pave the way for transparency. Let's see more in the report.
The Ministry of Mines and Petroleum signed an agreement with the Administrative Reforms and Civil Services Authority to facilitate the extraction process of large and small mines for investors.
Fortunately, as a result of the joint efforts of the Ministry of Mines and Petroleum and the Department of Administration and Civil Services, large-scale mines have been reduced from 228 steps to 95 steps, and small-scale mines from 178 steps to 67 steps.
Furthermore, the Director of the Administrative Reforms and Civil Services Authority says that simplifying the extraction process of large and small mines will facilitate work and will help the country's economy grow.
These are the basic processes that benefit the economy and the nation. And by simplifying them, our country benefits and our economy gets stronger.
At the same time, the General Director of the Administration says that simplifying the work process is a good step that prevents corruption in institutions and creates transparency.
This is a good work towards transparency, towards standardization, towards increasing trust, and towards providing good services to the people. This is in the interest of the government, in the interest of the nation, and in the interest of the employees of the ministry.
This comes at a time when the Administrative Reform and Civil Services Authority says that currently, simplification of administrative process is underway in 10 ministries, and it's planned to extend this process into remaining ministries.
The Deputy Minister of Counter-Narcotics of the Ministry of Interior Affairs seized 62 kilograms of methamphetamine and 41 kilograms of hashish from Helmand province. According to the deputy minister, a number of people who were trying to import the drugs from Pakistan were arrested by the police of the anti-narcotics department in Bahram district of the province. The deputy also added that 2 others were arrested from carrying 41 kilograms of hashish in a wheelchair. The Ministry of Interior Affairs announced the graduation of nearly 4,000 officers of the General Directorate of Border Police after a 1-month training. According to the ministry, these officers of the air and ground ports of the General Directorate of Border Police graduated from 1-month training in literacy, ideology, computers, first aid, and crime detection and received certificates. Dozens of young people graduated from freelancing program in Herat. Qari Muhammad Yunus Rashid, Deputy Minister of Youth Affairs of the Ministry of Information and Culture, emphasized the development of youth talents in a meeting organized in this regard, saying that the implementation of freelancing programs has provided job opportunities for young people in various provinces. At the same time, Maulavi Hayatullah Mahajir Farahi, Deputy Governor of the province, praised the efforts of the graduates and expressed the need for more investments in the field of online commerce and freelancing. The National Disaster Preparedness Agency says that during the current year, it has signed cooperation agreements worth more than $100 million with domestic and foreign aid organizations. The head of this agency adds that they are trying to attract aid from aid organizations in the coming winter to help the needy people in the country. Let's see more in the report.
Mullah Nuruddin Turabi, head of the National Disaster Preparedness Agency, in the program for distributing aid to the needy people affected by natural disasters, said that they have signed cooperation agreements worth more than $100 million with aid organizations in 1403.
We have come here with Memorandum of Understanding worth more than $100 million. So, Alhamdulillah, there are many organizations.
On the other hand, the head of this department adds that they are trying to attract aid from aid organizations to help the needy people affected by natural and unnatural disasters.
50% of people are in need and need assistance. We know that no matter how much we do, it is not enough, and we are still calling on the international community and business people or businessmen to help in every aspect, whether it is basic necessities, food, cash, or winter goods.
Meanwhile, the National Disaster Preparedness Agency distributed food and winter clothing to 500 flood victims and destitute people in Kabul.
22 people have been arrested in connection with the sale, use, and transportation of drugs in different provinces of the country. The Interior Ministry's Deputy Minister for Counter-Narcotics said
Whatever,
that the
thanks for
suspects were
nothing.
arrested from Nimroz,
We are
Herat,
clear from
Kapisa,
radio
Kos,
units.
Farah, and Parwan provinces during police operations. The deputy also added that some drugs such as methamphetamine, hashish, and heroin were also recovered from the detention. Based on the order of the Islamic
You
Emirates
are not
leader,
Heath.
3 new 30-bed hospitals will be built in the districts of Parian, Hesayawal, and Dara of Panjshir province, which are facing the lack of hospitals. The Panjshir Public Health Department says that these hospitals will have general surgery, general internal medicine, pediatrics, eye, and other wards. And the final one is that Torkham quarantine staff of the Nangarhar Agriculture Department have returned 19 tons of rotten garlic imported from Pakistan. The Ministry of Agriculture, Irrigation and Livestock says that the Islamic Emirate has recently increased control over imported goods to prevent the entry of low-quality goods into Afghanistan. That's all for tonight. Thank you so much for watching. Have a good night.
ساتوی پسروینو داد شهیدانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور ساتوی پسروینو داد شهیدانو کور داد کور داد باتورانو کور ساتوی پسروینو داد شهیدانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد
We are clear from radio unit. We are clear from radio units.
Good evening, everyone. Today is Monday, November 18, 2024. I'm Suleiman Talash, and you are watching RTA News. The meeting was held with the aim of preserving forests under the leadership of Maulavi Ataullah Omari, Minister of Agriculture, Irrigation and Livestock. According to the ministry, in this meeting, which was attended by a number of officials of this ministry and heads of various departments, the necessary decisions were taken to preserve the forests in the country. Maulavi Muhammad Ishaq Sahibzada, Deputy Minister of Railways of the Ministry of Public Works, met with Jabbar Ali Zakiri, Executive Director of the Iranian Railway Administration, during his visit to Iran. In this meeting, the two sides discussed increasing the transportation of commercial goods through the third section of the Kawaf-Herat Railway, capacity building of technical staff of Afghanistan Railway, and how to invest in the country's railways. Officials of the International Crisis Management Agency met with Maulavi Matiul Haq Khalis, Director of the National Environmental Protection Agency of Afghanistan and Azerbaijan. These officials have promised in this meeting that they will continue their efforts to attract donors to solve the problems of climate change in Afghanistan. On the other hand, Mr. Khalis called climate change a global problem and considered it a threat to all humanity. In the last 2 years, the Land Grab Prevention Commission has recovered more than 66,000 acres of Emirate land from the usurpers in Kabul. The spokesman of this commission says that the Islamic Emirate is committed to returning the Emirate and non-Emirate lands
We may
from
have
the
to make
hands
a
of
telephone
usurpers,
call.
and this process is continuing rapidly in all the provinces of the country. Let's see more in this report. Continuation of the series of returning the grab lands from usurpers and power brokers. The Commission for Prevention of Land Grabbing and Recovering of Grab Lands says that since the beginning of this activity, it has returned thousands of acres of land in Kabul from the usurpers.
The wind is good for power generation.
As at the end of the Rabi' Thani, 1446, approximately 66,135 acres of Emirati land have been reclaimed in Kabul province, which is located in various areas of Kabul city.
The spokesperson of the commission says that the Islamic Emirate does not allow anyone to grab land, adding that the process of returning the grab Emirate land and non-Emirate lands is going on rapidly.
This commission is responsible for returning Emirate and usurped land from usurpers and powerful people, and this process is underway rapidly in all provinces of the country.
At the same time, the citizens praised the efforts of the Islamic Emirate in this regard and say that this work has increased the confidence of the people in the Islamic Emirate.
Previous governments were full of authoritarianism. There was administrative and financial corruption in the offices, and as a result, rights did not reach to the rightful beneficiaries. We are very happy with Islamic Emirate returning the land seized by usurpers. This is really a good job, and to this work,
is something you will have to pay for.
The Commission for the Prevention of Land Grabbing has specialized corps and for zones of the country and a technical delegation for the evaluation and determination of grab land in each province, and currently about 80,000 acres of Emirate lands
See you later,
in 31
104
provinces
radio
are under
program.
investigation. Mullah Nuruddin Torabi, head of the National Disaster Preparedness Agency, met with the program manager of the International Concern Institute and signed a memorandum of understanding on joint cooperation. In this meeting, Mullah Nuruddin Torabi said that the institutions can survey and provide assistance in any province, and this department fully cooperates with them within the framework of the principles and rules of the Islamic Emirate. Sheikh Shahabuddin Delavar, head of the Afghan Red Crescent Society, met
Solar
with
is great
Anna
for
Maria,
power
the head
production.
of the Bill Gates Foundation for Asia, and the accompanying delegation. The Afghan Red Crescent Society says that Mr. Delavar has asked for an increase in the assistance of the Bill Gates Foundation by sharing information about the activities of the Afghan Red Crescent Society in this meeting. At the same time, the officials of Bill Gates organization has promised to increase its assistance to this organization by appreciating the actions of the Afghan Red Crescent Society. The heads and central and provincial employees of the National Disaster Preparedness Agency traveled to Turkey to receive a workshop on disaster and earthquake management. According to this agency, these employees are supposed to participate in a several-day training course hosted
A real
by
shooting
Turkey.
took place behind Lucharno's.
Deputy
No cops
of the
showed
Ministry
up
of
in
Interior
person.
Affairs of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan in Kabul provided food and non-food items to 200 deserving beggars worth more than 100,000 Afghanis in Kabul. More details in this report.
The officials of the Narcotics Deputy of the Ministry of Interior Affairs distributed food and non-food items to more than 200 deserving beggars in Kabul, and according to officials, each family were given cooking oil, flour, a sack of rice, some sugar, and green tea.
Today, 200 families received 5 items of goods, and this chain will continue up to 1,000 families. And in the future, those beggars who are real beggars will be helped. More distribution will continue.
Some of the recipients of these distributions requested more assistance from the donor institutions.
We
are disabled people, no works, and even if there is work, we are not able to do it. We are happy with these contributions. We want the Islamic Emirate to help us more, and since we are disabled, we are very happy with these donations.
Before this, the officials of the Ministry of Interior Affairs and the Narcotic Control Deputy have provided food and non-food items to poor people in Kabul.
The Deputy Minister of Counter-Narcotics of the Ministry of Interior Affairs seized a large amount of chemicals and arrested a man in connection with the sale of drugs, pills in Khost province. According to the deputy, the chemicals, which include more than 5,000 liters of acetone, 4,000 liters of toluene, and 200 liters of ammonium chloride, were seized by the police of the Anti-Narcotics Department at the customs of the province. The Ministry of Interior Affairs has arrested 3 people in connection with the murder of a young man in Herat province. Mufti Abdulmateen Khaneh, spokesman of the ministry, said that the men were arrested in a operation by Herat Police Headquarters. According to him, these people were also involved in robbery, and 2 rickshaws were also seized from them, which were handed over to their original owners. Mr. Khaneh added that the case of the detainees would be handed over to the judicial authorities after investigation. And the Department of Agriculture, Irrigation and Livestock of Panjshir province says that this year it has created 100 hectares of new forest in this province. Qari Fazlullah Diuband, the head of agriculture of the province, said that Russian beet, oak, walnut, almond, pomegranate, and other fruit and non-fruit trees were planted in this forest. Dr. Diuban added that the forest smuggling and cutting is prohibited in Panjshir, and conservation societies have been established in the center and districts for implementation. He called the country's natural forest the biggest part of the national wealth and assured serious measures to protect them. Thanks for watching. Stay updated about the breaking news and top stories with RTA News. Have a good night.
We are not Delta Vector units. A real shooting took place behind the channels. No cops showed up in person. We are clear from the cops.
Good evening. Today is Saturday, November 16th, 2024. This is Suleiman Talash and you are watching RTA News. In a meeting with the head of the World Health Organization in Saudi Arabia, the Minister of Public Health discussed efforts to build new health centers in the remote areas of the country and eradicate polio in Afghanistan. Maulavi Nur Jalal Jalali has also asked for help from the international community in order to improve the standard health services. Let's see more in the report. The Fourth International Ministerial Conference on Antimicrobial Resistance in Saudi Arabia. On the sidelines of this meeting, Maulavi Nur Jalal Jalali, the Minister of Public Health of the Islamic Emirate, met with the head of the World Health Organization and discussed the construction of new health centers in remote areas of Afghanistan and the delivery of health services.
Minister of Public Health, Maulavi Nur Jalal Jalali has spoken about the construction of new health centers for remote areas of Afghanistan, as well as the access of people in remote areas to health services to fight against infectious disease and the eradication of polio in Afghanistan.
The Minister of Public Health also said that the Islamic Emirate is trying to increase and strengthen the financing of health system from its internal sources and gradually move the health sector towards self-sufficiency.
In his speech, the Minister of Public Health said that we are trying to increase people's access to primary health services, and for this purpose, inshallah, we will build district-level health centers from our internal budget. In addition, he requested that the international community should provide continuous support to the Afghan health system so that we can further standardize health services.
Resistance to antimicrobial drugs in the Fourth International Conference of Ministers, the reduction of resistance to antimicrobial drugs, effective use, and together to overcome this challenge were discussed. Maulavi Sadrazam Osmani, Deputy Minister of Agriculture, Irrigation and Livestock, met with Maulavi Abdul Ghaffar Bahar, Afghan ambassador to Uzbekistan, to discuss facilitating the export of Afghan products, setting up exhibitions in Uzbekistan, capacity building of the country's agricultural sector workers, and importing improved seeds. During the meeting, Mr. Osmani asked the Afghan ambassador to Uzbekistan to provide the ground for export of the country's products and ensure their quality, and talks with Uzbek officials. Fazl Muhammad Saber, the Charge d'Affaires of the Afghan Embassy in Ashgabat, attended the International Telecommunications, Information Technology and Digital Economy exhibition held in Ashgabat, Turkmenistan. The Afghan Embassy in Ashgabat says that the representatives of 40 different countries, including Afghanistan, attended the exhibition and showcased their latest achievements in the fields of technology, telecommunications, and information. Dr. Abdul Bari Omar, the General Director of Afghanistan Electricity Company, along with Maulavi Ahmad Jan Bilal, the General Director of Emirates Company, met with the head of UNAMA's Development Division for Afghanistan. In this meeting, the head of the Emirate companies, while appreciating the activities of this organization in the country, asked for more cooperation of this organization with the company. On the other hand, Mr. Omar shared his suggestions and requests with the head of UNAMA Development Section on upgrading of the electricity sector. In response, the head of UNAMA's Afghanistan Development Office assured that he would share the proposals with the donor countries. The Ministry of Mothers and Disabled Affairs says that they have distributed more than 10 billion Afghanis to people with disabilities, orphans, and widows through the banking system in the past 5 months. The ministry spokesman said that a total of 653,000 people with disabilities, orphans and widows were registered with the ministry, saying that the process of providing assistance to them is in continue. Let's see more in the report.
The Ministry of Martyrs and Disabled Affairs says that they have distributed 10,409,000,000 Afghans to people with disabilities, orphans and widows through the banking system in the past 5 months.
The Ministry of Martyrs and Disabled Affairs distributed 10,409,000,000 Afghans aid to orphans, widows and disabled people through a banking system since last 5 months, and this process is still going on.
The ministry spokesman added that a total of 653,000 people with disabilities, orphans and widows are registered with the ministry, stressing that the process of providing assistance to them continues.
Now the aid distribution for the second period through a banking system is going on transparently all over the country, including the capital, Kabul.
Officials of the Ministry of Martyrs and Disabled Affairs also say that all people with disabilities, orphans and widows will receive assistance through the banking system before winter arrives.
The High Commission for Refugees and Returnees Affairs announces the return of nearly 500 families from Iran and Pakistan. According to the information of this commission, these families have returned to the country through Islam Kala, Spinboldak, Torkam and Silk Route. The High Commission for Refugees and Returnees Affairs added that besides providing services in the fields of health and transportation, it costs about 1.5 million Afghans, and the Financial Committee of the Commission has also provided cash assistance to the returnees. The Ministry of Energy and Water announces the start of a dam at a cost of more than 4 million Afghans in Helmand province. According to this ministry, this dam, which is 95 meters long and 5 meters high, will have the storage capacity of 8,500 cubic meters of water, which will be completed in more than 1 month. The Ministry of Education says that in the first 6 months of this year, 125 new schools and 30 madrasas worth 1,224,000,000 Afghans were built across the country. According to this ministry, in addition, a number of other repair and construction projects worth 200 million Afghans have also been completed. And the final one is that the National Statistics and Information Office reported the distribution of nearly 20,000 electronic and paper ID cards in the first 6 months of this year. According to the department, the ID cards, which include 13,445 electronic and 6,268 paper, were distributed by the Statistics and Information Department of the province, including the center, to all districts of the provinces. And that's all for tonight. Thank you so much for watching. Have a good night.
شهیدانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور ساتوي پسرو وینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا کور دا د باتورانو کور ساتوي پسرو وینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور ساتوي پسرو وینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا کور دا د باتورانو.
Good evening. Today is Friday, November 15, 2024. I'm Suleiman Talash and you are watching RTN News. Maulavi Amir Khan Muttaqi, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan, met with the Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Justice of the Islamic Republic of Iran, Mr. Dr. Asghar Jalalian, and his delegation in his office. In this meeting, bilateral relations, refugees and prisoners in Iran, economic and commercial cooperation, and regional political cooperation were discussed. In addition to being grateful for hosting refugees for 4 decades, the foreign minister called for good interaction and courage of the Iranian government with Afghan refugees in Iran. He also stated that the Islamic Emirate is committed to working together with the Islamic Republic of Iran in relation to the return of Afghan prisoners and cooperate fully in the transportation. Mr. Jalalian said, "We are happy with the recent developments and stability of Afghanistan. We have held many meetings with various institutions," and added that the Islamic Republic of Iran will continue its cooperation and release Afghan prisoners from Iran based on the agreements reached in the near future. Maulavi Nur Jalal Jalali, the Minister of Public Health of the Islamic Emirate, arrived in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia to participate in the 4th ministerial meeting under the title of Antimicrobial Resistance. During this visit, the minister will participate in the 4th meeting of the ministries related to the antimicrobial medicine, during which he will discuss the reduction of resistance to antimicrobial medicine, their effective use, and together to overcome this challenge. The Ministry of Public Health is trying to provide standard, useful, and fair health services to all the people of the country. For this purpose, along with research and scientific opinions, it has accelerated the efforts to standardize health services at the international level. Mullah Bakhtaur Rahman Sharafat, the Deputy of Financial and Administrative Affairs of the Ministry of Public Health, met with Dr. Murdif Al-Qashuti, the Chargé d'Affaires of Qatar for Afghanistan. In this meeting, the capacity building of the health workers, the acquisition of medical equipment for the improvement of health services, and the construction of a 400-bed hospital in Kandahar were discussed. The deputy considered the all-round cooperation of Qatar with Afghanistan's health system necessary and thanks for the actions taken in this regard. He expressed the commitment of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan for the health system of the country, and according to him, efforts are being made to improve in this section. As well as Mullah Bakhtaur Rahman Sharafat, Deputy Director of Financial and Administrative Affairs of the Ministry of Public Health, thanked for the provided medical equipment and 4 ambulances to the Ministry of Public Health from the country of Qatar. Among the mentioned equipment, there are 4 fully equipped ambulances, various modern equipment of internal and surgery departments, and laparoscopic surgery equipment, which were handed over to the Ministry of Public Health. Kabul municipality says that by the end of this year, 89 road construction projects will be completed in different areas of Kabul city. Meanwhile, a number of residents of the capital welcome the construction of roads by Kabul municipality and request the completion of these projects before the arrival of winter. Let's see more in the report.
Construction of a number of roads in different areas of the capital is underway by the Kabul municipality. Officials say that they're trying to complete 165 projects, 89 of which are connecting and development roads in different areas by the end of this year. The total value of these projects is 6.4 billion Afghanis, which is provided from the government budget. From Kodi Sangi to Demazang, Khairkhana Kudal Road, Gulbagh Road and many other roads are included in these projects.
A development budget of around $6.4 billion has been considered, due to which 165 projects are implemented in the city of Kabul, 89 of which are road construction projects. Now the main important and major roads in the other parts of Kabul, which are city corridors, include Kote Sangi and Demazang Road, the first part of which has been completed, the second part is under construction, and the third part is being procured.
On the other hand, a number of residents of the capital welcome the construction of roads in different areas by the Kabul municipality and want officials to complete these projects before the winter arrives.
The works that the municipality has started are the best works. At every point of the city, they build these roads. They make them standard. As we are witnessing now, the Demazang Road is being built up to Kote Sangi. If so, this is the best way to do it. We have not seen anything like this in our 40 years of living in Kabul. Thank you for serving of Kabul municipality. May Allah reward them.
In addition to the implementation of a road construction project, other projects are also being carried out in various areas. Among them, the work of stone paving of running roads in Kabul with a length of more than 1,300 meters are also in the progress.
With the non-saffron festival held in Herat, it is said that China is the main buyer of Afghanistan's saffron. The head of the Saffron Farmers Union insists that the saffron companies should be registered in Chinese customs to sell this production in Chinese markets. In this festival, where more than 40 saffron plants are exhibited, the local authorities of the Islamic Emirate in Herat insist on creating the necessary facilities for the cultivation, processing, and sale of saffron. After the Islamic Emirate came to power for the second time, overall security has been ensured in the country and people can safely move to different areas of the city. Meanwhile, officials of the Ministry of Information and Culture also informed the country of the increase in domestic and foreign tourists. Let's see more in the report.
This is the heart of Kabul city, which is full of people and traffic until late night. People come from different regions to this area, which shows a safe security and colorful moments. People say that now they are walking late night due to good security.
We have come here to Kabul city with our friends. We are now in the city and it is very peaceful here. We are happy for security. You can see the crowd here. All people come for sightseeing, so I also came for sightseeing. I drank juice with my friends.
Businessmen and sellers are also happy with the current situation, saying that people are in the crowd until late.
Our work is going well and we are in a safe environment. Before, people could not come here due to the bad security. We work here 24 hours day and night. We are satisfied with the current security in our work.
At the same time, the Ministry of Information and Culture reports an increase in domestic and foreign tourists, adding that they are trying to promote this industry by building a safe environment and amusement parks.
With the second reign of the Islamic Emirate, incredibly security has come. This good security has led people to visit Afghanistan and discovered historical, recreational, natural and religious attractions.
The overall security in the country and especially in Kabul has led to the fact that once again the night of Kabul has found a place in the hearts of the youth who come and the colorful moments remain in their heart.
Wheelchairs were distributed to 34 disabled people in Laghman. According to the information of the Refugees Affairs Department of the province, these grants were distributed to the internally displaced and special needy and the deserving people of the different areas by the building organization. With their cooperation and their problems will be solved. And the final one is that the construction of a 30-kilometer road has started in Nuristan province. Construction of a 30-kilometer road has been started in Chinar Khor area of Kamdesh district by the Department of Rural Development and Reconstruction of Nuristan province with the financial assistance of the World Food Program. During the construction of the road, dozens of workers will be provided with work, and after its completion, the transportation problems of the residents of the area will be solved. That's all for tonight. Thank you so much for watching. Have a good night.
شهیدانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور ساتو یې پسرو وینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا کور دا د باتورانو کور ساتو یې پسرو وینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور ساتو یې پسرو وینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا
Good evening. Today is Thursday, November 14, 2024. I'm Suleiman Talash and this is RTA News. The spokesman of the Islamic Emirate says that the Islamic Emirate is committed to the freedom and activity of the media within the framework of the Islamic principles, understanding the importance of the media in the current era. Zabihullah Mujahid, in a meeting with the officials of some media and media support institutions, emphasized on increasing cooperation between government institutions and the media, and adding that the Islamic Emirate is trying to provide better platform for media activities in the country. Let's see more in the report.
Zabihullah Mujahid, the spokesman of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan, said in a meeting with the officials of some media and media support institutions that the Islamic Emirate is committed to the freedom and activity of the media within the framework of Islamic principles.
The Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan is aware of the importance of the media in today's era and is fully committed to freedom of expression and media activities within the framework of the Islamic principles. We are trying to provide cooperation and coordination between the media and government institutions.
In this meeting, media officials shared the problems in the field of accessing information with a spokesman of the Islamic Emirate and demanded to solve these problems.
There was an exchange of opinions on various media problems like accessing information and economic problems.
At the same time, the Ministry of Information and Culture's broadcasting officer says in an interview with national television that the news of blocking TV broadcast in the country is a rumor.
Islamic Emirates policies and resources are clear. If there is an issue, we all will know it. The decrees and orders of Amir al-Mu'minin Hafazahullah are all clear. Rumors are rumors.
This is despite the fact that Zabihullah Mujahid, the spokesman of the Islamic Emirate, in a coordination meeting with the spokesperson of the ministries and the Emirate administration, asked them to provide the information to the media timely.
Maulavi Muhammad Zahid Ahmadzai, Deputy of Ministry of Labor and Social Affairs, during his official working visit to Coast Province, met with the governor of this province, Maulavi Abdul Qayyum Rohani. In this meeting, both sides discussed the implementation of community projects in Coast Province, the implementation of youth employment, technical and vocational training programs, the provision of services to coast residents in the province. The Ministry of Transport and Civil Aviation says that in November 23rd, the Khmer Airlines started flying from Coast International Airport to Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. According to this ministry, after this, there will be a flight from this airport to Jeddah once a week. The Ministry of Agriculture, Irrigation and Livestock says that according to the order of Amir al-Mu'minin Hafazahullah, the construction of a town worth 12.5 million Afghanis has been started in the Amman district of Kandahar for 791 refugees' families. According to this ministry, this town is being built on 860 acres of land with the cooperation of the Departments of Agriculture, Home and City of this province.
Thank you so much.
The Ministry of Public Health has announced the delivery of medical equipment worth 20 million Afghans to Coast Provincial Hospital. According to this ministry, these equipment include 2 echocardiography devices, oxygen delivery devices, television examination devices, wheelchairs, and a number of other devices. A delegation headed by the Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Justice of Iran has come to Kabul to discuss the exchange of prisoners. The deputy spokesman of the Islamic Emirate says that the delegation will discuss the exchange of prisoners with some officials of the Islamic Emirate, adding that the Afghan prisoners will spend their rest imprisonment in their country. Let's see more in the report.
Askar Jalalian, the Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Justice of Iran and head of the Convicts Committee, arrived in Kabul and met with the Administrative Deputy of the Supreme Court of the Islamic Emirate. Officials of the two sides and countries will discuss the creation of the necessary facilities for the transfer of Afghan prisoners.
A
delegation from the Iranian Ministry of Justice has arrived in Kabul and will discuss with the Islamic Emirate the issues of prisoners in both countries. It is a good step to transfer Afghan prisoners here and spend the rest of their prison time in their own country.
The Administrative Deputy of the Supreme Court asked the Iranian delegation to work sincerely as in the past in connection with the transfer of Afghan prisoners and common issues. At the same time, the political analyst praises the actions of the Islamic Emirate in the field of Afghan prisoners and hopes that all the prisoners in foreign countries will be transferred to the country.
The efforts of the Islamic Emirate is starting or has started today to transfer these prisoners to Afghanistan creates hopes in the hearts of the people of Afghanistan. With this, they will understand that we are important. This has positive effects in the region in terms of security. Here it indicates a decrease in crimes or the protection of criminal life. We hope that the Islamic Emirate will reach positive results with Iran and other countries.
It's worth mentioning that the Iranian media reported a statement of Askar Jalalian, the head of the delegation of the Ministry of Justice of this country, that thousands of Afghan prisoners will be handed over to Afghanistan by the next 2 months.
With the efforts of Labor and Social Affairs Department of Paktia Province, clothes, cleaning materials and toys were distributed to 100 orphans of this province. During the distribution of these items, the representatives of the orphanage expressed their gratitude to the cooperating organization and requested for the continuation of such assistance in the future. Meanwhile, further assistance and cooperation with the Children of Training Center was assured by the EPDO co-institutional officials. Officials of Zabul Qalat municipality informed about the collection and burning of 12 tons of expired food items in the city. The manager of urban government of Qalat municipality said that these outdated and low-quality food items were collected from the shops of the city in the last 2 months with the help of the municipality and a joint committee and were burned in the presence of the relevant officials. The World Food Programme said that the French government is donating 3 million euros to implement the organization's program in Afghanistan. According to the World Food Programme, this assistance will be used to strengthen the maternal and child nutrition program in Afghanistan. With the financial support of WFP, food aid was distributed to 700 needy families in Batpakh district of Laghman province. This aid included 50 kilos of flour, 5 liters of cooking oil, 6.25 kilograms of lentils, 1.5 kilograms of nutritious sweet paste, and 3 kg of nutritious flour. Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news and top stories with RTA News. Have a good night.
شهیدانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور ساتو یې پسرو وینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا کور دا د باتورانو ساتو یې پسرو وینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور ساتو یې پسرو وینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا
Good evening. It's Wednesday, November 13, 2024. I'm Suleiman Talash and you are watching RTA News. In Sports Stadium of Paktia Province, a murderer named Muhammad Ayaz was sentenced to retaliation punishment or qisas who had killed a person with a gun. The case was examined very precisely and repeatedly by Tribal Military Court of Islamic Emirate in different ways. As a result, the order of retaliation or qisas was issued and approved. This case was represented to the Amir al-Mu'minin Hafazahullah, the leader of the Islamic Emirate, for its approval. An extraordinary investigation was also conducted by Amir al-Mu'minin Hafazahullah, who issued the final order for implementation. The victim's family was given the option of forgiveness and reconciliation. However, after their refusal, the religious qisas ruling was ordered to be applied to the murderer. The Supreme Court was received directions to execute this qisas ruling today in the presence of the public. The Economic Deputy of the Islamic Emirate has informed about the regular meeting of the Technical Committee of Economic Commission. In this meeting, officials, while discussing the self-sufficiency plan in the poultry sector in the country, said that with the implementation of this plan, Afghanistan has reached complete self-sufficiency in this area, and employment will be provided to about 700,000 citizens of the country directly and indirectly. Mullah Hidayatullah Badri, the Minister of Mines and Petroleum, met with Qazi Zainul Abidin, the Governor of Nuristan. In this meeting, the purpose of better management of the mineral resources of the province, especially precious and semi-precious stones, to create more coordination between the two sides to start mining projects for the purpose of economic growth and development. And they discussed and talked about raising the level of revenue and creating jobs for the local people and financing construction projects through mining revenue in the mentioned province. During his visit to Uruzgan province, Education Minister Maulavi Habibullah Agha met with the governor and a number of local officials of Uruzgan province and discussed improving the educational situation and construction of schools in the province. According to the Ministry of Education, local officials in Uruzgan welcomed the ministry's efforts to improve the education situation in the country. Meanwhile, the Minister of Education assured that development projects would be established in the province. A meeting was held under the leadership of Mullah Aminullah Obaid, the Governor of Kabul, in the presence of the civil and military officials of the province regarding the new decree of the leader of the Islamic Emirate for the registration and maintenance of governmental properties. In this meeting, Mr. Obaid asked all the officials and Mujahideen of Kabul province to implement the new decree of Amir al-Mu'minin Hafazahullah, like his other previous decrees, in order well as obedience in this meeting, and adding that the survival of the government depends on the obedience of the leaders from the people and officials. Mullah Abdul Latif Mansoor, the Minister of Energy and Water, says that the underground water level is decreasing day by day. According to the Minister, the efforts for water management have been expanded. Currently, 4 large water dams and dozens of small dams have been built across the country, and the rest of the works will start soon. Let's see more in the report.
During the research seminar on ways to make the most of the country's water resources, the officials of Afghanistan's Scientific Academy asked people to pay attention to saving water in their daily life.
We have cadres, we have scholars in Afghanistan, and our government and people are united, alhamdulillah. And water only needs management. We have organized this conference about this management.
Mullah Abdul Latif Mansoor, the Minister of Energy and Water, says that the continuous use of water through solar power reduces the level of underground water.
Each person or farmer can put a solar panel and put it to the sun and meet his needs through it. When one travels by air and looks down, then he realizes how wastefully and unnecessarily we use water.
In the message sent to the seminar by the Prime Minister of the Islamic Emirate, emphasis was placed on the continuation of research on water management and saving in daily life.
It is our responsibility to protect water resources, use them responsibly, and prevent them from being wasted. To reach this goal, each of us has a responsibility to pay more attention to water saving and management in our daily life and to preserve this precious resource for future generations.
At the same time, in the message sent by the Minister of Foreign Affairs, he emphasized on correct, reasonable, and joint cooperation with their neighbors in order to meet the needs of the water from the rivers crossing the border of the country.
The Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan believes that water, like any other resources, can bring Afghanistan and neighboring countries closer to explore their potential. This is possible when partner countries choose appropriate, fair, and reasonable ways to use water.
At the end of the seminar, which was organized by the Afghanistan Academy of Sciences, scientific and research papers were shared with the officials and participants in relation to the research on ways to use the country's water resources properly. The Ministry of Communication and Information Technology has announced the new prices for internet and voice packages of telecommunication networks. Maulavi Najibullah Hayat Haqqani, the Minister of Communication and Information Technology, says that in the near future, in order to solve the communication problems, a comprehensive and secure system will be created which will have good quality at the regional level. Let's see more in the report.
Officials at the Ministry of Communication and Information Technology have set new prices for internet and voice packages for telecommunication networks. The officials say that, according to the people's demand, they have made the issue of voice communication and network prices one of their priorities.
In the year 1400, we had 7,556 antennas in all of Afghanistan. Now this number has reached 8,391. While we are implementing the 10th project, this number will increase to 9,000.
Officials inform to build a comprehensive and secure system to solve communication problems within the next 5 months, through which internet services will be in good quality in the region. The ministry also announces the implementation of 13 projects worth $250 million across the country.
In the next 5 months, the 10% transparency guarantee, which is also a guarantee now, will be improved, and there will be a special system to solve the existing problems with this comprehensive system. In total, the Ministry of Communication and Information Technology has implemented projects worth 250 million Afghanis in the field of information technology. As we have said that these projects are in the field of information technology, and each of them creates facilities in the country.
According to officials, currently 26 million SIM cards are active in the country, of which 40 million have been re-registered.
The residents of Kabul participated very well in this process. About 20% is left. This process is going on in the large cities of the country, and unregistered SIM cards are being successfully registered.
In the newly set price ceiling, the price of a minute of voice communication between customers within each network is 1.30 Afghanis. The price of a minute of voice communication between customers from one network to another network is 1.40, and so on. The price of a GB monthly internet package has been set at 95 Afghanis, which has decreased compared to the previous one.
Dr. Muhammad Naeem, the ambassador of the Islamic Emirate to Qatar, participated in the celebration of the International Human Rights Day at the official invitation of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Qatar. The ambassador of the Islamic Emirate to Qatar wrote on his X page that this ceremony was organized by the National Human Rights Committee of Qatar. The leadership meeting of the Ministry of Energy and Water was held regarding the arrangement of the year 1404 under the chairmanship of Mullah Abdul Latif Mansour, Minister of Energy and Water. In this meeting, to standardize the composition of the said ministry, they used the budget of the current year to organize the composition in the next year to find the necessary ways to solve the financial and procurement problems were discussed, and necessary decisions were taken about this regard. The Department of Rural Rehabilitation and Development of Bamiyan Province distributed food aid to more than 1,500 needy families in Shigan district with the financial assistance of the World Food Programme. Meanwhile, the Department of Rural Development and Rehabilitation of Laghman Province distributed food packages to 700 needy families with the financial assistance of the mentioned organization. And that's all for tonight. Stay with us to stay updated. Have a good night.
دا شهیدانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور ساتوي پسرو وینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا ساتوی پسروینو داد شهیدانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور ساتوی پسروینو داد شهیدانو کور
Good evening and welcome to this hour's news. I'm Suleiman Talash and this is RT News. The 10th meeting of the Cabinet of the Islamic Emirate was held under the leadership of Mullah Muhammad Hassan Akhund, the Prime Minister of the Islamic Emirate, and a number of issues were discussed and decisions were made. The meeting discussed the important economic, social and cultural issues of the country and made a number of necessary decisions. Also in the meeting, the economic deputy was given the task of carrying out some tasks and it was decided to send some other topics to the high leadership position for approval. Interior Minister Khalifa Sirajuddin Haqqani participated in the graduation ceremony of newly graduated mujahideen from Dasht Top Police Education and Training Center of Maidan Wardak Province. According to the ministry, 261 mujahideen were trained during this period and they were given religious, military and health education. The Minister of Interior Affairs congratulated the graduating mujahideen, saying that the Islamic police are the true servants of the government and the people. Maulavi Nida Muhammad Nadeem, the Minister of Higher Education, during an online meeting including a number of heads of central agencies of the ministry and heads of central educational institutions, said that students are the essential parts of the country's higher education system. He praised the special attention of the Islamic Emirates leadership to the educational institutions of the country, as well as the activities and achievements of the educational institutions' officials. The Ministry of Labor and Social Affairs gave 300 different items to people who were addicted to drugs and graduated from 5 months of vocational trainings. They were given some machines for making shoes and bakes and sewing clothes. Beyond these people who left the drug, they say that they are happy that they have been recovered and they have learned a profession so that they can earn a living for their family. Let's see more in the report.
The Ministry of Labour and Social Affairs distributed 300 various items to the people who had given up drugs and received 5 months of training in 3 different professions.
Along with our previous activities, today we are at Policharkhi camp, where we had graduated students from this center before. And for 300 people, we want to distribute 3 different types of profession supplies so that our students are busy working in the market.
Those who have received training in the field of canning, backing and shoemaking in this 5-month period say that they're happy that they quit drugs and return to their families.
I was addicted for about 7 or 8 years ago, and it has been about 6 months that I have been busy learning tailoring at the place of social and labor affairs. I'm glad for learning a profession and saved from a life of addiction, and I returned to normal life. We are happy that I'm healthy again and try not to get addicted to drugs once again and rejoin my family.
According to the officials of the Ministry of Labour and Social Affairs, in the current year 1403, 2,000 drug addicts who had given up drugs were trained in various professions, and this series will be expanded in the next year.
Mufti Abdul Mateen Qane, the spokesman of the Ministry of Interior Affairs, says that the new governor of Parwan, Mufti Muhammad Idris Anwari, was officially introduced and started his duties. According to Mr. Qane, Maulavi Abdul Haq Makhdoom, the Deputy of Policy and Strategy of the Ministry of Interior Affairs, the former governor of this province, Maulavi Qudratullah Mini, and a number of other officials were also present in the recognition ceremony of the new governor. Mullah Aminullah Obaid, Kabul governor, met with WFP officials to discuss various issues. During the meeting, the World Food Programme officials said that they would continue to provide food aid to more than 70,000 people in the province. On the other hand, the governor of Kabul asked them to carry out all their activities in coordination with the relevant departments. Kabul governor also assured transparency and the provision of aid to the needy. The Ministry of Education says that the delegation headed by Maulavi Shahabuddin Saqib, the head of the ministry's office, has returned to the country. According to this ministry, during this trip, the delegation met with the head of the Ulama Council of Malaysia and various officials of education. The Ministry of Education also adds that Malaysian officials have also assured that Afghan delegation of cooperation in strengthening various parts of Afghanistan's education system. The National Disaster Preparedness Agency has started distributing aid worth $1.3 million to families affected by natural and unnatural disasters in the country, with the financial support of King Salman's Charity Foundation. The aid, which includes tents, blankets, carpets, and kitchen supplies, will be distributed to nearly 6,000 families in 13 provinces. We have more in this report.
Officials of the National Disaster Preparedness Agency have appreciated the financial assistance of King Salman's Charity Foundation, saying that the aid is being distributed transparently to families affected by natural and unnatural disasters in a number of provinces of the
country. Here in Kabul, 500 shares are distributed, 250 of which are distributed today and 250 for which will be distributed tomorrow. All these are divided into 13 provinces worth approximately $1,300,000.
The head of the Charity Foundation says that the aid will be distributed to nearly 6,000 families in 13 provinces.
Each family is given one tent, 5 blankets, and kitchen utensils. There are 19 items in total, all of which are worth $250.
On the other hand, a number of citizens welcome the aid and call for more aid from the national and international organizations.
We want all international governments to increase their assistance, and we are also grateful to our government for helping us and the victims of the flood. We wish the Islamic Emirate and the international community to cooperate more with us.
The National Disaster Preparedness Agency has already distributed food and non-food aid to families affected by natural and unnatural disasters all over the country.
The police of Herat province have seized dozens of weapons and military ammunition from the province by launching several discovering operations. The Ministry of Interior Affairs says that the weapons and ammunition seized include AKM, pistols, ammunition, and explosives. And the final one is that 4 dedicated Russian tanks and the 2nd Mansouri Brigade of 215 Azam Corps were repaired and put into use with the help of engineers from the Ministry of National Defense. The repaired tanks include 2 T-55 and 2 T-62 Russian tanks, which were repaired and made unable by the professional engineers of the National Islamic Army. It's worth mentioning that before this, a Russian T-62 tank was repaired by the professional engineers of the brigade. And that's all for tonight. Thank you so much for watching. Have a good night.
شهیدانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور ساتو یې پسرو وینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا کور دا د باتورانو کور ساتو یې پسرو وینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور ساتو یې پسرو وینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا کور دا د باتورانو.
Good evening. Today is Wednesday, November 11th, 2024. I'm Suleiman Talash and you are watching RTA News. The meeting of the Leadership Council of the Ministry of Higher Education was held under the chairmanship of Maulavi Nida Muhammad Nadeem, the Higher Education Minister. Besides being happy with the daily affairs of this ministry, the Minister of Higher Education presented information about his trip to the eastern zone of the country, saying that during his trip, he visited universities of Nuristan, Kunar, Lagman, Nangarhar, to evaluate teaching infrastructure and administrative affairs. According to the agenda, the appointment of teachers of private educational institutions, solving the problems of private educational institutions, and a number of other important topics were discussed and necessary decisions were made. The political deputy of the Prime Minister says that the Islamic Emirate will never bargain with any individual or the country over the government. Maulavi Abdul Kabir calls on the international community to respect the Islamic government and independence of the Islamic Emirate. The political deputy also adds that the near future, the Islamic Emirate will establish political relations with a number of other countries. Let's see more in the report.
The political deputy of the Prime Minister of the Islamic Emirate said on Sunday that the Islamic Emirate would not trade with any individual or country over the Islamic values. Maulavi Abdul Kabir also stresses that the policy of the Islamic Emirate is not rigid against the world, but wants to interact with all countries.
The world should respect our Islamic government, our Islam and our independence. After that, they should interact. It has nothing to do with religion. It has nothing to do with the Islamic government.
The political deputy of the Prime Minister of the Islamic Emirate said in a separate meeting with the students of the Afghan International Islamic University that political relations with a number of other countries will be established in the near future.
Honorable Maulavi Abdul Kabir added that along with various developments, there have been developments in the political sector, and in the near future, political relations with a number of other countries will begin.
Political analysts believe that the expansion of the Islamic Emirates' political relations with countries can create an atmosphere of trust between the two sides.
No matter how much we establish positive trends or good interactions with countries, it is naturally in the interest of Afghanistan. Although the foreign policy of the Islamic Emirate is going well and there is progress in the relations with the countries, it should not be enough and more efforts should be made.
Earlier, Foreign Minister Maulavi Mir Khan Muttaqi said that 40 political agencies of the Islamic Emirate are active in countries around the world.
The Consulate General of the Islamic Emirate in Mumbai, India, said that the process of issuing passports to Afghans living in India has started on Monday, Aqrab 21. It's worth mentioning that earlier, with the efforts of the Islamic Emirate and continuous interactions with the international community, the process of distributing passports to Afghans had begun in many countries. Maulavi Atawallah Umari, Minister of Agriculture, Irrigation and Livestock, has met with a number of farmers, traders and residents of different provinces of the country. The Ministry of Agriculture, Irrigation and Livestock has written on its X page that Mr. Omari has taken care of the problems of a number of traders, farmers and residents of different provinces of the country and has assured their solution. Maulavi Sadr Azam Osmani, Deputy Minister of Agriculture, Irrigation and Livestock, met with Fazil Akin Erdogan, head of the Turkey's Coordination and Cooperation Office in Afghanistan. During the meeting, the two sides discussed cooperation with Afghan farmers, alternative livelihoods, and the transfer of agricultural machinery and equipment to the country. The Ministry of Justice says that the Commission for Prevention of Land Grabbing has recovered more than 37,000 acres of government land from the usurpers in the past 1 month. In addition, two officials of the ministry added that the Commission for the Prevention of Land Grabbing has identified more than 500,000 acres of Emirate land in 24 provinces of the country during this period, which has been grabbed by the powerful authorities, and in terms of returning it, serious efforts are underway. More details in report.
The officials of the Ministry of Justice say that the protection of the Emirates' assets and prevention of land grabbing are among its main objectives. Authorities add that they have been able to recover more than 37,000 acres of land from the usurpers in 13 provinces of the country, where most of them are located in Takhar province.
During the
month of Rabi Thani of the year 1446, the technical committees for the preventing of land grabbing took approximately 37,439 acres of land in the 13 provinces of the country after confiscation and handed over to the relevant agencies. During the last month, the most returned land is located in Takhar province, which includes 10,000 acres of land.
According to Mr. Rasuli, in the same period, technical teams to prevent land grabbing in 24 provinces have established 522,940 acres of Emirate land, and another 80,000 acres of Emirate land is under investigation in 31 provinces.
During the mentioned month, the technical committees for the prevention of land grabbing have established approximately 522,940 acres of Emirati land in 24 provinces of Afghanistan and approximately 787,711 acres of land in 31 provinces.
The Ministry of Justice says that the process of investigation, consolidation and restitution of Emirate lands is going on in all the provinces. The cases of thousands of acres of grabbed Emirate lands are under the scrutiny of the Land Grabbing Prevention Commission and technical teams in the provinces.
Dr. Abdul Bari Umar, the General Executive Director of the Afghanistan Electricity Company, talked about the project of building 40-megawatt solar power plant in a joint meeting with Mr. Ahmad Fawad Safai, head of Kabul National Company. Mr. Umar said the interest of mentioned company to invest in the country's electricity sector and gave information about the available opportunities and facilities for electricity production. In this meeting, the technical aspects, costs and many other aspects of the 40-megawatt solar power plant construction project in Tarakhel area were discussed. 25 people have been arrested in connection with drug trafficking in Kabul. The Anti-Narcotics Department of the Ministry of Interior Affairs wrote on its page that they were arrested by the Anti-Narcotics Department of Kabul province from different parts of Kabul. The statement added that a quantity of hashish, alcohol and tablets were also recovered from the arrested people. Maulavi Abdul Rashid, Kabul mayor, visited the culverts of the second section of Khairkhana Kotal Road and insisted on the officials of the contractor company that the culverts of one line of this road should be completed and open to traffic before winter. This road, which is 2,520 meters long and 60 meters wide, after the completion of the basic works, the construction of a 700-meter long line has been started and the rest of the road is under construction. Kabul mayor, realizing the problems caused by the crowd on this road, advised the authorities to take advantage of every possible opportunity to complete the work of the project by next year. And the final one is that 500 addicts returned to their homes after receiving treatment, giving up addiction, and receiving technical and professional trainings from Kabul's 5,000-bed hospital. The Ministry of Interior Affairs or Anti-Narcotics Directorate says that these people were collected from different provinces of the country and returned to their homes after undergoing treatment and receiving technical and professional training for 4 months. That's all for tonight. We will be back with more news updates. Until then, stay tuned. Have a good night.
شهیدانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور ساتوي پسرو وینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا کور دا د باتورانو کور ساتوي پسرو وینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور ساتوي پسرو وینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا
Good evening and welcome to this hour's news. I'm Suleiman Talash and this is RTA News. Today is Sunday, the 10th of November 2024. Maulavi Abdul Kabir, political deputy of the Prime Minister of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan, met with Veronica Boswek-Pohar, the European Union chargé d'affaires for Afghanistan, and the delegation. In this visit, Mrs. Boswek-Pohar talked about the activities of the European Union in Afghanistan and added that the European Union continues to provide humanitarian aid to Afghans in various fields and supports the resolution of existing problems.
Maulavi Abdul Kabir, the political deputy of the Prime Minister of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan, met with Ms. Veronica Boswek-Pohar, the European Union Chargé d'Affaires for Afghanistan and delegation. In this meeting, Mr. Buhar talked about the continuation of the European Union's aid and the solution of the problems in Afghanistan and showed her commitment to the development aid to the Islamic Emirate. Maulavi Abdul Kabir thanked the European community for its assistance, adding that the Islamic Emirate wants good relations with all countries of the world and is making efforts for the reconstruction of the self-sufficiency of the country. He mentioned the development of the foreign relations of the Islamic Emirate, which in addition to the activities of many foreign embassies, has 40 political missions abroad, and this number is increasing. Maulavi Abdul Kabir asked for the help of the European Union in the elimination of the drugs and alternative cultivation work opportunities and the treatment of addicts, and called the international assistance important in this regard. He also said in response to some international concerns that the territory of Afghanistan will not be used against others and will not allow anyone or any foreign group to operate here.
Maulavi Abdul Salam Hanafi, the administrative deputy of the Prime Minister of the Islamic Emirate, met with a number of mujahideen in Seripol province. In this meeting, they gave information about the social security and mujahideen situation in Seripol province, saying that the mujahideen and local officials always try to serve the people in different areas so that they can confidently approach their daily affairs. They told the officials of the Islamic Emirate to pay special attention to the situation of mujahideen in the mentioned province, along with education and training and development affairs. Mr. Hanafi expressed his happiness over this meeting, saying that the officials of the Islamic Emirate will make more efforts than ever before to address the problems and suggestions of the people in the center and the provinces and within the framework of the available possibilities. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan has condemned the attack on the railway station in Quetta city of Balochistan province, which resulted in the death of civilians. The statement released by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs expressed its condolences to the families of the victims and prayed for Jannat al-Firdaus for the martyrs and speedy recovery for the injured. It's worth mentioning that dozens of people were killed in this attack. In a meeting with Abdul Latif Mansour, Minister of Energy and Water, Ukrainian experts expressed their interest in technical cooperation in a number of dams, Panjshir water transfer project to Kabul, and increasing the capacity of engineers. Experts believe that using the experiences of experts from foreign countries that have similar climates can help Afghanistan in water management. Let's see more in the report.
The spokesman of the Ministry of Energy and Water says that in a meeting they had with the Minister of Energy and Water on Saturday, Ukrainian experts expressed their interest in technical cooperation on a project of transferring water from Panjshir to Kabul, maintaining and taking care of the Naglu Dam, Sorubi Darutan Mohipar, and increasing the capacity of Afghan engineers.
In this meeting, specialists from the mentioned institute said that they will provide technical cooperation in training Afghan personalities, reconstruction of dams, and Kabul Panjshir project.
On the other hand, Experts in water affairs consider the management of underground and surface water important in the country, saying that using the experiences of experts from foreign countries can help our country in water management.
Ground and surface water management, as well as the proper use of water, is a very fundamental and strategic issue in Afghanistan. It's also important to use the experiences of foreign experts, especially countries that are similar to Afghans in terms of climate and environmental conditions. It plays an important and useful role for Afghanistan's economic growth and confidence in international community and builds a trust against investors.
Meanwhile, Mullah Latif Mansour, the Minister of Energy and Water, in a meeting with the General Manager of Bayat Power Company, talked about the extension of the 40 megawatt power plant contract in Shobrogan province and its expansion to 100 megawatt.
The administrative meeting of the Ministry of Information and Culture was held under the chairmanship of Maulavi Qudratullah Jamal, Deputy of Tourism, Finance and Administration of this ministry. In this meeting, Maulavi Qudratullah Jamal said that the formation of 1403 solar air will be started in such a way that it will be more useful in the fields of art, culture, publishing and youth affairs, and in the field of tourism, more facilities will be provided for citizens and foreign tourists. Dr. Zainul Abidin Abed, Policy and Professional Assistant of the National Environmental Protection Agency, met with Sheikh Ziaul Rahman Madani, the Governor of Logar Province. In this meeting, the activities of the National Environmental Protection Agency in Logar Province, the environmental effects of Mesainak Mine, the protection and restoration of forests in Azra District, the improvement of wild almonds in the Charkh District, and the construction of fish and honey bee farms has been discussed. Khwaja Abdullah Ansari High School, in coordination with a private organization, organized a program under the title Exhibition of Entrepreneurship Students Production. In this exhibition, about 40 students have displayed their small businesses and achievements. We have more in the report. A one-day exhibition under the title of Showing the Products of Students was held in Khwaja Abdullah Ansari High School in coordination with a private organization in Kabul. Officials say that this exhibition was held in order to find the talent of students and encourage them to start small businesses while spending their school years.
The purpose of this program is to grow and flourish the inherent talents of our students so that we understand that what programs our students are talented in. The main goal is economic empowerment, and the talents become known and a young person dares to become a self-employed person and find work for others, support himself, support his family and serve his country.
A number of enterprising students of Khwaja Abdullah Ansari High School have exhibited their small businesses and achievements in the campus of this high school.
The exhibition is very important for the school because it shows that the students are talented enough to serve. And his father should have the courage to tell his son that to continue his studies despite his work. Our request from the Islamic Emirate is to hold such an exhibition nationwide and in all schools, that students become more interested to have new achievements.
This is despite the fact that the exhibition of students of entrepreneurship has already been held in a number of schools in the city of Kabul.
The Ministry of Education has announced in a press release that the annual examinations of private and government schools in the cold regions of the country will begin on Akrab 26 this year. According to the Ministry of Education, exams from 1st to 3rd grade will start on Akrab 26th, and exams from 4th to 12th grade will begin from the first day of Qaws month of the current solar year. And the final one is that more than 300 Afghan migrants have been deported from Turkey in the past 2 days and returned to the country by air. Maulavi Abdurrahman Rashid, the professional deputy of Minister of Refugees and Returnees, addressed the returning migrants, saying that the Islamic Emirate welcomes your return and will be at your service with its available resources. He added that we will also be in contact with Turkey to listen to the problems of Afghan refugees living in that country as soon as possible. And that's all for tonight. We will be back with more news updates. Until then, stay tuned. Have a good night.
شهیدانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور ساتو یې پسرو وینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا
Good evening, everyone. It's Saturday, November 9, 2024. You are watching RTA News with me, Suleiman Talash. Maulavi Abdul Salam Hanafi, the administrative deputy of the Prime Minister, met with a number of scholars and elders from different provinces of the country. In this meeting, they gave information about the social and economic situation of their provinces to Mr. Hanafi and asked the officials of the Islamic Emirate to pay more attention to the development affairs. Maulavi Abdul Salam Hanafi, while welcoming these scholars and elders, said that the related institutions of the Islamic Emirate are always trying to provide services to the people and ensure peace and well-being. Mr. Hanafi said about the topics discussed by them that the Islamic Emirate take necessary decisions for the above cases considering its possibilities. During his official visit to Laghman province, the Minister of Higher Education attended a grand meeting at Laghman University in which, in addition to the leadership delegation, teachers and students of Laghman University, the governor, deputy governor, members of Ulama Council, leaders of the Jihadi Madrasa, and some heads of the provincial administration participated and spoke. Maulavi Nidam Muhammad Nadim guided the students to their responsibilities and told them, "You are responsible for tomorrow. You are very valuable to the government." He told the students that at the time we will have fulfilled our religious responsibilities to make tireless efforts in the Islamic field. Also, Higher Education Minister advised to these teachers to work on healthy training of students, standard teaching methods, scientific research, and unity among students. The Islamic Emirate welcomed the statements of the presidents of Turkey and Uzbekistan regarding Afghanistan at the summit of Turk countries. Hamdallah Fitrat, the deputy spokesman of the Islamic Emirate, says that the Islamic Emirate is committed to positive interaction with the countries of the world and region. The presidents of Turkey and Uzbekistan emphasized their support for Afghanistan at the summit of Turkey countries, saying that they consider the peace and stability of the region to be connected with the stability of Afghanistan. More details in report.
At the 11th summit meeting of Turkish countries in Bishkek, the capital of Kyrgyzstan, the president of Turkey said that the peace and stability of the region is connected with the stability of Afghanistan and emphasized on the support of his country from Afghanistan. We do not consider the stability and peace of the geographical region of our country separate from the developments of Afghanistan. As we have always said, we always stand by our Afghan brothers. In this summit, the president of Uzbekistan emphasized that the issues of Afghanistan should be one of the important issues of the organization of Turk countries to solve the problems of Afghanistan. We believe that in order to solve the serious and difficult problems of Afghanistan, assistance and cooperation with the current government, extensive participation of the country in regional economic processes, and the implementation of the social and constructional projects should be considered. The Organization of Turk Countries was established on October 3, 2009 with the participation of Turkey, Azerbaijan, Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan. Currently, 8 countries, including 7 Turkish-speaking countries along with Hungary, are members of this organization. At the same time,
The Islamic Emirate welcomes the statements of the presidents of Turkey and Uzbekistan regarding Afghanistan at the summit of these countries. Uzbekistan and other countries that take a realistic position on Afghanistan and international conferences and play a role in restoring Afghanistan's relations with other countries. We also appreciate this move and we want good relations with all countries. Analysts believe that Afghanistan has close Islamic, linguistic, cultural, political and economic relations with the countries of the region, which can be beneficial to Afghanistan in this regard. The fact that it is said in the region that Afghanistan is logically stable, but in addition to taking the steps that are necessary for the stability, it proves to us that these are the considerations of the major interactions that the region dares to take. This is why a number of countries have emphasized a positive interaction with Afghanistan and have always assured the region and the world that no one will be harmed from Afghanistan.
Mullah Abdul Latif Mansoor, Minister of Energy and Water, attended the graduation ceremony of the graduates of the Holy Quran at Dar al-Ulum al-Islamiyya al-Hanafiya in the Dubian village of Zermatt district on the sidelines of his going visit to Paktia province. He discussed and exchanged ideas with the head of the seminary, Maulavi Muhammad Salim Qudrat, on the teaching and administrative affairs of the Dar al-Ulum. During his speech, Mr. Mansoor talked about the virtues of studying and memorizing the Holy Quran and the service and role of religious scholars in the history of Islam, especially in Afghanistan. Mr. Abdul Latif Mansoor also visited the construction process of Al-Fatah Mosque, which is being built with the cooperation of the local people in the orphanage of Khatmul Anbiya in Zermatt district of Paktia province. During his visit to Laghman province, Sheikh Nida Muhammad Nadim, the Minister of Higher Education, commissioned 4 different construction and renovation projects at the University of that province worth nearly 20 million Afghanis. It's worth mentioning that the budget of these projects was paid by the Ministry of Higher Education. In addition to creating a regular environment for students, it will also solve many problems of this university. Sheikh Hamdullah Nomani, the Minister of Housing and Urban Development, met with Shadman Haji Bakov, General Director of the Asian section of Aga Khan Foundation. In this meeting, Mr. Nomani welcomed the arrival of the General Director of Emergency Situation of the Aga Khan Foundation in Afghanistan and discussed the work and activities of the Aga Khan Foundation in the different parts of the country, especially with the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development. The head of Aga Khan Foundation said, if the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development wants, they are ready to build suitable shelters and houses for the victims of natural disasters in Afghanistan. The Ministry of Information and Culture says that Japan will soon host an international conference named Afghanistan Cultural Heritage in Tokyo. According to the ministry's spokesman, the Japanese ambassador met with Maulavi Atiqullah Zizi, the Deputy Minister of Culture and Arts at the Ministry of Information and Culture. Let's see more in the report.
The spokesman of the Ministry of Information and Culture said that Maulavi Atiqullah Zizi, Deputy Minister of Culture and Arts of the Ministry of Information and Culture, said in a meeting with the Japanese ambassador that Afghanistan and Japan have close cultural relations and appreciated Japan's cooperation in other sectors while asking for expanding cooperation in the cultural field with Afghanistan.
He stressed that Japan should further expand its role in these areas. During the meeting, the Japanese ambassador, Mr. Kurumiya, mentioned that Japan will provide all-around cooperation and support in these areas.
Japan will hold an international conference in Tokyo in the near future to draw the world's attention to the protection of Afghanistan's cultural heritage, the ministry spokesman said.
Japan is seeking to host an international conference on the protection of Afghanistan's cultural heritage in Tokyo, Japan, and noted that Japan considers cultural issues separate from political issues and continues to cooperate in these areas.
On the other hand, a number of citizens say that the country's cultural, ancient and historical heritage expresses the identity of culture and history of this land and ask the relevant institutions to pay more attention in its preservation.
In order to preserve our antiquities, our elders must decide and protect them. Because the old monuments are the national capital of the country, they must be properly protected. Preservation of ancient monuments has nothing to do with Islamic Emirate or government. It is our faith and conscience that each of us must be committed to protect them.
Officials from the Ministry of Information and Culture have repeatedly said that they are trying to preserve and restore cultural and historical heritage in the country. Mullah Abdul Haq Akhund Hamkar, Deputy Director of Narcotics Control, visited the Medical Center of Drug Addicts in Mazar-e Sharif of Balkh Province. Mr. Hamkar thanked the officials of Balkh Province for the control of drug addiction, for taking good care and treatment of drug addicts, and gave them the necessary recommendations. Also, during his trip to Kunduz Province, he visited the special officers of anti-narcotics and read the decree of Amir al-Mu'minin Hafazahullah regarding the elimination of drugs. He also asked them to behave well with the people, tribal leaders and officials. The Department of Statistics and Information of Ghor Province has distributed paper and electronic ID cards to 22,000 people in the first 6 months of 1403. It's worth mentioning that in the first 6 months of the current year, the center has collected economic and social figures and information of this province through 161 statistical forums, and besides that, it has monitored the food safety survey and collected the prices of 291 food and non-food items from the market. And that's all for tonight. Thank you so much for watching. Have a good night.
شهیدانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور ساتو یې پسرو وینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا
Good evening and welcome to this hour's news. I'm Suleiman Talash and this is RTA News. Today is Friday, November 8, 2024. Maulavi Abdul Salam Hanafi, the administrative deputy of the Prime Minister, met with a number of Shia leaders. In this meeting, Asadullah Sadati spoke on behalf of others, and besides expressing his happiness on the provision of national security, he also mentioned the need for the efforts of the compatriots to strengthen stability and peace in the country. Maulavi Abdul Salam Hanafi said that Afghanistan is the joint home of all and the Islamic Emirate is the service of the Afghan nation as a responsible government. Mr. Hanafi also said that the development of the country is possible as a result of the efforts of all compatriots and asked all the compatriots to unite to defend the territorial integrity of the country and the government. Sohail Shaheen, head of the political office of the Islamic Emirate in Qatar, met and talked with the new Italian ambassador to Afghanistan. The head of the political office of the Islamic Emirate in Qatar wrote on his X page that the two sides discussed education, health sector, humanitarian aid, the fight against climate change, and the alternative of poppy cultivation for farmers in this meeting. Sohail Shaheen called these meetings productive, adding that both sides emphasized on continuing the meetings. The Deputy Minister of Anti-Narcotics of the Ministry of Interior Affairs announced the arrest of 2 people in connection with the smuggling of drugs in Nangarhar province. According to the deputy, these 2 persons were arrested by the Anti-Narcotics Department in cooperation with the Anti-Narcotics Department of the Nangarhar province. The Ministry of Energy and Water has started solar power generation projects in Kabul and some provinces. Officials of this ministry say that they are working with some foreign and domestic companies to produce solar electricity in Logar, Khost, Paktia, Zabul, and Farah provinces. We have more in the report. The spokesperson of the Ministry of Energy and Water says that in the field of solar electricity production, this ministry is responsible for the production of solar electricity in many provinces, including Kabul. A number of contracts have also been signed with a number of companies in the field of solar electricity by the Ministry of Energy and Water. Solar power projects in Paktia, Zabul, and Farah provinces, as well as in Logar, Khost, Kabul, and Parwan provinces. About 225 megawatts of solar power projects have been planned by the Ministry of Energy and Water. At the same time, Afghan investors call the production of solar electricity a key factor for the economic growth of the country, but they say that the Islamic Emirate should give priority to the private sector. In Afghanistan, just as we need a park for factories, we also need a park for solar power, where the land should be distributed to the people. If someone gives 5 megawatts of power and someone gives 10 megawatts of power, it should all be connected to the network, and we support these projects. It's to be mentioned that last week, 10 megawatts of solar power in Sarobi district of Kabul province was officially commissioned by the authorities of the Islamic Emirate. The General Executive Director of National Development Company visited Gori cement factory during his visit to Baghlan province under the leadership of a technical delegation. Mr. Atash called the Gori cement factory the biggest infrastructure of the country from the historical and economic point of view, and gave comprehensive instructions to the local officials to improve the quality and production of cement. It's worth mentioning that Gori cement factory currently produces 600 tons of cement in 24 hours, which directly provides employment to 700 people. The Afghan Red Crescent Society says that 285 houses built by this society were handed over to the earthquake-affected families in Shakarab, Bande Afzal, and Sangekotal areas of Gulran district in Herat province, and 3 houses in Zindajan district. The head of this society, Sheikh Shahabuddin Dilawar, said in the ceremony held in connection with the distribution of houses that it is the responsibility of this society to reach out to the vulnerable, needy, destitute, orphaned families and patients at the level of the whole country, and every worker is fully honest. He is ready to serve his countrymen with complete sincerity. Kabul residents appreciate the ongoing construction projects in the city by the municipality, saying that they could be monitored and evaluated from time to time for better quality. On the other hand, officials of Kabul municipality assure the quality of ongoing construction projects, adding that dozens of projects are under construction this year, which will be completed within the specified period according to the contract. Let's see more in the report.
Kabul residents welcome the construction of roads, canals, and other construction projects from the municipality and want the Kabul municipality to monitor and evaluate the quality of projects from time to time.
On the way, we saw roads, the construction work was going well, things were going well, but if we want to continue this construction work, better work needs to be done and monitored, so that the affairs remain constant. Whoever is responsible, it should be monitored in a good, transparent manner, and the work they are entrusted with should be done with good quality.
On the other hand, officials say that all the construction projects and route in Kabul city have been awarded according to regular planning and building, and the completion time is an important part of the contract. along with the quality and quantity.
مطابق به اصول و مطابق به قراردادها شاروری کابل تیم‌های نظارتی خود را در اجرای تمام
All the projects that are planned for this year, especially the large and useful roads that exist, including the expansion of the Kote Sangi Demazang Road, the Kabul Jalalabad Road, the Kotal Road, and other basic roads that will be built in the city of Kabul. Kabul municipality has supervisory engineers in charge of these projects.
This is while Kabul municipality has completed many projects from the purpose of order and green environment, and some of them are still under construction.
Young officers of the Ministry of National Defense graduated from the 15-day Air Defense course of the Artillery Directorate. The Ministry of National Defense says that these young officers of the Central and Field Corps, after successfully completing a 15-day course and graduated today during the ceremony with certificates. During the ceremony, officials encouraged the graduates to continue their various military career trainings. And the final one is that the Ministry of Agriculture, Irrigation and Livestock announced the distribution of improved wheat seeds and chemical fertilizers to more than 400 farmers in Chatmal district of Balkh province. According to the ministry, the act, which includes a bag of white chemical fertilizer, a bag of black chemical fertilizer, and a bag of improved wheat seeds, was distributed by the Islamic Relief Organization in collaboration with the Balkh Agriculture, Irrigation and Livestock Department to 474 farmers in the province. And that's all for tonight. Stay with us to stay updated. Have a good night.
ساتوی پسروینو داد شهیدانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور ساتوی پسروینو داد شهیدانو کور
Good evening, everyone. It's Thursday, November 7th, 2024. You are watching RTN News with me, Suleiman Talash. Maulavi Amir Khan Muttaqi, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Islamic Emirate, met with J.P. Singh, the Special Representative of India for Afghanistan, and emphasized strengthening the relations between the two countries. In this meeting, the Minister of Foreign Affairs stated that India should facilitate the issuance of visa to the people of Afghanistan, especially for businessmen, to develop trade relations. On the other hand, the Special Representative of India called the development of bilateral relations between the two countries important, added that shortly there will be detailed discussions about Chabahar port between the technical delegations of the countries of the region, Afghanistan and India. The Ministry of Interior Affairs called the latest report of the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crimes, which claims that poppy cultivation in Afghanistan has increased compared to 2023, far from the truth and baseless. The officials of this ministry consider the fight against this phenomenon as their priority, adding that the cultivation of poppy is completely banned and the police are fighting against it. More details in report.
The Ministry of Interior Affairs described the report of the United Nations Office about drugs and crimes as baseless and unreal, which said that the level of poppy cultivation in Afghanistan has increased this year compared to last year. The ministry adds that since the Islamic Emirate came to rule, the fight against drug cultivation and smuggling has become serious and no one is allowed to plant and work related to it.
The Ministry of Interior Affairs completely rejects the survey and the claim made by the United Nations and considers it far from the truth. Or perhaps the survey was conducted by the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime before the police campaign to eradicate poppy fields earlier this year, after which all those poppy fields were eradicated by the police. Therefore, this claim is baseless in nature.
At the same time, analysts call such reports baseless and say that such reports have no other purpose than to put pressure on the Islamic Emirate and achieve their own goals.
There is no real poppy cultivation in Afghanistan, completely banned. Most of the drug dealers are imprisoned by the Mujahideen. Even the Islamic Emirate works honestly and faithfully. They call it lies. The reports of international community are based on the objectives and goals and are full of pressure and political consideration and are far away from facts. In other words, the special representatives that you see are even given money to spread negative news against the current government.
The Interior Ministry says that the anti-narcotics police have reduced the cultivation and smuggling of drugs in Afghanistan to a low level in the last 2 years and have taken decisive steps to combat this phenomenon. Nuruddin Azizi, the Minister of Industry and Commerce, has met with a number of dairy producers in Kandahar city. In this meeting, the officials of the factories of Kandahar city shared their problems and suggestions with the Minister of Industry and Commerce and asked for a solution. The Minister of Industry and Commerce has assured that the ministry is making full efforts for the industrialization of Afghanistan and fully supports tariffs for self-sufficiency and the dairy sector. Mullah Abdul Razak Khun, Deputy Minister of Professional and Technical Affairs of the Ministry of Mothers and Disabled Affairs, met with the advisor of the Qatar Embassy in Kabul in the presence of a number of other officials. Mr. Khun talked about how to provide services to orphans, widows, and disabled individuals through this ministry, adding that our country has faced many problems due to the past war. He also added that the Ministry of Mothers and Disabled Affairs provides monthly cash assistance to all registered orphans, widows, and disabled individuals through the banking system from the approved budget. At the same time, the Counselor for the Embassy of Qatar in Kabul also promised to share the record, statistics, and figures of orphans, widows, and disabled people with the Red Crescent Society of Qatar. The Deputy of Youth Affairs of the Ministry of Information and Culture has signed a cooperation agreement worth 131 million Afghanis with the Islamic Relief International Organization in the fields of finding work, opportunities for young people, intellectual reform, and economic empowerment. This agreement was signed between Muhammad Yunus Rashid, the Deputy Minister of Youth Affairs of the Ministry of Information and Culture, and Muhammad Zulqarnain, the Director of the Islamic Relief Organization, which will be implemented in the central, eastern, and northern zones, and about 1,800 young people will benefit. During his visit to Herat province, Mufti Abdul Mateen Saeed, Vice Chancellor of Customs and Revenue at the Ministry of Finance, met with Maulana Nur Ahmad Islam Jar, the province's governor. Their discussions focused on preventing the importation of low-quality oil into the country and ensuring that traders have access to the necessary facilities. Additionally, Mr. Saeed urged Herat customs officials to promptly address the problems faced by the people and to provide them with the required support and services. In the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, a 3-story mosque worth 13 million Afghanis was built and put into use. In this opening ceremony, this project, Muhammad Arsalah Karote, the Financial and Administrative Deputy of this ministry, welcomed the participants and emphasized that value of religious
places, providing people with a place to work, preventing negative publicity against the government, and other necessary things. Sheikh Hamdullah Nomani, Minister of Housing and Urban Development, said that mosques are built only by those who believe in Allah and the doomsday. Mr. Nomani stressed the need to reform hearts, thoughts, and actions, and added that the mosques should be built based on actions. The head of the Afghanistan Bank headed a delegation and attended the annual meeting of IUFP and the Islamic Development Bank held in Bahrain. Nur Ahmad Agha, the head of the Afghanistan Bank, emphasized the importance of establishment institutions to better regulate matters related to arms, endowment, spending, and charity. Let's see more in the report.
The head of the Afghanistan Bank in his two-day meeting of the annual meeting of IUFP and the Islamic Development Bank, which was held in Bahrain a few days ago, stressed the importance of establishing institutions to better regulate matters related to arms, endowment, spending, and charity.
At the beginning of this gathering, the General Director of the Afghanistan Bank, Mr. Nur Ahmad Agha, spoke to the participants about the establishment of institutions for the organization of alms, endowment, and the charities, and for the better organization in this regard. He asked for the establishment of institutions.
The General Director of the Afghanistan Bank briefed the participant on the ban on interest rate banking, the development of Islamic banking, and the stability of the banking system in Afghanistan.
He asked the representative of the AUAFP Islamic Development Bank and the other related institutions to cooperate with Afghanistan in converting traditional banking to Islamic banking, training programs, and capacity building.
The two-day meeting was held in Bahrain and was attended by nearly 300 representatives of central banks and Islamic commercial banks of Islamic countries.
The Ministry of Education says that a new building built for 3,760,000 Afghans was handed over to a primary school named Sher Khan in the Jalriz district of Maidan Wardak province. According to the Ministry of Education, this building, which has all necessary facilities, was built at the financial expense of a partner agency of the Ministry of Education. And the final one is that aid was distributed to 200 deserving orphans in Nangarhar. The aid included flour, oil, rice, and some other food and non-food items. The head of the Mothers and Disabled Affairs of Nangarhar province, Muhammad Sabir Zwak, asked the officials of the Yar Charity Foundation to provide more assistance to orphans, widows, and disabled people in this province to better address their economic problems. The orphans who received the aid thanked the department and officials of the organization for providing aid and emphasized on its continuation. That's all for tonight. Thank you for being with us. Have a good night.
شهیدانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور ساتو یې پسرو وینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا کور دا د باتورانو کور پسرو وینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور ساتو یې پسرو وینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا
Good evening. Today is Wednesday, November 6th, 2024. I'm Suleiman Talash and you are watching RTA News. Khalifa Sirajuddin Haqqani, the Minister of Interior Affairs, the Deputy Governor of Paktika Province, Maulavi Makhdoom Abdul Salam Sadat, and the Deputy Intelligence Police Commander of the province, Sheikh Muhammad Sharif Halimi, accompanied the 2nd Infantry Brigade of the 203 Mansouri Corps. They met with the Commander, Maulavi Naqibullah Hamid, and the Mujahideen. The commander of this brigade, Maulavi Naqibullah, welcomed the Minister of Interior Affairs and thanked him for observing the Mujahideen's work and problems. Interior Minister Mr. Haqqani praised the officials' efforts, promised to solve the problems. Minister of Public Health Maulavi Nur Jalali met with Rosella Masio, the Director General of the Emergency Agency, to discuss emergency hospital services, capacity building, and care for disabled patients. Mr. Jalali emphasized the need for international support to strengthen Afghanistan's health sector and requested collaboration in training health personnel. Ms. Masiu responded that efforts are underway to expand services beyond basic health initiatives. The National Disaster Preparedness Department has distributed food and clothing to over 320 families affected by flooding and other needy families in Kabul. Officials from this department continue to assure other vulnerable individuals in the country that they will receive timely assistance. We have more details in this report.
Food and winter clothing were distributed to 320 families and individuals affected by the recent floods and other natural disasters by the National Disaster Preparedness Department. Officials from this department assured that they are fully prepared to assist the affected families during the cold season.
There are 320 packages in which one parcel contains 50 kilos of flour, one parcel contains 25 kilos of rice, one winter box contains 14 items, children's winter items such as clothes, shoes, etc., given by the UNICEF, and one parcel of 10 kilos of sugar. The Islamic Emirate has always tried to reach out its people and solve their problems. Alhamdulillah, they have solved the problems in any situation.
Conversely, many affected individuals are hopeful about the aid given and wish to see it continue.
Although these contributions are good, but not enough. There should be more help to us poor people. There are no jobs and our lands are flooded. Our family has 18 members, so this help is not enough. In these times, even a simple donation is very important to us, and we also need 10 rupees at this time. There is not a single glass in my house. All of them are broken, so we are very happy with the government for this support.
On the previous day, the National Disaster Preparedness Department distributed food to 500 low-income families.
The ambassador of the Islamic Emirate in Qatar attended the Indonesian National Day ceremony held at the country's embassy. Dr. Muhammad Naim, the ambassador of the Islamic Emirate, stated on his X page that his participation was in response to an invitation from the Indonesian embassy in Qatar. The event was also attended by the Minister of Religious Affairs and Islamic Affairs, several officials from Qatar's Ministry of Foreign Affairs, as well as representatives from other countries and international organizations based in Qatar. Dr. Abdul Bari Omar, the General Executive Director of the Afghanistan Electricity Company, met with officials from 2 domestic companies and 1 foreign company to discuss the digitalization of services and the establishment of an online meter system in Afghanistan. The representatives from these companies have also expressed interest in developing a digital and online metering system for the country. Environmental protection and water experts are concerned about the declining underground water levels in Kabul. The recent drought and pollution growth are the primary factors contributing to the water shortage. Meanwhile, the Ministry of Water and Energy reports that thousands of absorption wells have been constructed in the city, along with the Kabul water dam. Let's see more in the report. The capital, Kabul, faces a severe shortage of clean drinking water.
Many residents in various neighborhoods are struggling with this issue, and they urge others to avoid wasting water.
There has been a drought for several years. There is a water shortage, especially in Kabul city. People are facing a lack of water. People also consume a lot of water. Now a person can take ablution with a single bowl of water and have a full tap running, so it's waste. Almighty Allah also says, "Eat, drink, and take advantage of my blessings, but do not waste them." Most of us don't know. A lot of water is spent and we don't care about water use. My request to the government and people is to be careful in using water.
Water and environmental protection experts believe that transferring water from Panjshir to Kabul is beneficial in the short term. They also emphasize the need for constructing underground water feeding areas for long-term sustainability.
Car washes in Kabul and all factories that use water, they use Kabul clean drinking water. This has caused the rate of water withdrawal to double the water shortage that comes from rivers and snow. Therefore, this excessive use of water has caused the level of clean water to go down without monitoring.
The Ministry of Energy and Water has completed the survey for the water transfer project from Panjshir to Kabul, and thousands of absorption wells have been dug to enhance underground water resources.
Thousands of people have been evacuated, as well as the water that would have left Kabul city has also been controlled. In the past, the water of Arghande and the rivers of Rasha came out of Kabul city. The Arghande water now flows into the pits that have been drained there, and as a result plays an important role in raising the groundwater.
Despite the efforts of the urban water supply company to dig deep wells in certain areas of Kabul, the water problem for residents remains unresolved. People still struggle to access the water they need.
Officials from the Mines and Petroleum Department of Panjshir province have announced the sale of freshly extracted emeralds from the region's mines. Maulavi Muhammad Qasim Amiri, the director of Mines and Petroleum in Panjshir, stated that a 5,014 carat emeralds valued at $245,050 was auctioned to domestic traders in the presence of the Mining Monitoring Committee, local officials, and business owners. Mr. Amiri also mentioned that thousands of carats of emeralds have previously been sold to local businessmen. In Nangarhar province, the construction of a commercial market by Arzak Emirate Company is being supervised by engineers from the Department of Housing and Urban Development. Maulavi Muhammad Nabi Saidi, the head of Housing and City Construction for Nangarhar province, reported that the concrete pouring for the foundations of the second floor of this commercial market is currently underway. The technical teams from the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development are closely monitoring the project to ensure it is completed according to the established plan and meets the required standards. The Urban Development and Housing Department of Orazgan province held a meeting with the governor to discuss the distribution of land for homeless refugees. Representatives from the Departments of Agriculture, Livestock, Rural Rehabilitation and Development and Environment, as well as officials from other departments were also present at the meeting. The head of Urban Development and Housing provided comprehensive information regarding the settlement of immigrants. Mullah Aminullah Obaid, the governor of Kabul, met with the elders, men and youth of the Mangal tribe in the province. At the beginning of this visit, the leaders of the Mangal tribe expressed their gratitude to the governor for his presence and acknowledged the open doors of the Islamic Emirate for them. They expressed a desire to address the existing issues they face. That's all for tonight. Thank you for watching. Have a good night.
د شهیدانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور ساتو یې پسرو وینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا کور دا د باتورانو کور یې پسرو وینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور ساتو یې پسرو وینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا
Good evening. We are glad you are here with us. Today is Tuesday, November 5th, 2024. You are watching RTA News with me, Suleiman Talash. The Minister of Interior Affairs, Khalifa Sirajuddin Haqqani, visited Paktika province where he toured to Ashab al-Safa Madrasa located in Yahya Khel district. During his visit, he met with the teachers and students of the madrasa, listened to their suggestions, and assured them of his full support and cooperation. Maulavi Nida Muhammad Nadeem, the Minister of Higher Education, made an official visit to the University of Kannur province. During his visit, he held a meeting with the members of the university's academic council and the faculty of Sharia to discuss the latest activities of the Ministry of Higher Education. He emphasized that the ministry is committed to strengthening and standardizing the country's education system. Additionally, the minister approved several important initiatives, including the construction of a metal fence around the dormitory campus, the establishment of a drinking water reservoir for students, and a designed location for the Faculty of Sharia, among other key projects. Sohail Shaheen, the head of the Islamic Emirates political office in Qatar, met with Chinese Ambassador Shao Lin to discuss several important issues. In a post on his X page, Mr. Shaheen mentioned that the discussed strengthening bilateral relations, focusing on good neighbor lines, trade and investment. The spokesperson for the Ministry of Public Health stated that nearly 6,000 cases of measles have been reported in the country this year, marking an increase compared to last year. Expert doctors attribute this rise in cases to lapses in vaccination schedules and inadequate nutrition for children. Let's see more in the report. According to a spokesperson for the Ministry of Public Health, the number of positive measles cases, especially among children under 5, has increased compared to last year. This year, nearly 6,000 cases of measles have been reported. In response to this rise in cases, the Ministry of Public Health plans to launch a national vaccination campaign in the near future.
Measles is a viral disease. In Afghanistan, sometimes the graph of this disease is raised in children. Compared to the last year, the graph of suspicious incidents has gone up a little bit. Therefore, as many samples have been taken by our surveillance teams there, the graph of the incidents has also gone up compared to the last year, and which is positive for this year. There are less than 6,000 incidents. In the next month, we plan to implement the national measles vaccination campaign. Besides, through this, we will be able to prevent the increase of the measles in Afghanistan.
Doctors at Arghandi Children's Health Hospital confirmed an increase in disease levels compared to last year, attributing it to delays in vaccination and inadequate nutrition.
We apply measles vaccines to children in 9 months, which is free and very effective, which means that if a child is vaccinated, there is a very small chance of getting measles. Unfortunately, when a number of children are hospitalized here, their family insists that they have not received any measles vaccines. They have not even received other vaccines, which is a family neglect in the pediatric department.
The World Health Organization has raised concerns about the rise of measles in Afghanistan, reporting that approximately 160 measles related to death were recorded in the country by 2024.
Sohail Shaheen, the head of the Islamic Emirates political office in Qatar, met with Katriana Redres, the Red Crescent Society representative in Afghanistan. Mr. Shaheen mentioned on his X page that the meeting focused on humanitarian aid for the people of Afghanistan, the health sector, climate change, and other related issues. The Afghan Red Crescent Society reports that Sheikh Shahabuddin Delawar, the director of the organization, has requested Jan Yasan, the head of the German Peace Village Charity Foundation, to maintain their financial cooperation. Additionally, the financial manager of the foundation has committed to continuing its humanitarian aid and fostering long-term collaboration with the foundation. The National Disaster Preparedness Agency helped 500 people with food in Kabul. According to officials, this agency is committed to continuing its assistance to those affected by natural and unnatural disasters. Let's see more in the report.
In Kabul, there are 500 victims. The National Disaster Preparedness Agency has provided food aid. Officials state that, with winter approaching, they're fully prepared to continue their emergency assistance to the affected families.
We gather information from various people and districts where our managers operate. Each province has its department that also contributes an information.
Officials appreciate the help from the international community and national investors and ask for more assistance.
The United Nations is helping by urging aid organizations to address the needs of affected individuals and the Afghan population. We request the assistance be delivered transparently, either directly or through us, to ensure it reaches those in need.
Some affected citizens welcome the aid and insist it continues.
A team visited the scene and conducted a survey. We appreciate their efforts. They contacted us and requested that we come to the department to receive aid. This aid is insufficient as people have suffered greatly. Thus, we request additional support from the Islamic Emirate.
The National Disaster Preparedness Agency is a primary organization providing timely assistance to victims of natural and unnatural disasters at a national level, consistently reaching out to vulnerable populations.
The Ministry of Education announced the reconstruction projects for 26 madrasas, schools, and Darul Ulooms were initiated last week in the provinces of Ghazni, Daikundi, Paktia, Maidan Wardak, Farah, and Faryab. The total cost of these projects amounts to 229,225,000 Afghanis. Additionally, 6 schools, 1 Darul Uloom, and an orphanage building have been constructed and are now operational. The ministry also mentioned that the funding for these projects was provided by the budget of the Ministry of Education, as well as contributions from cooperative institutions and supportive citizens. Maulavi Matiul Haq Khalis, Director General of the National Environmental Protection Agency, met with Rosa Otanbevia, the United Nations Special Representative in Afghanistan, along with her delegation. During this meeting, they discussed the environmental situation in Afghanistan, the fight against climate change, the relevant agreements, and the status and objectives of the United Nations Climate Change Conference. Mr. Khalis emphasized that climate change is a humanitarian issue that should not be politicized. He urged UNAMA officials to continue their cooperation with the National Environmental Protection Agency. Additionally, the head of UNAMA stated that the Global Conference on Climate Change represents a valuable opportunity for Afghanistan, allowing the Afghan delegation to participate in the future international meetings. The head of UNAMA affirmed the commitment to continued collaboration with the National Environmental Protection Agency in the fight against climate change. And the final one is that the hospital in Panjshir province has received an impressive shipment of medical and non-medical equipment valued at $80,000. The Ministry of Public Health confidently states that thanks to the financial support of the International Committee of the Red Crescent, ICRC, it has successfully delivered essential equipment including an 80-kilowatt generator, a transformer, an operating table, and a monitor, along with other vital supplies to the Rakhid District Hospital in Panjshir province. And that's all for tonight. We will be back with more news updates. Until then, stay tuned. Have a good night.
شهیدانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور ساتوي پسرو وینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا کور دا د باتورانو کور.
Good evening and welcome to this hour's news. I'm Suleiman Talash and this is RTA News. Today is Monday, the 3rd of November 2024. The administrative deputy of the Prime Minister emphasized the importance of providing better facilities for returning refugees from neighboring countries. Maulavi Abdul Salam Hanafi stated during a meeting with members of the Temporary Settlement Committee of the High Commission for Refugees that the officials should ensure that returning refugees do not encounter any difficulties, especially with the approaching of winter season. We have more in the report.
The series of forcibly evicting Afghan refugees from neighboring countries continues. At the same time, Maulavi Abdul Salam Hanafi, the administrative deputy of the Prime Minister, in a meeting with the members of the Temporary Settlement Committee of the High Commission for Addressing the Problems of Refugees, emphasized providing facilities to the returned refugees, saying that the problems of refugees should be properly addressed.
Respected Maulavi Abdul Salam Hanafi said, considering the winter season, the committee should try to settle them temporarily so that the citizens who return from neighboring countries do not face any problems.
In this meeting, the professional assistant of the Ministry of Refugees and Returnees Affairs, Maulavi Abdul Rahman Rashid, said that he has managed the issue of resettlement of the returned compatriots in a good way.
Honorable Maulavi Abdul Rahman Rashid said that, although the forced deportation of the citizens from neighboring countries has increased, the officials of the mentioned committee have been able to manage the settlement issue of the coming citizens well under the leadership and guidance of the Commission and with the help of other committees.
On the other hand, the citizens who have returned from the neighboring countries are afraid of the bad behavior of the host countries, but they are happy to return to their country and receive the warm welcome and assistance of the Islamic Emirate.
They arrested me in bomb city of Kerman, Iran, and expelled me. Children and women were with us, and we didn't even go to the hospital. Then they brought us here to Nimrose. We are very happy with the Islamic Emirate, which has prepared everything for us here. I only came in these clothes. I thank the head of the refugees for providing this shelter here.
The High Commission for Addressing the Problems of Migrants says that in the last 24 hours, nearly 500 refugees have returned from neighboring countries via the routes of Islam Kala, Silk Route, Torkham, and Spin Boldak.
The delegation from the Ministry of Transport and Civil Aviation has traveled to Uzbekistan to take part in a meteorological meeting. The ministry reports that the delegation includes representatives from the Ministries of Energy and Water, Agriculture, Irrigation and Livestock, as well as some other institutions. They will engage in discussions on various topics with other participants at the meeting.
د دې سفر موخه په ازبکستان هیواد کې د هوا پیژندنې په برخه کې په کنفرانس کې ګډون کول دي چې یاد کنفرانس
The purpose of this trip is to attend the meteorology conference in Uzbekistan, organized in cooperation with the International Meteorological Organization. The conference will feature various workshops including access to the International Meteorological Satellite and some workshops related to meteorology to address natural disasters caused by floods and heavy rains. Several workshops focused on the early warning system will be held, and the Afghan delegation is participating in these sessions.
During his official visit to Kunar province, Maulavi Muhammad Zahid Ahmadzai, the Deputy Minister of Labor and Social Affairs, met with the provincial governor Maulavi Qudratullah Abu Hamza. They discussed the various important issues related to the province. The meeting focused on expanding services for the community, providing support for the orphans, creating employment opportunities for youth, increasing programs for technical and vocational education, and addressing other relevant topics. Afghan Electricity Company announced that it is currently developing a 5-year plan to generate electricity from various sources inside the country. Abdul Bari Umar, the chief executive director of the company, stated on national television that it has designed and completed power generation projects totaling $400 million within the span of 3 months. Let's see more in the report.
Abdul Bari Umar, the General Executive Director for the Afghan Electricity Company, in an exclusive interview with national television, announced the 5-year plan to generate electricity. According to Mr. Umar, Afghanistan has the capacity to generate thousands of megawatts of electricity from water, wind, solar, and other sources.
What
should we do in the next 5 years? How much electricity should we produce? How to go towards clean or green energy? How could we use our internal resources? We are working together with the Ministry of Energy and Water in this regard because they are the policy makers. They will give us the policy. We will move forward based on that policy and try to use our internal resources.
The General Executive Director of the Afghan Electricity Company said in another part of his speech that the Islamic Emirate has signed contracts worth more than $150 million to produce electricity from various sources with domestic and foreign investors.
In the last 3 months, we have designed various projects worth $400 million, some of which are close to contracting and some of which are in technical discussions.
Mr. Omar also adds that the implementation of the Costa 1000 project, Topi, the extension of the 500 kilowatt Turkmen line, and the completion of the domestic project will partially solve the electricity problem in the country. Efforts are also underway to distribute electricity equally in the coming winter and to unify electricity tariffs.
A cooperation agreement valued at over $200,000 has been signed between the National Environmental Protection Agency and the Wildlife Conservation Society, WCS. This memorandum outlines the institution's implementation of a project focused on climate change vulnerability, which includes launching educational programs on climate change and environmental protection in the provinces of Kabul, Kunduz, and Takhar. A total of 25 children with perforated heart disease were referred to 4 hospitals in Kabul for treatment by the Afghan Red Crescent Society. The Afghan Red Crescent Society has stated that it will cover all the treatment costs for these children. And the final one is that cash assistance has been distributed to 283 low-income families in Nangarhar province. The Disaster Preparedness Department of Nangarhar, in collaboration with the IRC organization, provided the first installment of cash aid to these families in Jalalabad city, the provincial capital. Each family received 2,800 Afghanis, and additional assistance will be provided to the same number of families in the future. And that's all for tonight. Stay with us to stay updated. Have a good night.
شهیدانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور ساتوي پسرو وینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا
Good evening and welcome to this hour's news. I'm Suleiman Tarash from RTN. Today is Sunday, the 3rd of November 2024. The Ministry of Agriculture, Irrigation and Livestock says that Maulavi Sadr Azam Osmani, the ministry's deputy, visited China's greenhouse farms during his visit to various agricultural sectors of China. According to the ministry, Mr. Osmani in his speech stressed the importance of advanced technologies for the development of Afghanistan's agriculture and called for the exchange of technologies and experiences between the two countries' farmers. A delegation from the Ministry of Education, led by the head of the ministry's office, recently visited Malaysia. During this official visit, the delegation will meet with Malaysian education officials and other representatives to discuss various topics, including educational achievements, opportunities, and challenges, according to the spokesperson of the Ministry of Education. We have more in the report. A delegation from the Ministry of Education, led by Maulavi Shahabuddin Saqib, the head of the ministry's office, recently paid an official visit to Malaysia. The delegation is scheduled to meet with officials from Malaysia's Ministry of Education and other relevant authorities to discuss educational achievements, opportunities, and challenges, as stated by Qari Mansoor Ahmad Hamza, the spokesman for the Ministry of Education.
During his visit, this delegation will meet with the education officials, scholars, madrasa and school teachers of Malaysia. He will provide comprehensive information about Afghanistan's education situation and achievements, opportunities and challenges. He will also talk and exchange ideas with important leaders of different educational centers of that country.
Additionally, some professors believe that the delegation's visit will be effective in strengthening collaboration and changing ideas between educational sectors of Afghanistan and Malaysia.
Any travel of our country's delegations to other countries is very useful, especially in our education sector, because the trips of our delegations are very effective for someone's experience. It takes our experiences there and brings their experiences here. Inshallah, he will bring many experiences that will be very useful for our schools and education.
On June 19, the Ministries of Education and Higher Education visited Russia for the Second World Conference, where they discussed educational opportunities, achievements, and challenges. The Ministry of Agriculture, Irrigation and Livestock has announced the distribution of improved wheat seeds and chemical fertilizers to 2,000 farmers in Laghman province. According to the ministry, this distribution was carried out by the World Food Programme in collaboration with the Laghman Agriculture and Livestock Department. On the 13th of Akrab, a ceremony took place in Badakhshan that brought together educators, writers, and poets. The Ministry of Information and Culture announced this event to mobilize cultural workers, writers, poets, and representatives of native languages, organized by the Department of Information and Culture of Badakhshan Province. The program was attended by the Deputy Minister Maulavi Atiqullah Zizi, along with local officials. During the event, several cultural figures and writers and poets discussed the country's problems and challenges with the ministry. They expressed their concerns and sought assistance in addressing these issues. In response, the Ministry of Culture and Arts praised the people and writers of Badakhshan and assured them that these problems would be addressed. In Kabul, a 4-day seminar focused on the professional development and capacity building of madrasas was organized by the Ministry of Education, with the ministry's leadership in attendance. According to officials from the Ministry of Education, the Islamic Emirate is committed to fostering social stability and training qualified personnel in the field of education. Let's see more in the report.
Runner 7 for cardiac call. ESU 8010. Location 3826 Lincoln Street. Pressure to monitor. Please place the comment that letting things their mother passed away. What's up the MS1 622?
قومم که زموږ هدف دا دی ورونو چې تعلیمي مراکز څه قسم د دو کیفیت برابر کړو او څه قسم د دې نه موږ اعظمي استفاده وکړو او په څه ډول باندې موږ هغه نقصان چې په کلونو موږ په دې برخه کې لیدلی د 40 یا 50 کاله کېږي چې موږ زموږ مراکز تخریب شوي د تخریب په خوا باندې روان دي.
ادب از برگزار یک مدرسه در هر ولایت کافی نیست.
Suspect description is going to be a tall white male with medium build. Suspect description is going to be a tall white male with medium build. 302. 633. Sign of mine. 638, Portland PD 95 today.
PLPD, Portland PD.
The spokesperson for the Ministry of Mothers and Disabled Affairs, Mufti Faisal Khamosh, announced that in the past few months, the ministry has distributed 10,170 million Afghanis to those in need across various regions of the country. According to Mr. Faisal, this financial aid has been provided to orphans, widows, and individuals with disabilities through a specialized banking system in accordance with the ministry's plan. The Kabul Police Command has announced that 410 policemen have graduated from the Hazrat Hamza radiallahu anhu military corps, which is under the Chief Management of Education and the Training of this command. According to the command, the graduates include 37 officers, 113 guards, and 260 security personnel. Over the course of 6 weeks, they received training in various areas, such as translation of the Holy Quran, professional conduct with the public, maintaining order, checkpoint protocols, police operations, and other relevant theoretical, practical, and professional skills. Food and non-food aid was distributed to 400 families affected by recent floods in the Patho and Sharistan districts of Daikundi province. The Disaster Preparedness Department of the province organized this distribution with the help of a delegation that included representatives from the Department of Mothers and Disabled Affairs, as well as the Department of Propagation of Virtue and Prevention of Vice, all in coordination with the provincial authorities. The aid reached 400 flood-affected families in Zarghab village of Patho district, as well as various areas in Neli district and the Saraf and Salij areas of Sharistan district. Each family received 50 kilos of flour, a 25 kilo grain bag of rice, and a hygiene kit. And that's all for tonight. We will be back with more news updates. Until then, stay tuned. Have a good night.
ساتوی پسرو وینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور ساتوی پسرو وینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا
Assalamu alaikum, welcome to this hour's news with me, Marianne. Maulvi Salam Hanafi, the administrative deputy of the Prime Minister of Islamic Emirate, met with a number of scholars, local officials and nobles of different provinces of the country. In this meeting, they demanded the establishment of schools, clinics and developmental projects by the Islamic Emirates in their areas. At the same time, Mr. Hanafi considered ensuring security of providing services for citizens and creating better living conditions for the people as one of the commitments of the Islamic Emirate, adding that they will reach to their request in the framework of facilities. The deputy spokesman of the Islamic Emirate says that the works of around 300 check dams have been completed across the country. Alhamdulillah Fetrat says that the funds of these dams have been given by the Islamic Emirate, which have been built by the relevant ministries in different provinces.
The Islamic Emirates' efforts to strengthen water management and underground water. The deputy spokesman of the Islamic Emirates says that most of the 355 planned check dams have been handed over to the sectoral ministries.
In
1402, the Islamic Emirates started the construction of 355 check dams at the country level, most of which have been completed. The Ministry of Agriculture, Irrigation and Livestock has built 138 check dams. The Ministry of Energy and Water has built 117 check dams, and the Ministry of Rural Rehabilitation and Development has built 100 check dams. The countrymen appreciate the efforts of the Islamic Emirate in the field of water management and say that this work has reduced the threat of floods in the rural areas. Here, where water dams have been built, people have been provided with work and the water level has increased. Here, at the same time in the past, trees would be seared and wasted, but now they are fresh. We are very happy with this, because many of our young people will be busy working and the land of the people who have land there will be irrigated and they'll reap the harvest from it. First, we will use it in agriculture. Second, the groundwater will go up. Third, the spring and floodwater that goes from us will be stored. This is why, since the establishment of the Islamic Emirate, concrete steps have been taken for water management and controlling it, and in this section, work is also underway on large dams along with the Christi Canal.
The professional deputy to the Ministry of Agriculture, Irrigation and Livestock says that the world can reduce poverty in Afghanistan by investing in different sectors in Afghanistan. At the International Conference on Poverty Reduction and Agricultural Growth in China, Maulvi Sadrazam Osmani says that now the field for investments in the country has been prepared, and economic experts consider that participation of the Islamic Emirate officials in such conferences to be effective in attracting foreign investments.
The spokesman of the Ministry of Agriculture, Irrigation and Livestock says that the professional deputy of this ministry emphasized the importance of supporting countries that are facing problems of water scarcity, war and other disturbances at the International Conference on Poverty Reduction and Agriculture Growth in Beijing, China. According to the spokesman of this ministry, Maulvi Sadrazam Osmani in this conference asked the participating countries to reduce poverty by investing in different sectors in Afghanistan. Maulvi Sadrazam Osmani in his speech emphasized the importance of supporting those countries that are facing water shortage and other problems. If the world wants to reduce poverty, it is better to start from Afghanistan, because now Afghanistan is a safe place for the world and agriculture, mining, industry and trade have developed. On the other hand, economic experts consider the participation of the Afghan delegation in the International Conference on Poverty Reduction and Agricultural Growth important and say that such conferences can cause economic growth and job creation in addition to attracting foreign investments in various sectors. The participation of the delegation of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan in China conference can be good not only in order to show the problems and proposals of Afghanistan to the ears of the countries of the region and the world, but also it can create interests by providing job opportunities in Afghanistan for investors in Afghanistan. Countries that have done a lot of work in the agriculture sector, and we can use their experiences, and as a result it will help for the growth of agriculture and also for the improvement of the economic conditions of the country, and it will reduce poverty in Afghanistan. During his trip to China, Maulvi Sadr Azam Osmani, the deputy of the Ministry of Agriculture, Irrigation and Livestock, visited the country's saffron production farms and requested to use China's successful experiences in the field of saffron cultivation in the country. At a cost of 30.5 million Afghanis, the work of rebuilding and renovating of the Directorate of Education of Kabul City has started. The Ministry of Education has written on its website that these renovations include the repair, painting and concrete of the corridors, which is supposed to be completed within a month. According to this ministry, the expense of this project will be paid from the development budget of this ministry. More than 100 policemen graduated from the Nuristan and Farah province headquarters after receiving professional training. Mufti Abdul Mateen Khaneh, the spokesman of the Ministry of Interior Affairs, said that among the graduates, 63 are from Nuristan and 50 are from Farah province. According to Mr. Khaneh, the officials asked the graduates to be diligent in providing security and to have good relations with the people. The Ministry of Education announces the completion of the construction of an orphanage at a cost of 1,500,000 Afghanis in Musaid district of Kabul province. According to this ministry, this orphanage was built with the financial help of the people of this district and equipped with classrooms and other facilities. In Kandahar province, 4,100,000 Afghanis cash was distributed to 200 poor families. According to the agreement signed by the National Disaster Preparedness Administration of the DRC organization in cooperation with the Department of Disaster Preparedness of Kandahar province, distributed cash aid to 200 families in Shorabak district. In this series, 20,500 Afghanis were distributed to each family, which is 4,100,000 Afghanis in total. Food was distributed to 3,500 affected families in Badghis province. The National Disaster Preparedness Department says that these contributions include flour, oil, beans, and salt, have been distributed by the OCRH Institute in coordination with the Department of Disaster Preparedness in Badghis province. Those affected by the drought in the districts of Mukpur, Abkarmi, Balamarghat, and Hormaz. This was all for tonight. Thank you for watching. Assalamu alaikum and welcome to the Hours News with me, Marian. The Islamic Emirate shared the results of the preliminary investigation on the appointed committee regarding the incident of shooting at Afghan migrants on the border of Iran. The deputy spokesman of the Islamic Emirate adds that in Kalagan Valley, near the Iran-Pakistan border, Afghan immigrants were shot, and the result, 2 people were martyred and several others were injured. More details in the report. The Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan shared the results of the preliminary investigation of the appointed committee regarding the incident of shooting at Afghan immigrants on the border of Iran and Pakistan. Hamdullah Fitrat, the deputy spokesman of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan, says that on the border of Iran and Pakistan, Afghan immigrants were shot and exploded, as a result of which 2 were martyred and some of them were injured among the 34 eyewitnesses of this incident.
Based on the latest findings of the appointed delegation to investigate the deaths of a number of citizens on the border of Iran and Pakistan, based on the evidence received so far, a number of citizens were shot at in the Kalgan Valley of Iran. So far, the bodies of 2 murderers and 34 eyewitnesses of this tragic event, some of whom are injured, have been transferred by this team. Some of them are still in Iran and Pakistan. The team is trying to find and transfer them.
According to a number of experts, the shooting of Afghan immigrants on the Iran-Pakistan border is against international laws and good neighbor lines.
These countries should be strongly requested to support the Afghan refugees who are facing poverty to reach their rights in accordance with diplomatic process and electoral conventions. If Iran is really blamed, the Iranians should be asked about international rights, and this issue should be reviewed and discussed with them through its and Afghanistan's diplomatic organs.
The deputy spokesman of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan said that the formation team consisting of representatives of the Ministry of Interior, National Defense, Foreign Affairs, Borders, Tribes, and the General Directorate of Intelligence was sent by Ministry of Foreign Affairs to investigate the shooting of Afghan immigrants on the Kaligan Valley near the border of Iran and Pakistan is responsible, and the investigation is still ongoing.
According to the order of His Highness the Amir al-Mu'mineen Sheikh Haibatullah Akhundzadeh Hafazahullah, cities are being built for refugees and returnees in all provinces of the country, and the land has been allocated for the city in Jawzjan province. Maulay Abdullah Faizan, head of housing and city development of Jawzjan province, said that together with the relevant agencies, he determined the land for the refugees and returnees in the city. He said that the mentioned city, he has secured the land of Labajar and Bakawal villages next to the main road of Faryab province. During a visit to Laghman province, the Deputy of the Ministry of Labour and Social Affairs, Maulay Muhammad Zahid Ahmadzadeh, met with the governor of this province, Sheikh Sher Ahmad Haqqani. In this meeting, both sides discussed the support of the orphans, the reduction of unemployment, the promotion of good and standard work, the implementation of community projects, the provision of facilities to the people, and the closeness of Laghman people to the local administration. The provincial authority discussed the necessary attention to Laghman Department of Labour and Social Affairs and strong support from the private sector and the creation of similar facilities. In a recent interview with the country's media, the Minister of Transport of Uzbekistan called the Trans-Afghan Railway project important and added that with its implementation, Central Asian countries will have access to the Indian Ocean. With the completion of this practical work of this railway, the time of arrival of the goods will be reduced to a few days instead of a month. More details in the report.
In a recent interview with the Uzbek media, the Minister of Transport of Uzbekistan, Ilham Mahkamov, talked about the importance of the Trans-Afghan Railway and said that it will connect the countries of Central Asia with the Indian Ocean. Afghanistan's Ministry of Public Works has shown readiness for the implementation of this project and said that the Afghan Trans-Railway project has special importance in terms of transporting regional and international trade goods and connecting Central Asian countries with South Asia.
This project is an economic development plan of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan and in the work priority of the Ministry of Public Affairs, and now, Alhamdulillah, the ground is ready for the implementation of this project in Afghanistan, and Afghanistan is fully prepared to start the work of this project in a practical way. The mentioned countries are trying to implement this project. The Ministry of Public Affairs of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan welcomes them and cooperate with them.
Analysts say that with the implementation of the Trans-Afghan project, in addition to the growth of the country's commercial affairs, the relations between the countries of the region will be expanded and thousands of people will be provided with work.
With this, the tariff of 45 to hundreds of millions of dollars has reached the government of Afghanistan, and in the construction of use of these roads, protective guards, worker hotels, and commercial establishments along the roads have been invented. It provides employment to tens of thousands of people in Afghanistan.
This railway, which starts from Uzbekistan and runs 674 kilometers in Afghanistan, will reach Gwadar port in Pakistan, and the total cost is estimated to be about $4.5 billion. In this way, it reaches 10 million tons annually.
The foundation stone of a 10-bed emergency care unit, or ECU, worth 61 million Afghans was laid for the first time in Khost Provincial Hospital. According to the officials, this department will be built within 1 year at a financial expense of the Ministry of Public Health. Farah municipality started the construction of 9 roads at a cost of 28,250,000 Afghans in Farah city. These roads will be built in 8 districts of Farar city with a length of more than 2 kilometers in the 4 months, and with its completion, the necessary facilities will be provided for the people of the mentioned city. The distribution cash aid to 600 returnee families in Laghman province has been started by a co-organization with the technical cooperation of Laghman Refugee and Returnee Affairs Department. During the distribution of this aid, the governor of Laghman, Sheikh Sher Ahmad Haqqani, the head of Refugee and Returnee Affairs, and the officials of the organization participated. The head of the Refugee and Returnee Affairs said that 600 returnee families are given $320 in installments in the 4 months by a organization. According to the head of refugees, this aid is given to those refugees who have immigrated from other countries to Qargai, Alingar, and center of Laghman province. Food aid was distributed to the 200 families in Panjshir province. The Disaster Preparedness Department of Panjshir Province provided food aid to 200 families in Dara and Abshur districts of the mentioned province. It's also worth mentioning that 50 kilos of flour were distributed to each family. This was all for tonight. Thank you for watching.
LPD.
Good evening. We are glad that you are with us. Today is Wednesday, October 30, 2024. You're watching RTA News with me, Suleiman Talash. Mullah Hidayatullah Badri, the Minister of Mines and Petroleum, recently met with Dr. Abdul Bari Umar, the head of the Afghanistan Electricity Company, along with several other officials from Emirate companies and the contractor of the Zindajan cement factory in Herat province. During the meeting, officials from the Ministry of Mines and Petroleum discussed the progress of the cement factory in Herat and opportunities for investment in electricity production from gas resources. Khalilur Rahman Haqqani, the Minister of Refugees and Returnees, met with Maulavi Ziaur Rahman Madani, the Governor of Logar Province, and Maulavi Muhammaduddin Saleh, the Provincial Police Chief. During the meeting, they discussed the challenges faced by refugees and internally displaced families in the province. They focused on issues such as providing accommodation, ensuring security, offering economic support, and delivering other essential services. Mullah Abdul Latif Mansoor, the Minister of Energy and Water, met with Manawar Lal, the Deputy Director of Najib Suleiman Company from India, to discuss investment in power production projects. During the meeting, the Deputy Director expressed the company's readiness to invest in power generation projects in Afghanistan. The Minister of Energy and Water welcomed this interest, stating that investment opportunities in Afghanistan are now widely available. Agreements worth $3,228,000 were signed between the Ministry of Industry and Commerce and 9 domestic institutions in the field of entrepreneurship. It has been decided that these institutions will work for the purpose of reaching the poor and unemployed people, along with vocational and professional education. Let's see more in this report.
The latest action of the Ministry of Industry and Commerce for vocational and professional education and the handling of the poor. Agreements worth $3,228,000 were signed between the ministry and 9 domestic institutions. These 9 internal organizations are supposed to implement their projects with a total value of more than $3,228,000 to strengthen the foundation of families and unemployed people in the society through vocational training and skills in the provinces of Kabul, Parvan, Maidan Wardak, Herat, Balkh, Baghlan, Samangan, Faryab, Nimroz, Jawzjan, and Badghis. According to him, Nuruddin Azizi, the Minister of Industry and Commerce, has emphasized that these organizations should reach out to the deserving people along with the protection and transparency of Islamic and national values. The meeting was held under the chairmanship of Al-Haj Nuruddin Azizi, Acting Minister of Industry and Commerce, with the participation of the officials of 9 domestic institutions, and cooperation agreements were signed in the enterprise sector. In this meeting, the officials of these 9 organizations provided information about the project and the type of their activities. Al-Haj Nuruddin Azizi, after listening to their conversations, emphasized the observance of Islamic principles and transparency in their activities, and asked officials of these organizations that the beneficiaries and deserving people should benefit from these projects. Economic analysts recognize the significance of private sector involvement in the economy, but also stress the need to activate the banking and insurance system. Mainly, 2 things are very important in this issue. One is how it is regulated and how that index is determined for the private sector to provide the national interests of the country. Besides, how it supports these investments, especially for domestic investors, and how conditions are favorable for foreign investors to invest. This agreement marks a significant step, with large amounts of funding being directed towards various organizations in the entrepreneurship sector.
Dr. Muhammad Naeem, the ambassador of the Islamic Emirate in Qatar, participated in the celebration of the 101st anniversary of Turkish National Day, following an official invitation from the Turkish Embassy in Qatar. According to Afghan Embassy in Doha, the ceremony was also attended by high-ranking officials from Qatar, as well as ambassadors and representatives from various countries and international organizations. Maulavi Fazl Muhammad Haqqani, the head of the Embassy of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan in Tehran, participated in a joint meeting with Mr. Abbas Araghchi, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Iran. This meeting included ambassadors, chargé d'affaires, and heads of foreign and international missions residing in Tehran. The discussion focused on current changes in the region. Mullah Nuruddin Turabi, the director of the National Disaster Preparedness Agency, and Sirajuddin Sherzad, the director of the Development and Research Organization, signed a memorandum of cooperation. Mr. Turabi welcomed the delegation from the aforementioned organization and emphasized the urgent need for institutions to distribute aid to those in need, particularly as winter approaches. It's noteworthy that after conducting a survey in the districts of Wama, Bargimatal, Kamdesh, Vantvaigal, Kantwa, Nurgram, Wadab, and Mandul districts of Nuristan province, the CDRO organization allocated $207 per family to provide winter supplies to 15,178 deserving families with funding from UNICEF. A competitive examination took place to recruit professionals from the vacant positions of the National Radio and Television of Afghanistan. Officials viewed the recruitment of skilled staff as a top priority for improving the department's performance. We have more details in the report.
A competitive examination for recruiting new employees for vacant positions at the National Radio and Television of Afghanistan was held on Wednesday at the department's premises. According to officials, the examination will be conducted in 2 stages, and hiring qualified personalities is one of the department's top priorities.
There are 52 vacancies, of which 3 are provincial and 49 are central. We announced that today is the first stage. The competition has 2 stages. The first is written and the second is oral. Today, fortunately, we are in the writing section where almost 600 people have come.
Participants have welcomed the transparency of the examination. They believe that recruiting qualified individuals will be beneficial for strengthening the system and enhancing the department's work.
Our hope is that, God willing, there will be transparency and the right will be handed over to the rightful. And now when we look at the scene and see the work of the staff, there is transparency, God willing. We ask the government to start exams alike so that the work is entrusted to the ones who deserve it. Our youths deserve it and they have worked hard and now they have to reach to a good position.
Previously, The Afghanistan National Radio and Television Directorate announced vacancies and successfully recruited other new employees through an open competition.
The United Nations Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs, OCHA, announced that Australia has donated $1.3 million to the Afghanistan Humanitarian Fund. This aid will be allocated to assist the most affected individuals. And the final one is that the construction of a check dam has begun in the Karanj region located in the center of Laghman province. The project, which costs over 3 million Afghanis, is being funded with the financial assistance of the World Food Programme, WFP. The dam will be 26 meters long and 4.5 meters high, according to the Ministry of Energy and Water. And that's all for tonight. We will be back with more news updates. Until then, stay tuned. Have a good night.
شهیدانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور ساتوي پسرو وینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا ساتوي پسرو وینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور ساتوي پسرو وینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا
Good evening and welcome to this hour's news. I'm Suleiman Talash and this is RTA News. Today is Tuesday, the 29th of October 2024. Sheikh Hamdullah Nomani, Minister of Housing and Urban Development, met with the Director of New Kabul City Development and other related heads and officials. In this meeting, the existing plan of the New Kabul City was evaluated in the ways of implementing this project, how to solve its legal and technical problems were discussed and investigated. On the other hand, the Minister of Housing and Urban Development said that it is necessary for some officials of this department to actually work in the field in order to properly monitor the implementation of this plan. Mr. Nomani added that the Legal Credit Department should solve all legal problems by comprehensively examining the contracts and practical cases. And if there are no problems, the investment companies should be allowed to work. The Ministry of Mines and Petroleum has signed a 30-year contract with Turkish 77 company for the exploration and exploitation of the cement mine in Yatim Ka, Jowzjan province, where the company will invest $163 million, through which 3,000 tons of cement will be produced daily. Furthermore, Cenk Onal, the Turkish ambassador in Kabul, says that the start of this project will pave the way for other Turkish companies to invest in Afghanistan. Let's see more in the report.
The Ministry of Mines and Petroleum, in the presence of Mullah Abdul Ghani Baradar Akhund, the Economic Deputy of the Prime Minister of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan, signed an agreement for the extraction and exploration of Yatim Taq cement mine in Jowzjan province with the Turkish 77 company for 30 years. According to this, the company will invest $163 million, in which at first 50 people will be provided with a job and later 1,200 people will be employed.
This company is investing about $163 million in this project in accordance with its commitments in the field of exploration, exploitation, and social services.
Also, the Turkish ambassador in Kabul says that Turkey is happy to invest in such projects which will improve the lives of Afghans, lead to development, and the signing of this project will encourage other Turkish companies to invest in Afghanistan.
We are proud that Turkish investors are willing to invest in Afghanistan. We will closely monitor this project, which improves the lives of Afghans. The activities of Turkish 77 companies will pave the way for other Turkish companies to come and work in the future and invest in Afghanistan.
The Ministry of Mines and Petroleum says that before this project, in order to make the country self-sufficient in the field of cement production, it has signed contracts worth about $476 million for the Jabal Saraj, Kandahar and Herat cement projects to a number of domestic and foreign companies.
Maulavi Muhammad Anwar Taib, the General Director of Finance and Administration of the Ministry of Borders, Tribes and Tribal Affairs, headed a delegation to Nuristan province and held a meeting with local officials regarding the development projects along with the hypothetical Durand line. In this meeting, the delegation of this ministry discussed and reviewed the procedures and documents related to providing services to the districts along the hypothetical Durand line, listened to the problems and reports of the provincial committee, and gave the necessary recommendations to the officials and the relevant departments. The Ministry of Borders, Tribes and Tribal Affairs and the TLO Communication Office signed a Memorandum of Understanding for Development Affairs and Bilateral Cooperation. According to this memorandum, the mentioned office, with the coordination of this ministry, besides resolving disputes and holding jirgas, it will also cooperate in the areas of preventing illegal immigration, creating job opportunities for young people, small financial assistance programs, and others. 23 tons of pomegranate from Kandahar province were exported from Torgunday port to Almaty, Kazakhstan. The Ministry of Industry and Commerce says that this is the first shipment to be exported to Kazakhstan after the signing of agreements between the private sector of Afghanistan and Kazakhstan. The Ministry of Transport and Civil Aviation says that an agreement has been signed to increase direct flights between Afghanistan and Qatar. The ministry spokesman said that the agreement was signed between the Deputy Minister of Transport of Afghanistan and Qatar transport officials. We have more in the report.
The spokesman of the Ministry of Transport and Civil Aviation said that Mullah Abdul Salam Haidari, the Deputy Minister of this ministry, signed an air service agreement with Qatar during his visit to Qatar. The agreement was signed between the head of Qatar Airways and the Deputy Minister of Transport and Civil Aviation in the presence of Sohail Shaheen, head of the Islamic Emirates Political Office in Qatar.
A memorandum of understanding was signed for the start of the direct flights with the country of Qatar. On the basis of that, God willing, in the future, our country's company will be able to start direct flights to Qatar normally. Besides this, the airlines of Qatar will be able to start direct flights to Afghanistan. This is a good convenience for the passengers, so there will be an alternative route for the transit vehicles.
On the other hand, economic experts say that the increasing flights and signing agreements in this sector can increase the level of confidence of countries in the security of Afghanistan's airspace and increase national revenues.
Once these flights begin, the level of the trust in Afghan airspace will increase. Afghanistan's domestic revenues, especially in the aviation sector, will also increase, and other companies from regional countries will be encouraged to fly into Afghan airspace and resume their flights.
The agreement between Qatar and Afghanistan comes as an Iranian air company also began flights to Afghanistan on Monday.
The Turkish Cooperation and Coordination Agency has reconstructed the public library building in Herat province and donated 2,000 new books to it. According to local officials, the opening ceremony of the library was also attended by Maulavi Ahmadullah Muttaqi, the head of Information and Culture in Herat, and Sinan Elkan, the Consul General of Turkey. The construction of a 7-kilometer road worth $1 million in Adarskan district of Herat province was inaugurated by Maulavi Hayatullah Mahajir Farahi, the Deputy Governor of the province. According to the Provincial Governor's Press Office, the project, which includes the construction of 4 bridges and 1.5 kilometers of canals, is scheduled to be completed within the next 2 months with the financial support of the Provincial Rural Rehabilitation and Development Department. And the final one is that the Department of Mothers and Disabled Affairs of Parwan Province distributed food packages to 400 orphans, widows and disabled people in that province with the assistance of a charity foundation. According to local officials, these contributions include flour, cooking oil, rice, beans, peas, sugar and other essential items. And that's all for tonight. See you next time. Have a good night.
ساتوی پسرو وینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور ساتوی پسرو وینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا
Good evening and welcome to this hour's news. I'm Suleiman Talash and this is RTA News. Today is Monday, the 20th of October 2024. Mullah Hidayatullah Badri, the Minister of Mines and Petroleum, met with the leaders and influential people of Takhar province in his office. In this meeting, effective management in mineral resources, prevention of smuggling and illegal extraction was discussed, and the problems and suggestions of this province were shared with the leadership of the ministry. Mr. Badri has assured the tribal leaders that according to the law and procedure of mining and in the presence of available possibilities, necessary measures will be taken to solve the problems of the people in this province. The National Statistics and Information Agency reports a 0.6% decrease in food prices in the month of Mizan. According to officials, this decrease is 1.7% in the prices of meat, 3.7% in the fruits, and 2.0% in sweets. At the same time, Kabul municipality says that it has started efforts to control food prices. Let's see more in the report.
Officials of the National Statistics and Information Agency say that there has been a decrease of 0.7% in the prices of food items in the month of Mizan. According to officials, this decrease was 1.7% in the price of meat, 3.7% in fruits, and 0.7% in sweets.
The National Statistics and Information Agency collects and analyzes the data of the cost of goods on a monthly basis, which shows that the price of food has decreased by 0.6% in the last month of this year. This decrease was 1.7% in the price of meat, 3.7% in the fruits, 2.0% in sugar and sweets.
According to him, there is a 3.0% increase in the price of non-food items. This increase is 4.1% in clothing and apparel, 4.0% in housing, and 3.4% in home appliances.
There is a 3.0% increase in the prices of non-food items, and this increase is 4.1% for clothes, 4.0% for housing, and 4.3% for home appliances.
But the residents of Kabul still complain about the high prices of food and want the authorities to solve this problem.
The government should control the prices of materials such as flour and oil. A poor man who has to work for a week or a month to be able to buy a sack of flour. The prices are high. Rice, sugar and flour have been priced, which should be prevented these prices from rising.
On the other hand, officials of Kabul municipality say that since the Islamic Emirate came to power for the second time, Kabul municipality has been distributing price lists to all sellers in coordination with a joint commission to control prices.
مکانیزم طبیعی است که همه هفته
Our mechanism is that this price list is updated every week and it is applicable in all Kabul city for the first week. And the Kabul municipality has the Market Regulation Authority in 22 areas of Kabul city, which is responsible for monitoring these price lists, and also the contact number of 155. It is for the benefit of our dear citizens that if someone defies the price list, let us know and the municipality will take steps.
This is while, according to the information of National Statistics and Information Agency, the prices of food items increased by 6.0% in the month of Sanbola this year.
Maulavi Nur Jalal Jalali, Public Health Minister, in a meeting with Robert Dixon, Charge d'Affaires of the British Embassy in Afghanistan, discussed the establishment of health centers in remote areas, creation of facilities for cancer treatment, and the health sector in attracting international health aid. During this visit, Mr. Jalali said that the Ministry of Public Health is committed to creating facilities for the treatment of cancer patients and addicts, and has opened a number of hospitals for this purpose. Meanwhile, the Charge d'Affaires of the British Embassy has assured Britain's cooperation with Afghanistan in the field of health. The Ministry of Education says that a new building for a primary school was built and put into use in Said Karam district of Paktia province at the cost of 2,500,000 Afghans. The ministry adds that this building has been built at the financial expenses of a charity foundation. Maulavi Atiqullah Zizi, Deputy Minister of Arts and Culture of the Ministry of Information and Culture, met with Zhao Sheng, the Chinese ambassador in Kabul, to discuss bilateral cultural relations. During this visit, Mr. Azizi said that international cultural organizations and countries should cooperate in protecting the cultural values of Afghanistan, added that the smuggling, illegal digging, and expropriation of historical monuments have been prevented in Afghanistan under the rule of the Islamic Emirate. Meanwhile, the Chinese ambassador said that according to the plan of the MCC contracting company and the Ministry of Mines and Petroleum, the extraction and processing of Miss Ainak mine will start in the first months of next year, and both countries will work together to protect the historical monuments in this area. The Deputy Minister of Jirga and Coordination of the Ministry of Borders, Tribes and Tribal Affairs says that in the past 1 year, they have resolved more than 800 major and minor disputes between tribes and families at the country level. According to them, many conflicts and enmity between the tribes have arisen due to the invasion of the country by the Soviet forces and the US-led NATO forces. More details in report.
In a special interview with RTA News, the Deputy Minister of Borders, Tribes and Tribal Affairs said that they have been able to resolve major and minor enmities and disputes between tribes and families at the country level.
In 1 year, we have resolved more than 304 major disputes, which the efforts of the minister and the chiefs of this ministry, and 525 minor disputes that also had a lot of financial and personal casualties that had been going on for a long time. Alhamdulillah, in this 1 year, we have achieved so much in this regard.
The Deputy of the Ministry adds that conflicts and enmity between tribes in the country arose due to the invasion on Afghanistan by former Soviet and US-led NATO forces.
Almost 4 decades of misfortune have befallen on our country. In these 4 decades, there have been 2 invasions on our land, and these 2 invasions have not had such an easy time here. They did not enjoy it and did not receive the purposes for which they came. And the honorable and pious Afghan people have stood against them. They have declared jihad with them.
It's worth mentioning that with the victory of the Islamic Emirate Along with the Ministry of Borders, Tribes and Tribal Affairs, dozens of enmities and disputes have been resolved and turned into friendship through the mediation of local officials and tribal leaders in some provinces of the country.
With the financial support of the International Organization for Migration and the coordination of the Disaster Preparedness Department of Nangarhar Province, 6 threat reduction projects have been started in Nangarhar's Rodat, Haskamena and Nazian districts. Retaining walls, dams and canal projects are included in these districts to eliminate the risk of flooding, which will save hundreds of houses, agricultural lands and trees from the risk of flooding. The Faryab Police Command reported the discovery and capture of a number of weapons and ammunition in the Almar district of the province by the security forces. According to the command's information, among the discovered weapons are gun machines, mortars, communications, several types of ammunition and tank parts. And the final one is that the National Disaster Preparedness Agency says that a cooperation agreement worth $2,132,000 has been signed between this agency and ACTED organization. Based on this agreement, the money will be spent on cash and non-cash assistance to 4,820 families in the northern, eastern, and western provinces. And that's all for tonight. We will be back with more news updates. Until then, stay tuned. Have a good night.
شهیدانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور ساتوي پسرو وینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا کور دا د باتورانو.
In the name of Allah, good evening and welcome to this hour's news. I'm Suleiman Talash and this is RTA News. Today is the 27th of October 2024. Maulavi Abdul Salam Hanafi, the administrative deputy of the Prime Minister, met with Maulavi Najibullah Badakhshi, Laghman Police Chief. In this meeting, the police chief of Laghman gave information to the administrative deputy about the activities of the regional agencies of the province, especially the police chief, and added that the officials of the Islamic Emirate and the Mujahideen in Laghman are not sparing their efforts in serving the people, providing security and comfortable life. Mr. Badakhshi also asked the officials of the Islamic Emirate to pay special attention to the mentioned cases, referring to the issue of construction of communication routes and development projects in this province. Meanwhile, Mr. Hanafi said that strengthening security, serving the people in various fields, and providing them with a comfortable life are among the commitments and duties of the Islamic Emirate, and the facilities should not stop their efforts as this regard. Zabihullah Mujahid, the spokesman of the Islamic Emirate, asked all countries that want diplomatic relations with the Islamic Emirate to open their embassies inside Afghanistan. The Italian Foreign Ministry has recently announced the appointment of an ambassador to Afghanistan, adding that the ambassador will carry out her work from Qatar. Let's see more in the report. The Italian Foreign Ministry has appointed Sabrina Ogliani as its new ambassador to Afghanistan. The Italian ambassador to Afghanistan said that she will be working from Doha. The spokesman of the Islamic Emirate does not consider this move without benefits, but asks these countries to operate their embassies from inside Afghanistan, like the countries of the region.
The Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan invites all countries that want diplomatic relations with Afghanistan to come to Afghanistan and activate their embassies, which is an effective way. Again, if it is in Qatar, it is still a communication bridge which is not without benefit.
Meanwhile, experts say that given the current security situation in Afghanistan, there is no reason for the embassies of countries not to operate inside Afghanistan.
If this embassy had been activated in Afghanistan, the impact would have been greater. It would have been able to provide better services, and it would have been more effective in establishing relations. But the fact that it was opened in Qatar is also a sign for development, which is a good step. The action of Italy is a good thing, that they paid attention to the problems of Afghan people, the problems of citizens living there from Afghanistan will be solved in this way. But it would be better if the Italian embassy was opened in Afghanistan.
Earlier, the Italian ambassador to Afghanistan had met with the foreign minister and announced efforts to expand the activities of the Italian embassy in Kabul. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs condemned the attack on Iran by the Zionist regime. In this declaration, it is said that Israel has clearly violated Iran's territory, adding that the attack on Iran by the observing regime is an attempt to increase violence in the region. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs has asked the influential parties to stop the crimes and violence of the Zionist regime in the region. The National Statistics and Information Department has registered the entry and exit of more than 4,000 foreign citizens through the crossing and airports of the country during the last 1 month. On the other hand, the registered figures show that more than 2,000 people entered the country through land crossings and 53 people entered the country through air borders, of which 434 people came to visit the historical of ancient places of the country and the rest are for work. Maulavi Abdullah Sarhadi, governor of Bamiyan, met with Dr. Edwin Salvador, director of the World Health Organization in Afghanistan. In this meeting, Mr. Salvador announced the continuation of health activities of the organization in Bamiyan, saying that in addition to providing health services in Bamiyan, the organization had recently recruited trained specialists in various health sectors to treat patients in the COVID-19 hospital, in the Center Provincial Hospital and Wars, Punjab and Yakalang districts of the province. On the other hand, the governor of Bamiyan province, while appreciating the activities of the organization, promised that the leadership of Bamiyan administration will make serious efforts to ensure the security of the offices of health institutions in that province. The National Statistics and Information Agency reports an increase in exports worth $70.6 million in the 6th month of this year. According to the officials of this agency, within this month, the total value of exports at the country level reached $173.9 million and the total value of imports reached $954.1 million. We have more in the report.
The National Statistics and Information Agency has collected and analyzed the numbers related to the export and import of last month of 1403. According to these numbers, in this month, the total value of exports at the country level is $173.9 and the total value of the import is $954.1, in which the most exports are to Pakistan, India and the United Arab Emirates, and the most of the imports are from Iran, Pakistan and China.
According to our data, exports worth $173.9 million and imports worth $954.1 million have been made in the month of Sanbola. These figures show that the country's exports have increased by $71 million compared to the previous month.
Analysts call the series of exports and imports from Afghanistan to the rest of the world necessary in the economic sector.
If the government wants to have a good and strong economic, political, and social relations with the neighboring and regional countries, then the balance of its exports should be equal to the level of imports.
It should be mentioned that in the last 9 months, Afghanistan's agricultural products worth $737 million, which include fresh and dry fruits, vegetables, saffron and artemisia, have been exported to the different countries of the world, including Europe.
The Ministry of Mothers and Disabled Affairs signed an agreement with YAR Foundation to support orphans, widows, and disabled people worth nearly $44,000. According to the agreement, more than 900 orphans, widows, and disabled people in Kabul and Nangarhar provinces will receive food packages and winter assistance. Dr. Abdul Bari Umar, General Executive Director of the Afghanistan Electricity Company, met with the officials of the domestic and Iranian companies in his office. In this meeting, Mr. Omar assured all-round cooperation besides giving information about the investment and available opportunities and different substations related to electricity. Officials of investment companies welcomed the encouragement and support of investors from the electricity company, added that they are willing to invest in the construction of 5 substations in Ghazni, Kandahar. Mr. Omar instructed the officials of the companies investing in the mentioned sector to discuss this matter with the relevant technical departments of the electricity company. The Information and Culture Department of Laghman Province announced the discovery of 13 historical artifacts in Alishang district of the province. The department said that the artifacts, which are 300 to 350 years old, were discovered from a shrine in the district. And the final one is that the Ministry of Refugees and Returnees Affairs says that the construction of residential houses for 310 returnees displaced and needy families has started in Qargai district of Laghman province. According to the ministry, this project is implemented with the financial support of the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees at a cost of about $3 million. And that's all for tonight. Stay with us to stay updated. Have a good night.
ساتوی پسرو وینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور ساتوی پسرو وینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا
Good evening and welcome to this hour's news. I'm Suleiman Talash and this is RTA News. Today is the 26th of October 2024. Maulavi Abdul Salam Hanafi, the administrative deputy of the Prime Minister of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan, met with a number of scholars and mujahideen from different provinces. In this meeting, the scholars and mujahideen gave information to the administrative deputy of the Prime Minister about the social, economic, and security situation of their provinces, as well as the implementation of development projects and employment and education and training, health, communication routes, and asked for more attention to the path of the Islamic Emirate. Mr. Hanafi expressed his happiness for visiting the scholars and mujahideen, saying that strengthening security, providing services to the people in various fields, and providing facilities for a better life are among the commitments and duties of the Islamic Emirate, and they have taken concrete steps in this regard. And the Islamic Emirate will visit the mentioned cases considering its possibilities. Mullah Abdul Latif Mansoor, Minister of Energy and Water, during his visit to China, met with the director of MCCC company and discussed about the start of excavation work of Misainak mine in Logar. In this meeting, the director of MCC company presented his presentations to the Minister of Energy and Water regarding the problems of water and electricity in the area of Masainak mine, which the Minister of Energy and Water has assured to solve. Let's see more in the report.
Mullah Abdul Latif Mansour, Minister of Energy and Water, during his visit to China, met with the director of MCC company to discuss the development of Masainak mine and assured them of solving the existing problems in the field of water and electricity.
د اوبو انرژي سرپرست وزیر محترم الحاج عبداللطیف منصور چینی هیواد ته د خپل سفر په ترڅ کې د شرکت له مسؤلینو سره وکتل د شرکت مسؤلینو کې د د مسainak پروژې اړوند بریښنا او اوبو چې د اوبو انرژي سره خبرې سره او یادونه وکړه چې وړي پروژه
Also, the economic analyst mentions the Masainak project as a vital project for Afghanistan, adding that with its start, the level of national income will increase and the interest of foreign investors to invest in Afghanistan will also increase.
I'm out of control. Copy, Andy. 637, go ahead. 1842, 290.2, 290.2. Yeah, 10-4. 10-4.
آغاز کار پروژه میسی عینک برای 60 شهروند افغانستان و غیر مستقیم شغل ایجاد کنند و همچنین آیاتی که دولت از آیات و از گذری قراردادی که شرکتی مذکره بسته کرده مبنی بر فیصدی
Masainak mine, located in Logar province, signed an extraction agreement with China's MCC company in 2008, but due to the various problems, the extraction process has yet not started.
Mullah Abdul Latif Mansour, the Minister of Energy and Water of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan, and his delegation visited the embassy of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan in Beijing during their visit to China. During the meeting, Mr. Mansour discussed and exchanged ideas with Maulavi Bilal Karimi, the ambassador of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan in China, and the embassy staff on the political, economic, and commercial relations between the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan and China. They called Afghanistan's current relations with China reliable and emphasized on further development and strengthening of relations. Maulavi Bilal Karimi, the ambassador of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan and China, met with Branick Robin, the American researcher at the Embassy of the Islamic Emirate in Beijing. In this meeting, the positive and mutual interaction of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan with the neighbors, the region, and the countries of the world was discussed. Also, after the complete rule of the Islamic Emirate in Afghanistan, views have been exchanged regarding the creation of positive dynamics and better opportunities in political, economic, and commercial fields. A two-day national conference under the title Contribution of Universities in Afghanistan's Self-Sufficiency has started today at Kunduz University by the Ministry of Higher Education. The ministry says that this conference will be very important in recognizing the fundamental role of universities in Afghanistan's self-determination, adding that universities can prove to be very important in the development and prosperity of a country based on research. Officials of the Afghan Journalists Association say that they have started working on a new strategy for domestic production, economic growth, and development, which aims to promote and develop the private sector. At the same time, the officials of Ridad News Agency emphasized the coordination and cooperation between the media and expressed their happiness with the cooperation and support of the Islamic Emirate in this regard. We have more in the report.
پالیسی رویداد
Riyadh's policy is more on the private sector and how to work with them. We must turn challenges into opportunities. We are working on a procedure and inshallah it will be finalized. How can we encourage the media to promote our domestic production in general and the work of the private sector in particular, which is very important to grow this?
The construction of a water supply network in Logar province worth more than 6 million Afghanis was completed and put into use with the financial assistance of UNICEF through the Rural Rehabilitation and Development Department of the province. According to local officials, the network has created jobs for dozens of people, and with its completion, more than 300 families in the district have access to safe drinking water. And the final one is that the Directorate of Mothers and Disabled Affairs of Kabul province, in coordination with the Qamar Charity Foundation, distributed winter aid packages to 400 orphans, widows, and disabled people. Also, in another news, the Department of Rural Rehabilitation and Development of Bamiyan province provided financial assistance of the World Food Programme to nearly 2,000 needy families in that province. And that's all for tonight. We will be back with more news updates. Until then, stay tuned. Have a good night.
شهیدانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور ساتوي پسرو وینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا کور دا د باتورانو کور.
Good evening. It's good to have you with us. This is Suleiman Talash. Today is Friday, the 25th of October, 2024. You are watching RTA News. Maulavi Abdul Salam Hanafi, Administrative Deputy of the Prime Minister of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan, met with a high-ranking delegation of Uzbek scholars in the presence of Maulavi Nur Muhammad Saqib, Minister of Hajj and Religious Affairs. During the meeting, Sheikh Nuruddin Khaliq Nazar, the Grand Mufti of Uzbekistan and the head of the high-ranking delegation, said that the purpose of this visit was to strengthen and develop relations between the two countries, added that with these commonalities we can develop and expand our relations in various fields. The Deputy Prime Minister added that the visit will provide an opportunity to create new cooperation between the two countries based on our commonalities and take effective steps in strengthening relations. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan has condemned the attack by a number of militants on an airline company, Tusha, in Ankara, the capital of Turkey, and expressed its condolences to the victims of the incident.
The
Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan, along with its condemnation of the attack, offers its condolences to the people of Turkey and families of the victims regarding this tragic incident, and expresses the hope that the honorable people of the government of Turkey will not face such painful events again.
Officials of the Renewable Energy Union say that in the past 3 years, about $200 million has been invested by its members in the electricity production sector in Afghanistan. According to the officials, these investments in wind, solar, and gas energy production in different provinces have been made in cooperation with the Ministry of Energy and Water and the Afghanistan Electricity Company. We have more in the report.
Officials of the Renewable Energy Union say that the members of the union have invested $200 million in the electricity production sector in Afghanistan. According to union officials, investments in wind, solar and gas power generation sectors have been made in Kandahar, Herat, Badakhshan and a number of other provinces in cooperation with the Ministry of Energy and Water and the Afghanistan Electricity Company.
It produces about 120 to 150 megawatts of electricity, and so far they have invested about $150 to $200 million.
Meanwhile, the spokesman of the Ministry of Energy and Water said that the ministry has prepared a 5-year plan to implement energy projects and investors can invest in the electricity sector according to this plan.
Due
to good security, many foreign and domestic investors have shown their interest in energy and water sector. The Minister of Energy and Water has also provided all necessary facilities for investment to these domestic and foreign investors. A department for attracting capital has been established within the framework of the Ministry of Energy and Water.
The union is talking about encouraging more investors in the energy sector, as the Afghan Electricity Company recently signed a cooperation agreement with the 2 Turkish and Afghan private companies for the 22.75 megawatt Naghlu solar power project in Surubi district.
Sheikh Nida Mohammed Nadeem, Higher Education Minister, inaugurated 8 different projects worth 66 million Afghanis in the Higher Education Institute of Logar Province. These projects include the surrounding wall and public gate of this institution, 4 new water wells, standard canteen, canopy connecting the public network to this institution, optical fiber, and networking. Sheikh Hamdullah Numani, the Minister of Housing and Urban Development, discussed the investment in New Kabul city in a meeting with a number of national investors in his office. In this meeting, the national investors said that they are investing in New Kabul city, especially Perozi town. The Minister of Housing and Urban Development, Sheikh Hamdullah Numani, clarified the facilities and opportunities for investors to invest in the mentioned city and asked the investors to talk to the managers of construction companies of New Kabul city, and after comprehensive analysis, they should come to the ministry. New Afghan banknotes are sold at high prices in Kabul city. Some residents of this city request that the Afghanistan Bank should stop the interest in the exchange of new and old banknotes that are equal in quantity. More in the report.
A number of Kabul residents say that whenever they buy new Afghani banknotes at money exchanges, the money changers ask for extra money instead of changing them.
If he buys it from you, he buys it at a low price. But if he sells it to you, he sells it at a high price. Therefore, we request the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan and the Afghanistan Bank to strictly prevent this action. To solve this problem, the government should focus on this problem. They charge more commission. Less commission should be charged, and a standard and framework should be provided for it.
The Afghanistan Bank says that, according to the law of this bank, all money changers, private banks, and the representative offices of the Afghanistan Bank are obliged to give new banknotes to the people without any additional money. If they take interest from the people on the new banknotes, they will hand them over to the law.
There is no commission in Afghanistan's bank transaction. No matter how many weak banknotes are given to the bank, new banknotes are given in return. In this regard, our honorable citizens do not have to pay commission to anyone.
Furthermore, the Exchangers and Money Services Association of Kabul Shahzada Market calls the money changers' demand of interest against new banknotes as an act against Islamic Sharia and the principles of the society, and calls on all money changers to stop doing this.
If there are any small money changers, they resell them. This action is against Allah and against the law and regulation of the Afghanistan Money Changers Union. We are against it, and if it is given to someone, then it should be given at the same price. Otherwise, this evil act should be avoided.
This is while the Afghanistan Bank has presented 350 million Afghani banknotes to the market in order to collect the foreign banknotes from the market.
51 members of Mujahideen from the regional corps, units and sub-teams graduated from the Professional Education of Law and Public Affairs of the General Services School of General Military Headquarters of Abdullah bin Masood during a series of ceremonies. In this ceremony, the commander of the headquarters, Maulavi Hidayatullah Muzammil, some members of Mujahideen and other employees of the headquarters attended the ceremony. While speaking to the graduates, the official said, "You are the defenders and protectors of the Islamic government in the media field. You need to stop the enemy's false propaganda based on accurate and precise information." Meanwhile, the new graduates assured the officials that they will prevent the enemy's false propaganda based on the professional education and provide accurate information. And that's all for tonight. We will be back with more news updates. Until then, stay tuned. Have a good night. Good evening. It's good to have you here. I'm Suleiman Talash. Today is Thursday, the 24th of October, 2024. You are watching RTN News. Mullah Abdul Latif Mansour, Afghanistan's Minister of Energy and Water, said at the third conference of energy ministers in China called One Belt, One Road Initiative that according to the preliminary estimates and surveys, Afghanistan can produce approximately 318 gigawatts of electricity from renewable energy sources. Mullah Abdul Latif Mansour says that the Islamic Emirate has taken steps toward self-sufficiency in the field of electricity in the last 3 years, and added that they have made up 5-year plan and renewable energy strategy for the implementation of electricity law. The Minister of Energy and Water also said that Afghanistan is committed to peace, stability, and economic development in the region by actively participating in regional projects like the One Belt, One Road initiative. Sheikh Nida Muhammad Nadim, Minister of Higher Education, visited the Higher Education Institute of Logar during his visit to the province. The Ministry of Higher Education says that Mr. Nadim, in a meeting with the leadership, professors, and students of this educational institution, emphasized on learning religious and contemporary sciences and asked the professors to pay full attention to religious, scientific, intellectual, and professional education of students. Sheikh Hamdullah Nomani, Minister of Housing and Urban Development, held a meeting with Muhammad Arsalah Kharote, Finance and Administrative Deputy, Urban Affairs Deputy, and a number of officials of this ministry on solving the problems of Rahman Mena settlement. In this meeting, the Minister of Housing and Urban Development assigned the task to the relevant directorates to carry out complete investigation regarding the restart of the mentioned project so that a decision can be made about it in the next meeting. It's worth mentioning that the Rahman Mena project was started in 1393, which was delayed due to legal, technical, and financial problems. Maulavi Nur Jalal Jalali, Public Health Minister, met with the representatives of the World Health Organization for Afghanistan. The Ministry of Public Health says that in this meeting, discussions were put on establishment of health centers for cancer treatment in 10 provinces of the country, including the capital, Kabul, and providing necessary equipment and medicine for the patients. They also talked about attracting international aid to strengthen Afghanistan's health system, and the representative of the World Health Organization assured continuous cooperation in this field. The Minister of Hajj and Religious Affairs, in a meeting with a delegation of religious scholars from Uzbekistan, called on other countries of the world, especially Islamic countries, to visit Afghanistan and present the true picture of Afghanistan to the international community. Meanwhile, the delegation considered their visit to Kabul important in strengthening the values and beliefs of the two countries. We have more in the report. A delegation of religious scholars from Uzbekistan continued their meetings with officials of the Islamic Emirate and met with the Minister of Hajj and Religious Affairs and discussed on various issues, including strengthening bilateral relations and cooperation. The Ministry of Hajj and Religious Affairs says that during the meeting, Sheikh Nur Muhammad Saqib called the visit of the Uzbek delegation important in expanding relations between Kabul and Tashkent.
It is a good opportunity for both countries and an all-round development for the development of both countries. If it is religious, if it is in other parts, it will be very effective.
At the meeting, the head of the Muslim administration of Uzbekistan and his delegation also evaluated their visit to Kabul as useful for strengthening common values and beliefs. Meanwhile, the delegation visited Balkh province after meeting with the Minister of Hajj and Religious Affairs, where they met with the religious scholars and local officials of the province.
When Islamic stability comes between the countries, I think that commonality will be respected in its full meaning. This commonality will be strengthened in such a way that there will never be any fear of loss or distraction. Scholars of both countries play an important role in society and can play a good and effective role in the development of both countries.
The mentioned delegation of Uzbek religious scholars led by the head of the country's Muslim administration arrived in Kabul yesterday at the invitation of Sheikh Nur Muhammad Saqib, Minister of Hajj and Religious Affairs. Sheikh Hamdullah Nomani, Minister of Housing and Urban Development, discussed a series of topics in a meeting with the head and some colleagues of Ata Charity Foundation in his office. The officials of the foundation said that they want to build a large standard hospital in New Kabul city and provide its services freely. The Minister of Housing and Urban Development has said that he will discuss the issue of medical equipment and construction for hospitals with the Prime Minister of the Islamic Emirate and the Administrative and Finance Deputy, and will emphasize the issue regarding hospitals. Sheikh Muhammad Khalid Hanafi, Minister of Propagation of Virtue, Prevention of Voice and Hearing the Complaints, visited Logar to continuation of his provincial trips. Mr. Hanafi has met with the local officials, scholars and tribal leaders of the province in order to better implement the propagation of virtue and prevention of voice law, along with the decrees, orders and instructions of Amir al-Mu'mineen Hafazahullah. Sheikh Muhammad Khalid Hanafi said that no one has the right to violate the rights of women based on bad traditions, and added that the people should work with the officials of this ministry in implementing the Islamic Sharia and conveying it to others. The officials of the Central Silos of Kabul report about the start of purchasing the wheat from the farmers in north and south of the country. They say that according to the order of Amir al-Mu'mineen Hafazahullah, they will purchase about 40,000 tons of wheat in the provinces and deliver it to the market at a fair cost when needed. On the other hand, the National Statistics and Information Institution says that 4.83 million metric tons of wheat were produced in 1403, which shows a 10% increase compared to last year. More details in report.
The officials of Kabul Central Silos say that, based on a decree of Amir al-Mu'mineen Hafazahullah, they have started purchasing extra wheat of the farmers in the center and provinces of the country. Officials add that the purpose of purchasing the extra wheat is to support the farmers and so far they have collected around 1,500 tons of wheat in the last 4 days.
The Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan is currently purchasing about 40,000 tons of wheat in the north and south to encourage farmers to sell their wheat. The part of Kabul CLU is 18,000 tons, which has been being collected for about 15 or 20 days. And so far, we have collected about 1,500 tons, which continues every day.
At the same time, the National Statistics and Information Agency says that in 1403, 2.12 hectares of land under cultivation produced 4.83 million metric tons of wheat, which shows a 10% increase compared to the last year, and most of it was planted on wetlands.
In current year 1403, the Department of Statistics and Information determined two cultivated areas of wheat in the country through the analysis of satellite images, data and remote sensing technology. According to our data, 4.83 million metric tons of wheat were produced in the country in the year 1403. According to these numbers, there has been a 10% increase in wheat production in the country compared to last year.
According to the estimation of Afghanistan's population, about 6.82 million metric tons of wheat is needed in the country, which shows a decrease of about 2 million metric tons considering the production of wheat in 1403.
And the final one is that officials of TVC United Company have expressed their interest to invest in the construction of a 30-megawatt solar power plant near the industrial parks in Kabul in a meeting with Dr. Abdul Bari Umar, the General Executive Director of Afghanistan Electricity Company. In this meeting, Dr. Abdul Bari Umar said that providing electricity to industrial parks is one of the priorities of the electricity company, and they are working on new plans to increase the level of household electricity production. And that's all for tonight. We will be back with more news updates. Thank you so much for watching. Have a good night.
داد شهیدانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور ساتوی پسرو وینو داد شهیدانو کور داد ساتوی پسرو وینو داد شهیدانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور ساتوی پسرو وینو داد شهیدانو کور
Good evening, everyone. This is good to have you with us. I'm Suleiman Talash. Today is Wednesday, the 23rd of October, 2024. You are watching RTN News. The Islamic Emirate considers Chabahar Port as an economic opportunity for Afghanistan and the region, saying that it is effective in the country's economic development. The spokesman of the Islamic Emirate adds that Afghanistan wants to expand economic and political relations with all the world countries. Let's see more in the report.
The Islamic Emirate considers Chabahar Port a key opportunity in Afghanistan's economic relations and development with the countries of the region. The spokesman of the Islamic Emirate considers Chabahar Port useful in the economic development of the country and says that the expansion of trade will lead to prosperity.
Chabahar Port is considered one of the very good economic opportunities in the region, which Afghanistan is taking advantage of. India and Iran have taken steps to help Afghanistan develop economically and slowly overcome its economic problems.
Maulavi Zabihullah Mujahid also said that Afghanistan wants to expand economic and political relations with all the world countries.
We want good relations between the Islamic Emirate of Iran and India, and so far we have been able to strengthen our economic relations with all countries. And we want this to be ensured in order to improve economic and diplomatic relations so that any concerns are eliminated and a good atmosphere of trust is also created, so that we can have peace and tranquility in the region and peaceful relations.
On the other hand, economic experts consider the management of Chabahar port to be effective in the economic development of the country.
بندر چابهار مانند بنادر دیگر دارای خصوصیات و کاراکترهای
Chabahar Port, like other ports, has its own unique characteristics and in fact has its own privileges, like Karachi Port, Bahadur ports, and other ports. This port is also important, and this is related to the management of Afghans and Iranians, how the Iranians give privileges and how the Afghan manage.
This is while the Islamic Emirate has always said that Afghanistan wants to expand economic and political relations with all countries of the world.
Mullah Muhammad Yunus Akhundzada, Minister of Rural Rehabilitation and Development, and Maulavi Atawallah Umari, the Minister of Agriculture, Irrigation and Livestock, visited Ghazni province to implement the plan and procedure for building towns for permanent settlement of refugees. During the visit, the high-level delegation met with the governor and local officials of the province and said that according to the decree of the Islamic Emirates leader and the procedures sent, those migrants who do not have land should be provided with settlements according to these procedures. Maulavi Atiqullah Zizi, Deputy Minister of Arts and Culture of the Ministry of Information and Culture, visited different sections of the Aga Khan Culture Foundation's Cultural and Professional Institute in Jangalak. Mr. Azizi praised the work of the Aga Khan Cultural and Professional Institute and called the activities of the institute important in keeping the original culture of the country alive, and asked this institution to share its experiences with the Ministry of Information and Culture, Department of Culture.
Received.
The Ministry of Economy welcomes the United Nations decisions to provide loans to small businessmen, saying that the program can play an important role in the country's economic growth. On the other hand, economic experts also consider supporting small businessmen as an effective step in reducing poverty and creating more job opportunities. We have more in the report.
The UN General Secretary's Special Representative for Afghanistan, in a meeting with Maulid Lukabi, the political deputy of the Prime Minister, praised the recent efforts of the Islamic Emirate in the economic fields and announced the readiness of the organization to repay small loans to entrepreneurs in Afghanistan. The recent exhibitions in Kabul were a valuable step in promoting Afghan products. UNAMA will soon begin a series of loan repayments to grow small businesses.
He said that in the recent meetings, he has talked with donor countries and organizations that now UNAMA has received part of the aid for the coming winter.
The professional deputy of the Ministry of Economy welcomed the decision and called the implementation of the program beneficial for economic growth, poverty reduction, and employment.
UNAMA's assistance can play a significant role in the country's economic growth and development, job creation, and poverty reduction. For this reason, we welcome and support the assistance of all international aid agencies.
On the other hand, economists also consider the payment of small loans by UN to be beneficial for small businesses.
Together with the government, it plays an important and fundamental role in eradicating unemployment and poverty. This can also lead to the acceleration of the economic cycle between Afghanistan and the international community, especially between the banks.
The UN Special Representative for Afghanistan is ready to repay small loans, saying that the leadership of the Islamic Emirate has always emphasized the implementation of infrastructure projects by countries and international organizations in Afghanistan.
Maulavi Sadaga Abu Maqbul, Director of Prevention of Virtue Affairs and the Chief Justice of the Ministry of National Defense, visited the training center of the 217 Omari Corps, brigades and battalions of the Corps. In this visit, The director of the Prevention of Virtue Affairs told the Mujahideen to adopt good morals, obey their leaders, and use good behavior with the people. For the first time, the Comprehensive Cancer Center of Kabul Medical University Aliabad Teaching Hospital, in cooperation with Canadian doctors and specialists, 500 health workers of anesthesia, surgery, internal and nursing departments of the teaching hospitals of Kabul Medical University in order to increase the capacity of symposium on digestive system cancers was organized. This symposium will last for 10 days, and during it, the participants will also perform a number of complex cancer operations in Aliabad Teaching Hospital with the cooperation of foreign teachers and specialists. A radio station under the name of Khalid FM was officially opened and started broadcasting during a ceremony in the 209 Khalid bin Walid Army Corps by the officials of this ministry. This radio emphasizes Islamic and national values and will broadcast its religious, ideological, cultural, health, and entertainment programs live from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. The Ministry of Mothers and Disabled Affairs, in coordination with the Qamar Welfare Foundation, provided assistance to 400 deserving orphans, widows, and disabled people in the 16th zone of Kabul city, which included flour, rice, cooking oil, and some other food items. And the final one is that the Farah Disaster Management and Preparedness Department distributed food aid to 149 families of the province who were affected by natural disasters this year. This aid included 100 kilos of flour, 25 kilos of rice, and 5 liters of cooking oil for each family. Thank you for watching. I'll see you right back there tomorrow. Have a good night.
شهیدانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور ساتوي پسرو وینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا ساتوي پسرو وینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور ساتوي پسرو وینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا
Good evening. This is good to have you with us. This is Suleiman Talash. Today is Tuesday, the 22nd of October 2024. You are watching RTA News. Maulavi Abdul Kabir, the political deputy of the Prime Minister, met with Maulavi Ghulam Haidar Shahamat, the head of the Technical and Professional Education Institution, and his delegation. In this meeting, Mr. Shahamat shared some problems of this institution with the political deputy of the Prime Minister and said that under the rule of the Technical and Vocational Education Institution, there are 377 centers in the country and 111 different fields where thousands of people are busy and studying. The political deputy of the Prime Minister said that the Islamic Emirate supports all government and private institutions. He also emphasized on finding jobs for youth in the country and preventing the immigration of Afghan youths, and also gave some instructions to Mr. Shahamat in order to speed up and improve the activities of technical and vocational education institution. The Ministry of Industry and Commerce said that the bilateral meeting between Afghanistan and Kazakhstan in Almaty discussed the development of economic and trade relations, increasing trade, attracting investment, and other issues. The meeting was attended by a delegation of the Islamic Emirate led by Nuruddin Azizi and the Deputy Prime Minister of Kazakhstan. We have more in the report.
Officials from the Ministry of Industry and Commerce said that a bilateral meeting between the delegation of the Islamic Emirate and Kazakhstan, led by Nuruddin Azizi and the Prime Minister of Kazakhstan, was held in Almaty on Monday. According to the ministry's spokesman, the two sides discussed expanding economic and trade relations, increasing trade, attracting investment and other issues.
The delegations of both sides, headed by the head of the Economic Affairs Department, of the Economic Deputy of the Prime Minister of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan, with the Deputy Ministries of Trade and Irrigation of Kazakhstan, Transit and Transportation Panel regarding the development and expansion of trade relations, increasing the transit routes between China and Afghanistan. They discussed the route of Kazakhstan, bringing facilities and the transportation process, reducing tariffs and rail transfers.
On the other hand, economic experts consider holding bilateral trade meetings between the countries of the region in Afghanistan's interest, saying that these meetings can provide political and economic relations, trade and investment facilities in various sectors.
These meetings can increase the level of Afghanistan's commercial and economic relations with different countries. In addition to this, it reduces economic and commercial problems and can be particularly useful in providing a series of commercial facilities. We should have agreements and understandings with the whole world, which will have a positive effect on our economy in the future. And also, we should export our products to other countries on a regular basis.
On the sidelines of the meeting, the Afghan and Kazakh delegations discussed joint cooperation on mining, processing and energy production with the existing facilities in Afghanistan.
Maulavi Muhammad Zahid, Deputy Minister of Labor and Social Affairs, met with a number of Turkish investors. During the meeting, Turkish investors, while providing information about their visit to Afghanistan, added that these investors want to invest in Afghanistan in the fields of oil and gas extraction, clothing manufacturing, furniture manufacturing, and road construction. On the other hand, the Deputy Minister of Labor and Social Affairs called the relations between the two countries historic, adding that there are currently a large number of Afghan investors living in Turkey, investing in various fields, and we hope that the problems they face in some cases will be resolved and their rights will be protected. A joint cooperation agreement was signed between the National Disaster Preparedness Agency and HHAO organization. Mullah Nuruddin Turabi, head of the National Agency for Combating and Preparedness, welcomed the activities and assistance of this organization and asked all institutions and organizations to help Afghanistan in the fight against natural and unnatural disasters. Abdul Ghaffar Niazeh, head of HHAO organization, said that they are trying to provide aid to Afghans and distribute it to the deserving people. It's worth mentioning that according to the agreement, food items worth $12,800 are distributed to 150 families in Wakhan district of Badakhshan province. In Kabul, the operation and treatment of eye patients is done for free. This program of health services, which is carried out by the Afghan Red Crescent Society with the financial support of the King Salman Help Center and the technical cooperation of Basir Private Charity Foundation, includes 800 eye operations and treatment of 8,000 eye patients. The patients suffering from eye diseases are happy that they have been treated inside the country. According to them, before they used to go outside for treatment. Let's see more in the report.
Free eye treatment services that thousands of people will benefit from. This program is being carried out by the Afghan Red Crescent Society with the financial support of the King Salman Help Center and the technical cooperation of the Basir Private Charity Foundation.
800 people will be operated and cured, inshallah. And 8,000 people will be given medicine and will be examined. Inshallah, this will be going on in a very fast pace, and it will be done at the Red Crescent Central Hospital.
Officials of Al-Basr Charity Private Foundation emphasized the continuation and development of cooperation for the treatment of eye patients.
We get some response from the ARC. So in the last these camps we have done more than 8,000 OPD and about to be 800 surgeries. And in this camp, we have planned 1,000 surgery and 10,000 screening.
Those who have been selected to receive health care services in this program are happy. They say that earlier such diseases were treated abroad.
Previously, people used to go to Pakistan with a lot of money because there are passport, visa and economic problems and no one can go easily. Now here, Alhamdulillah, with the arrival of Islamic Emirate, patients are being treated here in their homeland. We are very happy with the Red Crescent Society. All of these people have come here for eye treatment. Thanks the world.
The Afghan Red Crescent Society has already provided services to many citizens in the health sector with the help of partner institutions. The officials of the Agriculture, Irrigation and Livestock Department of Takhar province say that 14 residents of Sengan village of Farkhar district of this province were arrested on the charge of illegal cutting of forests by their forces. Cutting down forests in the country is not allowed by law, and the Islamic Emirate has created the Green Section Forces in the framework of the police headquarters to prevent it. The Ministry of Finance in a press release has announced that in the context of customs modernization and activation of electronic systems, a 60-kilowatt solar power system has been constructed at Haktika Customs at a cost of 7.2 million Afghanis and put it into use. According to the information of this ministry, with this system, in addition to avoiding high costs, customs affairs will also be speeded up. And the final one is that Balkh Disaster Preparedness Directorate distributed food aid to 499 poor families, widows and disabled people affected by disasters and raised awareness how to take emergency measures in flood and fire situation and self-protection during earthquakes. In this series, in the presence of the delegation of Provincial Commission for Combating Incidents, nearly 3,500 people indirectly participated in public awareness and 499 families were distributed 50 kilos of flour and 25 kilos of rice. Thanks for watching. I will see you right back here tomorrow. Have a good night.
شهیدانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور ساتو یې پسرو وینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا پسرو وینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور ساتو یې پسرو وینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا کور دا د باتورانو کور.
Good evening and welcome to this hour's news. I'm Suleiman Talash and this is RTN News. Today is Monday, the 21st of October 2024. Maulavi Abdul Salam Hanafi, the administrative deputy of the Prime Minister, met with Qari Nurul Huda Ahmadi, commander of the 209th Al-Fatah Corps Air Brigade, and some Mujahideen of Saipal province. During the meeting, Qari Nurul Huda Ahmadi, the commander of the Air Brigade of 209 Al-Fatah Corps, gave information about the situation of the Mujahideen in this corps to the administrative deputy of the Prime Minister. He said that all the Mujahideen and the officers of 209 Al-Fatah Corps are trying to ensure territorial integrity and the security and peace of their countrymen and are ready to implement the orders and instructions of the Islamic Emirates leaders. On the other hand, Mr. Hanafi said that the Afghan nation has reached peace and prosperity after years, which is a great blessing, and the defense and security officials will not stop efforts to protect peace and stability.
The spokesman of the Islamic Emirate said that 4 members of the seditionist groups were killed and 10 others were arrested in the operation of the special forces in the center of Ghor and Kunar provinces. Zabihullah Mujahid added that the masterminds of the attack on the Ghor-Daikundi highway were eliminated in the operation in the center of Ghor. We have more in the report. The Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan announced the operation of special forces against the seditionist group in the center of Ghor province and Kunar province. Zabihullah Mujahid, the spokesman of the Islamic Emirate, said that the masterminds of the attack on Shia people on the Ghor-Daikundi highway were eliminated in an operation by special forces in the center of Ghor province.
نیروهای خاص امارات اسلامی افغانستان عملیات را در
The special forces of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan had an operation in the center of Ghor province, which was carried out against the planners of the attack that took place on our compatriots in the province between Ghor and Daikundi and martyred 20 of our compatriots. At the same time, one of the planners of the attack was killed along with his bodyguard, and their weapon and ammunition was captured by us, and their hideout was destroyed.
The spokesman of the Islamic Emirate also says that the special forces of the Islamic Emirate are determined to ensure the security of citizens and eliminate the seditionist group throughout the country.
In the past 2 days, 10 of the seditionists have been caught, and another operation that was carried out in Kunar province last night and also killed 2 of the seditionists whose weapons and ammunition fell into the hands of our mujahideen, and they also had planned some attacks on Kunar province.
On the other hand, a number of citizens of the country welcome the security and will of the Islamic Emirate to eradicate the seditionist groups from the country.
Today, Alhamdulillah, security is brought throughout Afghanistan under the rule of the Islamic Emirate, and the Afghan nation lives under the umbrella of security. We are satisfied with the security of the Islamic Emirate, and Islamic Emirate makes every effort to maintain security, especially in Bamiyan province. ISIS does not exist in Bamiyan, and security is good. The Islamic Emirate is trying so that ISIS does not take place in Bamiyan province.
The Islamic Emirate adds that the group was led directly from Daesh centers in Balochistan. They also carried out all their attacks under the direction of the leadership of Daesh Khorasan branch in Balochistan. Maulavi Ataullah Umari, Minister of Agriculture, Irrigation and Livestock, along with a delegation, visited Paktia province to assess the situation of forests. The Ministry of Agriculture, Irrigation and Livestock said that Mr. Omari, in a meeting with the local officials of the said province, said that in the past 3 years, more efforts have been made to protect the forests, and it has been decided to prevent deforestation, and guards should be appointed for forests protection. Maulavi Atiqullah Zizi, Deputy Director of the Art and Culture of the Ministry of Information and Culture, met with the officials of the European Union, UNICEF and UNESCO, including Rosa Otambavia, the head of the United Nations Organization's political mission in Afghanistan. In this meeting, Maulavi Atiqullah Zizi asked the head of UNAMA to help the said ministry in building public libraries, digital system and satellite libraries. Mr. Azizi said that with the rule of the Islamic Emirate, smuggling, expropriation and illegal excavation of historical monuments have been prevented, and asked the international community to play a constructive role in the restoration and protection of Afghanistan's historical monuments. Also, during this visit, the head of UNAMA promised to cooperate with the Public Library and Art Department and said that she will work with Afghanistan in addition to humanitarian aid for literacy education. the delegation of the Ministry of Mines and Petroleum visited a number of mines in China. During this trip to China, under the leadership of Wahidullah Halimi, the chief advisor of the Ministry of Mines and Petroleum, the ministry's delegation visited the country's nickel, iron, aluminium, copper, cobalt, and polymetal mines and visited with Jianchuan and Jesco, the representatives of factories. The ministry said that the representatives of these companies have shared their ideas and experiences with the Afghan delegation regarding processing plants and mines and have promised full cooperation with the Ministry of Mines and Petroleum of Afghanistan in these areas. Officials of a number of companies and exhibitors who have participated in the second Afghan-Kazakh exhibition consider it important to hold such exhibitions in neighboring countries for the marketing of Afghan products. In this exhibition, 80 booths of Afghan products have been displayed. Let's see more in the report.
The second day of the Afghan-Kazakh exhibition continues with the participation of 69 companies, 80 booths, and 250 traders and capital from Afghanistan in the city of Almaty, Kazakhstan. The companies and exhibitors who have exhibited Afghan products in this exhibition consider holding such exhibitions important for the marketing of Afghan products.
People are very interested in Afghan products. One day passed and today is the second day of the exhibition, which is a very good market, and we have brought steam cookers. We had very good sales.
On the other hand, a number of Afghan citizens who have visited this exhibition expressed their satisfaction and said that exhibition can create a good basis for providing relations and trade between Afghanistan and Kazakhstan.
Alhamdulillah, the country is developing domestic products for sales and display. Not only the people of Afghanistan, but also the people of Almaty were happy.
The second Afghan-Kazakh exhibition, which opened on Sunday, continues for 4 days.
The Ministry of Interior Affairs has arrested 27 people in connection with criminal offences in Nimroz. The ministry said that in the past 1 week, the officers of Nimroz Police Headquarters have arrested 27 people in connection with criminal offences in the center and districts of the mentioned province. And the final one is that the Ministry of Energy and Water says that 3 development projects worth 13,492,000 Afghanis have been started in Janikhel and Omna districts, including the center of Paktika. According to this ministry, these projects include the construction of a dam, a water supply network for 80 houses, and the construction of Chateau well, which will be completed in the next 2 months. And that's all for tonight. Thank you so much for watching. Have a good night.
شهیدانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور ساتوي پسرو وینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا کور دا د باتورانو دا د شهیدانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور ساتوي پسرو وینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا
Good evening and welcome to this hour's news. I'm Suleiman Talash and this is RTA News. Today is the 20th of October 2024. A new elections was held based on the order of the leader of Islamic Emirate, Amir al-Mu'minin Maulavi Haibatullah Khunzada Hafazahullah. Maulavi Zabihullah Mujahid, the spokesman of the Islamic Emirate, said that according to the order of the Islamic Emirate's leader, Mufti Abdul Mateen Said, the former General Director of Customs of the Ministry of Finance, was appointed as the Deputy of Revenue and Customs of the same ministry. The former Financial and Administrative Deputy Maulavi Muhammad Nabi Muhammadi has been appointed as the Deputy Registrar of the General Statistics Office, and Abdul Ali Mulagha, the former commander of the 4th Security Zone of Kandahar, has been appointed as the police chief of Takhar province. Maulavi Abdul Kabir, the political deputy of the Prime Minister, met with a number of the Ahmadzai tribes living in Bagramid district of Kabul and 3 group leaders of Jawzjan and Saripol provinces. In this meeting, the supporters of the Ahmadzai tribes and the Mujahideen of Saripol and Jawzjan provinces shared their problems and suggestions with the political deputy of the Prime Minister and requested the cooperation of the Islamic Emirate in order to solve the problems of the people in remote areas. Meanwhile, Mr. Kabir has assured them of solving the problems, adding that Afghanistan is the common home of all Afghans, where all have equal rights. In the published report of the Economic Deputy Office of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan, 25 more oil wells have been drilled in the Amur River oil basin. According to the deputy spokesman of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan, with the activation of these wells, the daily extraction of the Amur River oil basin will reach 2,000 to 3,000 tons. We have more in the report.
The Economic Deputy of the Prime Minister of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan said in a published report that with the digging and activation of 25 more oil wells, the daily extraction of Amur River oil basin will reach to 2,000 or 3,000 tons. The spokesman of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan says that the Islamic Emirate gives priority to the development and strengthening of the energy sector and wants to achieve the self-sufficiency in this sector based on the domestic resources.
Now there are 24 active wells in this basin that extract 1,350 tons of oil daily. The Ministry of Mines and Petroleum plans to drill 25 new wells this year. Out of this total, 18 new wells will be dug, 2 will be developed, and 5 old wells will be destroyed. With the full operation of these new wells, daily extraction will reach 2,000 to 3,000 and the extracted oil will be processed inside the country.
At the same time, analysts believe that such projects can play an important role in the economic sector and have an effective role in controlling the prices of the imported petroleum products.
If we use it, first we will show our belief in the region that Afghanistan can use its own resources. On the other hand, we influence the prices and lower the prices. Even though the prices are lower, the level of people's consumption increases and the welfare level increases with it. The increase of oil wells will benefit the national economy on the one hand, and on the other hand, confidence will be created, and it will have an extremely positive role in financing the budget.
This is when 25 oil wells are currently active in the Amur River oil basin, from which 1,350 tons of oil are extracted daily, and the extracted oil is processed inside the country and fulfills a part of daily market requirements.
Sheikh Nida Muhammad Nadim, the Minister of Higher Education, visited Coast Province. Mr. Nadim, during a meeting at Sheikh Zayed University in the province, said that university professors and students should pay attention to the enemy's intellectual war and fulfill the needs of the country through their education. This meeting was attended by Maulavi Muhammad Nabi Omari, Deputy Minister of Interior Affairs, members of Ulama Council, Sheikhs of Jihadi Madrasas, Sheikh Zayed University leadership, teachers and students. The Economic Deputy of the Prime Minister in a press release said that after the Islamic Emirate came to power for the second time, the bigger collection committee has collected 62,193 beggars from Kabul and other provinces of the country. At the same time, the citizens of the country praises the action of the Islamic Emirate, saying that with this, the poor and the society will be separated from professional beggars and will be helped by the government. Let's see more in the report.
The Economic Deputy of the Prime Minister said in a press release that the Beggar Collection Committee has collected 62,193 beggars from Kabul and other provinces of the country in the last 2 years.
In the past 2 years, the Beggars Collection Committee has collected more than 62,000 beggars in Kabul and the provinces, of which 27,715 are deserving beggars, 31,126 are professional beggars, and the rest are unaccompanied children and drug addicts. These children have been introduced to the kindergartens of the Ministry of Labor and Social Affairs.
This step of Islamic Emirate has been warmly welcomed by citizens of the country who say that, along with the establishment of order in the sites, the real poor will be separated from the professional beggars and will be taken care of by the government.
The people who were begging in the city of Kabul, today they collect them from the city of Kabul with great honor and respect. And they are paid a certain amount of salary by the Islamic Emirate. And we thank the Islamic Emirate for this. This is a huge process and a big help. It is a great service to collect beggars and set salaries for them.
This is while the law on collection of beggars and prevention of begging has been published with the order of Islamic Emirates leader and the official gazette of the Ministry of Justice.
On the second day official visit of joint delegation of Afghanistan's private and public sector to Almaty, Kazakhstan, led by Nuruddin Azizi, the Minister of Industry and Commerce, the Khargos port, the main port of China and Kazakhstan, known as the world's largest port. It's worth mentioning that a joint delegation of Afghanistan's government and private sector yesterday visited Kazakhstan for the purpose of establishing an exhibition of Afghan products, meeting with government officials of Kazakhstan, business meetings, and many other programs. The court of Balkh province have received 641 cases and executed 469 warrants in different areas within 2 weeks. Balkh Provincial Court of Arbitration, Urban Court of First Instance, Military Court of Balkh Zone, and the Court of First Instance of all districts have executed hundreds of cases and warrants in different areas. These courts have executed 425 different bails in the legal part, 240 and 469 bails in the criminal part. And the final one is that Nangarhar Disaster Preparedness Department distributed food aid and non-food aid to more than 700 affected families in the center and districts of the province. According to the local officials, these contributions include flour, rice, cooking oil, and a number of non-food items. On the other hand, Nimroz Province Disaster Preparedness Department distributed cash aid to 200 families affected by fire and natural disasters with the help of Norwegian Committee. And here we are reaching to the end of the news. Thank you so much for watching. Have a good night. In the name of Allah, good evening and welcome to this hour's news. I'm Suleiman Talash and this is RTA News. Today is Saturday, 19th of October 2024. the Prime Minister of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan has expressed his condolences to the Palestinian people and all Muslims on the martyrdom of Yahya al-Sinwar, the leader of the Islamic resistance movement of Hamas. The Prime Minister of the Islamic Emirate also stressed that the struggles of the Palestinian people against the Zionist regime will not end with the martyrdom of Yahya al-Sinwar. Martyrdom in the way of Allah is the greatest desire of every Muslim fighting Mujahid. We offer our condolences to all Mujahideen of Hamas Islamic movement, especially the oppressed and Mujahid people of Palestine, due to the martyrdom of our Mujahid's brother, Yahya Sinwar. The Israeli occupiers should not forget that the martyrdom of Mujahid leaders will further strengthen the jihadi struggles against the enemy. Inshallah, we ask all the Muslims of the world to support the oppressed people of Palestine, stand behind them, and fulfill this common divine obligation that applies to all. Maulavi Abdul Salam Hanafi, Administrative Deputy of the Prime Minister, met with Maulavi Makhdoom Abdul Salam Sadat, the Deputy Governor of Paktika. In the beginning, the Deputy Governor of Paktika presented a report to the Administrative Deputy about the social security and economic situation of the province. He said that the local officials in Mujahideen in Paktika are making tireless efforts to serve the people, strengthen security, and provide them with a comfortable life. Mr. Sadat also pointed to the implementation of education, training, health, communication, and development projects in Paktika province and asked the officials of the Islamic Emirate to pay special attention to these areas. Maulavi Abdul Salam Hanafi expressed his happiness at the meeting with the Deputy Governor of Paktika and said that providing security and services to the people and providing them with development and conveniences in various fields are among the duties of the Islamic Emirate and will never stop his efforts in this regard. And Maulai Abdul Salam Hanafi, Administrative Deputy of the Prime Minister, met with a number of scholars and local officials of Saripal province. In this meeting, the scholars and local officials who came gave information about the social security and administrative situation of Saripal province to Mr. Hanafi and added that local officials of the province and services let people do their daily affairs with confidence. They also mentioned the issue of education, training, and development affairs in the mentioned province and asked the officials of the Islamic Emirate to pay special attention to these areas. Later, the Administrative Deputy of the Prime Minister, while welcoming the scholars' ideas and suggestions, and said that the officials are trying to respond to the ideas and suggestions of the clients according to their possibilities. Khalilur Rahman Haqqani, Minister of Refugees and Returnees Affairs, said at the graduation meeting of Nurul Madaris Madrasa in Gardisarai district of Paktia province that the infidels have been defeated in the military war in Afghanistan. And now they have turned into the intellectual war. We can fight this war only with knowledge, education, and commitment to Islamic values. He emphasized on the unity of the nation and added that all religious, ethnic, and social affairs should be done in coordination with the scholars, leaders, and local authorities. Mr. Haqqani asked the tribes not to be mistaken by the empty and meaningless slogans of the people and to make Islamic Sharia the standard for everyone's support, because security and all human rights are protected in Islam Sharia. Experts of economic affairs consider the holding of the second exhibition of Afghan products in the city of Almaty, Kazakhstan, as a good opportunity for marketing and selling Afghan products. According to these experts, the participation of the delegation of the Islamic Emirate in this exhibition and the holding of bilateral meetings with strengthening and develop business relations between the two countries. Let's see more in the report.
A number of economic experts consider holding the second exhibition of Afghan products in the city of Almaty, Kazakhstan, as a good opportunity for marketing and selling Afghan products. These experts say that the participation of the delegation of the Islamic Emirate in the Almaty exhibition and the holding of bilateral meetings will strengthen and develop business relations between Afghanistan and Kazakhstan.
They opened the gates of Afghanistan to them and their gates to Afghanistan. In this sense, it is related to the sovereignty of Afghanistan, Afghanistan's internal work, how it manages these relations, and whether the relations are so close that it defines its national resources.
At the same time, the head of the Corporate Union says that Kazakhstan markets have a good basis for selling Afghan products, and it will promote these products to Central Asian and European countries.
Kazakhstan or its market is not intact. We built long-term relationships the moment we display the rug here and get a customer, and we can also showcase our culture here.
A delegation of 250 people from Islamic Emirate, led by Nurdin Azizi, Minister of Industry and Commerce, and the members of private sector, traveled to Kazakhstan on Friday to participate in the exhibition of Afghan products. The second exhibition of Afghan products is scheduled to be held on Sunday in Almaty, Kazakhstan, with the participation of more than 200 Afghan businessmen.
Maulavi Abdullah Sarhadi, the governor of Bamiyan province, inaugurated two water supply network projects in Amrud and Peshang villages of Shigan district during a ceremony attended by officials, scholars, and influential people. It's worth mentioning that the budget of these projects, worth more than 9 million Afghanis, was funded by UNICEF. And there are 3 mosques, 1 school, 1 health center, and 510 families have benefited from these 2 safe drinking water networks. The Union of Commercial Companies and Investors, during a meeting, demanded to solve the problems, pay the loans, and implement their guarantees. Earlier, the Ministry of Finance said that the process of paying the remaining loans of the previous administration is going on. We have more in the report.
The members of the Union of Investment of Commercial Companies say that a number of commercial and logistic companies had contracts with the previous administration, which is why several billions of Afghans of investors' money have been blocked.
The government needs to ensure that the promise it has made to us or the money it has accepted to us should not remain the same as last year. If the series continues at this rate, I think it will take more than 50 years.
According to the members of the union, the guarantee money of private companies, which was deposited as a guarantee in private banks, is also frozen.
Based on the guidance of the Afghanistan Bank, the guarantee money of the companies, which are the money deposited in private banks, has been frozen. And this is a big blow for the businessman and the freezing of the businessman's capital.
This is while the Ministry of Finance had previously said that in the year 1403, the departments that shared their remittance reports with the Ministry of Finance were paid after 15% of their claims were settled.
And the final one is that the construction of a water supply network worth more than 6 million Afghanis in the center of Badghis province was completed and put into use with the financial assistance of the World Vision Office through the Department of Rural Rehabilitation and Development of the province. This water network includes the construction of 5 water storage tanks and the installation of 97 water taps. According to the officials, during the work of this network, work has been provided for tens of people, and with its completion, more than 311 families will have access to safe drinking water. And that's all for tonight. We will be back with more news updates. Until then, stay tuned. Have a good night.
ساتوی پسرو وینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور ساتوی پسرو وینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا
In the name of Allah, good evening and welcome to this hour's news. I'm Suleiman Talash and this is RTN News. Today is Friday, 18th of October, 2024. Maulavi Abdul Salam Hanafi, Administrative Deputy of the Prime Minister, met with a group of leaders and influential people of Badakhshan province. In this meeting, the participants provided information about the economic, social and security situation of their province to the Administrative Deputy and requested the leadership of the Islamic Emirate to build schools, development projects and create jobs in this province. On the other hand, Mr. Hanafi said that serving and maintaining the security and peace of the people is one of the priorities of the Islamic Emirate, and the officials in these fields will not hesitate to make any efforts. The Ministry of Industry and Commerce held a coordination meeting with the Afghan businessmen participating in the Afghanistan Domestic Products Exhibition in Kazakhstan. In this meeting, Nuruddin Azizi, the Minister of Industry and Commerce, said that the programs of the Islamic Emirate have found a special place in the countries of the region and the world, and the participants of this exhibition should make good use of this opportunity. It has been decided that the exhibition of domestic products of Afghanistan will be held in Almaty, Kazakhstan from the 20th of up to 22nd of this month. The Afghan consulate in Karachi said in a press release that 15 Afghan refugees have been released from the clutches of the police in this city. According to the newsletter, these Afghans were arrested in Karachi's Machako police station for various reasons and were released before being sent to the jail. According to the newsletter, 10 people from this group had immigration cards and 5 others did not have any legal residence documents. The General Directorate of Passports says that after the opening of 3 new branches in Kabul, 2,000 passports are distributed to every day from each branch. The spokesperson of the Directorate confirms the signing of agreement between this department and the Central Statistics Agency, says that with this agreement, technical problems in the names of passports applicants will be solved. Let's see more in the report.
Some passport applicants are complaining about the technical problems in registering passports. However, the spokesman of the General Directorate of Passport announced a new contract with the National Statistics Agency to solve this problem.
We have signed an agreement with the National Statistics Agency for those records of the names having errors, and based on this agreement, they will give us a user. By opening that user, we will get the information related to this ID card, and then we will give the passport according to the ID card information, and there will be no mistakes in passports.
The spokesman of the Passport Directorate also adds that 2,000 passports are distributed every day from the branches of this department, and they are trying to provide more facilities to the clients.
We have opened 3 new branches in different areas of Kabul. They are in Qalai Zaman Khan, Tangi Tarakhil, and Darul Aman areas, and each branch has the capacity to distribute passports to 2,000 citizens a day.
A number of clients welcome the conveniences and simplification of the distribution process.
Getting a passport is easy now. If a person wants to obtain a passport now, he can get it within a week. Alhamdulillah, there is no problem here. Things are going on very transparently. We come in the morning and we have already finished all the works.
The spokesman of the General Directorate of Passport also says that Passports are distributed to the patients, businessmen and border vehicle drivers without online application within a few hours.
Information about investment opportunities in Afghanistan's mines has been presented. The Ministry of Mines and Petroleum has said that the delegation of the ministry presented information about the investment opportunities in the mines of Afghanistan at the conference on the extraction of mineral resources of the two countries during their visit to China. According to the ministry, this information was presented about the value of Afghanistan's mineral resources, oil and gas investment opportunities, providing suitable investment environment to foreign investors in companies and other different areas. It should be noted that this conference was held with the participation of representatives of 70 countries. Dr. Abdulbari Umar, the General Executive Director of the Afghan Electricity Company, met with the officials of two private companies from the Czech Republic and Slovakia. In this meeting, the officials of these companies expressed their interest in investing in the production of electric energy meters and electrical technology systems in Afghanistan. On the other hand, in this meeting, Mr. Omar gave information about the available investment opportunities in Afghanistan and promised to cooperate with them. Kabul residents welcome the implementation and acquisition of road construction projects by the municipality. Officials of Kabul municipality say that they have completed tens of small and large projects in the past year, and some others are under construction. We have more in the report.
The residents of Kabul are happy with the activities of Kabul municipality in the implementation of road construction projects and the acquisition of their properties in this city.
This is Sherpur Road. Many people pass this road. This road used to be very small and very crowded. Now with the construction of this road, all the people feel happy. This map is implemented according to the master plan of the municipality. This road starts from Shahid Avenue and extends to Qasaba Road. People have been acquired and paid for the destroyed houses. People are happy and satisfied with the government and municipality and welcome the construction of this road.
According to them, along with the reduction of traffic crowd, the implementation of road construction projects will also affect the beauty of Kabul city.
This road, which is 80 kilometers long, starts from the airport, and the owners of the houses that were destroyed were sad, but they were given a lot of money and even double the money in exchange for these houses. And now those people are happy and say that they will have a better future with the construction of this road. The dust is also gone and people are happy.
Officials of the Kabul municipality say that legal procedures for the acquisition and evaluation of private and government properties are carried out before the start of any road construction project.
Construction of a large number of roads is underway in the city of Kabul, and according to the law, Kabul municipality is implementing the acquisition issue. The main thing is the issue of real estate. In the areas where Kabul municipality implements infrastructure and public utility projects, all the land that exists there and the projects are carried out on it. If it is private land, they will receive money for their own land and its construction. And if it is government land, so looking at the principles, only the construction money is given to them. Alhamdulillah, Kabul-Jalalabad highway, which is one of the main projects, the first part is around 9 kilometers, which Kabul municipality has started, and the acquisition process is being done in the same way.
According to the information of Kabul municipality, over 125 kilometers of main and sub-roads in Kabul city have been tarred, concreted and paved and basically reconstructed, and the practical work of several major road construction projects is in the progress.
Tens of military vehicles have been repaired in the Bamiyan and Darul Aman brigades of the 313th Central Corps. the Ministry of National Defense said that 34 different military vehicles have been repaired and ready for use by the efforts of a professional team in the technical workshop of the 4th Brigade in Bamiyan of the 313th Central Corps. And the final one is that the Disaster Preparedness Directorate of Badakhshan Province distributed cash assistance to 1,000 families whose houses were destroyed due to recent rains in cooperation with Octid Institute. Also, in another news, the Department of Disaster Preparedness of Saripul Province provided cash assistance to 50 families in Sayad district whose houses were partially destroyed due to natural disasters. That's all for tonight. We will be back with more news updates. Until then, stay tuned. Have a good night.
ساتوی پسرو وینو داد شهیدانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور ساتوی پسرو وینو داد شهیدانو کور داد کور داد باتورانو کور ساتوی پسرو وینو داد شهیدانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور ساتوی پسرو وینو داد شهیدانو کور داد کور داد باتورانو.
In the name of Allah, good evening and welcome to this hour's news. I am Suleiman Talash and this is RTA News. Maulavi Abdul Kabir, the political deputy of the Prime Minister at the opening ceremony of the 31st Agriculture and Livestock Exhibition, asked the responsible agencies to focus on projects that strengthen the country's national economy, find jobs for the youth, increase the income of the farmers. Maulavi Abdul Kabir asked the officials of the Ministry of Agriculture, Irrigation and Livestock to prepare and introduce pesticides to farmers and gardeners. Mullah Abdul Ghani Baradar Akhund, economic deputy of the Prime Minister, said in the opening ceremony of the 31st Agriculture and Livestock Exhibition that the Islamic Emirate has implemented important programs in the country for the mechanization of agriculture. Mullah Abdul Ghani Baradar Akhund mentioned the important parts of the country's water management, standardization of water supply systems, and creating facilities for farmers. The deputy spokesman of the Islamic Emirate says that the delegation led by the Deputy Minister of Interior Affairs has been entrusted with the task to investigating the reports that indicate the martyrdom of Afghans on the Iran-Pakistan border. Hamdullah Fitrat adds that this continuously to investigate the issue thoroughly and comprehensively and submit its reports to the Prime Minister, and they are trying to find out the truth of the issue soon as possible. More details in report.
After the media reported yesterday that tens of Afghan migrants were killed on the Iran-Pakistan border, the Islamic Emirate recently said that a delegation comprising of the Ministries of Defense, Interior Affairs, Foreign Affairs, Borders and the General Directorate of Intelligence, led by the Deputy Minister of Interior Affairs, the incident has been set for a thorough investigation.
د افغانستان اسلامي امارت د ریاست الوزرا مقام له لوري د ایران او پاکستان پر پوله د یو شمېر هیوادوالو
In order to investigate the reports of deaths of the number of citizens on the border of Iran and Pakistan, Prime Minister of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan, under the leadership of the Security Deputy of the Ministry of Interior, Muhammad Ibrahim Sadr, the Ministries of Defense, Foreign Affairs and Borders and Intelligence entrusted a high-ranking delegation, including the General Directorate, to carry out a comprehensive investigation on this issue and share the latest information with the Prime Minister's office.
On the other hand, some political analysts called on the Islamic Emirate to identify the perpetrators of this attack and punish them.
Such a crime committed by Iran or Pakistan, it should be seriously asked and perpetrators should be arrested and persecuted.
همسایگی است.
Iran's government should be responsible for this. This is against neighborhood and homogeneity.
The shooting of Afghan migrants at the Iran-Pakistan border has also sparked widespread reactions on social media. Social media users have said that the perpetrators of the incident should be identified and punished.
The Islamic Emirate is responsible. We have consulate, representation and embassy there. The embassy should follow up and share this with the Iranian government. How long will this not be prevented? Why? When Iran says that we are Muslims and consider itself as Muslim and ambushes Muslims on the way and murders 250 people, we ask the government of the Islamic Emirate to follow this issue.
According to reporters, an Iranian human rights organization said that dozens of Afghan citizens were killed in a shooting in the center of Kalagan, Sarevan, in Sistan and Baluchistan. Sheikh Nida Muhammad Nadim, the Minister of Higher Education, during his visit to Kapisa province, handed over several projects at the cost of 18 million Afghanis at Al-Biruni University. According to the officials, one of these projects is a 2,500-meter-long perimeter wall of the university. The Minister of Higher Education said in a meeting to the teachers and students of the said university that this ministry is trying to create more opportunities for the youth of the country to study in the fields of doctorate and master's degree. Sohail Shaheen, head of the political office of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan in Doha, met with the Turkish ambassador to Qatar. The two sides discussed the development of bilateral relations and the expansion of cooperation in various fields between the two countries. Economic experts say that it is important to expand Turkey's economic cooperation with Afghanistan, given the country's good economic position. We have more in the report.
Sohail Shaheen, head of the political office of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan to Doha, wrote on his X page that he met with Dr. Mustafa Goksu, Turkish ambassador to Qatar, and discussed development of cooperation between the two countries, especially in the fields of education, health and agriculture.
Yesterday, we had a meeting with the Turkish ambassador, Dr. Mustafa, in Doha. We discussed the situation in the region and the Middle East, relations between Afghanistan and Turkey, cooperation in economic, agricultural and health fields. Dr. Mustafa said that Turkey wants to cooperate and invest in various fields in Afghanistan. And in addition, there was a talk about building the capacity of cadres, building the capacity of personalities in relation to higher education. Turkey is the center for the Ottoman Caliphate and an important Islamic country that has a long political, economic, commercial, and cultural history with Afghanistan. If this country wants, it can play an all-round role in the reconstruction of Afghanistan.
Some political analysts say that the meetings could be a positive step, and Turkey is one of the countries that has good relations with the European Union, and Turkey can play an important role in Afghanistan's reconstruction.
These talks can be positive steps for Afghanistan to get out of economic and political isolation, because Turkey is one of the countries that has a good relationship with the European Union and in a way that will gain its membership in the near future. If these talks continue, Afghanistan will find its place in the world community based on political discussions.
Turkey has always been a friendly country for Afghanistan, and its role in connecting Afghanistan to European markets is also important for Afghanistan due to its good geographical location.
Dr. Abdul Bari Omar, the Chief Executive Director of Afghanistan Electricity Company, in his office, meeting with Al Qasimi, the Chief Executive Officer of Bayat Power Company, mentioned that the opportunities available in the field of electricity production in the country and encourage the company in the investment development in the field of electricity in Afghanistan.
At the same time, the chief executive officer of Bayat Power Company promised to cooperate with Afghanistan Electricity Company and added that he wants to expand his production level. The meeting regarding the increase of long-term aid in the development sectors in solving the problems of domestic institutions was held under the chairmanship of Mufti Abdullah Azam, the head of the Economic Deputy Office of the Prime Minister. In this meeting, the head of the Economic Deputy Office of the Prime Minister stated that after several decades of war, a good opportunity has been provided for the development of Afghanistan, and it is better that all domestic institutions in coordination with the Islamic Emirate have directed their assistance in the development sectors of the country so that the economic problems of the citizens will be lifted in the long term. A project worth 2.5 million Afghans and a series of cash assistance to 400 families have started in Laghman province. According to the head of Refugees and Returnees Affairs of the province, in addition to the mentioned projects, they have started a series of cash assistance to 400 returned families. He added that the project is being carried out under the WASH program at the financial expenses of the AHAF international organization, which started from the refugee town of Aziz Khan Street in Karghi district. This project includes the repair of 5 water supply networks, 100 health kits, water health test of 5 wells, and public awareness related to the WASH program. And the final one is that in Paktika province, classrooms are being built for madrasa at the cost of 1 million Afghans. The Ministry of Education says that the people of Barmal district of Paktika province, who had allocated 2 acres of land for the Faruqi madrasa last year, are now constructing 3 classrooms and on enclosure for this madrasa at the cost of 1 million Afghans. That's all for tonight. We will be back with more news updates. Until then, stay tuned. Have a good night.
ساتوی پسرو وینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور ساتوی پسرو وینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا کور دا د باتورانو کور.
In the name of Allah, good evening and welcome to this hour's news. I'm Suleiman Talash and this is RTA News. The meeting for the activation and creation of new and standard cold storage facilities was chaired by Nuruddin Azizi, Minister of Industry and Commerce, and in the presence of Qaridin Muhammad Hanif, Minister of Economy, Maulavi Atawallah Umari, Minister of Agriculture, Irrigation and Livestock, Maulavi Ahmad Jan Bilal, General Director of Emirate Companies, Dr. Abdul Bari Umar, General Director of Electricity Company and Head of Investment Facilitation of the General Directorate Affairs. Mullah Abdul Latif Mansoor, Minister of Energy and Water, met with some tribal leaders of Paktia province. The ministry says that in this meeting, the tribal leaders have requested the implementation of Machalgo Dam and electricity supply projects in this province. The ministry adds that the Minister of Energy and Water has assured these leaders that the Machalgo Dam is included in the future plan of the ministry, and currently the evaluation of the documents is going on. The Minister of Industry and Commerce said that the first time the ministry members and members of the private sector of the country have been officially invited to exhibit the domestic products of Afghanistan at the Istanbul Halal International Exhibition. According to the ministry, this exhibition is scheduled to be held in Istanbul, Turkey from 27th to 30th of November this year. It should be mentioned that the Istanbul Hilal exhibition is one of the largest exhibitions in the Islamic world and the third largest exhibition in the world, which is held every year in this country. The National Procurement Commission has approved 124 projects worth about 35 billion Afghanis since the beginning of 1403. According to the deputy spokesman of the Islamic Emirate, these projects include the construction of highways, railways, urban roads, internet services, dams, canals, and other projects. Let's see more in this report.
The deputy spokesman of the Islamic Emirate says that the National Procurement Commission has approved 124 projects since the beginning of this year. He said that the total value of these projects would be about 35 billion Afghanis. The deputy spokesman of the Islamic Emirate adds that these projects include the construction of highways, railways, urban roads, internet services, dams, canals, water supply networks, development of electricity generation networks, retaining walls, health centers, expanding agricultural land, airports, and development of educational institutions.
From
the beginning of the year 1403 until now, the National Procurement Commission has approved 124 different projects with a value of about 35 billion Afghanis. Among these projects are highways, urban roads, dams and canals, development of electricity production facilities, health centers, airports, etc.
Economic experts say that the implementation of infrastructure projects can be effective in economic growth, employment and confidence building among domestic and foreign investors to build infrastructure in the country.
This economic, agricultural, industrial and reconstruction project worth 35 billion Afghanis can provide jobs to 14,000 people in Afghanistan, which is 1 to 2% of the country's total, and this level has a positive role in eliminating unemployment and poverty. With implementation of these projects in the strengthening of Afghanistan's economy and also infrastructure facilities such as more roads will be provided so that the private sector and international companies can come and invest in mining and renewable energy due to security and construction of highways.
This is while the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan has always tried to implement small and large infrastructure projects on the one hand to encourage domestic and foreign investors to invest in the country, and on the other hand to provide job opportunities for citizens.
Abdul Qahar Haji Idris, the General Director of the National Statistics and Information Department, met with Maulavi Qudratullah Abu Hamza, the Governor of Kunar, and his accompanying delegation. In this meeting, the Governor of Kunar, besides praising the activities of the Department of Statistics and Information of this province, reminded the residents of this province about the difficulties in obtaining citizenship cards and emphasized on accelerating and expanding these services as much as possible. On the other hand, Abdul Qahar Haji Idris added that the National Department of Statistics and Information is committed to providing balanced, fast, and timely services to citizens even in the most remote parts of the country. The construction of the Badiul Abad Canal in Alingar district of Laghman province started at a cost of $350,000 in the presence of Sheikh Sher Ahmad Haqqani, the governor of the province. The Ministry of Rural Rehabilitation and Development says that the canal is 7 kilometers long and will irrigate 4,000 acres of land when completed. Memorandums of cooperation between the Technical and Vocational Education Department and a number of government institutions were signed in Kabul. Besides these agreements, professional and vocational trainings are provided for prisoners and recovered drug addicts. We have more in the report.
Memorandums of understanding in order to provide professional and vocational training for prisoners, correctional centers for children, and recovered drug addicts between the officials of the Technical and Vocational Education Department Prisons Regulatory Department, Ministry of Interior Affairs, Academy of Sciences, Better Life Institute for Afghans, and National and Islamic Bank was signed.
We are
working with various institutions, including ministries, banks, and scientific institutions, to turn the existing challenges into opportunities for progress.
The head of the Technical and Vocational Education Department continues to say that these agreements will be effective in the economic, social, and practical sectors of the country.
All
the memorandums today are on the path of a common goal of building a better future for Afghanistan. These cooperations show our commitment to the economic, social, and scientific development of the country. By signing these memorandums, we create solid foundations for the country's progress.
According to officials, the signing of these agreements, along with providing training, the use of scientific research and cooperation in providing banking services is effective.
In Farah province, the works of 4 water canals at the cost of $140,000 have been completed and put into use. These canals were built at the financial support of the United Nations Development Program, UNDP, which will irrigate 476 hectares of agricultural land. And the final one is that the Disaster Preparedness Department of Panjshir Province has started distribution of food and non-food aid to 1,000 families affected by rains and floods, heirs of mothers, disabled people, and refugees. After the survey, this series was started for 110 families of Roha and Onabad districts in the first phase and will be implemented in other districts as well. It's worth mentioning that in this series, 50 kilos of flour, 25 kilos of rice, 5 liters of cooking oil, 8 cans of milk, and 1 bed have been considered for each family. Our This Time news is ending in here. Thank you so much for watching. Have a good night.
شهیدانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور ساتو یې پسرو وینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا کور دا د باتورانو کور شهیدانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور ساتو یې پسرو وینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا
In the name of Allah, good evening and welcome to this hour's news. I'm Suleiman Talash and this is RTA News. In the 8th meeting of the cabinet chaired by Mullah Muhammad Hassan Akhund, the Prime Minister of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan, there was a discussion about the prevention of the import of low-quality oil. In this meeting, the delegation led by the head of the follow-up and supervision of orders and commands, Mr. Shamsuddin Shariati, was entrusted with the task of preventing the importation of low-quality oil into the country, accepting to the plan of economic deputy of a partial investigation and submit the final report to the cabinet meeting. Also, a delegation headed by the Ministry of Interior Affairs was entrusted with the task of making a plan related to the import of rickshaws to the country and traveling in the cities and to present the result to the cabinet meeting. The political deputy of the Prime Minister of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan says that political representatives of the Islamic Emirate are active in 40 countries of the world. Maulavi Abdul Kabir, in a meeting with some residents of Kapisa province, said that the Islamic Emirate is in the process of interacting with the many countries and hopes that its relations will be developed further with the passage of time. More details in report.
In a meeting with the residents of Corpus, Mullah Abdul Kabir, the political deputy of the Prime Minister of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan, said that the relations of the Islamic Emirate with the countries of the world are developing and said that Its political representatives are active in the 40 countries of the world.
We have ambassador, consul and charge affair at the level of embassies in the country, and we have 14 active political agencies. The countries of the world which have recognized us at that time, only Pakistan embassy was open here. Saudi Arabia and Emirates had not transferred their embassy here. Today, the embassies of the world such as Qatar, Emirates, Iran, Uzbekistan, Russia, China are open here.
The political deputy of the Prime Minister also says that there is no hidden item in the Doha Agreement that endangers national and Islamic interests.
We assure you that the Islamic Emirate has not accepted anything that Islam does not allow us to do in the original agreement with the American in Doha negotiation. Come forward and show me a word alike.
The political deputy of the Prime Minister also said that the Islamic Emirate has made good achievements in the economic sector in the past 3 years. The Chief of Staff of the Ministry of National Defense, Qari Fasiuddin Fatrat, says that the international community always criticized the Islamic Emirate under the pretext of human rights, but it is speechless against the qualities of the Zionist regime.
For those false human rights organizations that daily martyr children, women and elderly Muslims in Gaza and Lebanon, but do not raise the voice of human rights violation. They do not criticize Israel at all for this cruelty, but they always point their finger at us because the Islamic Emirates of Afghanistan is taking action to implement the Sharia system and what the Sharia says.
This is while the officials of the current government have always said that the Islamic Emirate wants positive interaction with all countries of the world based on mutual respect.
The Ministry of Mines and Petroleum says that a delegation led by engineer Wahidullah Halimi, the special advisor of the ministry, traveled to China to participate in the conference on the exploration of mineral resources and increased cooperation for a better future. The ministry added that representatives from more than 70 countries will take part in this conference. The Ministry of Motors and Disabled Affairs signed a memorandum of understanding with the Samarkand Social Service Organization of Afghanistan to promote economic self-sufficiency of widows. According to the agreement, sewing machines will be distributed to nearly 64 widows in Balkh province to enable them to become economically self-sufficient. About 40 people graduated from the 14th training period of the National Police Training Center in Kabul. According to officials, these people can now serve the government and the people in the professional field and request the newly graduate youths to treat the nation with compassion. We have more in the report.
38 students graduated from the 6-week training program of the 14th training period from the National Police Training Center Command in Kabul. According to officials, the Islamic Emirate is committed to creating such training programs in order to further strengthen the government.
In the first period and then in the second and third period, the graduates which have graduated in these recent days, we hope that they will serve the society and they will have a more positive role in their day-to-day work than other police officers who have not received the training.
At the same time, the trainers assured that the graduated youths are well equipped with the various military trainings along with religious and devotional training.
Many mujahideen come here to study, and Alhamdulillah, the trainers of this center are very experienced. We even have trainers here who have studied in 7 or 8 countries and have achieved high marks and are training here.
On the other hand, the graduated students say that they are satisfied with their studies.
There were driving lessons, There were launching lessons. Alhamdulillah, all of us are very satisfied from Allah and our trainers. So inshallah, we have studied well. We have received a lot of good education and we are very satisfied with the teachers. We have received tactical, driving, computer and launching trainings here. Alhamdulillah, we are very satisfied.
According to officials, in the last 4 months, more than 400 students have graduated from the mentioned training center and have been offered to serve the society.
223 young officers from the Central Divisions and Regional Corps of the Abdullah bin Masud Joint Combat Training Command of the Ministry of National Defense have received one of the extraordinary professional trainings of artillery, communications, marksmanship, and border courses and graduated during a series of ceremonies. In the ceremony, the officials described the Defense Force as the guardian of Islamic and national values and added that the Army is equipped with intellectual and professional education. The employees of the National Statistics and Information Department who were distinguished in the 6th-month examination of the head of invitation and guidance of this department were praised in a ceremony. In this ceremony, Maulavi Niyaz Muhammad Abdul Shakur, head of invitation and guidance of the National Statistics and Information Department, while welcoming the participants, reminded them of the important activities of this department, where he congratulated and wished success to employees, especially the distinguished employees. Maulavi Muhammad Nabi Wahaj, head of Mothers and Disabled Affairs of Paktika Province, met with officials from UNAMA's Political Representation Office in the southeast of the country. In this meeting, Maulavi Muhammad Nabi Wahaj shared the economic problems and challenges facing orphans, widows, and disabled people with the officials of UNAMA's Political Representation Office and asked them to provide necessary assistance to them. In the construction of an educational institution started in Tagab district of Kapisa province at the cost of 16 million Afghanis. The building is built in 2 floors with the financial support of Narayan Committee, which has 15 classrooms, a lawn and other necessary facilities. The construction of a dam in Surkh Parsa district of Parwan province worth 650,000 Afghanis from the budget of the Ministry of Finance was completed and put into use by the Rural Rehabilitation and Development Department of the province. According to local officials, dozens of jobs have been created during the project and hundreds of acres of agricultural land will be irrigated upon its completion. The final one is that the Disaster Preparedness Department of Kabul province distributed food aid to 200 families affected by natural disasters. According to officials, these aids include flour, rice, sugar, and some other items. Also in Parwan and Baghlan provinces, on the part of local directorates, preparedness to fight against the incidence of these provinces, cash and non-food aid was distributed to nearly 400 needy families. That's all for tonight. Thank you so much for watching. Have a good night.
شهیدانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور ساتو یې پسرو وینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا کور دا د باتورانو کور ساتو یې پسرو وینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور ساتو یې پسرو وینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا
Good evening and welcome to this hour's news. I'm Suleiman Talash and this is RTA News. Maulavi Abdul Kabir, the political deputy of the Prime Minister, met with Muhammad Yunus Moman, the director of the Afghanistan Chamber of Commerce and Investment, and some national businessmen. In this meeting, the national businessmen said that with the rule of the Islamic Emirate, The private sector of Afghanistan has developed well, and the industry and investment in the country has expanded. They added that the investors are cooperating with the Islamic Emirate and are working to strengthen this government. Also, the political deputy of the Prime Minister said that the Islamic Emirate is ready to support investors and cooperate with them in any section. The Minister of Foreign Affairs met with the head of UNAMA in Kabul and expressed hope that appointment of the new UNAMA Deputy Director to Afghanistan will further strengthen the relations of the Islamic Emirate with the United Nations. The Foreign Ministry said that Maulavi Amir Khan Muttaqi also discussed holding United Nations meetings and emphasized cooperation in this regard. Let's see more in this report.
Foreign Minister Maulavi Khan Muttaqi met with Rosa Otunbayeva, the United Nations Secretary General's Special Representative for Afghanistan, on various issues. The Minister of Foreign Affairs said that during the meeting, Maulavi Khan Muttaqi expressed hope that with the arrival of the new political deputy of UNAMA, relations between Afghanistan and the United Nations in the political area will be further strengthened.
During the meeting, Rosa Otunbayeva introduced the new UNAMA political deputy to Maulavi Amir Khan Muttaqi. The foreign minister expressed hope that the arrival of the deputy will further strengthen relations between Afghanistan and the United Nations in the political section.
In order to improve the economic situation and expand political relations, UNAMA can fulfill its basic and key role.
Meanwhile, political analysts believe that the UN can cooperate in lifting sanctions and international community's interaction with Islamic Emirate.
The United Nations can put an end to all of them. But the honest behavior and the image of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan should be shown to the international community, which has a real shape. For now, Mr. Muttaqi and the current situation, this achievement is for the benefit of Afghanistan and Afghans, and more emphasis should be put on it.
The Foreign Ministry also said that Maulavi Khan Muttaqi discussed UNAMA's activities in Kabul and the holding of United Nations meetings on the situation in Afghanistan.
Mullah Abdul Latif Mansour, Minister of Energy and Water, met with Abu Bakr, head of Sadaf Company of Kazakhstan, and Murad, head of Uzbekistan MGCC Company, and talked about investment in energy projects. In this meeting, the officials of these companies showed interest in investing in energy projects in Afghanistan using new technology. Also, during this visit, Mr. Mansour assured the investors of all kinds of cooperation and listened on the early start of practical affairs. Maulavi Nur Jalal Jalali, Minister of Public Health, met with Mullah Muhammad Shirin Akhund, the governor of Kandahar, during his visit to the province. The media office of Kandahar Provincial Office said that during the meeting, the health personnel, medicine, equipment in other parts of Mirwais Regional Hospital, Ainomina 350-bed hospital, and the construction of health centers in the districts were discussed. The Ministry of Industry and Commerce says that the Almaty International Exhibition, which is being held in Kazakhstan on the 20th of this month, where various Afghan products will be displayed in 80 booths. Officials of this ministry say that a high-ranking delegation of the Ministry of Industry and Commerce and many businessmen will also participate in this exhibition, and bilateral meetings will be held between the officials of the two countries. Let's see more in the report.
A 4-day Afghan-Kazakh International Exhibition is scheduled to be held in Almaty, Kazakhstan next Saturday. The Ministry of Industry and Commerce says that 250 businessmen will participate in this exhibition, along with the leadership of the ministry.
The Afghan Kazakh exhibition is scheduled to be held in Almaty city of Kazakhstan on October 19 to 22, 2024, according to 28 of Mizan to the 1st of Aqrab 1403, with the participation of the representatives of the Ministry of Industry and Commerce, under the supervision of Al-Haj Nuruddin Azizi, the Minister of Industry and Commerce of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan, and 250 traders and investors will be held.
Mr. Jawad added that in this exhibition, 69 Afghan companies will display their various products through 80 booths.
80 chambers and 69 companies from Afghanistan will participate in this exhibition, which will display their products including rugs, dry fruits, saffron, precious and semi-precious stones, and jewelry.
According to the information of the Ministry of Industry and Commerce, in addition to this exhibition, a business communication conference, an exhibition of Afghan products, business meetings and bilateral meetings between the officials of the two countries will also be held.
A financial support agreement was signed between Dr. Abdul Bari Omar, the General Executive Director of Afghanistan Electricity Company, Dr. Shakir Jalali, the Chairman of the Executive Committee of the Afghan National Bank, and Burak Arsal, the Director of Kajaki Electricity Power Company. Based on this agreement, the Afghan National Bank will provide $12 million to Kajaki Electricity Production Company in the form of a sale and purchase in order to support the private sector. In the technical evaluation meeting chaired by Mufti Abdul Mateen Saeed, General Director of the Customs, the overall report of the country's customs in the second quarter of the current 1403 solar year was presented. The mentioned institution said that according to the presented report, compared to the same period of last year, customs affairs showed a 10% positive in progressed results. In this meeting, the problems of the provincial customs officials were also heard, and they were assured of solution by the leadership of the General Directorate of Customs. From the ongoing projects of the Ministry of Energy and Water, the practical works of the tunnels of Bakhshabad Dam have progressed 48%. According to the officials, the works of the tunnels of Bakhshabad Dam and Farah province are going smoothly, and currently 48% of the practical work have been completed. It should be mentioned that the short-rate works of these tunnels are being carried out rapidly. And the final one is that assistance was distributed to 200 deserving orphans by the Ministry of Mothers and Disabled Affairs. The ministry says that these donations included flour, cooking oil, rice, and some other materials, which were distributed by HHRD charity organization in coordination with the Ministry of Mothers and Disabled Affairs. It's worth mentioning that the previous day, 250 deserving orphans were given similar assistance in this ministry. That's all for tonight. Thank you so much for watching. Have a good night. Good evening. I am Suleiman Talash from RTN News. It's nice to have you with us. Maulavi Habibullah Agha, the Minister of Education, has visited Badghis province to review the country's education situation. The Ministry of Education says that during his visit, Maulavi Habibullah Agha visited schools and madrasas in Qadis district of the province and asked the officials of the district to make more efforts to improve the quality of education. Maulavi Abdul Rahman Rashid, Deputy Minister of Refugees and Returnees Affairs, along with his delegation, met with Abdul Qahir Haji Idris, the General Director of National Statistics and Information Institution. In this meeting, the discussions on facilitating the process of distributing citizenship cards to migrants and returning citizens and confirming their identity were discussed, and emphases were placed on further coordination and better organization of affairs in this regard. Naqibullah Mahdi, the ambassador of the Islamic Emirate to Malaysia, met with Dr. Ahmad Azam, the special representative of Malaysia for Afghanistan and advisor to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. In this meeting, along with the developments between the two countries, the development of strong relations based on common interests was emphasized. A group of representatives of Turkish companies and professors of Istanbul Cerrahpaşa University have expressed interest in investing solar and hydropower energy production in Afghanistan in a meeting with Mullah Abdul Latif Mansour, Minister of Energy and Water. The spokesperson of the ministry says that until now, a number of Turkish companies have invested in the power generation sector in Kabul and Helmand. We have more details in this report.
On the 21st of Mizan, the Minister of Energy and Water met with two professors of Istanbul Cerrahpaşa University and representatives of a number of Turkish companies. In this meeting, the Turkish companies have shown interest in investing in water and solar energy production in Afghanistan.
Yesterday, the Minister of Energy and Water met with a group of Turkish investors, including university professors. Representatives and investors of these companies have shown interest in investing in water and solar power.
The Ministry of Energy and Water also adds that Turkish companies have already invested in the production of electricity in Kabul and Helmand provinces.
In terms of Turkish companies, a number of companies have bought and invested in projects in Helmand and some other provinces, including Kabul province.
Furthermore, experts in the field of electricity and energy production say that Afghanistan has vast resources in the production of water, solar and wind power. If investment is done here, it will export electricity to the region and neighboring countries in addition to fulfilling their own needs.
Afghanistan has very good resources in many resources such as wind, water, solar energy, oil and gas energy, and coal energy, and production of which is not only self-sufficient in Afghanistan but can also be exported to neighboring countries.
This is while Afghanistan needs 5,000 megawatts of electricity annually, but now only 900 megawatts of electricity can be supplied through imported electricity from Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan, Tajikistan and Iran, in addition to domestic sources.
Dr. Abdul Bari Umar, the General Executive Director of Afghanistan Electricity Company, emphasized on the continuation and strengthening of bilateral cooperation with the leadership of Iran National Electricity Company through a video conference. In this conference, a number of electricity development projects from Iran's side, timely solution of electricity problems, and cooperation of affairs were discussed. The leadership of Iran National Electricity Supply Company has mentioned the interest of Iranian investors to invest in this field of electricity production in Afghanistan. Maulavi Matiul Haq Khalis, the Chief Director of the National Environmental Protection Agency, met with Muhammad Yusuf Hamidian, the head of Reha Organization for Strengthening Environmental Protection and Humanitarian Aid, and discussed the implementation of environmental projects in addition to joint work in the field of environmental protection. In this meeting, Mr. Khalis said that he is trying to remove environmental issues from politics to open the way for practical work. The Industrial Areas Law is published in the official Gazette. This law has a title, 6 chapters, 11 units, and 67 articles. The regulation of industrial areas was created for the purpose of economic growth, attraction of investment in the private sector, and management and protection of industrial areas. According to this law, the receptions of land for private industrial areas are considered obliged to comply with the regulations and other legal documents related to environmental protection and work. Let's see more in the report.
The Ministry of Justice says that Amir al-Mu'minin Hafazahallah's law on industrial areas has been approved and published in the official Gazette. Hafiz Barakatullah Rasuli, The spokesman of this ministry added that this law was created for the purpose of economic growth, development of the country, attraction of investment to the private sector, management of protection and industrial areas.
This law promotes and develops the economy of Afghanistan through the regulation of industrial areas. It has been edited for the purpose of attracting private investment and providing the basis for the management and protection of industrial areas. It is written in this law that the recipient of land for private industrial areas is obliged to comply with the orders and other documents related to environmental protection and work.
Experts say that the more the system and institutions are subjected to the specific law, the more organized the society will be. According to them, with the implementation of the industrial areas law, businessmen will organize their affairs in this area. At the same time, industrialists also welcome the ratification of the industrial areas law and say that the problem of lack of land will be solved and job opportunities will increase.
د ولس د بیکاری د ختمولو په خاطر هم د سند د سپورت په خاطر او هم د
in order to end the unemployment of the people, for the support of the industry, and for the prevention of Afghanistan imports. We accept any law that has been approved and the policy has been made for it. Especially those people who want to buy land the government, or if they want to build private industrial parks, or they want to build industrial park in the private sector with the government. It is very important.
It should be mentioned that this law has a title, 6 chapters, 11 units and 67 articles, which was created for the development and improvement of Afghanistan's economic growth and will be implemented by the Ministry of Industry and Commerce.
Bamiyan Province Police Command announces the arrest of 5 people on charges of forgery. The Press and Public Relations Office of Bamiyan Provincial Commandery says that these people were selling a fake substance like mercury and intended to earn a lot of money with this wrong activity. It is said that the mobile phones were also obtained from the arrested people. In the workshop of the 1st Infantry Battalion of the 313th Central Corps, 17 different types of military vehicles repaired and put into use. The Ministry of National Defense says that these vehicles include 12 armored tanks, 7 international vehicles, 4 Rangers and 1 ambulance. And the final one is that the National Disaster Preparedness Agency has transferred more than 110 tons of food to Zabul, Helmand and Paktika provinces in order to deal with the possible victims due to the accidents. It's worth mentioning that the part of each province is 37.5 tons of food, which will be distributed to the affected people in order to deal with the possible incidents in these provinces. Our This Time news comes to the end. Thank you so much for watching. Have a good night.
ساتوی پسروینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور ساتوی پسروینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا کور دا د باتورانو کور.
In the name of Allah, good evening and welcome to this hour's news. I am Suleiman Talash and this is RTA News. Maulavi Habibullah Agha, Education Minister, opened a religious school in Zindajan district of Herat, which has 8 classrooms, administrative room, and all necessary facilities, including perimeter wall, with a total cost of 8,500,000 Afghanis. In opening ceremony, the minister praised the activities of Herat Department of Education and assured to solve their problems. He also said that the development and rehabilitation of educational centers in the country level, especially in poor and deprived areas, is one of the priorities of the Ministry of Education. Mullah Hidayatullah Badri, the Minister of Mines and Petroleum, during a trip to Logar province, visited the exploration work of Ainak copper mine and the construction of the road leading to this mine. The Ministry of Mines and Petroleum says that in this meeting, Mr. Badri emphasized the officials of the contracted company that the exploration and road construction of this mine will be completed soon. The vehicles and machinery needed for this project will be transferred, and infrastructure and facilities will be built for its complete processing. Fazil Muhammad Saber, Charge d'Affaires of the Islamic Emirate residing in Turkmenistan, at the official invitation of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of this country, participated in the celebration of the 300th anniversary of the birth of Makhtoum Qoli Farghi, a great Turkmen poet. The Embassy of Afghanistan in Ashgabat says that the presidents and officials of some countries, representatives of international organizations, and cultural, literary, and social personalities also attended this ceremony. Kabul municipality says that it has handed over 7 projects worth more than 2 billion Afghanis to the private sector through the public partnership program, which includes the construction of commercial markets in some parts of the city. On the other hand, the residents of the capital consider the presence of markets with advanced facilities to be effective in creating convenience and urban order. Let's see more in this report.
This is the Politarchy area in the center of Kabul, where some residents are engaged in buying and selling. The lack of a specific place has caused traffic crowd and chaos in this area. Now, Kabul municipality wants to turn this area into a business place with the cooperation of private sector.
In Polikhishti building, people used to shop by the side of the road. Now, if we build 30 to 40 shops under this, naturally a regularity will be created in the construction of concrete slabs because the road is down and the shops are down. During the construction of the bridge, there were traffic crowd. The length of this project is 200 meters and its width is 36 meters. The shops below it is in the form of a market and the side of it is the front road. In addition to the shops, this project will also have elevators, stairs and toilets.
This was one of the commercial markets in the first zone, which was recently built by the Kabul municipality in cooperation with the private sector and is effective in creating facilities.
There was a lot of resistance. The road was blocked. No one could pass. Now they have made very good markets. We are very grateful to Kabul municipality for cooperating with us. This was a ruined and unusable land, and now they built it for us, and we promote our center and develop this area.
At the same time, officials of the Kabul municipality say that they are implementing 7 projects worth more than 2 billion Afghanis through the public partnership program in cooperation with the private sector, which includes construction of commercial markets on the outskirts of the city.
PPP or public participation projects are projects that on the one hand did not allow capital to escape from the country, and on the other hand that were less optimal can be turned into areas that have both urban beauty and economic mobility.
According to the officials of Kabul municipality, the construction of these markets is going on in the 1st, 8th, 11th and other zones, and it is decided that the construction of these markets will be completed and put to use by the end of this year.
The Ministry of Interior Affairs says that the anti-narcotics police have arrested 20 people in connection with the sale, use and transportation of drugs, and 36 kg of drugs, 10 kilograms of opium and various other drugs were obtained from them. The ministry also says that the anti-narcotics police have collected 24 drug addicts from Kabul city and transferred them to the hospital for treatment. The Ministry of Interior Affairs says that 156 drug addicts who were previously collected in Nimruz, Ghazni, and Kapisa provinces were handed over to their families by the anti-narcotic police of the province after treatment. 129 people were hospitalized in Nimruz, 20 in Ghazni, and 7 in Kapisa provinces. With the arrival of winter, the residents of Kabul are worried about the flooding on the streets and roads due to the rains in the city, and they want the Kabul municipality to find a solution to this problem by building canals and streams in the city. The spokesperson of Kabul municipality says that a large number of canals have been built to prevent the accumulation of water in the streets, roads, and general avenues of the city, and they are considering that this problem will be put into end in the construction of canalization in different parts of the city. More details in report.
The residents of Kabul say that with the arrival of cold winter, they're worried about the rainwater on the roads and streets. They want the Kabul municipality to build canals and streams to drain the rainwater in different areas of the city.
Engineers should try to make it standard and good in the roads where water collects in winter, such as Sarai Shamali or Taimani, and women and children are bothered by it. It would be better if it is made. When water collects in streams and roads, people face problems. We will be very happy if these are made.
At the same time, Kabul municipality mentions the existence of a large number of canals for the management of rain and surface water in a city and plans to solve this problem completely in the near future by building canalization in a city together with relevant institutions.
Alhamdulillah, we have many canals in the city of Kabul, which were built for surface management and to prevent damage to city buildings, and inshallah, we will build them all in the next year. But the important and basic issue is that the city of Kabul needs sewerage. Current emergency canals cannot replace this canalization. These are emergency measures that are taken to prevent when infrastructure, because Kabul municipality is in coordination with the department that works in this sector, and inshallah we hope that the construction of the canalization of Kabul will start soon.
Experts believe that the construction of canalization network is necessary for the city of Kabul, and they want the government to take concrete steps in this area for urban order and rainwater management. Although the problem of water accumulation on the roads and streets due to the rain is not new, the criticism and concerns are that, even after many years, this problem has not been completely solved.
The construction of a health center worth $360,000 has started in Nurgram district of Nuristan province. According to local officials, this center will be built with the support of an international organization within a year. And the final one is that the National Disaster Preparedness Department of Balkh province provided food items to 207 needy families in this province. According to the local officials, the help includes rice, cooking oil, and other necessary items. That's all for tonight. We will be back with more news updates. Until then, stay tuned.
ساتوی پسروینو داد شهیدانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور ساتوی پسروینو داد شهیدانو کور داتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور پسروینو داد شهیدانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور ساتوی پسروینو داد شهیدانو کور داد کور داد باتورانو.
In the name of Allah, good evening and welcome to this hour's news. I'm Suleiman Talash and this is RTA News. Mullah Muhammad Yunus Akhundzada, the Minister of Reconstruction and Rural Rehabilitation, and his delegation met with the head staff of the Department of Rural Development and Reconstruction of Ghor Province during their working trip. Mr. Akhundzada made important recommendations to the officials of the department and said, carry out your assigned responsibilities well and try to serve your people. Also, he added that we will build our country with our own engineers and budget. The United Nations Humanitarian Program has announced that the Japanese government has donated more than $7 million to solve the problems of the urban population of Afghanistan. The Ministry of Economy has welcomed the assistance and has requested humanitarian aid to Afghan in various fields from donor and international organizations. Let's see more in this report.
The United Nations Human Settlements Program, or UN Habitat, has launched a new plan to help more than 100,000 people in Kabul and Herat with the support of Japan. UN Habitat reported that Japan has donated $7 million to the people of Afghanistan. A part of the newsletter of this organization, which has been published on its X page, said,
it is planned that this aid will cover about 100,000 needy Afghans in the next 3 years.
The Ministry of Economy welcomes Japan's assistance and requests the development of similar assistance to Afghans in various fields.
The Ministry of Economy of the Islamic Emirate welcomes Japan's assistance. We demand that these donations to be increased, and we ask all donor organizations and the international community to help the people of Afghanistan in various sectors as winter approaches.
Some people are worried about their economic situation.
Since I came out this morning, I didn't sell a single thing. I didn't even eat lunch. Believe me, I'll buy 5 loaves of bread for my children. I will only be able to buy bread and feed my children. We should receive assistance. Now, as winter is coming, I haven't paid the rent of house. I don't have to pay.
Japan has always provided financial cooperation with Afghanistan in the fields of construction and rehabilitation, health, education, and agriculture system.
Dr. Abdul Bari Omar, the Chief Executive Director of Afghanistan Electricity Company, met with Sherbaz Kaminzada, the Chief Executive Director of Afghan Invest Company, and emphasized the need to accelerate and complete the remaining work of the 500 kilovolt Shubarghan Dashte Alwan transmission line. Meanwhile, the head of Afghan Investment Company assured that the remaining work of the transfer of the line will be completed on time. The residents of the country are happy with the provision of complete security and justice and say that whatever justice is provided, the gap between the people and the government will disappear. According to them, after the rule of the Islamic Emirate, they can meet with all the officials of the Emirate to solve their problems and present their suggestions to them. More in the report.
Complete security and the provision of justice by the officials of the Islamic Emirate are the issues that, according to the citizens, have caused the distance between the people and the Islamic Emirate to be removed. Some residents of Kabul say that now they can directly share their problems and suggestions with the officials of the Islamic Emirate. A government can be successful only if it has a place in the hearts of its people, have relations with the nation, and then there would be no barriers between them. In the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan, the distance between the people and the public should be removed, and it would be very good for both sides. Solving the problems between them will lead to prosperity. Some other citizens say that under the leadership of the Islamic Emirate, the officials of the Emirates institutions treat them well, and the work in their institutions is done quickly and without delay. According to them, the good behavior of the authorities and solving the problems of people will lead to elimination of the gap between the people and the government. We are treated well in the offices where our work is related to, and we go there, and our work is carried out in an orderly manner. Fortunately, we are witnessing good security in Afghanistan today, that this was a demand of the people and has been fulfilled. And the second one is to ensure justice. If these two demands of the people are fulfilled, the gap between the nation and the government will be reduced and disappeared. This is while the officials of the Islamic Emirate have always held many meetings with the citizens to solve their problems. In the meetings with the officials of the Islamic Emirate, the citizens presented their problems and suggestions, and the officials of the Islamic Emirate have made relevant institutions responsible for solving the problems of the people. A number of weapons and ammunition were caught by the Border Brigade of 203 Mansouri Corps. The 4th Frontier Brigade of the 203 Mansouri Corps discovered and received a quantity of weapons and ammunition in the areas of Bermal district of Paktika province by the Mujahideen and intelligence, which include different types of weapons and ammunition. Aquarium owners in Coast province were given food and a one-day seminar on fish training. A one-day seminar on fish training was presented to owners of 5 fish farms under the supervision of the Directorate of Livestock and Animal Health within the framework of Department of Agriculture, Irrigation and Livestock of Coast Province in cooperation with DII, international company. Besides 100 kg of fish food was distributed to each farmer. 630 flood-affected families were given cash and food aid in Baghlan province. AKAH organization in cooperation with the Department of Disaster Preparedness of Baghlan province distributed cash and food aid to 630 families in central Baghlan district of the province who were affected by the recent floods. Some sellers of construction materials in Kabul say that the construction has developed in the country. In the meeting of the Cabinet of the Islamic Emirate, the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development has been instructed to provide facilities in the field of construction. Let's see more in the report. Recently, the construction work in Kabul has accelerated. The sellers of construction materials say that after the decision of the Cabinet of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan, construction works have increased. For now, the average employment in Afghanistan is good, and the problems that existed before do not exist now, and work is going on every day. The works are better than before because things were not so good before, and now things are getting better. Musa is a resident of Kabul city. He came to the city to buy building materials. He wants all sellers to reduce the prices of goods. The prices are relatively good, and it would be better if the prices go lower. We are happy that the Kabul municipality gave us legal work permits letters. Any person engaged in construction are happy and say that the officials should provide other working areas. Construction work can provide work opportunities to about 80 or 90% of young people. In the 7th meeting of the Cabinet of the Islamic Emirate, the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development was given the task to prepare a plan to provide facilities in construction affairs so that people can get permission to work in a short time after the property is established. That's all for tonight. Thank you so much for watching. Have a great night. شهیدانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د
ساتوی پسرو وینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور ساتوی پسرو وینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا
In the name of Allah, good evening and welcome to this hour's news. I am Suleiman Talash and this is RTA News. Maulavi Abdul Kabir, the political deputy of the Prime Minister, in a meeting with the officials and students of Kabul University Faculty of Social Science, asked them to invite foreign Afghan personalities to Afghanistan. In this meeting, Mr. Kabir said that the Islamic Emirate has started trying to make Afghanistan shine in the political and economic field, along with the stability of the Islamic government. He added that the Islamic Emirate wants good relations with other countries, but it's never ready to negotiate on the principles of Islam, and it will not violate Islamic rules for the happiness of others. Maulavi Abdul Salam Hanafi, the administrative deputy of the Prime Minister, met with a number of elders of Kunduz province. In this meeting, participants, while appreciating the efforts of the Islamic Emirate in order to ensure security and launch development projects in this province, and shared the social, economic, and security situation. On the other hand, the administrative deputy said that Afghanistan is the joint home of all Afghans and called on all Afghans living abroad to return to the country and contribute to the progress and development of the country. Sheikh Abdul Ghaffar Bahar, the ambassador of the Islamic Emirate to Uzbekistan, met with Bakhyar Saidov, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Uzbekistan, and discussed important regional and global issues. In this meeting, Mr. Saidov talked about the historical relations between the two countries, adding that he serves as an incentive for development and bilateral cooperation between the two countries. The Ministry of Mines and Petroleum has signed a 25-year mining and exploration agreement with Uzbekistan's Aerial Company for a 7,000 square kilometers gas mine in Tuti Maidan, Jozjan province. According to officials of this ministry, the company will invest $100 million in the first year, which will reach $1 billion in the next 10 years. Furthermore, the special representatives of the President of Uzbekistan says that now the economic relations between Afghanistan and Uzbekistan have strengthened, and this agreement is a good example of it. Let's see more in this report.
The Ministry of Mines and Petroleum signed an agreement with Uzbekistan's Aerial Company for the extraction and exploration of about 7,000 square kilometers of gas in the Tuti field of the Amur region, in the presence of Mullah Abdul Ghani brother Akhund,